She's a stunningly talented diet cunningly dark devil instructor. Upon her unexpected journey into another realm, she finds herself as in eine erldful, ridiculed by the world. Yet, behold as has steers up tumultuous waves, cultivates her spirit veins, seizes extraordinary treasuries, and navigates through 7 kingdoms defying fate self. He's a chillingly brilliant temper, a cold-blooded sovereign unparalleled ingenuity, wielding his sword against the clouds, commanding Lord Stothoist, and sweeping through a chaotic world, ensuring galba before him. In a fateful nocturnal encounter, schuitness esamething shashudna thave during a handsome imanspath. O fair maiden, my lower office know yours to claim from this day forth. Chapter 1 Crossing Over. Mid dreams are shrouded in darkness, yet he wareth as a leglamuro flight. My love for you is more inevitable than death itself. 2015 Southeast Asia. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, echoing in the dim shadows of the primordial forest, where a fierce battle has just concluded. Thepala moonlight casts excellent glow una delicate figure, her camouflage pants santing to prendering her near lie indistinguishable from the surrounding flora. Soft, short hair to sleece against their forehead, and a pair of feathery layers glint with a resolve. Though camouflaged with paint, hair exquisitely crafted featuresque and not concealer breathtaking beauty. In the mercenary training base of Southeast Asia, she's the devil instructor of District 19, known as Zhong Kue. Acid from the details, all her personal information remains a top secret file. Wash ice remains a mistratol, yether presence or thetov her students gas a shadow over ever significant Casey in the world. A crackling voice breaks through to military communicator. Report, instructor. The exercise is complete, and the enemy has been entirely obliterated. The voice betrays a hint of uncontainable excitement. This is the graduation exercise, a battle between District 19 and District 11, where survival hangs in the balance. The merciless laws of competition are akin to the struggle for existence within this primal jingi on lie the strong survive. Casualties? Zhongqui inquires languidly. Report, instructor. We suffer at the casualties comme as their response, which may well be the best result in the history of TC exercises. They shall graduate with honor, become inglegants within the base. However, all credit due to Thotter versus devil instructor. Novices, Zhongquiskovs, though her beautiful lips betray a hint of a faint smile. 30 students, 6 lost, and Thenamai completely annihilated. At this moment, she truly deserves a long vacation. Mission completed, assemble, Zhongquai announces, stowing away her weapon sass harrises. The moonlight filtering through the dense foliage outlines her slender and graceful figure, reminiscent of a Fulmidin. Yet a viricil and Thebase no store member with life and blood better defended than to cross this delicate eastern girl. Suddenly, the rustling of thick vegetation heralds the emergency of a youngman. Head Bodisha steps forth. Zhongquiglin sees over lazily, recognizing High Masher student, designated K19325. District 19, 3rd Cohort, number 25. K19325 assemble, she calls, not bothering to engage further. Thrug out the exercise, Shemanite Tordiach students' performance through jungle surveillance. K19325 excelled impressively, ranking among the top 3 of this cohort. At just 16, Heisli Tanpale, fragilist Hakabarith could topple him, yet this explosive power is astonishing. In this exercise, he has claimed the lives of over 10 opponents, displaying gackle and ruthlessness, avertable incarnation of death. Even so Mianese demanding a Zhongka's deply satisfied with such a student, and daffin chill wraps around her heart. Instructor, the human hesitates before her, unable to lift this gaze. Mina my suchio. She remains indifferent to her, student Sarimura codes Namashold no significance. After 3 irrelentless days and nights of exercises, she weary. But the human obstructs the narrow path hidden within the jungle. Zhongkua furrows her brow slightly, irritation flickering across her exquisite features. K19325 step aside. Instructor, after graduation today, will I never see you again? Sukayata Restauracia shed slowly. Beneath the moonlight, his faces alarming lipel. Yetish pathetic camouflage and bloodstains, his visage remains strikingly handsome, his clear eyes reflecting the cold, shimmering moon. Zhonka is momentarily taken aback, then tightens her frown. K19325 do you wish for death? The boy's motions are unmasked, erupt in fervent declaration known this night off parting. I for not death fear levengia dat lave wasif cursed, from themamental dias uponiu, I ways ensnared. It rained fervently, enduring at life spring, simply to catch our attention, heil sin of evered frenzy. Instructor, Silence! Jonqua snapped scoldly, interrupting. Don't presumeth that just because you have one thigh's exercise. You can speak free lie to be able to offend or life. Sukaya stare sather, the night breeze washing away his steers, mingling with theblet and his face east hay flow together. As my student, shedding tears before Miss that capital offense, Jonqua feel sure annoyance grow. Death, Sukaya seems to chuckle softly as Mila form and gun expectedly upon. He's a psychotinence, leaving Garastanished. You will stay with him, won't you, instructor? In your dreams, Jonqua coughs. Yet, without warning, Sukiya shred his camouflage jacket, revealing the intricate micro-explosive vest strapped to his body, causing Jonqua's pupils to contract sharply. Where me heartlies ik know not the path ahead. If the rise in next life, let me bet the morning dew, let me be floating dust, let the tersiny hours, eternally falling. Uvelos Jormund, Jonqua's tranquil expression finally cracks. In the next moment, Hiditonitz he explosive etiquette to him. Chapter 2 The Crossing. Then, Thessalent Gearsofat commenced the inexorable movement, inscribing destinia upon the soul. Despoteth the passage off time, they wouldn't smarignighty afflicuro flight in the darkness. In Anotherium. In Thiersoft Great Joe the Emperor waned, and the seven kingdoms fell into chaos. On a night of a full moon, a sinister black mist swiftly swept across the night sky, penetrating the rear courtyard of the heavy estate. A hazy consciousness ebbed like the tide, and Jonqua gradually opened her eyes. Before her lay soft curtains, sheer and translucent, embroidered with gentle flowing smoky and flowers, thwitejadi who clifting a corner of ted drapery, with golden tassels cascading along the folds. In the ancient room tranquility reigned, and the air wasenby with the exquisitesse and tophany scents. Jonqua frowned slightly, questioning her whereabouts. She should hofberish the power of Suka's miniature bomb was notre fling matter. Yet now she could distinctly sense that she was alive. Hast the own? A girl of fair looks, dressed in a blue gown, entered, her expression brimming with concern as a glance at author. Jonqua quietly appraised her insolence. Thajir approached and seated herself beside her, gently saying previously, the unmaster Wazangrian spoke well thought uttering such words so lordly. Such high-flown language made Jonqua shade chew how is the Zen master in these lordly. Theo young master Dottis lordimo but this monis notarius lie flirtatious, roaming from flower to flower, and menotrilla caritia. Lordly on the other hand, Isa person off grey trust toth jolt before departing, Thejolt specifically left them to care for you that how could he kiss them aside for lord? Thegro continued, her eyes gradually eardening. Jonqua blinked, her forward throbbing gas her eyes at a hand tore a bit. What delicate little hand Sarethi truly hers? In a flash, a thought crossed her mind she was dead. Yether Sao had traversed into another world. In this realm there were myriad phenomena that defied scientific explanation, yet hat did note quaetito impossibility. With this acknowledgment, Jonqua began to cam. Talavigain it see met fat had not demet her life included. Thajiro persisted in her whispering. Currently, Handon is besieged by a ferocious army, and a romping city is no tapither. If not for lordly working tirelessly behind the scenes, how could we enjoy such tranquility? Kingting does not believe Lord Moijan worthy itis implied hat, given the circumstances, lordly is theo nu hocanenturier safety. Why no text and himama dicum of courtesy? Alas, how foolish I am. What am I saying? You are but ninnier salt, and having been slow-witted since secultude, how could you comprehend the intricacies of human relations? Ash spoke, Thajirlo aired her head and wept silently. Jonqua shifted her gaze, being gaslow-witted 9-year-old, particularly after leading a life of grandeur and self-importance previously, wasn't what difficult to accept. To start Tanuat the Panacleophone sexistan Su how halt find joy in such a transformation. Jonquar Gardet the girl named King Tong Hirius Revioletta mixture of plus naissance rao, suggesting a genuine affection it seems some young clasto her. My headaches, Jonqua croaked. Hair tender voix suisof tandweek, lacking gani semblancio vigor. It's all because he off that lordamo, Kington exclaimed, furia chet in her features, with the snow falling so heavily outside, Heinzisti Don taking out to play. Your constitution has always been weak, how could I withstand a chill? You've certain like hota cold now. With her keen insight, Jean Kakudi solidi du the sorcio of King Tong's indignation. The Lord Lisha had been mentioning Guacertain lie the nair permanded dan dismissed beat the previous owner of this buttadueto isfrey incident. Trillion avlit a girl twice evident, fat Lord Mo wasna virtua scar actor. King Tong order a demi to bring in the medicinal sup, steaming hot, clear lie prepared in advance. Before Lord Lyde parted, he personally craft thurming medicine foresto heavy in hand from you awoke, she said, carefully blowing spoon full before offeringito Jonkue. Ansia gainsingling gouthat Lord Lefort praise a thoff. Her mistress clearly held disdain for him. He remained well regarded to Mangothers. He must not be an ordinary figure. Why, Jonque replied disinterestedly, she had yet formed an acquaintance with their lordemo. However, the next statement Matabi King Tong nearly caused her to coquin the medicinal sip. King Tong chuckled, biting her lip. Lord Liesel soy oris banwood cannot leave them wander alone. Jonque froze a formant. Had it not been for the extraordinary mental fortitude she had cultivated in her previous life, she might have screamed in shock. Chapter 4 3 Male Companions. A husband. How could Marini Earl del Ria de possess a husband? Yethis wasmo yaslight sha great aurors lay ahead. King Tong sighed, although Lord moaned Lord Zyawariel Sawyer husbands, King Tong believeth that in Lysomionov Lord Listranscendent Calibaris worthy avia, young master. Jonque found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure and, after Forsets wallow wolf tesup, managed to stammer, 3 husbands? King Tong burst into her light laugh. A soft no, yes. The implication thought more make a mind the future was soon mistakable. At 9, Andoria did 3 in a few years, wouldn't shinjip with the whole harem? Jonque weiss understandably taken aback. Having come from an opener hera casual romantic entanglements were commonplace, one you fan multiple husbands or vice versa, where no to tof the ordinary. Yet facing such developments in her own life elicit apprehension. Did the mesturber such disdain for lordly? Huesa carefully an individual, renowned as an esteemed alchemist, full of no legend wisdom, deserving of respect. Perhaps the master was implied to finding solace in tesweet no things of Lordemo? Is the master displeased? Should King Ting summon Lord Moto play music for you? Fearing to mention Lord Lai again, shook his hair words scarefully. Jonque shook her head shuas and omitifus her supposed husbands, particularly the Naru Moret Tope the misfavored. King Tong regarded her with surprise, examining her closely today. The master seemed different from usual. Yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. It simply felt that the master's eyes, upon waking, possessed no their customary confusion that are usually clear, even glimmering with the sharpness that pierceth the heart. Merely an illusion it must sorely be an illusion. Help me get dressed, Jonque requested. Emerging from the blankets, her cherubic form delightfully plump. King Ting was dead in a time, quick retrieving the makerments to dress sure piece by piece. Jonque gazed at the laborateliers, grateful for the assistancy otherwise. Shwouldn't they be known how to dance a chatar herself? These ways a household of extraordinary wealth, every ornament in theoremex suiting gonera opulence. Upon a coral wood cabinet say a variety of extraordinary triasuries. Such blatant display of wealth couldn't lie stem from either an incredibly affluent householder individual of significant power. She must have awakened by now. A sly chill cannot possibly spell her end. A teasing voice, laced with levity, echoed from outside the door. The voice was melodious, reminiscent of instruments playing gagram melody, enticing to anyar that lingeret opponent. Yet King Tong furrowed her brow at the sound, a flash of indignation crossing her eyes, though shuddered not voice harrier. Then, without prior notice, the door to theorems wung open. Jonque remained poised on heat giofti bed, swinging her short legs, while Noonie observed the flated glint of cold Melissa that flickeret in her low-aired black eyes. Only just awoken, and Simeonadcom so eagerly to court danger. Chapter 5 3 male pets 2 young men emerged from behind the screen, one following the other, and Jonque could not help but admire their striking appearances. The first youth, with his fair complexion and exquisite features, possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold an ocean of emotion, capable of drowning anyone who gazed upon them. His delicate pink lips rivaled the blossoms of March. Appearing even more radiant than those of a woman, he wore a flowing floral robe that hung loosely, the slightly open collar revealing a soft, pale chest that exuded an alluring, carefree charm, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. The other youth had sharply defined contours, his light brown eyes gleaming with a cold, penetrating brilliance, akin to a sword honed to perfection, yet he still retained the youthful elegance of a handsome boy. His pale blue robe accentuating his tall, slender figure upon entering, he crossed his arms and stood aloof, seemingly uninterested in casting a glance at her. The juxtaposition of these 2 strikingly different individuals created an oddly captivating scene. "Little darling, are you feeling better?" The peacock-like youth smiled sweetly upon seeing her. His eyes fixated on her as if she were the entirety of his world. Jonque concluded that this person must be the favored Mr. Emo she had heard so much about. Before he could lift her into his embrace, Jonque lazily interjected, Kneel down. Feng Mo momentarily paused, but upon seeing her rosy face, he dismissed any thoughts of defiance and complied. Kneeling at her feet, little darling, are you happy now? His smile brimmed with indulgence. Chong Kuei tilted her head slightly and shook it, replying, not happy. What would make my little darling happy? Feng Mo asked gently. His peach blossom eyes shimmering with tender light, captivating anyone who dared to look at merely 12 or 13 years of age. He exhibited such understanding. He would surely be extraordinary when grown. Chong Kuei coldly huffed inwardly and replied with a blank expression. You can get up, Feng Mo chuckled, realizing that this Navi girl harbored deep affection for him and was reluctant to allow him to kneel for long. As he stood, he planned to offer her some comforting words. Knowing that with Wu Li out of the picture, he would have the final say in the Chong household. He intended to soothe her and gradually seize power. However, just as he stood halfway, Chong Kuei lazily added, go kneel outside. Her words, Feng Mo's playful, indulgent smile froze in place. Surely, he had misheard. She couldn't possibly mean for him to kneel outside. The indifferent youth, who had been quietly observing, also shot Chong Kuei a look of surprise, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Ching Tong, initially taken aback, then felt a surge of delight. The young mistress had finally seen through Feng Mo's duplicitous nature. Mr. Mo, why are you dawdling? Did you not hear the young mistress's command? Ching Tong said coolly, suppressing his excitement. Little darling. Feng Mo, unwilling to accept this, thought, this foolish girl would never really let me kneel outside. What did you call me? Chong Kuei raised her head, her eyes filled with innocent curiosity, blinking as if she understood nothing. Chapter 6. 3 male pets. How audacious. You haven't even grown all your hair. Yet you dare to act so recklessly. This time I shall teach you a lesson, and later, I will deal with you at my leisure. Feng Mo's pink lips paled instantly, the affection in his eyes dissipating like ashes. Yes, young mistress, he replied coldly through gritted teeth, tossing his sleeve aside as he stepped out into the courtyard to kneel. Chong Kuei couldn't be bothered to glance his way. Outside, the world was engulfed in a frigid snowstorm. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had transformed into a frozen peacock. Yet within the room another figure remained. Chong Kuei slowly turned her gaze toward the indifferent youth. He had remained silent, his face bearing a chilling expression as he scrutinized her. Their eyes met briefly before he scoffed, his cold gaze revealing an unmistakable disdain for her. Chong Kuei was momentarily taken aback. This youth emanated a palpable aura of danger, not directed at her, but sharp enough to be felt. There was no doubt he was a skilled fighter, likely one of the suitors her family had arranged for her. Though she could not fathom why he harbored such animosity towards her. As she regained her composure, she noticed he had already turned to leave. This young master Xiao truly lacks manners, Ching Tong remarked. He dislikes me, Chong Kuei replied coolly. Ching Tong chuckled. Who could blame him when the young mistress consistently ignores him? Is it because he feels neglected that he dislikes me? She pondered. No, it cannot be that simple. In the depths of that youth's gaze, she perceived a deeply buried resentment. Her keen insight would not fail her. In the courtyard, snowflakes danced through the air, and soon Feng Mo was covered in a thick layer of snow. The icy backdrop only served to enhance his ethereal beauty, resembling a stunning youth who had stepped from the pages of a painting. Passing maids paused in their tracks, captivated by the sight. What is happening? Is the sun rising from the west? They whispered, astonished that the young mistress's most cherished Feng Mo was kneeling in the snow. To think the young mistress would drive away Li Gongzi for him. How could she bear to let him kneel? Even in his kneeling position, Feng Mo remained heartbreakingly handsome. Before long, Xiao Shu Lu approached, and Feng Mo, seething with frustration at being observed, averted his gaze. Xiao Shu Lu gave him a sidelong glance and coldly remarked. She said nothing. Feng Mo looked up in disbelief. How could it be that the foolish girl truly allowed him to kneel for such an extended period? Seeing Feng Mo's unprecedentedly flustered expression, a hint of amusement flickered across Xiao Shu Lu's typically stern countenance. It seems that girl has suddenly changed. Why are you laughing? Feng Mo glowered, his temper flaring as he struggled to control his shivering body. His once pink lips now pale. Xiao, what do you think is going on with her? How would I know? Xiao Shu Lu replied coldly. You should understand her best. Feng Mo fell silent, realizing that he indeed knew Chong Kuei better than anyone. Yet, it was precisely this familiarity that puzzled him. Why had this normally compliant girl suddenly become so unmanageable? He lowered his head, pondering for a while, his brow furrowed and then relaxed, only to furrow again. Finally, a realization struck him and his eyes brightened. Could it be that she intends to play a game of cat and mouse with me? Chapter 7. 3 male pets. Xiao Shu Lu replied. If she possessed such cunning intellect, how could she ever have taken a liking to you? With that, He turned and departed. Is it impossible for someone clever to take a shine to me? Feng Mo mused, for he too was a mesmerizingly beautiful Emma. In the days that followed, Chong Kue gleaned insights about her time and identity from various books and the maid's chatter. The Zhou continent had descended into chaos since the decline of the Zhou royal family, with the emperor being rendered powerless, leading to a century-long struggle among feudal lords. At the height of the turmoil, dozens of states battled against one another. Gradually, a situation of 7 kingdoms coalesced, with the economy and culture flourishing. Yet the strife persisted. Amidst this chaotic era, a vibrant intellectual discourse emerged, giving rise to various professions. The most common were martial artists, who studied military strategy and weaponry, strengthening their physiques. Each year, the academies of various nations held martial and literary competitions, with victors gaining favorable positions in the bureaucracy. Martial arts were categorized into 2 main tiers, heaven and earth, each further divided into 9 ranks. Additionally, there were higher-level professions such as summoners and talismans, rooted in Taoist philosophy, as well as alchemists focused on medicine, which were difficult for ordinary people to master. The most rigorous were the yin-yang masters and illusionists, considered legendary occupations. There also existed puppet masters, specializing in mechanical arts, with only one known practitioner throughout history. Her name was still Chong Kue, the sole daughter of the immensely wealthy merchant Chong Feng. The Chong family, renowned for their scholarly and noble reputation in the state of Wei, had ancestral ties to exceptional business acumen, leading them to relocate to the state of Zhao, where they established a prominent family now celebrated across the 7 kingdoms. Chong Kue was born with a frail constitution, easily susceptible to illness, yet the Chong family, possessing vast wealth, had nurtured her with the finest medicinal herbs, ensuring her survival. Chong Feng cherished this daughter as his life, showering her with affection and preventing anyone from causing her even the slightest harm. However, several years prior, a mysterious yin-yang master prophesied that Chong Kue would not live beyond the age of 15, and to avert this calamity, she would need to employ a unique technique. When Chong Kue first heard this, she was utterly bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The technique was known as the yin-yang harmonization method, essentially a euphemism for romantic entanglements, requiring her to absorb a man's pure yang energy for her survival. Moreover, it was not just any man's pure yang energy that would suffice. It had to be that of someone possessing the phoenix spirit. In this context, the phoenix represented the male, while the denoted the female. Legend spoke of those endowed with the phoenix spirit as possessing imperial charisma, destined to rise above all. Amidst a chaotic world, the 7 kingdoms would eventually unite under a singular ruler. The true nature of the phoenix spirit remained a mystery, even to the yin-yang master, yet since those who bore it were said to possess regal energy, they were undoubtedly destined to become the kings who would unify the realm. Zhong Feng intends to seek a future emperor for his daughter, absorbing the pure yang energy of her suitor. Does that not imply she is destined to become a queen? Chapter 8. 3 male pets. It is laughable that, despite the Zhong family's immense wealth, they remain ensnared in an era where the social hierarchy is rigidly defined, with merchants occupying the lowest echelon. Even those legendary affluent merchants, renowned for their prowess, have failed to penetrate high society, let alone aspire to the status of a queen. Contemplating this, Zhong Kue cannot help but sigh. At 15, must she resign herself to a mere 15 years of existence? She is but 9 now, with 6 years still ahead of her. No, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If I am to live another life, I shall not languish in mediocrity, awaiting destiny's verdict, since that so-called Li Gongzi was expelled. The guards of the Zhong residence have multiplied several-fold. Li Gongzi, a celebrated alchemist, commanded respect, and his presence deterred any mischief. However, should word of his departure spread, with only her as the small master of the Zhong estate, it is likely no one would anticipate that Zhong Kue herself could also be so heavily protected. After all, she had braved the perilous depths of a certain establishment alone in the past. What does this signify? Yet, the limitations of her 9-year-old frame are undeniably constraining. Henceforth, she must intensify her training. Young master, the items you requested have been prepared, Qing Tong announced, gently knocking before entering and setting a tray before her. With eager anticipation, Zhong Kue lifted the silk cloth covering the tray, only to be dazzled by a radiant display of gold. Goodness, a dazzling array of golden orbs rolled about the platter. She had merely asked for some small stones. How had they procured such a plethora of golden beads? Moreover, there was even a slingshot, crafted from gold. Has the young master taken up the pastime of bird hunting again? Qing Tong remarked, for this slingshot had been a gift from Mo Gongzi, one of the young master's favorites. Unfazed, Qing Tong saw nothing amiss. After all, her young master simply adored play. Zhong Kuei managed a slight smile, conceding that she might indeed be using golden beads for bird hunting. A testament to the Zhong family's opulence that left others in awe. You may leave now. Dismissing her, Zhong Kuei took a handful of golden beads, weighing them in her palm. Each one was solid and substantial enough to serve as a covert weapon. Subsequently, in the shadows of her chamber, she diligently practiced her wrist strength, concealed weapon techniques, and combat moves, alongside stealth maneuvers, employing foundational training from her previous life. The petite form of the 9-year-old flitted through the darkness like a flicker of light. Darting from east to west, each action, meticulously recalibrated to suit her 9-year-old stature and strength, achieved at least 1% of her former capabilities. A month later, as Qing Tong arrived to assist Zhong Kuei with her attire in the early morning, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, young master, you've lost weight." "Have I?" "That is splendid," Zhong Kuei replied, for that was precisely the outcome she desired. Yet Qing Tong fretted like a restless ant on a hot skillet. Muttering, "This won't do. How can you endure? I must instruct the kitchen to brew more nourishing soups. Daily nourishment. This frail body cannot withstand any more. At this rate, I shan't reach the age of 15. However, Zhong Kuei found no inclination to elaborate. She would confront whatever challenges arose, and what good were tonics? They could be fed to the dogs. It's quite noisy outside, Zhong Kuei remarked lazily, having heard the commotion since her awakening. Today, a distinguished guest arrives from afar. I suspect the time is near, Qing Tong replied with a smile. A distinguished guest. It is Lady Yi, the lady of the house, who has brought her daughter to Zhao country. They visited 2 years ago, and you were particularly fond of Miss Lan Shan then, as though it was a cousin. But with her arrival now, it seemed there was more than mere hospitality at play. Just as she pondered this, maidservants entered to announce, "Young master, Lady Yi has arrived and expressed a longing to see you at once." "Why the urgency to see me upon arrival?" Zhong Kuei mused. Lady Yi, her aunt and cousin, what a curious assemblage they were. It was time to meet. Rising from her bed, she strode purposefully towards the door, with Qing Tong hastily draping a white snow mink cloak over her shoulders. The grandeur of the Zhong estate was unparalleled, a far cry from the pavilions of the south. With the snow ceasing, it was the coldest time of the year, and the servants donned thick winter attire. A display of extravagance unmatched elsewhere. The procession accompanying Lady Yi brought with them over 20 carts laden with goods, all stacked in the front courtyard. Still awaiting relocation, Zhong Kuei squinted slightly, realizing that their visit was not merely a social call. They seemed intent on seeking refuge within the Zhong estate. "Mother, the Zhong residence is truly magnificent. I adore it here." Before they reached the main hall, a bright, melodious voice, brimming with uncontained delight and envy, interrupted her thoughts. Zhong Kuei paused mid-step, and Qing Tong halted as well, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "This will be your home from now on. We shall reside here forever," another gentle voice chimed in. The girl innocently inquired, "Is that true? Will my uncle allow it?" "Certainly, my dear. Your mother has her ways. How splendid!" The girl exclaimed exuberantly, "Li Gongzi is here too. I can live with him. Mother, he is an alchemist." At this revelation, Qing Tong's brows knitted together. It was one thing for Lady Yi and her daughter to stay, but now they were entertaining notions of Li Gongzi as well. How lacking in discretion. Stealing a glance at Zhong Kuei's expression, Qing Tong discerned nothing. The young master remained indifferent to Li Gongzi's presence. With a slow stride, Zhong Kuei entered the main hall, her gaze unfocused, disregarding the company, and settled into the seat of honor. A beautiful woman rose gracefully, approaching her with a gentle smile. "It has been 2 years since we last met. You have grown so much. Kuer Lan Shan, come, greet your sister." At her cue, a shy girl around 12 or 13 emerged from behind her mother, adorned with an exquisite hairstyle and a yellow short coat complemented by a green long skirt, her features reminiscent of the beautiful woman. Promising that she too would blossom into a great beauty upon seeing Zhong Kuei, she warmly grasped her hand. "Sister." Zhong Kuei, who despised any form of unwarranted contact, coldly shook off the girl's hand without a hint of courtesy. Lan Shan, taken aback by Zhong Kuei's reaction, once a malleable child, felt a flicker of anger but suppressed it. Casting a glance towards the entrance, she pretended to stumble backward, erupting into tears. Zhong Kuei had already noticed the entrance of Feng Yimou and Xiao Shu Lu, her eyes betraying a hint of coldness. How remarkable it was for such a young girl to master the art of performance in the presence of men. Lan Shan, rise now. Lady Yi, perceptive to her daughter's intentions, shot a glance at Zhong Kuei, wondering what had transpired. Lan Shan, tearful and aggrieved, stood, biting her lip in a display of vulnerability. "I have missed my sister dearly. I never realized she would be so distant. How could my sister not cherish you? She is merely young and inexperienced. Lady Yi reassured, patting her daughter's shoulder before turning to Zhong Kaakur. Your aunt has brought you a gift at tea this moment. Feng Emo and Xiao Shulu entered. Feng Emo exuding charm and elegance, his captivating eyes drawing Lady Ye's attention momentarily. The younger Lan Shan gazed at him, captivated. Your young master seems to be in a sulk. How can you treat our esteemed guest in such a manner? Feng Emo remarked, positioning himself before Lan Shan while covertly gauging Zhong Kuei's reaction. Feng Emo, feeling a strange uncertainty towards Zhong Kuei, found her inscrutable, her demeanor shrouded in mystery. Do you recall me, miss? He teased, tugging at Lan Shan's hand playfully. Does it hurt? Lan Shan's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze dropping shyly. Thank you, it does not hurt anymore. Zhong Kuei observed the exchange with a hint of mockery, tilting her head, only to lock eyes with a pair of cold, piercing gazes from Xiao Shulu, who regarded her with an expression that seemed to seek an alien presence within her. Am I to fear you? She mused silently. Xiao Shulu paused momentarily, then scrutinized Zhong Kuei's expression, which remained unchanged. Was that merely an illusion? Such an icy and ruthless gaze directed at her rosy visage caused him to question his own perception. It's unbearably noisy. Zhong Kuei yawned, casting a languid glance at the beautiful woman before her. Auntie has come to visit. Ensure she is accommodated in the guest quarters. We must not neglect our guests. Qing Tong readily nodded. I shall convey your wishes immediately. Lady Ye's beautiful countenance momentarily stiffened, yet her seasoned demeanor kept her silence. Lan Shan, unable to contain herself, blurted, Sister, we are not merely guests. We intend to stay long-term. In that case, let us settle in temporarily and find a suitable residence. Zhong Kuei feigned ignorance. Lan Shan puffed out her cheeks, protesting, but the Zhong estate is so vast. There is more than enough space for us. Lady Yi swiftly interjected, a smile gracing her lips. Kuei, your aunt has brought gifts for you this time. With that, she clapped her hands, summoning her attendants to present the gifts. Dozens of trays appeared, filled with curious toys, beautiful garments and trinkets, all visually appealing, though lacking in true value. Madame Yi displayed remarkable confidence in her selection of gifts. The young girl, Zhong Kuei, was fond of play and possessed a childlike spirit, coupled with a lack of intelligence. Thus, presenting her with some novel trinkets would elicit her utmost delight. Chapter 11. The might of a sword. It was initially believed that every detail had been meticulously considered, yet Zhong Kuei merely cast a fleeting glance before waving her hand, instructing Qing Tong to collect the gifts, and nonchalantly replied, Thank you, Aunt. Madame Yi discreetly clenched her hands beneath her sleeves, yet maintained a smile as she said, As long as Kuei is pleased, that is all that matters. I see you appear weary. I shall not intrude further. With that, Madame Yi took her leave alongside Yilanshan. As Zhong Kuei rose to depart, she was intercepted by Feng Emo, who stepped forward with a playful demeanor. My dear, it's been over a month since we last met. Do you not miss me? Feng Emo winked at her, having already yielded to her whims. He was convinced that this foolish girl would not maintain her resolve for long. Zhong Kuei lifted her chin, regarding him with a frosty gaze, and replied coolly, You have fallen from favor. Do not bother me again or I shall dismiss you. The maids standing in the hall stifled their laughter behind their hands. What a curious spectacle it was, the handsome and charming young Master Emo, reduced to a state of disfavor. Feng Mo's expression fluctuated between pale and green, ultimately culminating in a derisive laugh as he retorted. Fallen from favor, you say? You, Zhong Kuei, certainly have a way with words. In the guest quarters where Madame Yi was temporarily residing, the servants from the Yi family busily sorted through the 20 or so carts of luggage they had brought, thoroughly occupied. Inside the room, the mother and daughter of the Yi family closed the door and began to converse. Mother, that Zhong Kuei is insufferable. I never imagined that after 2 years she would have changed so much. You should have let me scold her just now, Yilanshan said indignantly, recalling the encounter with irritation. Foolish girl, this is the Chong residence. She is the young mistress here. If you insult her, you only make an enemy of yourself. How many times must I remind you to behave like your sister, gentle and refined, not reckless and impulsive? While Madame Yi was also displeased, she would not act foolishly, but she is such a simpleton. What harm would it do to scold her? Yilanshan dismissed Zhong Kuei's significance, viewing her merely as the daughter of a lowly merchant. She may be simple, but others are not. Lanshan, the truth is, we have no standing left in Pingyang. Your sister is unable to assist us, and our only hope now lies with the Chong family. Wai Lanshan bit her lip, finally nodding in agreement. I understand. Mother, I will be sure to win her over. I do not wish to be cast out. I like the Chong residence. It is many times larger than our home in Pingyang. I shall certainly become the young mistress here. Will I not? With a beaming smile, Yilanshan added, Mother is so beautiful. Uncle must surely adore you. What do you know, little child? Madame Yi lightly tapped her on the head, though the sweet smile on her lips belied her words. Years ago, it was she who was meant to marry Chongfeng, but her parents disdained him for being a merchant and ultimately arranged for her half-sister to take her place, while she wed the governor. Yi Ping. Who could have foreseen that years later, Yi Ping would perish in battle, leaving her ostracized by the Korean nobility, forcing her to seek refuge with the Chongs. Fortunately, her ill-fated half-sister had also passed away early, and it was Chongfeng who had initially sought her hand in marriage. Mother, what of young Master Feng Mo? Lanshan, Madame Yi interrupted her daughter. Do not be so short-sighted. When we reach Handan, you are to marry a noble or a lord. Chapter 12. The might of a sword. Yi Lanshan pouted, her mind conjuring the image of young Master Feng Mo's handsome face. Why should such a fine young man be wasted on that foolish Chong Kue? The backyard was silent, save for a shadow darting like a specter from the roof of the side courtyard. Swiftly disappearing beyond the high walls, the small figure was remarkably agile, treading upon the piled snow without leaving a trace. The delicate face tilted slightly, a hint of derision playing at the corners of her mouth. Not only had that mother and daughter come to seek refuge with them, but they also intended to usurp her place. She had no interest in being the young mistress of the Chong family, living a life of luxury. However, she would not permit others to encroach upon her territory and bully her, with a light push of her toes against the wall. Her figure vanished. 2 minutes later, Chong Kue appeared in a secluded alley of Omping City. She changed into simple garments, tied her hair back, and transformed into a revitalized version of herself, almost unrecognizable from the frail young mistress she had been. Yet, to be cautious, she smeared a bit of soot on her face, rendering her visage darkened. Save for her bright, lively eyes, Omping City was a small locality, yet it had managed to evade the ravages of war, thus thriving in prosperity. In this era, traveling merchants and eccentric individuals were abundant, as various nations placed great value on talent. Consequently, many large cities established academies to attract gifted individuals, though the academy in Omping City was modest. It still drew a considerable number of eccentrics, some engaged in martial competitions, others in scholarly pursuits, and many dealing in various medicinal herbs, weapons, and treasures. Chong Kue sought merely to try her luck and procure some suitable weaponry. But upon arrival at the academy, she found herself confronting a throng of people, unable to even enter through the front door. Excuse me, sir, what is happening inside? Chong Kue lingered outside, catching hold of an older man to inquire. The man, disinterested, brushed her off while pushing his way inside. You must be from out of town if you don't know. The renowned young Master Wu Li is inside, offering free medical consultations. Wu Li? Chong Kue grimaced. It was a nightmarish scenario, as she could not escape the shadow of those three male favorites. She turned to leave, but the man, curious, called out, Hey, why are you leaving? Don't you want to see young Master Wu Li? I have no illness. Why would I want to see him? Chong Kue retorted. Exasperated, she wandered around outside for a while. As the academy was filled to capacity with patients seeking treatment, numerous merchants had set up stalls outside to sell their wares. Chong Kue purchased a few medicinal herbs and paused at a stall selling various manuals, sifting through the selections. Most of these manuals pertained to martial cultivation, and the stall owner, noticing her affluent demeanor, mysteriously produced a few tattered tomes. Young master, these are all excellent items that if you comprehend them, you could easily become an alchemist, an onmyoji, or a beastmaster. Chong Kue's eyes lit up upon seeing that they included manuals for onmyoji and beastmasters. And without a second thought, she purchased them. It was evident that these manuals were merely a ploy, but Chong Kue held no expectation of mastering them. She merely wished to grasp the fundamentals of these professions. The stall owner cheerfully accepted her payment and even included a few martial manuals as a bonus. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the academy's entrance, and the crowd began to part, forming orderly lines on either side as a group of individuals emerged. The stall owner, who had been happily counting his coins just moments ago, suddenly became solemn, reverently exclaiming, An alchemist, how remarkable and so young. Truly impressive. Chapter 13. The might of a sword. Chong Kue gazed from a distance, catching sight of a group of individuals, yet one figure clad in red stood out strikingly, their silhouette as solitary and majestic as a pine tree atop a cliff. Despite having never seen Wu Li before, she could easily pick him out among the throng. After a moment's thought, she tucked away the manuals and stood to follow. It wasn't that she had any particular interest in Wu Li. Rather, her curiosity was piqued by the alchemist's reputation. On the continent of Jiuzhou, professions other than martial artists were exceedingly rare, and Wu Li was renowned for being the youngest alchemist, having only turned 14 this year. The group entered a nearby tavern, and just as Chong Kue intended to follow them inside, an imposing figure strode in with fierce determination. Upon turning to look, She recognized him. It was one of her male favorites. Xiao Shulu, clad in a sleek green robe, his sleeves tailored for combat, a cold and formidable expression upon his face, with a massive sword slung across his back, enhancing his intimidating presence. Chong Kuei feared being recognized and quickly lowered her head. Xiao Shulu passed by her without a glance, striding directly into the establishment. Wu Li, come out! As soon as he entered the tavern, Xiao Shulu bellowed, his commanding presence silencing the patrons, who regarded him with trepidation. Xiao Shulu was a well-known martial artist, having broken through to the Earth stage at merely 13 years of age, now standing as a formidable Heaven stage 2-star martial artist, a true prodigy. It was said that the water-cold sword he wielded was an ancient treasure, its icy sword aura impenetrable. This is not the Chong residence, Xiao Shulu. You cannot act so brazenly towards an alchemist here, admonished a middle-aged man, emerging from an upper room and stroking his beard thoughtfully. Xiao Shulu, typically taciturn, preferred to engage in combat rather than waste words, especially with adversaries. With a swift motion, the water-cold sword was drawn. Its cold radiance dazzling, the sharp sword energy manifesting as frost and snow, aimed directly at the upper room. The middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily dodging aside as the sword energy crashed through the railing, demolishing half of the upper room. What remarkable skill! Chong Kuei could not help but be astonished. Xiao Shulu was indeed formidable. What need had he to remain in the Chong residence as one of her potential suitors? There must be some ulterior motive at play. Xiao Shulu, are you mad? Young Master Wu Li is not here. Do you intend to harm the innocent? The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, still shaken. Cowardly turtle, Xiao Shulu coldly spat, raising the water-cold sword once more. The shimmering sword light resembled moonlight reflected upon a lake, chilling and lethal. It was evident that he would not relent until Wu Li was forced to reveal himself. If this strike were to land, it seemed likely that half of the tavern would be reduced to ruins. The onlookers within the tavern, previously engrossed in the spectacle, now hastily retreated, not daring to remain. Fearful of being caught in the crossfire amidst the bustling crowd, Chong Kuei was inadvertently pushed forward, though she had no desire to become cannon fodder. Her confidence assured her self-preservation, thus she remained unhurried. At that moment Xiao Shulu swung his sword down. The middle-aged man shouted for him to stop, his complexion turning ashen simultaneously. A piercing cry of a child echoed from the second floor. Chapter 14. The might of a sword in a moment of dire consequence. Chong Kuei deftly drew the sword from the waist of a spectator swordsman. With a nimble leap, she appeared before Xiao Shulu in the blink of an eye. The scabbard was discarded mid-flight, and the sword's edge glimmered coldly as it clashed heavily against the water. The sound of the sword energy slicing through the air seemed to rend the atmosphere itself, creating a significant whirlwind that billowed the garments of both combatants. Upon colliding with the water-cold sword, Chong Kuei felt a sharp jolt in her wrist as the sword energy enveloped her. The black robe that adorned the young girl fluttered fiercely, her petite figure appearing frail before Xiao Shulu. However, the raw power transmitted from that seemingly ordinary blade was not of refined sword energy but rather a brute force that forced him to stagger back a step. Chong Kuei raised her gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips. Despite the overwhelming sword energy, her diminutive form remained steadfast. Observing the piercing sword energy reflecting in her clear eyes, Xiao Shulu felt a chill run down his spine. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him before he could ponder further. A sound akin to metal snapping filled the air. His water-cold sword veered aside, and the blade in Chong Kuei's hand shattered in response. With a clang, the broken sword fell to the ground. Chong Kuei's figure darted like the wind, swiftly retreating to evade the errant sword energy. A thunderous crash reverberated as the other side of the tavern was cleaved in two by the sword energy, smoke and debris filling the air. Xiao Shulu disregarded the collapsing structure, rapidly turning to seek out Chong Kuei's figure in the swirling dust. Her small silhouette was nowhere to be found. What astounding speed! His grip on the water-cold sword tightened involuntarily, his wrist tingling with discomfort. A dull ache forming. It was unfathomable that he had been forced back by such a small child, although he had indeed heard the child's cry and had intentionally held back. He could not deny the remarkable prowess of that individual. Who was she, so formidable that she could withstand a strike from Xiao Shulu? Could her strength truly surpass that of the heavenly tier? Unlikely. She appeared merely a child. Was she yet another rising genius? The patrons in the tavern murmured amongst themselves. Those who had not fled were all talented individuals from various nations, though the flow of information in this era was not as advanced. News traveled swiftly between countries. Experts above the heavenly tier were a rarity, and it would not be long before even Han learned of this obscure little figure. Disinterested in their speculations, Xiao Shulu sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Young Master Xiao, wait. The tavern keeper emerged, a fearful yet respectful expression on his face. It is not easy for a humble merchant to conduct business. Today, you have destroyed my establishment. Surely there must be compensation? Seeing the innkeeper approach for recompense, the swordsman who had his sword snatched by Chong Kui also stepped forward. Young Master Xiao, though my sword was not taken by you, it was you who broke it. Xiao Shulu cast a cold glance at them, his expression unyielding for compensation. Seek it from the Chong family, he retorted before sauntering away. Hidden outside, Chong Kui nearly spat blood in fury upon hearing his words. That scoundrel truly believed himself to be her intimate companion, consuming her food and drink, residing under her roof, yet he had the audacity to cause trouble and then expect her to clean up after him. Chapter 15. The might of a sword. How utterly disgraceful. In a secluded villa within Omping City, following a heavy snowfall, the rooftops were blanketed in a pristine layer of white. This was the coldest time of the year. Yet, on several barren trees in the courtyard, unusually vibrant red blossoms had sprung forth. Each flower was as large as a bowl, vivid and striking against the stark white snow, creating a surreal spectacle. In the yard, a stone table lay, its surrounding snow cleared away. A pristine white cloth draped the table, upon which rested a brush. Inscribed on the cloth was a singular, elegant character: Sir, Xiao Shulu has departed. The middle-aged man who had intervened against Xiao Shulu in the tavern hurriedly entered, momentarily taken aback by the character before him, before shaking his head in dismay. Sir, why cling so stubbornly to such trivial matters? With your intellect and prowess, you are esteemed as a guest in every nation. How could a mere girl compel you to lower yourself? The character inscribed was Kui. Each stroke flowed with an ethereal grace, appearing free-spirited yet executed with utmost seriousness. Only the writer knew the sentiments concealed within their heart. Others could not fathom them. The courtyard stood empty, the doors and windows of the residence firmly shut. A bamboo wind chime hung beneath the window, producing a crisp, melodious sound as the northern wind blew through. A light chuckle emanated from within, followed by a languid voice. Wei Jia, how did you manage to thwart Xiao Shulu? As if disregarding Wei Jia's earlier remarks about Chong Kui, he replied, naturally, I lack such capability. It was a shadowy little figure that blocked Xiao Shulu's strike, after which he ceased his attack. The languorous tone seemed to hold a hint of interest but remained nonchalant. I could not discern her clearly. She moved swiftly, appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke. To withstand a strike from Xiao Shulu, her strength must be formidable. Wei Jia added, such a talent, if captured for our own, would indeed be advantageous. Understanding his master's intent, Wei Jia promptly stated, I comprehend. I shall remain vigilant regarding her movements. Wu Li offered no further commentary. Wei Jia recognized the conversation had reached its conclusion and should take his leave. Yet he hesitated, unwilling to part without asking why. Though he had lived a considerable portion of his life, he still could not fathom Wu Li's thoughts. However, Wu Li provided no answers, only a soft laugh. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Jia cautiously inquired, Sir, if the siege of Handan is resolved, does it imply the defeat of the Qin state? Qin's defeat at this juncture would be beneficial to us. Wu Li replied languidly. Wei Jia could not decipher his master's thoughts, feeling the biting cold of the northern wind outside. Does the Qin state truly possess the potential to dominate the realm? Chapter 16. The phoenix rising from the ashes. After a brief pause, Wu Li softly uttered 4 words. A rare commodity indeed. She had little desire to associate with others, opting instead to cleanse her face and change her attire before sitting at the table to study several books on cultivation that she had purchased from a stall. Alchemists, summoners, and yin-yang masters all shared a commonality, a stringent requirement for lineage. These demands were either inherited from family or due to innate anomalies. It appeared that Chong Kui had neither the hereditary traits nor the potential for any bloodline mutations. As for talismanic and puppet masters, their arts were even more esoteric, scarcely documented in this land. The martial path, however, bore similarities to what she had learned in her previous life. Had it not been for the limitations of her 9-year-old physique, she would have easily sent Xiao Shulu flying with a single punch earlier that morning in the tavern. The martial arts emphasized both strength and technique. Currently, she possessed little strength and had thus focused on honing her skills. Yet, was she truly confined to the martial path? Were the other advanced professions entirely unrelated to her? In this tumultuous era, strength was the only currency that commanded respect. Lacking power, even affluent merchants like the Chong family were relegated to the lower echelons of society. No, she must become stronger by any means necessary. Following the alchemical texts, she attempted to condense spiritual energy within her body, yet there was neither a sound nor a sensation. Was she truly so inept that she could only pursue the martial path? Damn it, is heaven truly toying with me? Young master, are you awake? A voice from outside called, belonging to Qing Tong. Chong Kuei responded affirmatively, and she hurriedly pushed the door open. Observing her expression, Chong Kuei sensed that significant news had arisen. In recent days, she had overheard the servants and attendants in the manor discussing the siege of Handan and the present realm of Jiuzhou. 7 nations stood in contention, with the Qin state boasting the most formidable military strength. For years prior, the Qin general Gong Sunqi had dealt a devastating blow to the Zhao army at Chongping, executing over 400,000 surrendered soldiers, gravely wounding Zhao's vitality. Subsequently, the Qin king dispatched troops to besiege the Zhao capital, Handan, instilling widespread trepidation among its inhabitants. Zhongfeng, well informed, had relocated his family from Handan to a villa in the small city of Onping prior to the impending conflict. Handan had been besieged for 3 years, teetering on the brink of collapse. How could victory be possible? Thanks to the intervention of the Chu and Wei states, they had managed to repel the Qin's fierce assault, much to Qing Tong's delight. Is the Qin state truly the strongest now? Chong Kuei inquired, propping her chin on her hand. Humph. The Qin state is a den of wolves and tigers, merciless in their slaughter. That Gong Sunqi alone has slain over 40,000 of our Zhao soldiers. Qing Tong lamented, her voice thick with indignation. Chong Kuei regarded her thoughtfully. Qing Tong was indeed from Zhao, harboring a profound hatred for Gong Sunqi. However, it is said that Gong Sunqi was born with a chilling aura, possessing the dual lineage of a talisman master and a summoner, making him the most renowned genius across the Jiuzhou continent. Whenever he took to the battlefield, a crimson phoenix would soar through the sky, its wings brushing against the heavens, dyeing the world in a shade of blood red. Chapter 17. The phoenix rising from the ashes, he was invincible in combat. Among the 7 kingdoms, the mere mention of Gong Sunqi's name sent shivers down the spine of all. The god of death, Gong Sunqi, with his dual lineage as a talisman master and summoner. How enviable, thought Zhong Kuei secretly. Young master, when the elder departed, he left behind a silken pouch, instructing you to open it after the Battle of Handan. Qing Tong interjected, breaking Zhong Kuei's reverie. Is that so? Zhong Kuei had no inkling of this. Please bring me the pouch, she replied nonchalantly. Qing Tong turned and approached the cabinet, carefully retrieving a brocade box. Opening it to extract a red pouch which she handed to her. Zhong Kuei casually opened it, taking out a small piece of silk upon which a line of text was inscribed. Zhong Kuei furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that Zhongfeng had already foreseen the outcome of the Battle of Handan, predicting that the Zhao would triumph while the Qin would falter, and thus arranged everything in advance? But how could he predict the whims of war, which were no trifling matter? How wonderful! Qing Tong exclaimed upon seeing the inscription, but quickly recalled Zhong Kuei's disdain for Li Gongzi. Suppressing her smile, young master, you mustn't, Qing Tong urged. This time it is truly not favoritism towards Li Gongzi. Though our Zhong family is prosperous, we are ultimately just a merchant household of humble status with limited guards. The journey to Handan is long, and with the post-war chaos of refugees and bandits, we possess an unfathomable amount of wealth. We will undoubtedly attract their attention if we lack a person of comparable strength and status to safeguard us. We may not even reach Handan. Zhong Kuei languidly reclined against her pillow, a faint cold smile gracing her exquisite face. So, we must indeed rely on Wu Li. Young master, I know you harbor no fondness for Li Gongzi, but this matter is of great import. You cannot be willful, Qing Tong said anxiously, fearing Zhong Kuei's obstinacy. Fear not, I am aware of what is of importance, Zhong Kuei assured. She was not foolish. In this era, the status of an alchemist surpassed that of nobles and royals, and commoners revered them as deities. Who would dare act recklessly? Zhongfeng, after all, was shrewd and calculating. Upon his departure, he had left Wu Li behind. Indeed, Qing Tong was correct. At present, only Wu Li could protect them. Young master, I feel you have changed, Qing Tong observed, her eyes reddening. Is that so? Zhong Kuei smiled lightly. I have undergone a transformation. How could things remain the same? The foolish girl of the past is but a memory now. That if the elder were here, seeing you thus, he would undoubtedly be greatly comforted. Qing Tong sniffled, having watched Zhong Kuei grow up since childhood. She felt a pang of sorrow for her previous naivety, yet recently, it seemed as if the young master had become a different person, no longer so simple-minded. Father? Zhong Kuei had no recollection of her father in this era. Though the elder had been gone for some time, everything he arranged for the young master was meticulous, showcasing how dearly he cherished her. Qing Tong continued. Zhong Kuei nodded. This was indeed true. Zhongfeng had always doted on this daughter. If he were to learn that the daughter he had cared for so tenderly had perished, one could only imagine the heartache that would ensue. Chapter 18. The Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. Send someone to summon Li Gongzi, Zhong Kuei commanded. Yes, Qing Tong replied cheerfully, promptly going to relay the message. Zhong Kuei stretched lazily, standing to take a stroll in the courtyard. The snow had ceased and spring was fast approaching. It seemed they would soon embark on their journey to Handan. Lost in thought, a clamorous voice suddenly intruded. Upon hearing it, Zhong Kuei lifted her head, her cold gaze sweeping over Feng Mo, who was clad in garish attire. Resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, his handsome face bore a look of anger as he strode directly towards her. The youth's visage held a mix of roguish charm and carefree demeanor. Yet at that moment, there was also a hint of aggrieved betrayal. Zhong Kuei stood beneath a tree heavy with fallen snow, lifting her foot to kick the trunk with a whoosh. The snow cascaded down, covering Feng Mo's head and face. Zhong Kuei erupted into laughter, lightly clapping her hands. How delightful! Feng Mo was momentarily taken aback, his heart as chilly as the ice and snow enveloping him, inexplicably tinged with a faint pang of pain. Was it because he cared for this foolish girl? Impossible. He was merely infuriated. You spoke words that cannot be taken back. He gritted his teeth. What did I say? I cannot recall, Zhong Kuei replied, tilting her head slightly. Growing increasingly displeased with this peacock, reflecting on how she had once doted on him, she felt a surge of murderous intent at the memories of their intimate exchanges. You. Feng Mo was rendered speechless with anger, ultimately softening his tone. Young master, have you forgotten? That detestable Wu Li always vexes you. But he is an alchemist, Zhong Kuei replied with a sunny smile. You sound just like those shallow people outside. Feng Mo retorted sourly. What is so great about being an alchemist? Nothing much, but you are not an alchemist, Zhong Kuei replied coolly. That I in the Zhong residence, I hold the authority. It is not for you to dictate. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Zhong Kuei stood rooted in place, a glacial smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. Whether it is you, Wu Li, or anyone else, do you truly believe I would trust you so easily? The smile faded as Zhong Kuei lifted her head, catching sight of a cold, indifferent youth leaning against a nearby faux mountain, arms crossed, observing her. When had Xiao Shulu arrived? Remembering how he had startled her earlier, causing her to wince, she felt an overwhelming displeasure. Xiao Shulu scrutinized her for a moment before striding over, his water-cold sword gripped tightly in his hand. Zhong Kuei met his approach with unwavering composure, remaining still until he stood before her, his dark eyes locking onto hers. In that moment, Zhong Kuei felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her disguise had been discovered. Do you know why I despise you so? The cold youth finally spoke, calling her name. Zhong Kuei exhaled quietly, relieved to find he had not recognized her. Chapter 19. The Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. How would I know? Because you are just like Zhong Feng. Forever self-righteous, Xiao Shulu tightened his grip on the water-cold sword. Zhong Kuei had no doubt he would suddenly draw his sword against her. You had better not provoke me. Do not assume I would hesitate to kill you. Xiao Shulu threatened coldly, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. Zhong Kuei narrowed her eyes. What was happening? You had best not provoke me either. Zhong Kuei was not without her own temper. She would not allow him to take advantage of her. With a sudden shove, she pushed Xiao Shulu aside and turned to leave. As night deepened, Qing Tong attended to Zhong Kuei's bedtime routine before stepping outside and securing the door, inside the room. However, Zhong Kuei's eyes snapped open as she sat up, moving to the window. Tonight felt unsettling. She had an ominous premonition that something significant was about to transpire. Years of experience in life and death situations had heightened her vigilance, and she quietly prepared her hidden weapons, gripping them tightly. The moon hung high in the sky, a crescent slowly peeking from behind dark clouds, secretly observing the world below. The still air was charged with an unsettling tension that gradually expanded. At last, a faint sound echoed from the tiles above, barely audible yet impossible to evade Zhong Kuei's keen ears. The room had been plunged into darkness, and Zhong Kuei stealthily concealed herself deep within her bed. Moments later, a dark figure descended gracefully from the rooftop, landing softly on the ground, and then in the shadows, approached her bed step by step. The cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a chilling sword glinting in the assailant's hand. An assassin? What kind of wicked person would target a mere 9-year-old girl for assassination in the dead of night? Could it be Xiao Shulu? They had just quarreled in broad daylight, but it could not be him. Despite his coldness, he was not the type to resort to such despicable treachery. The figure drew near, lifting the bed curtain without hesitation, aiming the sword directly at the bulge beneath the covers. With a fierce thrust, the blade plunged downwards. Zhong Kuei's heart raced. Had she not been forewarned and evaded, she would have met her demise. The assassin struck several times, sensing something amiss, and pulled back the covers to examine the situation under the moonlight. To his surprise, there was no one there, only an embroidered pillow. At that moment, Zhong Kuei, concealed in the shadows, prepared to strike back. Whoosh! A flash of cold light streaked through the window, though the assassin was agile. He was still struck heavily on the shoulder by the icy projectile. Zhong Kuei's gaze sharpened. Someone had come to aid her. Realizing this, she swiftly retracted her hidden weapon as the cold light entered. A slender youth clad in a blue robe leaped through the window, hastily pulling back the bed curtain upon seeing the disheveled bedding. His breath caught in his throat. The moonlight was dim, yet the genuine concern reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. After confirming that there was no blood, he lifted his gaze, spotting Zhong Kuei hiding in the corner. For a fleeting moment, a look of relief washed over him, but he quickly resumed his cold, indifferent demeanor. What are you standing there for? Hurry and run, the youth coldly commanded, reverting to his former disdainful attitude towards her. Cautiously, Zhong Kuei gestured behind him. Although the assassin was wounded, he was unwilling to concede defeat and stealthily launched a surprise attack from behind. Chapter 20. The Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. Xiao Shulu was no ordinary individual. He swept his water-cold sword behind him, causing the assassin to grunt in agony before collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, however, from the rooftop, a sudden descent of 7 or 8 black-clad assassins unfolded, their synchronized movements indicative of highly trained killers. As the group of assassins converged for an assault, Xiao Shulu maintained his composure in the face of danger. The sounds of their clashes echoing through the darkness, amidst the fray, he addressed Zhong Kuei, urging, "Fool, run." Naturally, Zhong Kuei did not hesitate. She was more than capable of handling these few foes. It was merely a matter of time. And there was no need for her to waste time assisting him. She leapt from the bed and dashed out of the room, yet the sight that greeted her outside left her astounded. The guards of the Chong residence and the maidens on night watch lay dead, their bodies strewn across the courtyard in grotesque disarray. The sight of the lifeless corpses was shocking. These individuals had perished silently, and she had been oblivious to their demise. A dozen assassins reappeared, rushing towards her the moment they laid eyes on her. Zhong Kuei cast a cold glance at them, knowing that she could dispatch them with a mere flick of her finger. Yet, revealing her true identity here would be perilous. It was best to resolve matters outside. She turned and sprinted away, the assassins swiftly in pursuit. However, their speed could not match that of Zhong Kuei. Once outside the Chong residence, she had already vanished from sight. She did not venture far, as the assassins split into 3 groups, each pursuing her in different directions. In the enveloping darkness, they became like lost lambs, awaiting Zhong Kuei to eliminate them one by one. Omping City was small, and the location of the Chong residence was on the outskirts, so upon exiting, dense woods lay not far ahead within the thicket. Zhong Kuei commenced her counteroffensive, systematically taking down the foolish assassins silently. The scent of blood permeated the air in the woods. The cries of agony echoed one after another, sending chills down the spines of the remaining assassins, who could not discern where their enemy lay, yet inexplicably, their comrades were falling one by one. Who is it? Finally, the last assassin could no longer contain his fear and shouted, as the shadow of death loomed over him. Who could remain unafraid? However, just as his voice faded, a diminutive figure materialized before him. So close was the distance that a single strike could spell his demise. Yet the assassin fell to the ground in terror, trembling uncontrollably. A sliver of moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the delicate and exquisite features of the small visage, as a faint, chilling smile graced her lips. "Let me make it clear. When you descend into hell, inform your companions of who claimed their lives." "Impossible, it can't be you," he shrieked, but before he could finish, his throat was swiftly severed, and he collapsed, blood pooling around him. Seeking death, Zhong Kuei discarded the sword, which she had taken from the assassin, and leisurely crouched down to wipe the blood from her hands using his clothing. Just then, a piercing shriek shattered the silence of the dark, tranquil woods, echoing as if some ancient, colossal beast stirred beneath her feet. Zhong Kuei rose, involuntarily turning to gaze into the distance. A crimson glow enveloped a portion of the darkened sky, and the nearby woods seemed to ignite. Chapter 21. The Phoenix Rising from the Ashes. The ground trembled violently, and Zhong Kuei steadied herself against a nearby tree. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards her. Gazing at the red light seeping through the trees from afar, she felt as though her eyes were being seared shut. Instinct warned her of the imminent danger, yet her curiosity proved irresistible. Such a spectacle undoubtedly indicated the presence of formidable individuals, perhaps not mere martial artists, but perhaps summoners or Yin-Yang masters. As the searing heat enveloped her, the blood within Zhong Kuei seemed to ignite as well, compelling her to rush towards the source of the red light. She leapt nimbly among the trees, her feet barely touching the ground as she covered over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the crimson light within the woods did not last long. Gradually fading into the darkness, Perched atop a tall trunk, she surveyed the now shadowy thicket with confusion. Had it ended so soon? What had transpired? Chong Kuei gritted her teeth, determined to press on and uncover the truth. As she drew nearer, she held her breath, moving cautiously to conceal her presence. This must be the site where the red light had surged moments ago. The surrounding trees had been scorched bare. Their charred remains stark against the night. The melting snow blanketing the ground had left cracked earth in its wake. The cold moonlight cast a pallid glow, wisps of white smoke still rising from the ground. The scene resembled the aftermath of an atomic bomb detonation in her era, a barren wasteland devoid of life. Truly, only a being of immense power could inflict such a horrifying level of destruction. The area remained eerily quiet. Chong Kuei saw no signs of life and boldly ventured forth. She remained vigilant of her surroundings, but as she reached the center of the devastation, she still found no one in sight. It seemed the perpetrators had departed, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Just as she prepared to leave, she heard a rustling sound emanating from the depths of the woods. Chong Kuei turned her gaze sharply. Noticing a flicker of residual flames in that direction, still moving, she hurriedly approached but refrained from getting too close. When she discerned that the flickering flames originated from a person, she was taken aback. It was a robust middle-aged man, towering over most and clad in clothing that had been partially consumed by the flames, yet he wore a silver armor beneath that remained intact. Strangely, the flames did not burn externally but flickered from within him. A faint red glow emanated from beneath his skin, an eerie sight that left Chong Kuei momentarily stunned. Despite his state, he appeared to be alive. The man noticed her as well. The skin on his face glowed ominously. Yet his eyes shone brighter than the flames. His piercing gaze swept over her, causing her heart to race with her heightened perception. She could ascertain that this man was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary skill, one she could not hope to confront at this moment. "Child," he spoke with great difficulty, disappointment evident in his tone. He had expected that someone daring enough to approach would be a formidable opponent, and yet here stood a mere child, who had inadvertently stumbled into the fray. Chapter 22. The phoenix rising from the ashes. Yet, judging by her demeanor, she seemed far from an accidental intruder. With a twinge of melancholy in his gaze, something flickered to life within him. "Are you not afraid of me?" he inquired. Chong Kuei chuckled softly, replying with calm assurance, "You are on the brink of death. Why should I fear you?" Her words were not brash but rather a simple truth. His laughter rang out, a sound both hearty and joyous. "Ah, the heavens have not forsaken me. Child, come closer. Why should I heed your call?" Chong Kuei crossed her arms, unyielding. Was he mistaken, thinking she was merely a naive child to be swayed by his words? Observing his demeanor, she could tell he was merely a martial artist, lacking the strength to reach the celestial tier. "It seems you can discern my level of prowess," she retorted, a smirk playing on her lips. "But what of it? You cannot harm me now." Though she could not defeat him, escaping was a trivial matter. "If I could offer you a chance to possess a spiritual vein, would you accept?" His voice resonated with the authority of a true master. The smile faded from Chong Kuei's face as she processed his words. The spiritual vein was a coveted treasure sought by all on the continent. Possessing one was the foundation for cultivating high-level professions. Summoners, talisman masters, yin-yang masters, and other advanced roles all required a lineage of blood. Yet there existed an exception, the mutation of bloodlines, which essentially meant possessing a spiritual vein. The spiritual vein serves as the foundation for a master, capable of transformation, yet at the cost of relinquishing all power, with a mere 1% chance of success for Chong Kuei, given her current strength. The allure of the spiritual vein is overwhelming. She gazes intently at that individual. Were it not for the flickering flames threatening to burst forth from his skin, she would confidently believe him to be an extraordinarily handsome and commanding man. "You must grant me the spiritual vein," she asserts. "Do you not desire it?" "How could I not desire it?" he replies, pausing contemplatively before slowly rotating his eyes, the flickering flame still evident within his pupils. "Ha ha ha," he laughs, his voice gradually steeped in melancholy. "Life is fleeting, much like the ever-changing clouds. Whether in joy or sorrow, it is but a century. Why then is there so much strife, chaos, and conspiracy?" Chong Kuei silently observes him. Refraining from speech, he continues, "It is all born of dissatisfaction. Why must one lose what they have once possessed? That which once shone so brilliantly fades into the earth, leaving only bitterness. Then why not continue to live?" Chong Kuei suddenly inquires, noting that he does not appear to be of advanced age. "Ha ha ha, young girl, you are too naive." He chuckles. "I do not fear death. I merely have 1 or 2 unfulfilled wishes that bind me." "If I were to fulfill your wishes, would you then grant me the spiritual vein?" she asks. "You are quite astute. Pray tell me, what are your wishes?" First, you must assist me in eliminating a certain individual. Second, you are to help me locate an object. He articulates his desires plainly, avoiding any unnecessary embellishment. So simple. Zhong Kuei nods. Killing is a trivial matter, even if it involves assassinating the king of Qin. I could manage that, but what is it that you seek? Ha ha ha, such audacity. He praises with a laugh, sensing that he would not be let down by her. I require your help in locating the boundless beasts, and personally delivering it to the emperor. Boundless beasts? Zhong Kuei furrows her brow, unfamiliar with the term. What is it? I have never laid eyes upon it. He shakes his head. All I know is that boundless beasts was the foundation upon which King Yu of the Xia dynasty established his reign. Throughout the ages it has served as the lifeblood of nations, until its loss during the Zhou dynasty, which precipitated chaos and disarray. Now, as the Zhou dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse, only the recovery of boundless beasts can restore order. Zhong Kuei ponders, contemplating the inevitability of a nation's decline. Is there truly such a thing as eternal dynasties? The fall of the Zhou dynasty, too, stems from the emperor's loss of virtue and the growing strength of the feudal lords. What relevance does boundless beasts hold in this? Where shall I search for boundless beasts? She thinks to herself, reluctant to voice her doubts. This man, it seems, has little time left. When the 9 phoenixes ascend to the heavens, boundless beasts will make its appearance. He murmurs, a hint of longing in his voice. Possessing boundless beasts would surely quell the turmoil. What do you mean by 9 phoenixes? Zhong Kuei's confusion deepens. I have spent my life seeking this answer. He suddenly sighs. Young girl, I understand this wish is exceedingly difficult. Should you fail to fulfill it, I shall bear you no ill will. All I ask is that you do your utmost. However, your other wish should pose no challenge for me. Zhong Kuei asserts that he smiles broadly, the flames within his mouth almost visible. A sense of urgency grips her heart. His time is likely running short. He inhales deeply and finally names a person, Zhong Feng. Zhong Kuei freezes, staring at him in disbelief, her mouth agape in refusal. No, I cannot agree. She rises, declaring the negotiation at an end. She no longer desires the spiritual vein. Child, my time is limited. If you accept my spiritual vein, you must assist me. He nearly shouts. I do not want your spiritual vein. I will not agree. Regardless of his reasons, even if Zhong Feng were a heinous killer, she cannot bring herself to take his life. Blood ties are thicker than water. He is my father. If I were to commit patricide, how could I face the world? No matter how wicked Zhong Feng may be, divine retribution will surely find him. She will not slay her father. You have no choice but to acquiesce. He trembles, raising his hand. A flame shoots forth from his fingertips, ensnaring Zhong Kuei's waist in an instant. You seek death, she retorts angrily. Launching 2 golden orbs from her fingers, one strikes his hand with precision, while the other mercilessly hits one of his eyes. Though his grip loosens, he lets out a frenzied scream, summoning the last of his strength to tackle Zhong Kuei to the ground. The fire bursting forth from his body scorches her, rendering her breathless. Get away from me! Alas, despite her utmost effort, she cannot push this formidable man away. His searing hand presses against her forehead, his voice trembling with anguish. In this life I have committed countless atrocities. Even hell cannot contain me. My soul is in turmoil, unable to atone for my sins, haunted day and night by the wails of the 400,000 souls that perished unjustly. My sins are profound. Zhong Kuei attempts to extricate herself, but his words leave her momentarily stunned. You are General Gong Sanqi of the Qin state. Heavens! The very one responsible for the slaughter of over 400,000 surrendering soldiers from Zhao. The legendary god of slaughter, a summoner of spells, a rare genius of dual bloodlines. How could he be here? Zhong Kuei suddenly recalls the crimson light she observed from a distance. It must have been the phoenix that followed Gong Sanqi into battle, staining the sky with blood. Why are you here, and why are you so grievously injured? Now that you know who I am, you should understand that my spiritual vein can grant you unparalleled power in this realm. Accept it. I refuse. Even if it could elevate her to divine status, she would not commit patricide. I will never kill my father. Before she can finish uttering father, a searing force abruptly penetrates her mind. With no time to react, that power churns her thoughts, flowing from her head to her limbs, igniting a burning agony. Zhong Kuei's eyes widen in shock as she gazes at Gong Sanqi. She sees tears cascading from his eyes, which burn with the intensity of flames. Is it guilt? The ghosts of the 40,000 dead. The pain intensifies to an unbearable threshold, and Zhong Kuei's vision fades to black, consciousness slipping away. Crackling flames awaken her, the intense pain in her head engulfing her. She clutches her head, disoriented, yet something near her is ablaze, radiating an intense heat, threatening to consume her. A primal instinct compels Zhong Kuei to rise and retreat a step. She then witnesses Gong Sun-Chi's figure enveloped in flames, the legendary god of slaughter quietly departing amidst the inferno. The renowned figure of the continent, extinguished before her very eyes, stirs a profound sorrow within her. Yet, she soon senses an unsettling shift. Gong Sun-Chi may have perished, but within the flames, his body gradually transforms into ashes, shimmering red particles swirling into the air. This is no ordinary fire. Instinctively, Zhong Kuei stands. Stepping back, only to observe movement amidst the blood-red ashes, the flames surge skyward, coalescing into a colossal crimson bird, unfurling its vast wings and obscuring half the sky. A phoenix reborn from its ashes. Its feathers, each resembling a drooping strand, are adorned with fiery red ashes, igniting with fierce flames. As the phoenix ascends, the winds it generates spiral violently, scattering everything in its wake. Zhong Kuei, still reeling from her awakening, feels a surge of weakness, yet the tempest propels her backward, colliding with trees and stones, nearly shattering her. The roaring winds roar in her ears, and everything around her seems to ignite. The air crackles with restless energy as the phoenix circles above, its shrill cries shaking the earth. Zhong Kuei stands in awe of this terrifying behemoth, her astonishment beyond words, yet her mind remains clear. She recognizes that she is no match for this phoenix. Ignoring her agonizing body, she stumbles to her feet, fleeing through the forest in a desperate bid for survival. In her life, this is perhaps her most humiliating moment, and no matter how swiftly she runs, the air burns with scorching heat. Sweat beads on her forehead, cascading down, but she pays it no mind, because she could sense the searing heat rapidly approaching from behind her. The phoenix had discovered her and was in pursuit. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air as the intensity of her gasps and heartbeat escalated. In this moment, where her life hung by a thread, she paradoxically became increasingly composed. After all, death was the worst that could happen. Could it truly get any worse? Just as this thought flickered through her mind, the moonlight above her vanished entirely. Fiery flames swept over her head, the colossal wings and tail of the phoenix descending, igniting everything they touched in a blazing inferno. Yet, miraculously, the area surrounding her remained unharmed. Trapped amidst the conflagration and unable to flee, she could only gasp for breath while gazing up at the magnificent phoenix before her. Its blood-red feathers and regal demeanor resembled a sovereign reigning over all, casting a condescending gaze down upon her. The phoenix's eyes were a chilling ice blue, the only element about it that radiated frostiness. Zhong Kuei licked her cracked lips and looked up at it, her face marred with dirt, exhaustion and scratches from branches, yet devoid of any trace of fear. The tempest of flames stirred her hair and robe. The 9-year-old girl stood amidst the flames, dwarfed by the phoenix's immense size, akin to a mere grain in the vast ocean. The phoenix regarded her coldly, speaking with haughty disdain. "You are to be my new contractor?" Its commanding words rendered the landscape pale in comparison. Zhong Kuei blinked in surprise, her ears ringing, questioning her own comprehension. What was it saying? Contractor. What did that mean? She boldly inquired, maintaining her composure. The phoenix replied with arrogance, "I am your summoned beast." Zhong Kuei's eyes widened in shock as she stared at it. A summoned beast? What did that entail? Gong Sun-Chi has bestowed upon you the spiritual vein, transferring my contract to you as well. The phoenix tilted its beautiful head high, clearly looking down at the young girl before it with disdain. Zhong Kuei took 3 seconds to digest this reality. She possessed a summoned beast. A once renowned one at that. "What is your name?" She managed to remain calm, not letting excitement overwhelm her. She had not forgotten her dealings with Gong Sun-Chi. Although she had not agreed, the die was cast. Gong Sun-Chi was dead, the spiritual vein now hers, along with this powerful spirit beast, the phoenix. Did it know about her agreement with Gong Sun-Chi? "My name is Blood Phoenix." The proud and crimson-feathered bird gazed at her, seemingly aware of her thoughts. "I do not care about your agreement with Gong Sun-Chi. Our relationship, though one of summoner and summoned, is one of mutual exploitation. I formed a contract with him, and upon his death, he would offer his life to me, aiding in my rebirth from the flames." Zhong Kuei was taken aback. She had heard that the contract between a summoner and their beast was a deadlock. If one party died, the other would too, yet she had not anticipated that the phoenix was immortal, that they would be reborn from the flames regardless. "While I may not fulfill the first agreement, I shall see the second through to my dying breath," Zhong Kuei resolved. She despised being in debt to others, but she held her own principles. She understood what she could and could not do. With Gong Sun-Chi's strength and status, he had never found the boundless beasts. What could you possibly achieve? The blood phoenix regarded her with a hint of disdain. though the contract had shifted from Gong Sun-chi to Zhong Kuei. It had never considered her as its contractor. This little girl was far too weak. It could sense the frailty of her power. Before long, when she perished, it would once again rise from the flames. Unfortunately, this girl was so feeble that even rebirth would yield no strength for it to gain. Things are achievable. How would one know without trying? Zhong Kuei crossed her arms defiantly, her face marred yet her eyes radiating confidence. Momentarily surprising the blood phoenix, humph, where does this girl derive such confidence? Someone was approaching. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the depths of the blood phoenix's eyes. Did I in such a moment? Anyone daring to draw near would surely meet a grim fate. Wait. Zhong Kuei raised her hand to halt it, tilting her head to listen intently. Her expression shifted. You should leave. It's someone I know. Do you not need me to follow? The blood phoenix questioned skeptically. Given her weakness, Zhong Kuei's lips curled into a cold smile. No need for false sentiments. If I die, you will be free. I assume you would welcome that. She was not oblivious to its intentions. Ha ha ha, clever girl, the blood phoenix chuckled, unperturbed. In that case, I shall observe just how capable you truly are with that. A flash of crimson light darted before her eyes, and the massive blood phoenix vanished, the surrounding flames extinguished with its disappearance. Such speed! This is the true essence of a formidable being, Zhong Kuei thought, a tinge of envy rising within her. Now that she possessed a spiritual vein, she needed to diligently cultivate. She believed it would not be long before she too would become that powerful. Young master, where are you? The voices calling from afar belonged to the people of the Zhong estate. Turning to look, she saw only a ground covered in charred ashes where Gong Sun-chi had perished. Do not worry, Jiufeng Chao Huang. I will uncover the truth for you, Zhong Kuei vowed before her figure swiftly melded into the darkness. After a while, a youthful voice emerged from the dense forest. Drawing nearer. It was Xiao Shu Lu. Hearing the urgency in his tone, Zhong Kuei replied, I am here. Her voice was soft, yet the boy was remarkably perceptive, swiftly making his way to her. Moments later, he emerged from the thick foliage. The cold moonlight casting a pallor over him. Breathing heavily, he stopped short of her, his stern face glistening with sweat. Upon seeing her, he opened his mouth but no words came forth. Zhong Kuei leaned against a tree trunk. Surrounded by remnants of melted snow, her appearance disheveled, with various wounds upon her face and arms. No need, she coldly rejected, for she was not so incapacitated as to require assistance. Come up if I tell you to. Xiao Shu Lu's voice suddenly chilled, laced with a hint of anger. Zhong Kuei's temper flared. On what grounds do you command me? Xiao Shu Lu turned away, his icy gaze fixed upon her, clearly furious yet unsure how to handle the situation. Young master, Qing Tong, accompanied by a group of Zhong estate guards, finally arrived. Upon spotting Zhong Kuei, she dashed over, tears welling in her eyes. What has happened to you? How could those people harm you so? Zhong Kuei offered no explanation. Indeed, her injuries were numerous, yet they were all incurred while evading the blood phoenix's emergence. Her pant leg had been torn by branches, leaving a long gash on her calf. The flesh laid bare. Her arms and face bore even more wounds of varying sizes. Qing Tong, witnessing this, could only sob uncontrollably. Xiao Gongzi, how could you allow the young master to venture out alone knowing there were so many assassins? Qing Tong glared fiercely at Xiao Shu Lu, rebuking him vocally. Xiao Shu Lu lowered his head, offering no defense, merely stating, it was my oversight. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept without complaint. Even punishing you will not heal the young master's wounds. Qing Tong, already disliking him and Feng Mo, took this opportunity to voice her grievances. Yet Xiao Shu Lu endured it all silently, bearing the blame alone. Zhong Kuei could not bear to watch and interjected. Had he not appeared in time when the assassins breached our defenses, I would have surely met a dire fate. Xiao Shu Lu's head shot up in astonishment, glancing at her incredulously. It was hard to believe that she would speak in his defense. That infuriating girl would actually. Qing Tong was equally taken aback. Aside from her disdain for Li Gongzi, she had never held any affection for Xiao Shu Lu either. Young master, there's no need to elaborate. Zhong Kuei interrupted. I am cold and in pain. This was no falsehood. Her pampered body was far from her past life's resilience. The accompanying guards were rough men. They had no right to touch the young master. As Zhong Kuei regarded her frail form with pity, she was about to suggest merely needing support when a warm and graceful voice interjected. I shall assist. The voice was melodious, resonating with a captivating charm. A sprinkle of crystalline coldness graced Zhong Kuei's face, and unbeknownst to her, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky once more. Through the gaps in the leaves, the snow fluttered down, obscuring the moonlight and embellishing the night. The swirling snow created a mesmerizing spectacle, a vivid red breaking through the white, as if the 10 miles of the earthly realm unfurled before her, allowing her to witness the joys and sorrows of the world for the very first time. As the figure in the wind and snow became clearer, bearing the warmth of spring and a smile reminiscent of blooming hibiscus, it approached her. Zhong Kuei was momentarily stunned, her mind suddenly recalling a verse, "The stones are as jade. The pines as emerald. The young man's beauty is unparalleled, unmatched in the world indeed." The rare beauty of the world was encapsulated in that crimson attire, concealing a myriad of splendor. Long hair cascaded carelessly over their shoulders, the ends loosely tied with a red ribbon, as if ready to fall free at any moment. 3,000 strands of hair danced amidst the chaos of the world. He strode swiftly before Zhong Kuei. Kneeling on one knee, his dark eyes shimmering like stars against the night sky, the guards of the Chong family, upon seeing him, inclined their bodies slightly, revealing expressions of reverence akin to that towards a deity. Young Master Li Qingtong was overjoyed, unable to suppress a cheer, her fair face flushed as if she had encountered a savior. This young Master Li was none other than Wu Li. The very same Wu Li whom Zhong Kuei had previously detested. Zhong Kuei clenched her teeth in silence, recalling Feng Mo's flamboyant peacock. Aside from his ostentation, how could he possibly compare to Wu Li? Although Feng Mo was also an attractive man, his multifaceted charm was not to Zhong Kuei's taste. In contrast, Wu Li, with his graceful demeanor, required no words to captivate hearts. Wu Li had arrived late. In the brief moment Zhong Kuei was momentarily distracted, he had already removed his outer robe and draped it over her. Zhong Kuei did not push him away in disdain, which elicited a faint smile of surprise in his dark eyes. He knelt, yet towered over her by a head, gazing down at her with gentle scrutiny. Zhong Kuei had intended to refuse, but Qingtong, unable to contain her urgency, interjected, "Young master, your leg is severely injured. At such a time, please do not act recklessly." That minor injury on her leg was insignificant to her, yet perhaps it was a severe wound in the eyes of the former Zhong Kuei. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement, knowing that with Wu Li present, any overt refusal might raise suspicion. Chapter 29. Young Master Wu Li Qingtong immediately burst into joyful laughter, as if she were the one being embraced by Wu Li. "My apologies, young master," she said as Wu Li lifted her, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Shulu's icy voice interrupted. "Wait." Wu Li turned his head towards him, his dark eyes calm and serene. Snowflakes danced downwards, and it was evident that the snowfall would only grow heavier. "What is your intention, young Master Xiao?" Wu Li inquired, his expression unchanged, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Xiao Shulu produced a black token from within his garments, inscribed with the character for Wu. "I found this on an assassin." "How do you explain this?" he asked coldly. Wu Li glanced at the token, his countenance remaining unchanged. Zhong Kuei narrowed her eyes, but upon further reflection, she couldn't help but smirk. Xiao Shulu was far too straightforward. If Wu Li had truly sent someone to assassinate her, how could he have left such incriminating evidence? Moreover, dozens of assassins had arrived, yet only one had entered her chamber to attempt her life, while the others remained outside. Clearly, the primary objective of the assassins was not to kill her but to pursue some other scheme. Wu Li looked down at her, the light in his ebony eyes vivid and bright. Reminiscent of a full moon. Zhong Kuei turned her face away. She was not biased towards him but simply wished to avoid the cold wind outside. Once she had spoken, Xiao Shulu, no matter how much discontent he harbored, could only relent and follow behind them along the way. The snowstorm intensified, the ground blanketed in a layer of snow. Wu Li held her securely, moving swiftly yet steadily, leaving behind a trail of shallow footprints in the snow. He shielded her with his robe, ensuring that no snow fell upon her, while he himself became dusted with flakes. Zhong Kuei discreetly observed him through the fabric seams, admiring his perfectly sculpted jawline. Slightly youthful yet exuding an air of reliability, he did not lower his gaze, but seemed to sense her scrutiny and let out a soft chuckle. Zhong Kuei subtly shifted her gaze, feeling no embarrassment. After all, he was one of her potential suitors, so what was the harm in looking? "Thank you for your trust, young master," Wu Li murmured, his voice rich and magnetic, each tone as melodious as pearls cascading. "Who says I trust you?" Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly. Wu Li did not retort, merely stating before departing, "The master entrusted young master to me. I shall do everything in my power to protect you," steadfast and unwavering. Zhong Kuei playfully pulled apart her robe, revealing a smile as her eyes fixated on him. This man was unfathomable, leaving her curious about his true intentions. Were they sincere or feigned? "Why do you keep staring?" Wu Li inquired, his gaze fixed ahead, unyielding. "I've just realized you are more handsome than Feng Mo," Zhong Kuei bluntly remarked, dismissing any need for adherence to the previous fool's notions. Wu Li was momentarily taken aback. Then a melodious laughter flowed from his chest, akin to a gentle breeze beneath a bright moon. Once Chong Kuei was settled at the Chong residence, Wu Li gracefully excused himself, leaving behind medicinal supplies for Qing Tong to assist her with her injuries and change her clothing. Chapter 30. Young Master Wu Li. Young Master, you must trust Wu Li. The matter with the assassins has nothing to do with him. Qing Tong could not help but express her concern. Chong Kuei replied lazily. Qing Tong cautiously observed her, asking, I feel that your perspective on young Master Li has shifted. Has it? Chong Kuei questioned. In the past, you wouldn't even allow him to touch you, let alone hold you, Qing Tong added, lowering her head to stifle a laugh. Why is it that I do not comprehend? Chong Kuei mused. The former Chong Kuei, had she been blind to such matters? Perhaps it was due to his particularly strict demeanor towards her. Qing Tong meticulously cleaned her wounds and applied medicine, stating, Young Master is the Master's confidant. He would not dare to neglect you, especially since the Master entrusted you to him, ensuring he has a proper explanation upon seeing the Master. Leaning against her pillow, Chong Kuei felt the pain of her injury, yet she was indifferent. She could endure tenfold that discomfort. Qing Tong, where has father gone? She inquired, having yet to see Zhongfeng since her arrival. From the occasional conversations of the servants, she learned that Zhongfeng had been away for 2 to 3 years. How could he leave her, this foolish child, for so long without concern? Today, she was perplexed to learn that Gong Sunqi's dying wish was to kill Zhongfeng. How could Zhongfeng, a mere merchant, provoke a figure like Gong Sunqi? Moreover, who was Gong Sunqi? A once-in-a-lifetime genius of the continent, the general of the Qin kingdom, a formidable warlord, a legendary figure. How was it that he could not even eliminate a Zhongfeng, and instead made it his final wish? This was indeed suspicious. Did the Zhong family harbor some earth-shattering secret? The Master has gone out for business. In recent years the nations have been tumultuous, and the Zhong family's enterprises span 7 kingdoms. Inevitably affected, the Master has been traveling between the nations and requires time. Qing Tong explained with a hint of helplessness, glancing at Chong Kuei's small face with a pang of sorrow. Indeed, in this era, transportation was underdeveloped, distances were vast, and communication was exceedingly difficult. It was young Master Li who handled correspondence with the Master. Qing Tong smiled, her expression shifting to one of bashful admiration when Wu Li was mentioned. Chong Kuei nodded, recognizing the need to have a serious conversation with Wu Li at an opportune moment to inquire about Zhongfeng. Qing Tong administered the medicine and helped her change out of her soiled garments. As dawn approached, she attended to Chong Kuei's rest, stoking the coals in the brazier to a lively blaze, then seated herself beside the bed, planning to keep watch. Chong Kuei felt no fatigue. She wished to examine the flow of spiritual veins within her body. Noticing Qing Tong's presence, she quickly declined, There's no need to keep watch. You may leave. Although the assassins have all been dealt with, I fear for your safety, young master. I shall stay here with you. Qing Tong insisted that I am not afraid. You should rest, Chong Kuei replied, chuckling at the thought that a few assassins could intimidate her. Qing Tong regarded her with curiosity, though she was still the same young master as before. There was an undeniable difference. This young master exuded a noble confidence and an unassailable demeanor. Could the previous foolish child have ever possessed such qualities? When it came to Chong Kuei's command, Qing Tong felt an inexplicable reluctance to disobey, eventually acquiescing before stepping outside. Once the quiet returned, Chong Kuei sat up, closed her eyes, and began to sense the movement of her spiritual veins within her body. Chapter 31. Self-inflicted humiliation. Once spiritual veins are formed, as soon as she concentrated, she could perceive them at any moment. That flowing green light traversing through her meridians must be the spiritual vein. Amidst the green, a hint of red flickered, the fragrance of dual bloodlines. Gong Sunqi was indeed formidable. He had bestowed upon her spiritual veins but had not transferred his strength. She could already feel her own power surging several tiers higher. The dual bloodlines of a summoner and a talismancer. The summoner possessed green spiritual veins, while the talismancer bore Arya. In this era, the talismancer had fallen into decline, with most talismanic arts lost to time, leaving only a few low-tier abilities. Thus, talismancers, despite their appealing titles, were not particularly powerful. However, summoners were genuinely formidable beings. The strength of a summoner ranged from 1 to 9 stars, followed by Earth tier, Heaven tier, and beyond, with tales of heights unreachable by any. Gong Sunqi was a Heaven tier summoner, yet sadly he had fallen. Now, having contracted with the Blood Phoenix, her own power, when averaged, likely rested around 5 stars, but 5 stars were still impressive. She was only 9 years old. And Gong Sunqi had only broken through to 5 stars at the age of 12. She was indeed a prodigy among geniuses. Chong Kuei guided her spiritual veins to circulate within her body. Striving to strengthen her meridians, unbeknownst to her, she lost track of time, the thrill of possessing spiritual veins overshadowing her physical fatigue. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon the floor. The young girl on the bed opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of clarity. Although she had not slept through the night, she felt invigorated, not a hint of weariness in her. The sensation of having spiritual veins was delightful. This frail body was already much improved, and with a bit of nurturing, she would soon shed that weakness entirely. After finishing breakfast, Wooly came to pay a visit, and Ching Tong promptly and attentively served him tea. "Is the young master feeling better?" Wooly inquired gently. "Your medicine is excellent," Chong Kuei replied languidly. "As a renowned alchemist, his skills were indeed remarkable. After Ching Tong applied the medicine to her wound yesterday, it had already formed a scab by today. "Allow me to check your pulse, young master." He leaned forward and raised his hand, his wide sleeves falling gracefully in front of her. "No need," Chong Kuei replied coolly. "I am fine, nothing serious." With her newly awakened spirit vein, her body was undoubtedly different from before. She preferred to avoid any potential scrutiny from him and kept her distance. "Once everything is ready, we shall set off. You need only to take charge." The prospect of going to Handan excited Chong Kuei. Amping City had always been a remote and tranquil place, but a grand city like Handan would surely offer more skilled practitioners and opportunities for cultivation. She longed to explore it. Indeed, Wooly nodded to by the way, there was a significant incident outside Amping City when the assassin came yesterday. What was it? Chong Kuei speculated it might be related to Gong Sun Chi. "It seems someone spotted the blood phoenix," Wooly stated, but judging by his expression, he appeared not to suspect. Chong Kuei Chapter 32. Humiliation by choice. No one would associate such a powerful summoning beast as the blood phoenix with a mere 9-year-old girl. If they were to learn that Gong Sun Chi had perished and that the blood phoenix's master had become her, oh, how it would astound them all. That is indeed the summoning beast of Gong Sun Chi. The renowned general of the Qin kingdom, Chong Kuei remarked casually. Gong Sun Chi is well known across the 9 provinces. The blood phoenix, even more famous, was regarded as a divine entity. Indeed, Gong Sun Chi achieved remarkable feats in battle, conquering cities like mountains and taking lives like water. It is truly unfortunate that he met such a tragic end by taking his own life. Wooly lamented. Chong Kuei, however, was taken aback. Gong Sun Chi took his own life? The young master was unaware. Previously, the Weichu coalition had come to Handan's aid, and the Qin forces were besieged from both sides, leading to their defeat and retreat. The king of Qin ordered Gong Sun Chi to march, but he refused and was subsequently granted a sword by the king to end his own life. Wooly explained. Chong Kuei fell silent. While others were oblivious, she had witnessed Gong Sun Chi's death with her own eyes. How could he possibly have taken his own life? Gong Sun Chi had triumphed over formidable foes in the south and instilled fear in Yan and Zhao to the north, having achieved countless victories, only to end up in such a tragic fate. Chong Kuei couldn't help but recall the tears of regret he shed before his demise, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Gong Sun Chi was dead. Yet the blood phoenix still appeared in Amping City. Many would suspect he had merely faked his death. Caution was now imperative. Wooly looked at her warily. "Did you see anything unusual in the woods yesterday, young master?" Chong Kuei shook her head. "I couldn't run. I fell and have no idea what transpired. That is for the best. The blood phoenix is inherently cruel and has an unsightly appearance should you encounter it. Young master, it would likely terrify you," Wooly said gently, pursing his lips. The notion that the blood phoenix was ugly made Chong Kuei think of the proud creature. If he were to hear such words, he would surely be enraged. "Sister, I have come to see you." A loud voice echoed from outside, and Yi Lanshan rushed in without waiting for an announcement, her gaze immediately fixed on Wooly. Unable to look away, her charming face flushed with shyness and delight. Wooly maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly as a gesture of politeness. "The young master has a guest," he said, preparing to take his leave. "Wooly Gidge," Yi Lanshan exclaimed hurriedly, her face turning crimson. I'm Lanshan, don't you remember me?" Chong Kuei rolled her eyes, thinking that she had come to see her, but it was truly to see Wooly. It is often said that women are the source of trouble, but men are not exempt either. She had no interest in witnessing their nostalgic reunion, so she stood up and walked outside without a word of courtesy. "Sister." Yi Lanshan finally realized her faux pas. Her mother had instructed her to befriend Chong Kuei, and upon seeing Wooly, she had completely forgotten. Wooly bid farewell. "I must take my leave," he said calmly. Following Chong Kuei outside, Yi Lanshan gritted her teeth and hurriedly pursued, trailing behind Chong Kuei. "Sister, let us play together. Look, I brought you a mechanical bird." She proudly presented a wooden bird with wings, which contained simple mechanisms that enabled it to flap its wings. This was her most treasured toy, one she rarely played with, but her mother had told her that if she was to accompany Chong Kuei to Handan, she must ensure her happiness. Once in Handan, there would be even more wonderful things awaiting her. Thus, there was no need to be overly stingy now. A soft laugh escaped from Qing Tong, who stood in the courtyard. Lady Yi, we have several of those mechanical birds. One of them even flies. The young master does not enjoy playing with them, so they are stored away. Chapter 33. Humiliation by choice. Truly, one can tell she comes from a humble background. Having never seen the world, such trifles would not even warrant a glance from our young master. Yi Lanshan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Her once beloved mechanical bird now felt like a scalding piece of coal in her hands, and she wished to discard it. The item she thought was impressive was utterly insignificant in Chong Kuei's eyes, igniting a tempest of jealousy and resentment within her. Casting a glance at Chong Kuei's expressionless face, Yi Lanshan felt an overwhelming urge to mar her features. Since my sister does not favor it, let us play something else, she said, thickening her skin. 2 years ago, she had played with Chong Kuei and knew her playful spirit was strong, albeit somewhat naive. How about we play archery? Yi Lanshan suggested, glancing at Wu Li. Her cheeks flushed. Wu Li Gage can be our judge. Chong Kuei initially had no intention of joining, but upon hearing archery, she recalled the golden slingshot. A flicker of mischief ignited within her, and she lazily replied, I do not know how to shoot arrows, but I can use a slingshot. Yi Lanshan burst into hearty laughter. Truly, you are a fool. Then let my sister shoot the slingshot. After all, it's not as if either of us can shoot accurately. How about we see who can shoot the farthest? Miss, our young master is quite young and lacks strength. How can she compete with you? Qing Tong interjected hastily, as it fair to take advantage of her youth. Before Yi Lanshan could respond, Chong Kuei readily agreed. Qing Tong, anxious, looked at Wu Li. Young master, this is unfair. Wu Li smiled as he observed Chong Kuei's youthful face, suddenly realizing that it no longer bore the dullness of before. There was a hint of cunning in her demeanor, since the young master is pleased. Let it be as she wishes. Hearing Wu Li's support, Qing Tong had no further objections and instructed a maid to fetch Chong Kuei's golden slingshot. The snow had ceased, the sky cleared, and the expanse was a brilliant blue, with snow resting on the branches, reflecting a cascade of colorful light in the sunshine. A truly beautiful sight. The courtyard of the Zhong residence was vast, and upon hearing that the young master would compete in archery with Miss Yi, the servants all rushed out to watch. Even Feng Emo and Xiao Shu Lu came to see. Upon spotting Wu Li standing beside Chong Kuei, Feng Emo snorted coldly. What will happen when we go to Handan? He remarked, as he was a person of Zhongfeng, destined to manage the Zhong residence. We will find a way, Xiao Shu Lu replied coldly. The two said no more, their gazes fixated on Chong Kuei and Yi Lanshan. With so many onlookers, Yi Lanshan felt a surge of excitement and was eager to showcase her prowess, determined to show that the Yi family possessed not only beauty but also strength and intelligence. I will go first, Yi Lanshan volunteered. Although the courtyard was spacious, as long as she could shoot the arrow beyond the walls, victory would be hers. Chong Kuei, with her diminutive slingshot, regardless of her strength, could not possibly shoot farther than her arrow. Chong Kuei nodded in agreement, focusing on her slingshot without casting a glance at Yi Lanshan. Soon, you will acknowledge defeat, Yi Lanshan thought, her eyes gleaming with confidence as she pulled the bowstring taut. With no need to aim, she exerted maximum force and released the arrow. The arrow swept away the snow from the branches and flew straight out of the courtyard walls. Chapter 34. Humiliation by choice. She does possess some skill. No wonder she hails from a military family, Yi Lanshan thought, thoroughly pleased with her performance. Glancing at the small slingshot in Chong Kuei's hands, she felt certain the girl could never surpass her. Sister, as long as your marble goes just a little farther than mine, you win, she said with a smile. Is that so? Just a little farther. Chong Kuei pondered, weighing the golden marble in her hand. Indeed. It does not matter where it lands, as long as it is measured later and is farther than mine, you win, Yi Lanshan replied, unable to contain her joy as she glanced at Wu Li. Chong Kuei nodded, lifting the slingshot and aiming ahead with a swift motion. The golden marble shot forth. All eyes were on it. Naturally, the slingshot could not outdistance an arrow, and it seemed the young master might soon find herself embarrassed before her cousin. Everyone's gaze followed the gleaming marble, a radiant golden light shooting toward the wall. Alas, it did not soar beyond but struck the wall instead. What a pity. After all, she is just a child, Yi Lanshan smirked, her expression triumphant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a sudden change occurred that no one could discern. An instant later, Yi Lanshan's scream pierced the air. My nose! The once proud Yi Lanshan fell to the ground, clutching her nose and wailing in pain. Meanwhile, a golden marble rolled to a stop in the snow, stained with blood. Chong Kuei raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that despite her desire to ignore the situation, it had ended in her own humiliation. Calculating the ballistic trajectory of bullets is indeed her forte. Accurately determining the velocity of marbles is akin to child's play at this moment. Miss Yi Lanshan's maid rushed over, supporting her as she appeared utterly alarmed, exclaiming, "So much blood!" Yi Lanshan clutched her nose, crying out in agony as blood gushed forth from her fingers, staining half her face crimson. "Oh, it hurts! My nose, it hurts terribly!" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden occurrence that none had witnessed. "It was you." Yi Lanshan suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Zhong Kuei, seething with rage. "You hit me." Zhong Kuei, holding a golden slingshot, feigned innocence. "Cousin, there are dozens of eyes upon us. Our young mistress aimed in your direction. How could she possibly have struck you?" Qing Tong promptly stepped forward to defend her mistress. "Indeed, our young mistress's aim was directed ahead. Do not slander our young mistress." The members of the Zhong household chimed in, leaving Yi Lanshan's few mates utterly speechless. "Wu Li, brother." Yi Lanshan wept as she turned to Wu Li, who stood nearby and surely had witnessed the incident. Wu Li smiled gently, his tone soothing. "Cousin, this was merely an accident with no one to support her." Yi Lanshan let out a heart-wrenching cry. The pain in her nose was unbearable, and the humiliation of the day stoked her fury, compelling her to bellow at Zhong Kuei. "Zhong Kuei, you are so vile and treacherous. I will not let you off easily." It was utterly foolish to insult her host while visiting another's home. Zhong Kuei could hardly be bothered to respond. Qing Tong, ever the protector, interjected, "Cousin, if your skills are lacking, there is no need to lash out in desperation. Is this the kind of upbringing the Yi family has provided you?" "I am not lacking in skill. I clearly won." Yi Lanshan glared wide-eyed. She had outshot Zhong Kuei, her range far exceeding that of her opponent, yet she had failed to hit the courtyard wall. "The victor was our young mistress," Qing Tong asserted, representing Zhong Kuei with confidence, bolstered by her status as Zhong Kuei's personal maid. The members of the Zhong household nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her statement. "Indeed, the victory belongs to our young mistress. Miss Ye's arrow barely made it beyond the courtyard wall, falling significantly short of our young mistress's distance. Our young mistress is truly remarkable. She excels even in slingshot shooting, far surpassing archery. Our young mistress is a genius." Hearing their words, even Zhong Kuei could not suppress a smile. This was a clear demonstration of how the many can bully the few, highlighting the assertion of dominance in her territory. Yi Lanshan, already wounded, trembled with rage at their words. "You cheated." Just moments ago, they had only discussed distance, never mentioning the prohibition of leveraging strength. "You are simply foolish," and blamed Qing Tong without reason. Enraged, Yi Lanshan found herself unable to catch her breath. Collapsing in a faint, Wu Li stepped out onto the snow, retrieving the golden marble and handing it to Zhong Kuei. "I do not want it." Zhong Kuei replied dismissively, not even glancing at it. The Zhong family was wealthy enough to be indifferent to such trifles. One golden marble was of little consequence. What a dangerous incident, had it deviated slightly. "It could have harmed our young mistress," Wu Li remarked gently. "Indeed, it was fortunate for our young mistress. Cousin Yi was simply unfortunate," Qing Tong added. "Fortune?" Zhong Kuei was reluctant to explain. The concept of luck did not exist in her lexicon. If she were not confident, she would never have shot in the first place. It was merely a slingshot. How could one miss? Noting her silence, Wu Li smiled and reassured her. "Do not worry, with our young mistress's strength, she will not be seriously harmed. A few days of discomfort will suffice." Did she appear concerned? Zhong Kuei remained non-committal, stretching her arms. "I am tired." After a brief rest, it was soon time for lunch. Upon entering the dining hall, Zhong Kuei was informed by a maid that Madame Yi had arrived. Qing Tong grew anxious, realizing that Yi Lanshan was indeed injured, and given that it was on her face. It was a significant matter for a young lady. Madame Yi was the wife of Yi Ping, the governor of Shandong County. The Yi family held a far superior status compared to the merchant Zhong family. "I shall summon young Master Li," Qing Tong blurted out in a panic, thinking of Wu Li. "No need," Zhong Kuei replied, seating herself and taking a sip of the soup served by the maid. Just then Madame Yi entered. Rather than erupting in fury or casting blame, she wore a gentle and kind expression. "Aunt, I hope I am not interrupting your meal. Please take a seat, Aunt." Qing Tong, "Fetch another set of chopsticks." Zhong Kuei responded casually. Madame Yi sat down, not once mentioning Yi Lanshan's injury, instead engaging in light conversation, inquiring about Zhong Kuei's well-being. As they dined, Madame Yi revealed, "It seems the Yi family has faced considerable hardships on their journey. Reports indicate that many have lost their possessions along the way to Onping City, and numerous guards have perished. The mother and daughter had arrived in Onping City in a rather distressed state. The journey to Handan is even longer. Without the protection of the Zhong family, they may not make it halfway. It would be wonderful to have you accompany us, Aunt, Zhong Kuei remarked, and I am grateful for your assistance along the way. Madame Yi smiled warmly, relieved that her daughter had not caused any displeasure. Alleviating her initial worries, she assumed that Yi Lanshan's injury would weigh on her conscience, prompting her to agree so readily. Zhong Kuei nodded, allowing the conversation to flow freely. She understood Qing Tong's concerns. Zhong Feng's wife had passed away early, and though Madame Yi was somewhat older, she still possessed considerable charm and bore a resemblance to the late Madame Zhong. Should Zhong Feng lose his composure, he might find himself with an additional stepmother. Madame Ye's husband, Yi Ping, was the governor of Shandong County. Years ago, when Gong Sunqi led the Qin army to attack Han, Lord Yi found himself unable to defend his territory and surrendered Shandong County to Zhao, who subsequently rewarded him handsomely, much to Han's displeasure. Fortunately, Madame Ye's eldest daughter, Yi Nizhang, had married the Zhao king. Thus securing their safety, Qing Tong elucidated the situation, and Zhong Kuei finally understood why Madame Yi would humble herself to seek refuge with a merchant family like theirs, even neglecting her daughter's injury to come to her. In that case, summon Wu Li, Zhong Kuei commanded. Qing Tong, momentarily stunned, soon burst with joy and ran outside. Recently, the young mistress had shown a marked improvement in her attitude towards young Master Li, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Before long, Wu Li arrived, donned in red, his demeanor warm and cheerful. The previous meal had been cleared away, replaced with an array of fresh pastries and fruits. There are many matters to attend to in the residence. It may take a few more days, Wu Li noted. How long will it take to travel from Amping City to Handan? Zhong Kuei inquired. There are numerous items to transport. The caravan will likely be sizable. Requiring about a month, he replied. A month? A month of constant travel. Zhong Kuei lamented, frustrated by the backwardness of transportation in ancient times. That if I were alone, I would have Blood Phoenix escort me directly to Handan. I dislike travel. Let us keep our burden light, she insisted. Wu Li hesitated slightly, however. The Zhong family is not a small household. The wealth, stored provisions, and accompanying personnel will be substantial, Qing Tong added. I calculated that just the young mistress's clothing and jewelry would require 20 carts to transport. Not to mention her toys and other necessities. Furthermore, we cannot be careless regarding her daily needs. 20 carts for clothing and jewelry? Zhong Kuei waved her hand dismissively. Do we not have such items in Handan? The Zhong family stronghold was indeed in Handan. Yes, we do, but these are the young mistress's accustomed belongings, Qing Tong replied matter-of-factly. How can young Master Li leave our young mistress? What if danger arises? Qing Tong exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. Wu Li glanced at Zhong Kuei, who was playfully nibbling on a piece of candied fruit, an enticing sight. He averted his gaze slightly. Here is my suggestion. There are many people in Amping City who may not wish to travel. We can inform them that anyone who chooses to remain may collect some wealth as a settlement. We can also allocate some land to the farmers, essentially eliminating any cumbersome possessions, Zhong Kuei proposed. That is unacceptable. Qing Tong gasped, her eyes wide with shock. If we do this, how will they manage along the way? The Zhong family, along with those farmers, will number over 1,000. Then it is settled. We shall only require 10 carts to hasten our journey to Handan, Zhong Kuei declared, rising to leave. Qing Tong stood frozen, glancing at Wu Li. Young Master Li, this light load may not be a bad idea. At least thieves will not target us. Wu Li chuckled softly, suddenly realizing that the once naive girl had grown wise. Yet, to suggest such a drastic depletion of family wealth and not be perceived as foolish was a hard sell. Wu Li was never one to procrastinate. Once Zhong Kuei issued her orders, he set about executing them. Many within the Zhong household had already contemplated settling in Amping City, but due to their status as servants, they lacked freedom. Now that the young mistress had granted them liberty, they readily agreed with joy. Others, particularly the older individuals, were reluctant to leave. With the distribution of resources, the numbers dwindled significantly, naturally resulting in a reduction of wealth. The news reached Madame Yi and her daughter like a bolt from the blue. In the rear courtyard, Madame Yi wrung her handkerchief tightly, unable to conceal her distress behind any facade. Has she gone mad? Spending all her family's fortune? Mother, she has always been a madwoman. Look at what she has done to me, Yi Lanshan cried, covering her swollen nose. Silence, Mrs. Yi commanded coldly. You are utterly useless. I asked you to win her over. Yet you only succeeded in infuriating her. I did not provoke her. She attacked me. Yi Lanshan sobbed in frustration. You think I am unaware? It must be your competitive spirit that led you to provoke her. Yi scolded fiercely, her once delicate face twisting with rage. Yi Lanshan shrank back in fear. too intimidated to speak. What good is it to endure everything? After all, Chong Kuei is merely the daughter of a lowly merchant. Mother, what shall we do now? Yi Lanshan wept, her nose bandaged, her appearance already disheveled, and now with tears streaming down her face it was even worse. What else can we do? We are already short-handed, and they have too few people to assist us. MRS.YE replied, are we not to follow them then? How can you be so foolish? If we do not follow them, how can we reach Handan? Mrs. Yi expressed her deep disappointment in her daughter. How could she have birthed such a dim-witted child? Yi Lanshan bit her lip, at a loss for words. Earthoi nearly tore her handkerchief in half, declaring, it seems we must travel light and dispose of all unnecessary items. How can we do that? Those are the belongings we painstakingly brought from Pingyang. Yi Lanshan screamed, that is everything we possess. If we throw it away, how shall we survive in Handan? Your sister is a consort to the Zhao king. With her there, we shall not suffer too greatly. MRSOA's face also turned pale. Discarding those items felt akin to shedding her own blood. Yi Lanshan sniffled, saying, I wonder how sister is faring. Be quiet. Regardless, we must go to Handan, Mrs. Yi insisted. The following day Mrs. Yi, emulating Chong Kuei, began distributing their belongings. However, it was evident that the mother and daughter lacked Chong Kuei's good character. Upon hearing they could take their possessions and leave, nearly everyone wanted to depart, leaving only a few old maids and 2 maidservants purchased by Mrs. Yi. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Once the news broke, everyone rushed to leave, and the already sparse possessions dwindled by more than half. Upon hearing this news, Yi Lanshan fainted in anger, while even MRS.YE remained composed, deciding to wait for Chong Kuei before proceeding to Handan. In the stillness of the night, a colossal bird stood atop the highest peak outside Omping City, casting a vast shadow that nearly enveloped the entire city. Beneath its imposing figure, a slender, delicate silhouette stood with arms crossed at the foot of the giant bird. The night breeze rustled, and the soft feathers of the bird brushed against the young girl. She raised her gaze coldly. Blood Phoenix, have you ever been to Handan? The girl inquired, revealing her fair and exquisite face. I have, replied the proud giant bird with Gong Sunchi at no. That was a long time ago. That time, the great Zhou dynasty had yet to be established, and during the war of deification the 9 tripods were gathered. I intended to investigate, but was struck by a formidable force and had no choice but to retreat to Handan. Chong Kuei looked up at him, pondering. Blood Phoenix was already unbeatable in strength. What could possess the power to drive him away? Regrettably, I did not witness it, but I knew that force was also vying for the 9 tripods, which are linked to the boundless realm of beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Chong Kuei asked, where are the 9 tripods now? Still in the capital city of Lui, within the Zhou dynasty. If given the opportunity, let us visit Lui and witness the 9 tripods for ourselves. If you can obtain the boundless realm of beasts, then you may go. Otherwise, the 9 tripods are merely 9 ordinary tripods. Blood Phoenix stated he and Gong Sunchi had already visited the 9 tripods. Finding nothing of value, Chong Kuei fell silent, her gaze gradually drifting into the distance. The lights within Omping City began to dim, and a chilling wind blew from afar, carrying the scent of ice and snow. Blood Phoenix, you once fought alongside Gong Sunchi, conquering countless nations and seizing numerous cities, undefeated and invincible, though you hold even a trace of nostalgia for him? Chong Kuei asked. Ha ha ha. Blood Phoenix laughed heartily. You are but human, unable to comprehend me. I have lived for millions of years, and those who have bonded with me are not limited to him alone. If I were to dwell on nostalgia, would I have reached this point? Chong Kuei also laughed, replying, indeed you are quite right. You are actually joyful? Blood Phoenix remarked, surprised. Should she not feel a sense of worry? The essence of heaven and earth is but a transient journey for all beings. Time is merely a passerby for centuries, and life is but a dream. What joy can there be? What I desire in life can be summed up in 2 words. Blood Phoenix lowered its head, gazing intently at the 9-year-old girl, whose eyes sparkled brightly. In this starless, moonless night, they resembled 2 radiant moons. Such ambition he had seen in the youthful Gong Sunchi as well. Together, they had conquered the world, slaughtering all in their path, whether in glory or sin. They had not squandered life itself. Yet they could not await the passage of time. Gong Sunchi ultimately could not transcend the cycle of life and death. Is it regretful? Life is but a dream. What joy can there be? Chong Kuei laughed boldly, declaring the 2 words. No regrets. Blood Phoenix was taken aback. Lifting its head, it gazed into the distance, saying, I am quite curious about what your life will be like a century from now. Ha ha ha. Blood Phoenix laughed heartily. It is merely a century. I shall surely await you. What will happen in a century? Will she still be herself? Perhaps she will be gray-haired, or perhaps already buried beneath the earth, who can tell? Life is but a dream, what joy can there be? On that morning the gentle breeze blew, the azure sky stretched endlessly, and the snow on the ground began to melt. Tiny green buds started to sprout on some bare branches, bringing forth a revival of life. The Chong household was also preparing to set out for Handan. Qingtong, are you leaving? As she was readying to depart, Chong Kuei noticed Qingtong squatting beside the cabinet, secretly retrieving something. Upon hearing her approach, Qingtong quickly stood up, hiding her hands behind her back, afraid to reveal them. What are you hiding? Show me, Chong Kuei commanded. Yes, nothing, Qingtong replied, lowering her head. Show me. Chong Kuei raised her voice slightly. Exuding authority, Qingtong jumped in surprise, no longer daring to conceal it, and slowly extended her hands. In her grasp was not some grand item, but merely a small wooden horse no larger than a palm. It was not as intricately crafted as the mechanical bird nor as costly as the golden slingshot. It was simply a rough-hewn wooden horse. This was made by the adults for the little master when she was young. The little master loved it dearly, and the servant thought to bring it along for when she wanted to play. Qingtong, I have grown up, Chong Kuei interjected, interrupting her choked words. Qingtong was taken aback, then nodded through her tears. Yes, the little master has grown up. Let us throw this wooden horse away. Give it to me. Chong Kuei reached out to take it. Though roughly carved, the wooden horse's body had been smoothed to a fine sheen. It seemed that the previous Chong Kuei had truly cherished this little horse. Perhaps it was because it was crafted by Chong Feng herself, each glance at it evoking memories of her long unseen father. The same body, yet different lives and destinies. All right, let us go. They boarded the carriage, a total of 10 carriages, with hers protected in the middle. The front carriage was occupied by Wu Li, while the rear one held Feng Mo and Xiao Shulu. The remaining carriages contained only simple baggage and precious items, with most filled with grain. Additionally, several horses carried water and fodder. For the Chong family, known for their extravagance, such a convoy could scarcely be described as humble. Meanwhile, the few carriages belonging to Mrs. and her daughter were no different from those of ordinary small households. Lanshan's nose had yet to heal, still bruised and swollen, and her face bore signs of injury, leaving her too ashamed to show herself, confined to the carriage. Conversely, Mrs. Yi emerged, still graciously conversing with Chong Kuei on several occasions. They did not linger much along the way, hastening their journey. Aside from meals and sleep, they traveled non-stop. The route from Omping City to Handan was fraught with turmoil, for the war had only recently concluded, leaving a trail of refugees and bandits. However, the guards left by the Chong family were all robust and formidable, clearly not to be trifled with. Most importantly, a red flag with a flame cloud pattern, symbolizing an alchemist, was planted beside Wu Li's carriage. The status of an alchemist is well known. To provoke one invites endless troubles, and even the wealth of 1,000 gold would not be worth the risk. Thus, they encountered little trouble on their journey. After approximately 10 days, they were nearing Handan. The nearby cities, ravaged by war, lay in ruins, with the populace suffering greatly, engaged in desperate measures like selling their children and wailing in despair. The fields had been destroyed, and livestock perished. Many resorted to gnawing on tree bark and digging up roots. Having grown up in a mercenary base and witnessed modern warfare, Chong Kuei had never before seen the brutality of ancient warfare. She had never imagined it could be so cruel. It was akin to a hellish battlefield. Little master, do not look. You will have nightmares at night. Qingtong observed her companion continually lifting the curtain to gaze outside and could not help but voice her concern. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Destruction brings suffering to the people, Chong Kuei murmured softly. Qingtong could not quite catch what the young master had said. Yes, nothing. Chong Kuei shook her head, intending to lower the curtain when suddenly a figure rushed toward her carriage and grasped it tightly. Have courage, strike swiftly and do not let her disturb the young master. The guards swiftly drew their weapons, pushing the figure away. Noble one, please save my brother. He is on the brink of death. I implore you, you will surely live a long life. The figure was a girl of similar age to Chong Kuei, covered in filth and festering sores. A sight most dreadful, yet, despite being blocked by the guards, she knelt on the ground and pleaded, her eyes filled with desperate tears. Wait! Just as the guards were about to drag her away, Chong Kuei spoke up. The girl's eyes instantly brightened, and she continued to bow repeatedly. Please save my brother. I will serve you like a beast of burden. Good deeds will be rewarded. Wooly, go save her. Chong Kuei glanced at Wooly, who had just dismounted from the carriage. As an apothecary well versed in medicine, it was only fitting that he step forward in such a time of need. Huang Beiwei, Hua Shi, Wei Ning have already learned of Chong Kuei's generous expenditure and are now brimming with murderous intent towards this prince. You must protect me. Chapter 41. Encounter with bandits. She may not be virtuous, But when capable, she had no desire to act as a villain dressed in crimson. Wooly strode across the filthy ground like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Leaving the girl utterly mesmerized, "Let us rest ahead," Chong Kuei commanded, lowering the carriage curtain. "Has she lost her senses? Countless souls have perished here. There may be a plague. Why would we stop in such a place?" As soon as the carriage halted, the discontented voice of Yi Lanshan erupted from the Yi family's carriage. Mrs. Yi reproached her softly before stepping down to approach Chong Kuei's carriage. "Chiu-er, your heart is kind, but there are far too many people here. We cannot save them all," Mrs. Yi remarked. "Since we have brought so many medicinal supplies, we might as well make use of them." Chong Kuei reclined languidly against the soft cushion. "I am rather fatigued myself." Ching Tong dismounted to instruct the cook to prepare a meal. The chaos of the place necessitated simplicity in their repast. When the food was served, Ching Tong gazed admiringly at Wooly, who was treating the common folk nearby. "Young master, Wooly is truly remarkable. With him here, everything will surely be in order." Chong Kuei remained silent, yet had to concede that Ching Tong was correct. Throughout their journey, thanks to Wooly, they had encountered little trouble. Even Feng Mo had behaved quite docilely. However, could it be that being overly docile was not quite normal? As she pondered, the guards outside suddenly shouted, "Not good, bandits are approaching. Quickly protect the young master." All the guards immediately converged around Chong Kuei's carriage. Ching Tong, startled, dropped the utensil she was holding and hurriedly shielded Chong Kui. "Do not fear, young master. With Wooly present, he is akin to a deity in their eyes." Chong Kuei felt no fear, only curiosity. Despite Wooly's prominent identity as an apothecary, how could bandits still dare to wander about? Suddenly, the carriage curtain was yanked open and Ching Tong screamed. However, Chong Kuei calmly looked towards the figure outside. It was Xiao Shulu. "Stay inside the carriage," he commanded with a stern expression. Showing no courtesy, Chong Kuei raised an eyebrow. Stating indifferently, "They are merely a handful of bandits." "They are not ordinary bandits," Xiao Shulu replied. But he would not elaborate further, his handsome face grim as he tightened his grip on the Shuihan sword. "Standing guard by her carriage. In any case, I will not allow you to be harmed again." A subtle glimmer flickered in Chong Kuei's eyes as she regarded the resolute figure of the young man. They were indeed not ordinary bandits. The sounds of galloping hooves grew louder, accompanied by a cacophony of chaos. "Chiu-er," Mrs. Ye's voice rang out, intermingled with Yi Lanshan's frightened cries. The mother-daughter duo had scarcely any guards beside them. And as the bandits descended, several guards were swiftly overpowered. They could do little to protect their possessions as they scrambled towards Chong Kuei's side. "Young master, should we let them in?" Ching Tong glanced outside. Her pale face filled with concern. The guards of the Chong family surrounded the carriage tightly, and with Xiao Shulu personally guarding it, they were quite secure. Mrs. and her daughter were barred from entry. And they screamed in terror as the bandits galloped past, nearly collapsing in fright. Chapter 42. Encounter with bandits. Chong Kuei cast a detached glance. After all, she was her aunt, and to appear indifferent while witnessing her plight would be imprudent. "Quickly allow Mrs. and the young miss to enter. The young master is exceedingly worried," Ching Tong urged, displaying a facade of concern. Mrs. quickly grabbed the already trembling Yi Lanshan and rushed inside. Just as they were about to climb into the carriage, Ching Tong stopped them. This girl was surprisingly polite, smiling graciously. "Mrs. Yi, the carriage is too cramped. The young master is quite frightened and feels unwell. Might you be content to wait outside?" "How can we bear to wait outside with bandits all around? Are you wishing for our demise?" Yi Lanshan could hardly contain herself, her face obscured by a veil that had slipped, revealing her bruised nose. "What are you saying, young miss? Outside are our Chong family's elite. And look, there is also young Master Xiao. We are absolutely safe." Ching Tong replied with a smile. "You are nothing but a lowly maid. My father is the county governor, and I am a precious daughter of nobility. If I were to be harmed before Yi Lanshan could continue her protest, Mrs. Yi seized her. Wearing a smile. "Lanshan has been frightened. She is still young and does not understand that we are quite safe here. Chiu-er is unwell. It is best we do not disturb her, so remain outside." "Mother." Yi Lanshan could hardly believe it. How could she bear to watch the violence from the outside? She was a pampered young lady, the daughter of a government official, while Chong Kuei was merely the daughter of a merchant. How could she possibly be her equal? "Enough. You are as timid as a mouse with members of the Chong family present. How could you be harmed by bandits? Chiu-er is your sister. She will surely protect you, and if not, your uncle will be distressed." Mrs. scolded her daughter as she pulled Yi Lanshan to stand beside the carriage. Though Yi Lanshan wept and moaned, she ceased her protests. Listening to their conversation from within the carriage, Chong Kuei could not help but smirk coldly. Mrs. Yi was quite the strategist at Yo Reach Handan. She could endure any humiliation. Now even invoking the name of Chong Feng, as if fearing they would lead them to their doom. Yet, even if she went to Handan with her daughter as a consort, what difference would it make? Chong Kuei would fear no one. Qing Tong snorted as she entered. Growing increasingly weary of the mother-daughter duo, Chong Kuei glanced outside. The number of bandits was substantial, and they appeared quite formidable, each one fierce in demeanor. Wooly had many of his own subordinates, currently engaged in fierce combat with the bandits, their strengths evenly matched, creating a tumultuous scene. Dust swirled, obscuring the situation of the battle. Wooly's figure was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Feng Mo in sight. Were these bandits truly just ordinary thieves? Amidst the swirling dust, a flash of eerie green light darted past, too swift for ordinary eyes to perceive, yet it did not escape Chong Kuei's notice. A summoner and one of no lowly skill, Chong Kuei lifted the carriage curtain and stepped outside. No one anticipated her action, thus even Xiao Shulu was unable to stop her in time. Young master. Qing Tong gasped just as Chong Kuei slipped through the guards. Chapter 43. Encounter with bandits. Yet he still held tightly to his sword, blocking her path. Where is Feng Mo? Chong Kuei inquired coldly. Xiao Shulu hesitated, stumbling over his words. He is in the carriage. He was not one to lie, and his slip revealed the truth. Chong Kuei chose not to expose him but insisted, I wish to see him. Bring him to me at once. Once the bandits retreat, I will summon him. The situation is perilous. Xiao Shulu replied that I wish to see him now. Chong Kuei shot him a glance. I am afraid. I need him to protect me. Xiao Shulu gripped his sword tightly. Right now, Aramo? In the moment of distraction, a flying arrow whizzed out from the fray. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was unmistakable. And Chong Kuei could have easily evaded it. However, at that instant, a small figure suddenly lunged from the side, and with a sickening sound, flesh tore apart. Thud. The small figure crumpled to the ground, convulsing a few times as blood streamed from its mouth, staining its grimy face. Chong Kuei had not anticipated anyone would take an arrow for her. She could have easily dodged it herself. Be careful. Xiao Shulu unsheathed his sword, shielding Chong Kuei behind him. Quickly, get inside. In this era, lives were as insignificant as grass, especially for civilians caught in the chaos of war. Chong Kuei knelt down, gently brushing aside the disheveled hair from the small face. It was her, the girl who had come to plead for help for her brother. Your Excellency, you have saved my younger brother. The little girl with her mouth agape was bleeding profusely, and I am grateful to you. Foolish one, she need not have gone to such lengths. The girl grasped her hand with the last vestiges of her strength, pleading, could you take my brother away? Tears streamed down her face, and her pair of despairing eyes appeared to darken like an unfathomable abyss. Chong Kuei nodded gently. Very well. The girl's head tilted. Her hand fell limp, her eyes closed, and a trace of serene smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chong Kuei raised her head and gazed towards a group of refugees not far away. Spotting a gaunt little boy sitting on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at her. Young master, are you unhurt? Qing Tong's face turned pale with fright. Had it not been for that little girl, the young master might have been in grave danger from that arrow. Chong Kuei shook her head, resting her palm against her forehead, and lowered her gaze. That I shall never engage in such reckless actions again. She was accustomed to acting alone, always able to control every situation without unexpected occurrences. Yet here there were inevitably unforeseen events. Orphaned and alone, if she survived now, she would not live long with her brother. Xiao Shulu coldly remarked, observing her expression as she truly sorrowful. Perhaps. Chong Kuei lifted her head, witnessing the band of marauders being slaughtered, the remainder fleeing in various directions. Within moments, they had retreated entirely. Their training was evidently far beyond that of mere common thieves. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure rode forth, clad in crimson, hair cascading like a waterfall, reminiscent of a king amidst a battlefield. That he dismounted swiftly, striding to the carriage, his voice laced with urgency. The bandits have retreated. The young master is unharmed, I trust? Chapter 44. The truth of the assassin. Such a simple statement, yet it bore a reassuring power. As Qing Tong had said, with him present, all would be well. Chong Kuei lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at Wooly, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. With Wooly here, I feel at ease. He paused briefly, his blood-spattered visage softening, his eyes curving gently. As if the recent carnage had simply been a fleeting glimpse of beauty, his smile instilled a sense of calm. Wooly glanced at his retreating figure, seemingly contemplative, yet uttered no further words. Immediately instructing the others to prepare for departure without delay, he mounted his steed, riding alongside Chong Kuei's carriage, slightly bending forward to say, Young master, do not worry, I have left behind medicinal herbs and prescriptions. Those injured citizens will receive care. Even after a harrowing and intense battle, he would overlook nothing, always ensuring everything was handled with meticulous order. Zhong Kuei nodded. I appreciate your efforts, whatever the young master wishes to accomplish. Wu Li will exhaust every effort to see it through. Jiufeng Chao Huang Handan, anciently known as Gandan, is the land where the sun rises and sets. Since the Shang dynasty, Handan has served as a critical region. Enduring over a millennium and during the Zhou dynasty as the emperor divided the realm, the Zhao Marquis established his capital here. Under Zhao Wulingwang's military reforms, the Zhao state ascended to prominence among the feudal lords. And Handan thrived, earning the title of a renowned capital, rich and resplendent. After a journey of several days, they finally arrived at the Zhao kingdom's capital, Handan. Exhausted from the travel, all were weary beyond measure. Zhong Kuei silently vowed never to endure such long journeys by carriage again, having left Handan many years prior, when the young master was still quite young and likely had no recollection. She narrated tales of familiar landmarks along the way. That is the residence of General Li Mu, over there is the royal palace, our Zhong residence lies to the west, and yonder is a bustling marketplace filled with merchants. A fascinating place teeming with all manner of curiosities. In this era, the status of merchants is quite low. Even if one were as wealthy as a nation, they cannot dwell in areas frequented by nobility. The Zhong family traveled light and faced bandits along the way, suffering some losses, hence their few carriages passed without attracting much attention. The Zhong residence, situated to the west of Handan, is rather secluded. Sprawling and grand with imposing gates and deep courtyards, though the master was absent, Zhongfeng had many retainers, and with dedicated staff managing affairs, it was not overly desolate as their carriage remained on the main road. Individuals from the Zhong residence approached from a distance. Young Master Wu Li, did your journey go well? Leading the way was a venerable elder with white hair, still vigorous, his eyes keen, who slightly bowed upon seeing Wu Li. Chapter 45. The truth of the assassin. Qing Tong lifted the carriage curtain and said, the young master requests that Mr. Nangong not stand on ceremony. Please rise quickly. Nangong Shang stood, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. Glancing into the carriage to see Zhong Kuei lounging inside, a sense of relief washing over him, Zhong Kuei felt entirely out of her depth, with no recollections to draw upon, remaining silent as everyone had grown accustomed to her demeanor. Upon arriving at the Zhong residence, countless servants knelt in welcome. The Zhong residence in Handan was considerably larger than that in Omping. Please rise. I am fatigued, Zhong Kuei said coolly, upon entering the courtyard. It resembled that in Omping, albeit far more extravagant. Zhong Kuei sought to rest, too exhausted to concern herself with anything else, her body feeling as if it might disintegrate. In contrast, the Yi family, particularly the mother and daughter, appeared as if they had fled from disaster, having lost their goods to the bandits, now reduced to only 2 bundles, appearing disheveled and dusty. However, Wu Li was thorough in his considerations and had not forgotten them. Arranging for a courtyard for their temporary stay. As soon as they settled in, Lady Yi, without even time for grooming, immediately retrieved a pouch of coins from her bundle and handed it to a maid sent by the Zhong residence to assist them. This is a small token of our gratitude. Might I ask the young lady for a favor? Lady Yi spoke with a courteous demeanor. To her surprise, the maid did not even glance at the pouch, replying, though our Zhong residence is but a merchant family, we adhere strictly to our rules. We servants are only to perform our duties, and there is no need for the lady to spend. Lady Yi had not anticipated such a sharp-tongued maid, and the resentment and hardships endured during their journey surged forth uncontrollably. Do you not know who I am? I am the consort of the Zhao king, and my daughter is with me. It is your honor to deliver a letter to the palace. The maid, startled, dropped her cloth and fled. Mother, what should we do? Yi Lan Shan exclaimed, panic-stricken. They now had nothing and could not inform the princess in the palace. Lady Yi slowly sat down, her once well-maintained visage now showing signs of wear. Do not fret. There will be a way. Zhong Kuei awoke from her slumber to find the skies had darkened, her stomach growling with hunger, prompting her to call for Qing Tong to bring her food. After satisfying her hunger, she finally regained a modicum of energy, and Qing Tong cheerfully recounted the events of Lady Yi that day. The eldest daughter of the Yi family had married the Zhao king years ago, yet there had been no news since. With so many consorts, she might have long since fallen from favor. Zhong Kuei chuckled, pondering that if Yi and I Chong had indeed lost favor, it would not be possible for her to assist them in leaving Hangua. However, the Queen of Zhao was no ordinary figure. With neither powerful allies nor offspring, what could Yi and I Chong do? I will take a stroll. You need not accompany me, Zhong Kuei declared, stepping outside to wander about the Zhong residence. Familiarizing herself with the surroundings was her habit upon arriving in a new place. In the unfamiliar expanse of the Zhong residence in Handan, she wandered aimlessly until she inadvertently lost her way. Wuli, how rare of you to seek me out, a voice resonated in the tranquil darkness, prompting Zhong Kuei to halt and discern that it was Feng Mo's voice. She remained still, prepared to eavesdrop on their conversation. Have you been working too hard on this journey? Wu Li's voice was calm, akin to the ubiquitous moonlight, yet imbued with a chill. Feng Mo scoffed. Is it not you who bears the greater burden, attending to every detail with perfection? Truly admirable flattery, Wu Li replied without inflection. Before leaving, the master entrusted me with the care of the young master, thus it is my duty to provide for her. Is that so? For Zhong Kuei? Feng Mo chuckled lightly, the esteemed alchemist deigning to lower himself for a foolish girl? And you? Wu Li inquired. What is your purpose? Humph, you place your bets on the Qin kingdom. Do you not allow us to wager on another? Feng Mo retorted. Each serves their own master. Wu Li's voice suddenly turned icy. Like the hard frost of winter. Feng Mo, whatever your intentions, Zhong Kuei is innocent. Should you dare harm her, I, Wu Li, shall not spare you. You threaten me? Feng Mo scoffed dismissively. Indeed, Wu Li acknowledged candidly, it is a threat. Until the final moment, one cannot predict the outcome. Do not be so presumptuous, Feng Mo sneered. Who will prevail remains uncertain, but as long as I am here, I suggest you temper your demeanor with that. Footsteps echoed as they departed, just as Zhong Kuei contemplated utilizing her agility to leave swiftly. She turned to see two maids approaching. Realizing she could not be seen after a moment's thought, she resolved not to flee and continued to meander along the path. At that moment, Wu Li emerged, noticing her and pausing briefly before hastening over, kneeling before her in a gesture that allowed her not to look up at him. How did the young master end up here? The lanterns in the distance flickered hazily, and the moonlight was rather dim, making it difficult for Wu Li to discern her expression. He could only sense that her eyes were remarkably clear. A slight tremor stirred within him as he cradled her icy little hand in his warm palm. It is so cold outside. Are you here to seek Feng Mo? His voice was soft. Meant only for their ears, you came to find me? Wu Li was somewhat taken aback. Zhong Kuei tilted her head slightly and replied, I wish to learn alchemy. Alchemy? Wu Li paused, initially thinking her naive and unaware. But he smiled warmly, saying very well, I shall teach you. Zhong Kuei was surprised by his easy agreement. Although only 14, Wu Li was tall and slender, while Zhong Kuei, having been frail since childhood, only reached his elbow in height. Upon returning to their dwelling, Wu Li earnestly explained the art of alchemy to her, not merely brushing it off as child's play. To practice alchemy, one must possess the innate talent of a pharmacist within their spiritual essence to control the flames. This is a congenital trait that is difficult for ordinary people to master. However, if one merely seeks to concoct simple pills, they can indeed learn to mix medicines. Wu Li shared with her several basic formulas, utilizing commonly found herbs that could treat external injuries or typical ailments such as headaches and fevers. Though still far from the advanced elixirs Zhong Kuei desired, she had nonetheless made strides in her understanding of alchemy and reaped considerable benefits. Chapter 47, The Assassin's Truth. Tomorrow, I shall quietly venture out to purchase an alchemical furnace, thought Zhong Kuei. Young master, I have brought this child to see you, Qing Tong announced as she entered. Zhong Kuei looked up to see her leading a 4 or 5-year-old boy into the room. The boy was dressed in clean, tidy new clothes, looking entirely refreshed, with delicate features yet a frail physique. His head bowed in silence. After a moment's observation, Zhong Kuei recognized him as the younger brother of the girl she had encountered on her journey. His sister had perished saving her, and this child had followed her to Handan. Previously, he had been filthy and it would have been inappropriate to present him to the young master, but now that he was presentable, he was brought to express gratitude for the young master's kindness. Qing Tong patted his shoulder and said, This is our young master at the Chong residence, and he shall be your young master too. Quickly, kneel and bow. The boy, still looking down, obediently knelt and silently offered a bow to Zhong Kuei. Rise, what is your name? Zhong Kuei inquired. Qi Lu, came the soft, thin reply, Your sister saved me, and I shall take good care of you. You are a free person, not a slave. You may learn and live here at the residence. We have many guests who can surely benefit you, Zhong Kuei assured him. Qi Lu nodded, slowly standing up, keeping his gaze lowered, not once looking at her. Having just lost a loved one, he must have been in great sorrow. So Zhong Kuei instructed Qing Tong to take him away at this moment. Wu Li remarked, This child seems to possess some talent. If properly nurtured, he could protect you in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei recalled the 3 prospective suitors her father had found for her, each claiming they could protect her, and she immediately felt overwhelmed. 3 were already enough for her to bear. Adding another would be unbearable. No need for that. He can do as he pleases. The Chong residents cannot afford to support an idler, she retorted. Wooly smiled faintly, then gently said, as long as you are content. The night deepened, and he prepared to take his leave. Zhong Kuei looked at him and said, return tomorrow to teach me alchemy. Very well, he agreed, unable to refuse her request, no matter how busy he was. As Wooly stepped outside and walked a few paces, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, does the young master still harbor feelings for Feng Mo? Upon hearing this question, Zhong Kuei felt a headache coming on and lazily asked, why do you ask that? It is nothing, the young master may rest easy, Wooly replied with a slight bow before departing. In the middle of the night, Zhong Kuei lay on her bed, contemplating the conversation she had overheard between Wooly and Feng Mo. These two individuals undoubtedly held significant status. Wooly needed no introduction, being a renowned young alchemist, while Feng Mo, with his roguish demeanor, was unimaginable as someone who could rival Wooly's prowess. The sudden appearance of the well-trained bandits, akin to a military force, was alarming. Likewise, the group that attempted to assassinate her in Omping City also boasted an impressive background. Were these two factions connected? Why did they seek to harm her? The suitors her father had chosen, why was each one so exceptional? After 3 years of being besieged, Handan was no longer as prosperous as before, yet the main streets remained bustling with activity. The western part of the city was a hub for merchants. Particularly lively Zhao Kingdom bordered the Hu tribes, with neighboring regions home to Xiongnu, Lufan, and other foreign nations, leading many Hu people to come here for trade. The marketplace was filled with a myriad of strange stalls, a dazzling array that overwhelmed the senses. Chapter 48. The superior alchemical furnace. Zhong Kuei donned a considerable amount of dark paint and swaggered out. This time the substance she used was not ordinary soot, but ink she had purchased from the Hu people. Without special herbs, it would not wash off. Just yesterday, she had learned the art of alchemy. And today, she could hardly contain her excitement, eagerly purchasing various medicinal herbs, for she had ample funds before long. Her satchel was bulging next. She needed to acquire an alchemical furnace. Approaching a stall selling alchemical furnaces, she had barely taken a few steps when a loud voice called out from behind her. Hey, stop right there. Zhong Kuei instinctively felt the person was addressing her, but upon reflection it seemed impossible. She knew no one in Handan. Continuing on, her arm was suddenly seized. You. I told you to stop. The breathless voice was somewhat melodious. Many around them halted, eyes lighting up. Oh, where did such a handsome young man come from? What a pity he is conversing with such a dark and unattractive individual. What a waste. Zhong Kuei cast a glance at the hand gripping her arm and coldly shrugged it off. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The other person lifted their head, revealing a flushed face and a pair of lively, beautiful eyes with long lashes batting at her. I would recognize you even if you were turned to ash. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei felt a sense of foreboding. Surely this person harbored some deep-seated grudge. To say they would recognize her even in such a state, had the previous Zhong Kuei truly offended someone? Looking at the young man before her, she noted that his mustache was laughably fake, nearly falling off. Miss, I do not recall meeting you, Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly. The young man, in shock, pointed at his nearly detached fake mustache and exclaimed, what kind of eyes do you have? I am a man. Look at my mustache, and a young master at that. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Even a blind person could tell that mustache was fake. What are you laughing at? Hearing their jeers, the young man flushed crimson, stamping his foot in frustration. Zhong Kuei could not help but chuckle, smirking. My dear young master, I do not recall having any entanglements with you. So do not cling to me. Dressed as a man with such a dark complexion, how could you possibly pass as one? I am not clinging to you. You genuinely do not remember me, she pleaded desperately. Grasping Zhong Kuei's hand, Zhong Kuei once more pulled away, adhering to the principle that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. The girl bit her pink lips, her eyes turning red with urgency. Saying, in Omping City, you saved me. Oh, hearing that she had been saved eased Zhong Kuei's mind. That time at the Yulai Tavern, the infamous Xiao Shulu nearly killed me. Had you not shown up in time, I would have perished, she recounted excitedly, recalling the day with admiration. You were the one who cried out like a slaughtered pig on the second floor, weren't you? Did I cry that badly? Do not mind it. One reveals their true nature in life and death situations. Zhong Kuei encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder, preparing to leave. Wait. The girl grasped her hand, pleading earnestly, I finally found you. You are my savior. Please allow me the chance to repay you. Chapter 449. The superior alchemical furnace. You exaggerate. It was merely a small act. I must take my leave. Zhong Kuei had no desire to engage with such a naive girl. She had grand ambitions in alchemy awaiting her to not go. You have purchased so many medicinal herbs, you surely wish to practice alchemy. I have the finest alchemical furnace at home, and I can give it to you. The girl said, her eyes sparkling with cleverness upon hearing the mention of the alchemical furnace. Zhong Kuei halted her steps and scrutinized the girl. This young lady, dressed splendidly and possessing stunning beauty, exuded an innocence that could only be nurtured in a wealthy household. It was indeed rare to find a true alchemist, and those who collected alchemical furnaces were certainly not from ordinary families. I swear by my father's name. You can trust me, the girl exclaimed joyfully. Immediately pulling Zhong Kuei out of the marketplace outside, a group of attendants waited anxiously, and upon seeing her they rushed forward. Miss, how could you wander off like this? You nearly scared us to death, a lovely maid scolded. Ruier quickly bowed to Zhong Kuei, saying, I thank you for your assistance during that time. Zhong Kuei nodded, and the girl led her to a carriage, introducing herself. I am Zhao Rui, the daughter of Duke Pingyuan. Zhong Kuei was taken aback. Duke Pingyuan? The son of Zhao Wuling, who strengthened the Zhao kingdom through the adoption of Hu attire and cavalry tactics. He was now the prime minister of Zhao. Thanks to him persuading the Chu and Wei kings to send troops and sacrificing his wealth to gather elite soldiers to defend Handan's gates, the city had not fallen. I never anticipated that this young lady would possess such an illustrious identity. The esteemed Lord Pingyuan, a member of the Zhao royal family, and this maiden too is of noble lineage. Yet you have not even revealed your name to me. Zhao Rui shyly lowered her head before her. A dark line appeared on Zhong Kuei's forehead. Was this a jest? With 3 male paramours at home, it was already quite enough, and now she encounters a woman who has captivated her. The fortune in romance is simply overwhelming. Pushing her away, Zhong Kuei finally said, My name is Fenyu. Fenyu, what a lovely name, Zhao Rui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if bubbles of dreams were floating within them. Just as she leaned towards her once more, Zhong Kuei coolly interjected, I am female. Zhong Kuei was not one to indulge in ambiguity. She despised complications. In truth, she had not deliberately disguised herself as a male, but had merely donned convenient attire for movement. Coupled with her undeveloped physique and dark complexion, Zhao Rui blinked in bewilderment, staring blankly, until tears welled in her eyes. You woo, I have already promised my father that upon finding you, I would offer myself in marriage. How can you deceive me? Taking her to meet a suitor would be the true course of action. Does your family have an alchemy furnace or not? If not, let me out of the carriage. Of course we do. Zhao Rui's eyes brimmed with tears. Do you not feel even a hint of remorse towards me? Not at all. Zhao Rui glared at her, her small face resembling a delightful apple. Exceedingly cute. After staring for a moment she continued, You must be younger than me, yet why are you so formidable? Do you realize that your duel with Xiao Shulu has spread throughout Zhao, with everyone proclaiming you a martial genius? Having just been crying in anger, her mood had already shifted. She truly was a Navi child. However, labeling her as a martial genius might be an understatement. Chapter 50, The Superior Alchemy Furnace. She possesses the blood of Gong Sun Chi's summoned beast, the Blood Phoenix. If this were to be known, it would surely cause a stir throughout the entire Zhao kingdom, not to mention the 7 kingdoms. You've purchased so many medicinal herbs and are seeking an alchemy furnace. Are you still an alchemist? Zhao Rui chattered incessantly. Did I merely wish to test my hand? What a remarkable ambition. Your father will surely be fond of you. Zhao Rui sighed, but it is a pity you are not a man. Then let us first go see the alchemy furnace. Once my father arrives, I will invite him over. Zhao Rui pulled Zhong Kuei further inside. The estate of Lord Pingyuan was far grander in stature compared to the Chong residence, yet the aftermath of the Battle of Handan was still evident, with the once vibrant flora now wilted. Zhao Rui led her to the study, where towering bookshelves filled with bamboo slips and scrolls surrounded them. On one shelf, there rested a 3-legged alchemy furnace. Zhong Kuei's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The furnace's material was unknown, radiating a deep violet hue, adorned with cloud patterns and protruding beast-shaped designs. This is the purple crystal beast pattern furnace, once utilized by the renowned alchemist Elshang of the Zhou dynasty several centuries ago. Might the esteemed gentleman have any interest? A steady and authoritative voice resonated. Zhong Kuei turned to see an elderly man with graying hair entering, dressed in a dark, narrow-sleeved robe, his spirit remarkably vibrant. Most Zhao individuals were tall and robust, and although this elder was advanced in years, he retained an imposing stature. Father, Rui exclaimed as she rushed over, playfully linking her arm with his. Look, this is Rui's savior. Fenyu. Lord Pingyuan clasped his fists and bowed. I thank you, Master Fenyu. Zhao Shang shall never forget this profound kindness. It was merely a small act. Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly. Indeed, this era revered the strong. Nations vied to attract talent, and even a royal like Lord Pingyuan bestowed such courtesy upon a martial artist like her. Father, Fan Yu is also an alchemist, Rui chirped excitedly. Lord Pingyuan regarded his younger daughter with fondness and was now keenly impressed by Chong Kuei. At such a tender age, not only could she parry Xiao Shulu's sword, but she was also an adept alchemist. Such a talent, if harnessed for Zhao, would be invaluable. This purple crystal beast pattern furnace has remained unused in the estate for many years. Today, as fate would have it, please accept it as a token of our meeting. Lord Pingyuan insisted earnestly that I cannot accept something for nothing. Chong Kuei shook her head. To accept his gift would imply an obligation to serve him. Such is not the case, she said. You saved Rui. For Zhao Sheng, it is a debt that cannot be repaid. Indeed, since you cannot marry me, then please accept this alchemy furnace, Rui innocently suggested. Rui, do not be rude. Lord Pingyuan swiftly admonished, then turned to Chong Kuei with an apologetic demeanor. My daughter is still young and has been spoiled, lacking in understanding that I hope you will not take offense. Miss Rui is simply delightful and utterly without guile. I find her quite endearing. There is no offense taken, Chong Kuei replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing herself praised, Rui beamed. Father, Fan Yu is nothing like those pretentious, self-righteous scholars. Enough of that, Lord Pingyuan sighed, feeling helpless against his daughter's antics. Master Fan Yu, why not try out this furnace? I have just begun learning alchemy and am not yet proficient, Chong Kuei admitted candidly. She had no need to boast about her abilities. Ha ha ha, to possess such prowess at such a young age. Master Fan Yu's future is boundless. Lord Pingyuan personally removed the purple crystal beast pattern furnace and presented it to her, declaring that a treasure must have a worthy owner. Thank you, Chong Kuei accepted without further protest. She genuinely needed an alchemy furnace, and Lord Pingyuan merely sought to foster her goodwill. Now that she was aimlessly wandering in Zhao, it would not hurt to interact more with a figure of such high repute. Seeing her accept the furnace, Lord Pingyuan was elated and immediately ordered a feast to be prepared. However, as Chong Kuei noticed the time was getting late and feared for Qing Tong's worry, she graciously declined. Master has just arrived in Handan. If you have no place to stay, you may reside within the estate, Lord Pingyuan proposed at no need. I prefer solitude, Chong Kuei politely declined. Then how shall I contact you in the future? Lord Pingyuan inquired. After a moment's thought, Chong Kuei replied, if you have matters to discuss, you may fly a red flag atop the highest tower in the estate. Upon seeing it, I shall naturally come. That sounds splendid, Lord Pingyuan exclaimed with delight. Escorting her out with Chong Kuei's abilities, she preferred to keep her whereabouts a secret. Regardless of the method, no one would uncover her location as she boarded the carriage and departed with Zhao Rui. Rui inquired, Fan Yu, why are you so formidable? Can you teach me? Throughout the journey, Rui incessantly pressed her for answers. Chong Kuei smiled and suddenly pointed outside the carriage, saying, Look, what is that? Zhao Rui, still a child at heart and devoid of guile, fell for the ruse and quickly turned to gaze out the window, but there's nothing there. The road was eerily quiet, devoid of even a single shadow. When she turned back, Fan Yu had already vanished from the carriage. Zhao Rui was incensed. How dare she trick her, miss? Where are we headed? The coachman inquired. A smile flickered at the corner of Chong Kuei's lips as she was already far away, having just acquired a superior alchemy furnace. Her eagerness to experiment was palpable. She took out the purple crystal beast pattern furnace, cradling it in her hands, admiring its quality, and murmured, What a splendid item! Yesterday, Wu Li had taught her to concoct a basic healing medicine called blood activator. It would be prudent to start with this. The 5 essential medicinal herbs were Zhu Mu Zhen, Chu Feng Chao, Chun Yang, Sha Ling, and Wu Yi. Following the prescribed order, she first added the 2 herbs before igniting the fire. Boom! Before she could assess the situation, the flames released by her spiritual energy reduced the 2 herbs to ashes. Chong Kuei was taken aback. Was it truly the case that without the bloodline of an alchemist, one could not control the flames? She refused to accept such a notion. Let me try again this time. She minimized the flame to a mere thread, allowing it to delicately weave through the latticework of the furnace's top. Zhu Mu Zhen and Sha Ling began to dissolve under the gentle heat. Be cautious, be cautious. I must be careful. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted nearby, disrupting her concentration, causing the flames to surge out of control once more. Incinerating the herbs anew. No matter what transpires below, I shall try again. Just as she placed the herbs into the furnace, the footsteps halted beneath the very tree she was situated in, and a palpable surge of spiritual energy began to ripple around her. Chong Kuei frowned slightly. Was this energy emanating from a practitioner of high caliber? Her current prowess was approximately at 5 stars, allowing her to fully perceive energies lower than her own. The individual below exhibited at least a 3-star level. Accompanied by the presence of a spirit beast setting aside her alchemical endeavors, she pushed aside the foliage to observe below, where a group of arrogant youths encircled a small boy, mercilessly beating him. 7 or 8 individuals were pummeling such a diminutive child, their actions ruthless and unrelenting. The small boy displayed no resistance, enduring the blows as if he would be beaten to death in no time. Behind the group stood a young man of about 20, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. The fluctuations of spiritual energy undoubtedly radiated from him, a 3-star summoner, accompanied by an unknown level spirit beast, regardless of rank. Before the blood phoenix, everything is rendered insignificant. Chong Kuei cast a cold gaze downward. By nature, she preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs. However, as the group continued their altercation, one among them suddenly proposed, it would be too merciful to kill him. How about we bind him to this tree and set fire to him, allowing him to perish in flames? This suggestion was met with approval. The tree they referred to was the very one upon which Chong Kuei perched. It seemed that her hopes for a tranquil day of alchemy were dashed. She neatly stored away her cauldron and herbs. Stifling a yawn, the young summoner was the first to notice her. Immediately lifting his head and fixing her with a sharp gaze, "Who dares to disrupt my peace?" he spat, brimming with arrogance, accustomed to viewing others as beneath him due to his unmatched prowess in Handan. Chong Kuei deftly parted the branches, her petite form gracefully perched upon a slender limb, swaying gently. "Disturbing my rest is a grave offense," she declared, a hint of haughty disdain in her demeanor, exuding an involuntary aura of authority that compelled even the younger boys to step back uneasily. Upon seeing her dark visage, the youth squinted skeptically before sneering. "So you are the one rumored to be able to withstand a strike from Xiao Shulu in Zhao State. In the eyes of others, you may seem formidable, but to me, you are hardly worth the effort of a single finger." Evidently, her reputation had indeed spread far and wide. The boys erupted into laughter, dismissing her as merely a martial artist, insolently declaring, "What can a martial artist do before our young Lord Qian? Your misfortune is palpable. Today marks your end." In response to their jeers, Chong Kuei burst into laughter, swinging her legs playfully between the branches. Chapter 53. The boy with red eyes. "You are indeed a fool, unaware of your impending doom." The young Lord Qian's prideful voice rang out. "Before you stands the illustrious Prince of Zhao, the youngest prodigy of our state," boasted one of his companions. "And what is a Prince of Zhao to me?" Chong Kuei's audacity grew. The youth, losing his temper at her insolence, raised his hand, conjuring a small serpent of flame that lunged towards her. In an instant the once lush tree was reduced to mere charred remnants, and Chong Kuei's figure vanished. "What a pity, to be so easily turned to ash. Truly, the prince is formidable," they mocked. "That fool will likely arrive in hell." Oblivious to how he met his end, the boys began to flatter Zhao Qian, who smirked with satisfaction, folding his arms. "I expected more from that little wretch. Who knew he would crumble so easily?" Only the boy on the ground, barely clinging to life, opened his eyes, revealing dark red irises that fixated on a side of the forest. The evening sun had begun its descent, casting a breathtaking array of colors across the sky. Fiery hues filtered through the evergreen leaves. The atmosphere was deceptively tranquil, yet inexplicably, the air grew scorching. Hotn mere moments, even Zhao Qian felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, while the other youths were drenched in perspiration. "It's unbearable. I can't stand it." Sweat poured from Zhao Qian's brow as he gasped for air. "Flame dragon scale beast, arise," he called out, anxiety flooding his heart as he summoned his familiar. The air felt as though it would ignite at any moment. A colossal beast, resembling a lion cloaked in flames and covered in scales, materialized beside Zhao Qian. The flame dragon scale beast, a 9th-tier spirit beast, let out a low growl imbued with both fury and fear. Sensing its trepidation, Zhao Qian's anxiety intensified. The sweat cascading down his face, light footsteps gradually emerged from the direction the boy had been observing. At first, they seemed distant, but within seconds they were right beside him. A girl clad in a black short robe emerged, her face obscured in darkness yet unaffected by the sweltering heat. A devilish smile danced upon her lips. "Another flame," Chong Kuei remarked nonchalantly, her black eyes reflecting a hint of crimson fire. "You are the Prince of Zhao, how fortuitous. My flames are those of a sovereign among flames. Allow me to demonstrate." Zhao Qian's eyes widened in terror as an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, rendering him breathless. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. He stared at Chong Kuei's face, genuine fear dawning upon him. Before he could utter a word, she raised a slender hand and waved it gently. "Blood phoenix." A piercing cry echoed, seemingly tearing apart the very sky. A blood-red phoenix descended from the heavens, shedding fiery orbs that ignited upon contact with the ground, creating an inferno beneath its majestic wings. In that moment, all living beings were left with no avenue for escape. The air fell silent for half a heartbeat, then was shattered by shrieks of terror. Flee! Gong Sun Chi has arrived! The cries erupted. And the previously arrogant youths scrambled in panic, each seeking an escape without a moment's hesitation. Some were so frightened they wet themselves, yet the instinct for survival propelled them to flee, disregarding their shame. Zhao Qian's flame dragon scale beast had vanished the moment the blood phoenix appeared. It was no ordinary spirit beast, and the disparity in their levels rendered any confrontation utterly one-sided. Zhao Qian realized he had provoked a formidable opponent. Retreating step by step, swallowing hard, Chong Kuei approached him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Who was it that claimed they could crush me with a mere finger? You, Zhao Qian trembled, fear gnawing at him as he recalled the dread associated with Gong Sun Chi. The massacre of 40,000 during the Chongping campaign was not only Zhao State's greatest grievance, but also its deepest terror. It was said that even infants would cease crying upon hearing Gong Sun Chi's name. Now with Gong Sun Chi's familiar before him, how could he not be terrified? Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his eyes fixed on Chong Kuei, as he hastily retrieved a talisman from his sleeve with a swift motion. A flame flickered and Zhao Qian's figure vanished. Humph, a petty trick, attempting to escape under my very nose, the blood phoenix scoffed, ready to pursue, but Chong Kuei indifferently remarked, no need. Merely scaring them will suffice. You possess such benevolence? The blood phoenix mused, surprised. This girl is certainly not one to be trifled with. Chong Kuei smiled slightly. If I were to kill the Prince of Zhao, the ensuing troubles in Handan would be far too numerous. I detest complications. Do you think revealing my presence will spare you from trouble? The blood phoenix retorted with a sneer. At least it's preferable to being hunted. Chong Kuei replied with a chuckle. Your flamboyance has long made me eager to unleash you for a bit of flair. It feels exhilarating. The blood phoenix was left speechless. It dawned on him that she had summoned him merely to show off. When had he, the blood phoenix, sunk to such a lowly state? Had I known, I would have devoured a few souls to fill my belly. He grumbled, disgruntled at so many perished on the battlefield. Yet you claim it's insufficient? Consuming the deceased and the living yields different flavors. Chong Kuei shivered at the thought. The blood phoenix then turned its gaze to the small boy still lying motionless on the ground. Oh, there's one more here. Though he's smaller, he could suffice as a snack. He is not one of them. Seek your meal elsewhere, Chong Kuei replied coolly. The blood phoenix, disgruntled, departed. This commotion would undoubtedly create a stir in Handan. And it was best for them to leave. Chapter 55. The boy with red eyes. Chong Kuei readied herself to depart, yet unexpectedly, the boy rose before her, seemingly eager to leave without a hint of gratitude for her intervention. The world was indeed disheartening. Hey, I just saved you. A breathtaking blood phoenix appears, and even ordinary folk would worship it, she exclaimed, incredulous that the boy remained unmoved. What an ungrateful wretch. She had granted him a moment of grandeur, and he failed to acknowledge it. Chong Kuei's irritation grew. She preferred to remain low-key and uninterested in others' affairs, yet this was too much. Having made her intentions clear, the boy still walked ahead with his head lowered. Seemingly deaf to her words, enraged, Chong Kuei swiftly stepped in front of him. Had I not intervened moments ago, you would have met your demise. Though her intent was not to rescue him, merely to quell the disturbances caused by those ruffians during her alchemical pursuits. It does not grant him the liberty to disregard her presence. The young boy was halted in his tracks, slowly raising his gaze to meet hers. His soft, flowing hair cascaded down, and what first captured her attention were his uniquely blood-red eyes. Beneath the surface of those orbs lay an unfathomable abyss and an overwhelming chill, yet even amidst that, his otherworldly aura could not be concealed. His gaze enveloped the space around them, saturating it with an icy, eerie energy that ensnared all who encountered it, leaving them bewildered. Even Chong Kuei felt her heartstrings tugged violently in that instant, nearly succumbing to the allure of that sinister energy, as if it could pull her into an endless void. She quickly steadied her mind. With her temperament, she was not easily swayed. As her gaze shifted from his eyes to his face, she was momentarily taken aback. She had expected a visage to match those mesmerizing eyes. Yet the truth was far from her assumptions. The boy's face bore severe scars, grotesque markings that marred his features, one even crossing through the center of his left eye, mercifully sparing the eye itself. At first glance, his countenance would undoubtedly startle anyone. It was grotesque and terrifying, coupled with those eyes imbued with an uncanny essence, creating an indescribable sense of strangeness. He was slight in build, not more than 5 years of age. Yet there was an innate nobility about him, and the depths of his crimson gaze concealed a coldness that belied his youth. Chong Kuei was momentarily stunned, intending to say more, but the sight of his face left her at a loss for words. He regarded her with a cold glance from his red eyes and uttered, "Mind your own business," that he then continued on his way. If Chong Kuei had merely felt a twinge of annoyance before, she was now fully incensed. The Buddha teaches us not to hold grudges against children, but this boy was far from ordinary. "Stop," she commanded, spinning him around by the shoulder, forcing him to face her. After enduring a brutal beating, he bore injuries and she pressed down mercilessly, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. To her surprise, he still felt pain. Chong Kuei let out a cold laugh, sweeping her foot out to flip him onto the ground. Today, May 30th, marked the end of the initial selection period for book reviews. She had seen numerous impressive long reviews regarding new books and had taken her time to choose one, selecting Chinger's piece for Wu Li titled No Matter the Heavens or Hell. Let us walk together. Congratulations. Please send me your contact information to arrange the delivery of a physical copy of Feng and Tianxia. Chapter 56. The boy with red eyes with one leg pressed against his chest and one hand halting his attempt to resist. She thought, "Little one, regardless of your age, even if you stood before a burly man, you would still be thrown down." Yet he neither cried out nor resisted. His demonic red eyes dulled, resembling a 1,000-year-old cold pool. Tranquil and unyielding, his hands surrendered to stillness, adopting a demeanor that suggested he could face death without concern. "How unafraid you are of death," Chong Kuei remarked with a cold smile. It was her first encounter with such an intriguing child. He merely cast her a fleeting glance, turned his gaze away, and spoke not a word. With a sharp slap, Chong Kuei struck his face, demanding he respond. The boy remained indifferent, entirely impervious to her provocation. Observing him closely, she thought no one was without weaknesses. The more they feigned strength and indifference, the more fragile they truly were. "Rest assured, sister will not kill you," Chong Kuei said with a mischievous grin. The boy looked at her, his brows slightly furrowing, uncertain of her intentions. However, Chong Kuei's tone shifted abruptly, growing more severe. "I will summon Zhao Qian and his gang to strip you bare, taking turns to torment you for confessions. That is my specialty." Each year, the criminals sent to the base, no matter how seasoned or trained, never escaped her clutches. Indeed, upon hearing her words, a flicker of unease crossed the boy's otherwise impassive eyes. Despite his young age, he exuded a formidable aura. "What do you want?" His voice was cold and somewhat hoarse, bearing the marks of a natural flaw, as if it had been cut. "Who are you? And why are Zhao Qian and his men after you?" Chong Kuei had no desire to put him in a difficult position, as long as he understood his place. "Do you not see my eyes? Do you not comprehend?" he replied coldly. Chong Kuei was taken aback. His heterochromatic eyes, blood red as if stained, were certainly an anomaly. In a world rife with conflict and superstitions, his crimson gaze would undoubtedly bring him countless misfortunes. He was still so young, powerless to resist. No wonder he did not retaliate when those people assaulted him, nor did he resist her control. Perhaps he was accustomed to this, understanding that defiance would only elicit a beastly response. Chong Kuei released him and stood by, arms crossed. He slowly rose, brushing off the dust, turning away with an astonishing indifference. "Hey," Chong Kuei called lazily from behind him, "when others strike you, you should fight back." The boy remained silent, undoubtedly filled with disdain for her words. Those who bullied such a small child were inherently cowardly. If he exerted himself to resist even once, it might temper their cruelty. "What do you know?" His hoarse voice was like decaying wood, his frail silhouette akin to a sheer cliff. "Because I have lived through it myself," Chong Kuei replied softly. "Who has not endured dark days? No one is born powerful." Chapter 57. The boy with red eyes finally. He turned to face her, his blood-red gaze unwavering. "If they bully you again, strike back. Attack anyone you can catch. If you cannot win, bite them. If you take a chunk out, they will fear you. Be ye fierce like a wolf. Have you done this?" he asked her. "Of course," Chong Kuei affirmed. The corners of his injured mouth lifted slightly, a semblance of a smile that seemed to brighten his face. "Only dogs bite," he retorted. Chong Kuei, previously managing to suppress her anger, felt it flare anew. "Who are you calling a dog, you little brat? You've got a death wish." His unyielding demeanor persisted, even in the face of her wrath. Undeterred by her status as the Blood Phoenix's new contractor, it was perplexing how someone so audacious could endure such mistreatment. Yet, in that fleeting moment of a smile, he was surprisingly charming, making one forget the grotesque visage he bore. "Little brat," Chong Kuei scoffed, "who would stoop to squabble with a child like you? Have you never thought of growing stronger? Mere wishes are futile." His blood-red eyes swept across her, and an eerie aura began to emanate once more. He did not intend to intimidate. It was simply the nature of his extraordinary red eyes that made direct contact with others unsettling, even if he meant no harm, even if he sought help with his gaze. It was all in vain. These cursed eyes, capable of receiving light, nonetheless severed the bridge connecting him to the world. Yet Chong Kuei appeared unperturbed by his gaze, nor was she swayed by the enchantment of those eyes. She smiled brightly, full of vitality. Now you need not think. You shall take me as your mentor, and I will teach you. He glanced at her once more before turning to leave. Chong Kuei chuckled, genuinely surprised that such a person existed in this world. In District 19, countless individuals vied to become her student. Though she was somewhat eccentric, every student she trained emerged as an elite. This boy had missed a golden opportunity. He would surely regret it later. She too turned away, and they each departed in different directions to the Chong residence. Just as Chong Kuei finished washing her face, she heard Yilanshan's voice outside. Sister, you wouldn't still be resting, would you? It's already dark. My mother has prepared a wonderful meal and would like to invite you to dine with us. Miss, please wait a moment. The young master will call for us once he awakens. Ching Tong replied politely. Why Yilanshan quickly retorted. Why does sister sleep all day? Is there some hidden ailment? Ching Tong's expression changed instantly, ready to refute her when the door behind her swung open. Chong Kuei stepped out leisurely, and Yilanshan, initially wearing a smug smile, suddenly appeared fearful upon seeing her, quickly concealing her expression. Sister, you've finally emerged. How is your nose now? Chong Kuei regarded her with a half-smile. It's good that we can play slingshots again. Yilanshan immediately covered her nose, her face paling as she forced a smile. Sister, I admit my inferiority. I shall never dare to embarrass myself before you again. Madame Yi had imparted lessons for many days, and it seemed some of it had finally taken effect. Chapter 58. Renowned in Handan. I'm hungry, Chong Kuei said, feeling famished after a long day. Perfect, my mother has asked me to invite you to dinner, Yilanshan quickly responded. Having grown accustomed to the culinary skills of the palace chef, I no longer wish to rely on Aunt Fong from the old house. We are all family here. Please feel free to ask for assistance as needed. As she spoke, Chong Kuei made her way toward the dining hall. Yilanshan, gritting her teeth, followed closely behind, eagerly saying, Sister, you are aware of how arduous our journey has been. We encountered robbers and lost all our belongings. It turns out we are in such a predicament. Chong Kuei maintained a blank expression and reassured her, Do not worry, sister. Although you and Aunt are staying at my home, there is no need to pay rent, and you may eat to your heart's content. What I desire is far beyond mere hospitality. They have no money left, of course, and there is no need to worry about the cost of food. With a casual wave of her hand, Chong Kuei generously added, Sister, there is no need to thank me. It is simply my duty. If you and Aunt wish for meat, feel free to inform the kitchen. Yilanshan was utterly taken aback. Rent, meals, meat? Aren't these things typically provided to them? Why does it now seem as though she is begging, and Chong Kuei is merely bestowing charity upon them? What a remarkable Chong Kuei. Indeed, she is astute in her dealings. Coming from a merchant family of dubious repute, upon entering the dining hall, they were greeted with a table laden with exquisite delicacies, a feast for the senses. Since leaving Korea, apart from a few fine meals in Omping City, Yilanshan had not indulged in such sumptuous fare for quite some time. Though they hailed from an official family in Korea, they never indulged in such extravagance. The Chong family was indeed wealthy beyond measure. Why Yilanshan's indignation grew. The cost of this meal alone could have provided her with several beautiful outfits and a few pieces of jewelry. Now they possessed nothing, with only 1 or 2 sets of clothing for change, and their jewelry had been lost, rendering them unable to show themselves in public. Sister, please sit and eat together, Chong Kuei said with a smile. Picking up her chopsticks. Yilanshan quickly took her seat and began to eat voraciously. Her manners quite unbecoming. Chong Kuei sampled a few dishes before setting her chopsticks down and turning to Ching Tong, saying, Ching Tong, there are several rolls of fine fabric in the storeroom. Please send them to sister and aunt shortly. Yes, Ching Tong replied. Yilanshan lifted her head, a glimmer of joy crossing her face. Indeed, her mother was correct. As long as one knows how to appease Chong Kuei, one can have anything. Sister, I notice the jewelry you usually wear is quite beautiful. Ching Tong could not help but scoff. Having just provided fabric, yet she was now asking for jewelry as well. It was truly outrageous. I happen to have a few pieces of jewelry that I no longer use. I shall send them along as well, Chong Kuei said with a smile. Yes, Ching Tong agreed. Thank you, sister. Though she did not receive the expected sum of money, acquiring fabric and jewelry was still a pleasing outcome. She was utterly tired of the few garments she had on, which garnered no attention when she stepped outside. Ecstatic, Yilanshan departed, and only then did Ching Tong remark, why must the young master give her so much? She is so shameless. It's quite infuriating since she resides in Chong's household. Appearing so shabby would be a disgrace to us. Others would say we treat our relatives harshly. I see. The young master indeed thinks long-term. Qing Tong said with admiration. Chong Kuei smiled gently and leaned back in her chair. The young master has arrived, Qing Tong exclaimed with delight. Chong Kuei looked up just in time to see Wu Li enter, the light instantly illuminating him, clad in vibrant red, extraordinarily handsome, with a gentle smile at the corner of his lips. Seemingly meant solely for her. Young master, will you continue your studies in alchemy today? Wu Li asked as he took a seat beside her. Chong Kuei glanced at the hem of his robe, which was indeed speckled with mud and dust, and inquired, what business took you outside the city? Master Nangong is aging, and there are many matters in the estate he can no longer handle. I am merely lending a hand, Wu Li replied. Though she found Wu Li enigmatic, she could not fault him in his treatment of her. Wu Li settled down, took out a few simple medicinal herbs, and began teaching her how to identify them, as well as how to control the heat in the process. As she listened to his soothing voice, Chong Kuei suddenly felt a bit dazed. She had been in this foreign world for several months now, gradually acclimating to her new identity and becoming more familiar with her surroundings. Yet, could Wu Li be the one she could trust in this world? Observing his earnest explanation, she lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow across her face, resembling the gossamer wings of a cicada. Wu Li. Chong Kuei suddenly interrupted his lecture. He was not angered. Instead, he smiled and paused, looking at her. What is it, young master? Why do you choose to remain in the Chong household? With your abilities, you would certainly be esteemed anywhere else. Yet here you are merely my male companion. How could that not be humiliating? Did he not care at all? The master has saved my life. Without him, there would be no present-day Wu Li. Therefore, I am willing to do whatever is required. He said nonchalantly. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Wu Li smiled slightly. In life, it is most important to be true to oneself. As for how others perceive me, it is of no consequence. A man of genuine integrity walks freely, unbound by external constraints. Wu Li is indeed the epitome of a true gentleman. What is it? Chong Kuei inquired earlier. I caught a glimpse from afar of a crimson fire soaring into the sky outside the city. Seemingly the summoning beast of Gong Sun Qi, possessing an awe-inspiring presence. The entire city of Handan trembled, prompting even King Zhao to urgently convene his ministers for discussions. Oh, has Gong Sun Qi already arrived in Handan? Chong Kuei asked nonchalantly, surprised by the swiftness of the news. Gong Sun Qi has passed away, so it cannot be him. From what I know, the Blood Phoenix is no ordinary spirit beast. It belongs to the Phoenix clan and possesses an indomitable spirit. Even if the summoner dies, it can break the contract and be reborn through fire, Wu Li explained with a smile. Thus, I surmise that the Blood Phoenix must have re-established a contract with a new summoner after Gong Sun Qi's demise. Wu Li's insight was indeed remarkable. His deductions were spot on. What does King Zhao intend to do? Wu Li continued, the Zhao kingdom greatly fears Gong Sun Qi, but they hold the Blood Phoenix in profound reverence. Rumors have it that the new summoner of the Blood Phoenix is a young boy with a dark complexion named Fenyu. Possessing the Blood Phoenix, it is said that he even clashed with Xiao Shulu during his time in Omping City. He is not to be underestimated, and if we could win him over to the Chong family, it would greatly assist the master's ambitions. Wu Li's expression was earnest. Chong Kuei was momentarily taken aback. What? He also sought to win over the new master of the Blood Phoenix? Our Chong family is merely a merchant household. Someone of his caliber would hardly consider aligning with us, Chong Kuei quickly responded. Questioning the absurdity of such an idea, Wu Li gazed at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Young master, you must not underestimate the potential. Though the master comes from a merchant background, his dealings are not limited to mere monetary transactions. What other dealings? Chong Kuei inquired with curiosity. She had never met Chong Feng and knew nothing of his enterprises. Wu Li's words hinted at something undisclosed, yet he did not elaborate. Aside from ordinary commerce, what could Chong Feng have been engaged in during his long absence? This matter is confidential to the master. I am not privy to the details. However, young master, you must never belittle yourself. The Chong family will not remain solely a merchant household forever. Wu Li said with a smile. Chong Kuei refrained from probing further, realizing Wu Li regarded her as an unworldly child, which was why he shared so much with her. If possible, it was imperative to bring Fenyu into the Chong family fold. Wu Li paused before adding, if we are unable to win him over, we must ensure he does not remain in the Zhao kingdom. Chong Kuei turned her head, appearing calm on the surface. Yet tumultuous currents surged beneath. She held no interest in the machinations of intrigue. However, perhaps this opportunity could allow her to uncover the secrets of the Chong family. Lying on her bed, Chong Kuei recalled Wu Li's earlier words and could not help but smirk. No matter who you are, attempting to control me will not be a simple task. Closing her eyes, An otherworldly pair of crimson eyes suddenly surfaced in her mind, along with a torrent of eerie, demonic energy. Startled, she wondered who that individual truly was. She sensed that after yesterday's incident, Lord Pingyuan could no longer remain composed. With time on her hands, Chong Kuei decided to pay a visit to the Pingyuan Lord's residence. My lord, Fan Yu's origin is shrouded in mystery, and as the new summoner of the Blood Phoenix, I fear she may be intertwined with Gong Sun Qi. Her sudden appearance in Handan at this time is an ominous sign. She may well be a spy from the Qin kingdom, harboring ulterior motives. Indeed, Gong Sun Qi was exceedingly cunning. Even though he is dead, I suspect he could have infiltrated the Zhao kingdom, the lord replied. Urging caution, you must think carefully, my lord. Do not underestimate this individual. She is undoubtedly formidable. In the study, the guests and scholars of the Pingyuan Lord's residence voiced their opinions in a cacophony, nearly all in unanimous agreement. If she were merely an ordinary expert, it would be essential to win her over. However, she is the new contractee of the Blood Phoenix. Chapter 61. Renowned in Handan on the battlefield of the Blood Phoenix. The majestic phoenix, following Gong Sun Qi, surveying the blood-soaked earth, exuded an awe-inspiring and terrifying presence. This was the deepest fear harbored in the hearts of every citizen of Zhao. Who could remain unafraid? Prince Pingyuan sat in silence, propping his forehead with a hand, his expression laden with worry. After a long pause, he stated, Gong Sun Qi is undoubtedly dead. This fact is beyond dispute. He had just perished. How could the Blood Phoenix possibly forge a new contract with a summoner? Such an occurrence defies logic. The Blood Phoenix is an extraordinarily powerful spirit beast. How could it so easily establish a contract? Lord Jun, consider carefully, he continued. The Blood Phoenix has formed contracts with numerous summoners throughout generations. Yet none have proven loyal. Gong Sun Qi, though formidable, is now deceased. The Blood Phoenix is no longer bound to him. Prince Pingyuan spoke solemnly. Currently, the Zhao kingdom is in urgent need of experts, and Fan Yu is the most suitable candidate. Yesterday, Prince Qian witnessed her prowess firsthand. Even when confronted with the identity of His Highness, Fan Yu still sought to take lethal action, indicating her unfriendly disposition towards our Zhao kingdom. That was merely Prince Qian's arrogant and overbearing nature. Provoking Fan Yu, Prince Pingyuan asserted, striking the table. After all these years, are you not aware of Prince Qian's character? My lord, regardless of Prince Qian's fault, Fan Yu has shown no intention of allegiance, another voice interjected. Prince Pingyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating, and murmured, this individual is truly exceptional. Even the king ardently desires to win her over. Outside the window, Zhong Kuei listened intently to their conversation, a faint smile gracing her lips. Fan Yu, someone stealthily approached her. It was Zhao Rui, who made a shushing gesture and beckoned her to follow. Zhong Kuei raised an eyebrow and fell into step beside her. That red flag was not planted by Prince Pingyuan. But by you, wasn't it? Zhong Kuei inquired nonchalantly. Zhao Rui nodded, a hint of disappointment in her tone as she replied, I did not know where to find you, so I resorted to this method. Her head hung low, completely devoid of the innocent vivacity she had displayed the day before. Fan Yu, you have no idea how deeply the people of Zhao despise the people of Qin and Gong Sun Qi. I do not comprehend why you are associated with Gong Sun Qi, but I know you cannot be a villain. I do not wish to see you perish, so please leave Handan. Why would I die? Zhong Kuei asked flatly. You heard them. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Each one desires your death. Zhao Rui turned, her eyes wide as she regarded Zhong Kuei's calm demeanor. Zhong Kuei couldn't help but chuckle. They cannot kill me. How can you be so sure? Zhao Rui pressed. They lack the capability to do so. Zhong Kuei patted her shoulder. Thank you. Zhao Rui met her gaze for a moment before saying, you are exceedingly arrogant. Even Gong Sun Qi would not dare to enter the city of Handan alone, with so many experts under the Zhao King's command. That is because he is Gong Sun Qi. And I am not. The Zhao King seeks an expert of equal stature to Gong Sun Qi, thus he would not consent to my death. Indeed, Mr. Fan Yu is remarkably astute, came the voice of Prince Pingyuan from behind. Filled with admiration that I would never mistake this Fan Yu. Zhong Kuei turned to find Prince Pingyuan bowing respectfully to her. Yesterday, I failed to recognize the exceptional talent of Mr. Fan Yu, the new contractee of the Blood Phoenix. I have just arrived in Handan and see no need to reveal my identity. Had it not been for your prince's provocation yesterday, I would not have summoned the Blood Phoenix, Zhong Kuei stated. Chapter 62. The Prince of Qin. Does she truly intend to remain in the Zhao kingdom? Thank you for your graciousness, sir, Prince Pingyuan replied, feeling relieved that it appeared that Fan Yu was a person of deep loyalty, which boded well. Mr. Fan Yu, the king holds you in high esteem should you choose to stay in Handan. You shall undoubtedly be conferred titles and honors. Titles and honors do not interest me. I desire only to remain in Handan and cultivate in peace. Free from disturbance, Prince Pingyuan's heart swelled with joy. She indeed wished to remain in Handan. Rest assured, no one in Handan will dare to offend you henceforth, not even the nobility, Prince Pingyuan stated earnestly. In that case, please convey my gratitude to the Zhao King. Satisfied with such an arrangement, Zhong Kuei felt content. The fact that she possessed the blood phoenix would inevitably become known. She could not keep it concealed forever. With the Zhao King's protection, she could avoid many future troubles. Her objectives had been achieved. Father, what about those retainers? Zhao Rui glanced anxiously towards the study. Though they may express discontent, every one of them holds Mr. Fan Yu in high regard, Prince Pingyuan replied, stroking his beard with a smile. That's so. Zhao Rui's innocent demeanor returned as she blinked up at Zhong Kuei. Fan Yu, you are truly remarkable. Why not take me as your disciple? I wish to be as formidable as you. Prince Pingyuan's heart skipped a beat as he turned to Zhong Kuei, wondering if she would agree if Rui could become her disciple, even without innate talent. She would possess a formidable backing. Zhong Kuei stroked her chin lazily and replied, I do not accept female disciples. Why not? Rui asked, pouting that I can always pretend to be a boy. Ha ha. Prince Pingyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feeling no disappointment, Rui lacked any discernible talent, and he had never really held out hope. Mr. Fan Yu, the king's birthday is in 7 days. Please honor us with your presence. The birthday? Zhong Kuei hesitated, considering the multitude of guests. It was not ideal to reveal herself. This will be the first celebration after the war. It will be quite lively. Fan Yu, you must come. Rui urged, brimming with anticipation that if I have the time I shall attend. Zhong Kuei replied that I shall not trouble you further today. Farewell, I shall escort you, Rui began. But before she could finish, Zhong Kuei's figure flickered and leapt over the wall of Prince Pingyuan's residence. Rui stared in awe. So impressive. Prince Pingyuan nodded, saying, Rui, this person will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary feats in the future. You must not be disrespectful to her, understand? I understand, Rui replied, pouting slightly. After leaving Prince Pingyuan's estate, Zhong Kuei donned a wide-brimmed hat. As her dark visage had become quite notorious, encountering her would likely cause a stir. As she strolled down the street, countless conversations surrounded the new contractee of the Blood Phoenix, Fan Yu, filled with reverence. Fear and rejection. Zhong Kuei chuckled to herself. Wu Li was correct. What mattered most in life was to be true to oneself. The opinions of others were of no consequence. As she continued walking, a commotion arose ahead as soldiers forcefully cleared the path, roughly shoving aside the common folk. Chapter 63. The Prince of Qin, step aside. Do not obstruct the road. The carriage of Wei Chiho is passing. Some citizens, having been pushed aside, dared not complain and hurried to the side. Their faces etched with anger. Those around them wore expressions of frustration, stifled by circumstance. Amid the throng, a lavish carriage rolled by, filled with the sounds of laughter and the dulcet tones of a woman's song. As the carriage glided past Zhong Kuei, a thick iron chain trailed behind, tethered to a small boy of 4 or 5, who staggered along, struggling to keep pace. Move faster. Don't dawdle, a soldier barked, delivering a kick to the boy, who cried out and fell to the ground, the carriage continuing on, dragging him along. Ha ha ha. Look at him, he is worse than a turtle. Hurry up and crawl. Do you want to be a dog? The soldiers guffawed, their laughter ringing cruelly in the air. The boy, tears streaming down his face, finally managed to rise, curling his body as he hurriedly followed the slow-moving carriage. He appeared gaunt and malnourished, betraying the signs of frequent hunger. Perhaps having been beaten into submission, he bore an air of timidity, his eyes darting nervously, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Zhong Kuei, who had always abhorred the bullying of the weak, felt a wave of discontent wash over her at this sight. At that moment, a man beside her suddenly picked up a stone and hurled it at the child. Dai Qin scum! The stone struck the boy's shoulder with considerable force, eliciting a pained sob, yet he dared not look up. The soldiers and the surrounding citizens erupted into laughter, lacking even a shred of compassion. Such callousness was astonishing. The man picked up another stone, preparing to throw it again, but Zhong Kuei intervened, seizing him by the arm. Enough! He is just a child. Who the hell do you think you are to meddle? I want to kill him, so what? The man glared defiantly at Zhong Kuei, utterly unrepentant. You only pick on children. Zhong Kuei retorted coldly, he is a citizen of Qin. He deserves to be tortured. The man showed no sign of guilt. Engaging in reason with such a person was futile. Zhong Kuei tightened her grip, causing him to howl in pain. Let go of me. I won't throw it anymore. Sir, please release him. His family has been slain by the people of Qin. He is merely venting his frustration, a bystander implored. Yet none dared to condemn the man. Zhong Kuei gradually loosened his grip and remarked, "The one who harmed your family is the formidable Qin army, not a mere child who can barely tie a chicken. If you possess the courage, take to the battlefield to avenge your kin, rather than bullying children here." The man lowered his head, cast aside the stone in his hand, and departed, sulking. "Surely, he cannot be from Zhao." An elder who had spoken earlier commented that we, the people of Zhao, harbor a deep-seated enmity with the Qin, one that cannot be repaid over generations. Zhong Kuei observed the battered child slowly retreating from her sight and could not help but inquire, "Sir, who is that child?" He is named Ji Xianshang, the son of Ji Zichu, the son of King Xiaowen of Qin. He was sent to Zhao as a hostage many years ago." Chapter 64. The Prince of Qin, Ji Xianshang. Watching the child's fading silhouette, Zhong Kuei found herself at a loss for words. Born into royalty, yet enduring a life of humiliation in a foreign land. Had he been born to an ordinary family, devoid of wealth and privilege, he might have lived a simple, unremarkable life. With a sigh, Zhong Kuei lifted her gaze, only to suddenly spot a small, frail figure amidst the crowd across from her. Upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat familiar. The diminutive figure, much like her, donned a conical hat, beneath which a black veil obscured his face. Yet, the faintly discernible, bewitching red hue beneath the veil instantly caught her attention. It was him, the boy with the crimson eyes. He stood at the back of the throng, his enchanting red gaze fixed coldly upon her, seemingly observing her for an indeterminate time. As if aware of being discovered, he immediately turned and departed. Not pausing for an instant, Zhong Kuei swiftly pursued him, but the procession of Wei Chiho had not yet cleared, and she was momentarily impeded by the guards. By the time she emerged from the crowd, the boy had vanished without a trace. Fleeing faster than a rabbit, Zhong Kuei crossed her arms and strolled leisurely along a narrow path. After a brief while, she unexpectedly encountered the boy again in a secluded alleyway. Still wearing his hat, he leaned against the wall, seemingly waiting for her. A smile crept onto her lips as she took a few steps closer. Due to the age difference, she towered over him, able to gaze down at him. "I thought you would be frightened upon seeing me. Running away like a rabbit," she teased. "Why did you assist that child earlier?" The voice from beneath the hat remained as hoarse and hollow as ever, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Because I wished to," Zhong Kuei replied. "Do you think that helping him once can save him? What then is required for his salvation?" "It is merely a child," she asserted. Finding it hardly a challenge, suddenly, the boy lifted his head. His scarlet gaze filtered through the black veil, appearing ethereal yet still suffused with an eerie charm. Zhong Kuei was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brows. "What nonsense are you spouting? He is just a child, he should not have come into this world," he murmured, lowering his head. "Abandoned since birth, exploited, living in humiliation and darkness, death would be a better fate." Zhong Kuei regarded him for a long moment, a flicker of insight gleaming in her eyes. "Hey, what is your connection to him? Why such agitation?" "My relationship with him." He emitted a harsh, grating laugh, akin to rusty saws grinding against iron. Unfathomable for a child of 4 or 5 to possess such a discordant voice. Yet, thinking of his enchanting red eyes and that grotesque visage, Zhong Kuei found it less surprising. "Are you here to see him?" Zhong Kuei queried. "If possible, I wish to kill him." He ceased laughing, slowly rising to depart. "From now on, do not assist him again." "Wait." Zhong Kuei grasped his shoulder. "You haven't told me your name or your connection to him." "Knowing will bring you no benefit," he retorted coldly. "Do you think I am afraid?" Zhong Kuei scoffed. This boy clearly held her in contempt. "The red-eyed rabbit is a fierce little one, most endearing. Can anyone guess who that prince is?" Chapter 65. Toying with the powerful. "Will mind your own business." He coldly pried her hand away. Zhong Kuei was not one to pry needlessly. Since he was unwilling to share, there must be a reason behind it. And she would not press him. "We've encountered each other twice now. At least tell me your name." After posing the question, Zhong Kuei realized she sounded akin to those men who indiscriminately sought to flirt with women. He became even more frigid. "I have no name." "How can a person have no name? How did your family raise you?" She found it hard to believe. He let out a low, hoarse laugh, yet his tone remained chilling. "I have no family." With that, he bypassed Zhong Kuei and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, she noted he walked with a slight limp, likely from the injuries sustained from earlier. After some contemplation, she hurried after him and tossed a vial of medicine his way. He caught the bottle, surprised, and looked up at her. "Do you not mistake me for a good person? This is my first concoction, a healing blood-activating pill. It has yet to be tested, and you are just in time to be my guinea pig." "You can concoct medicine?" His tone held a hint of mockery. "Of course," Zhong Kuei retorted. Slightly annoyed that he said nothing further, pocketing the vial and limping away. Meeting amidst the throng was a rare occurrence. Now that he was departing, she wondered when another serendipitous encounter would arise. However, fleeting encounters, delicate as water, were not without their charm. You better not die before our next meeting, you little rascal, Zhong Kuei sighed wistfully. Otherwise, how will I know if my medicine is effective? Though the boy had walked quite far, his keen hearing allowed him to catch her words. The mention of the first half. He slightly curled the corner of his scarred lips, coolly, but upon hearing the latter half, he nearly choked in fury. Madman, was his succinct assessment before he turned the corner and vanished. Who exactly was Wei Chiho? The blood phoenix resided within the spirit-beast realm, communicating with its summoner telepathically, thus negating the need for verbal exchange. Wei Chiho Zhaoshan is the youngest son of King Wuling of Zhao, the current Zhao King's uncle, wielding immense power in Zhao with thousands of retainers, among which over 10 are 9-star summoners, and it is said he possesses an exceptionally skilled talisman master in Zhao. Wei Chiho is akin to another emperor. Even the Zhao King must show him deference. Zhong Kuei crossed her arms, acknowledging the gravity of his status, and oh wonder he could so brazenly sing and strut about in the aftermath of the battle in Handan. Over 10 9-star summoners. How impressive. Humph, nothing extraordinary, the blood phoenix scoffed. Even with those 10 plus 9-star summoners collaborating, they could not withstand Gong Sun Chi. You are boasting, Zhong Kuei replied, somewhat astonished. The blood phoenix slowly continued. Gong Sun Chi's strength was not fully realized. He fought for the Qin to conquer the world, using the power of the Qin to glean information about the boundless beasts. Alas, what a pity that if he was so formidable, how could he have perished so easily? Could it be that he truly took his own life? The scene of Gong Sun Chi's demise lingered vividly in her mind. He had indeed ended his own life, redeeming the 40,000 Zhao soldiers, but prior to that, he had already sustained grievous injuries. Chapter 66. Toiling with the powerful. The blood phoenix suddenly fell silent, and after a prolonged pause it spoke. That day Gong Sun Chi received a command from the king of Qin to march on Handan. While encamping at night, he encountered a puppet master. A puppet master? Zhong Kuei exclaimed, astonished. Such a legendary profession could not possibly exist. From her current knowledge, she understood that throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, puppet masters were the most enigmatic, as historically, only one individual had ever mastered this mysterious skill. Indeed, we too did not expect to encounter a puppet master. That fellow was exceedingly strange, the blood phoenix recalled that day. Its usual arrogance now tinged with gravity. Zhong Kuei found it hard to fathom that Gong Sun Chi, a genius who mastered both summoning and talisman crafting, could have been bested. Over 10 9-star summoners were no match for him. Yet there existed someone far stronger. What sort of being is a puppet master? Zhong Kuei murmured. The blood phoenix pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. His movements were too swift, but I discerned that wherever the moonlight shone, he was present. What do you mean wherever the moonlight shines he is there? The moonlight illuminates the entire land. How could he possibly be everywhere? The battle transpired in an instant. All I could perceive was that fleeting moment. The blood phoenix's voice was chillingly ominous. That encounter with the puppet master must have been etched into its memory for life. Zhong Kuei bit her lip lightly, marveling at the eerie prowess of this being. Girl, should you ever cross paths with him, it would be wise to flee swiftly, the blood phoenix advised. That it could elicit such a warning from the blood phoenix indicated the puppet master's formidable strength. That puppet master sought to eliminate Gong Sun Chi, indicating he likely stands opposed to you all, Zhong Kuei theorized, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It seems he must also harbor a deep hatred for the Qin. Or perhaps Gong Sun Chi's slaughter of 40,000 Zhao soldiers enraged him. Indeed, as long as he is not from Zhao, there should be no cause for concern. That if Wei Chiho seeks to recruit talented individuals, should that puppet master fall under his banner? Zhong Kuei chuckled coldly. Someone like Wei Chiho can at most procure a few skilled individuals with wealth, but does that puppet master truly care about his trivial authority? There is no need for undue worry. The puppet master may instill a sense of trepidation in her. Yet that Wei Chiho Zhaoshan is the very epitome of contemptible scum, those who, in times of national calamity, only indulge in pleasure while inciting public resentment. Upon returning to the Chong residence, all was tranquil. After dinner, Wu Li, as per usual, came to teach her the art of alchemy. Regardless of what transpired, his countenance remained serene and unperturbed, instilling in others the belief that any tempest could be weathered with him by one side. By the way, the Zhao King's birthday banquet will be a grand affair in 7 days. The young master must be quite bored cooped up at home. Perhaps it would be best to attend. Having elucidated the new medicinal herbs, Wu Li remarked naturally, the Chong family could not partake in the royal banquet. Yet Wu Li was different. As a respected alchemist, he would undoubtedly receive an invitation. The Zhao King's feast promised to be intriguing, Chong Kuei replied, expressing her reluctance to flaunt her identity as Fan Yu. Should she appear at the Zhao King's banquet, it would signify her allegiance to the Zhao state. Indeed, many remarkable individuals would be present. Wu Li smiled, suggesting that the young master could make a few acquaintances in Handan. Very well, Chong Kuei acquiesced. Wu Li was quite pleased and decided to have Qing Tong assist the young master in preparations from this day forth. The following noon, feeling fatigued from her training, Chong Kuei exited her chamber to wander about the expansive Chong estate. A gentle breeze swept through, imbued with a slight chill, refreshing to the senses. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated practicing her martial arts. Were it not for the multitude of people in the Chong residence just then, a hauntingly beautiful melody wafted into her ears. The flowing notes were akin to a gentle stream, at times fervent, at others delicate, transporting the listener across battlefields, dancing through blossoming flowers and willows, evoking images of majestic landscapes and serene streams. A true master of the Guqin, Chong Kuei found herself irresistibly drawn to the music and began to follow its source. Navigating through a flurry of peach blossoms, she stumbled upon a serene brook, where a young gentleman clad in resplendent attire sat upon a stone by the water's edge, delicately playing the Guqin resting on his lap. Seemingly oblivious to the world around him, the wind brushed by, peach petals fell, and the music resonated through the realm. His hair cascaded like clouds, and his extraordinarily graceful figure resembled that of a celestial being. Upon hearing her footsteps, the music abruptly ceased, as if it had vanished into thin air. The breath of those nearby seemed to still alongside the disappearance of the enchanting melody, truly a testament to the extraordinary allure of the Guqin's sound. Chong Kuei refrained from approaching closer and simply crossed her arms, inquiring nonchalantly, "Why have you ceased playing?" "It is akin to playing to a cow," Feng Mo chuckled lightly, his words dripping with arrogance and disdain. A stark contrast to the peacock-like demeanor he had previously displayed. The abandoned man, Chong Kuei retorted without hesitation, "Since your fall from grace, your bitterness seems to have intensified. If there were no pressing matters." Xiao Shulu and Feng Mo were often in each other's company. Feng Mo's expression stiffened, and he coldly scoffed, preparing to leave. "Wait." Chong Kuei stepped closer. "I wish to hear more. Please continue playing. I have no interest." Feng Mo replied dismissively, casting her a glance that said it all. This was indeed his true nature. Originally, who would be fond of a foolish and infatuated girl? Leaning casually against a tree, Chong Kuei arched her delicate brow. "Do not forget, you currently dine and reside in the Chong household. You are unlike those guests outside. You willingly play the role of my male pet. The disobedient male pet is of no use to me." Such words might typically be deemed shameful for a woman to utter, yet when spoken by Chong Kuei, they exuded an audacious charm. Feng Mo could not help but glance at her anew. Was this the same Chong Kuei he could easily manipulate? Moments later, he smiled slightly, resuming his seat, his long fingers gently caressing the strings of the Guqin. What would the young master like to hear? "Play something you excel at." Feng Mo ceased further dialogue, lowering his head as his fingertips danced across the strings, each note cascading forth as if the Guqin blossomed from his very fingertips. His music was intense, imbued with emotions that eluded comprehension, leaving listeners in a state of bewilderment. The music was sharp and piercing, lacking in melodious quality, yet brimming with explosive energy. The taut strings seemed on the verge of snapping. And suddenly, a note shot forth like a blade directed at Chong Kuei. Swift as the wind, it radiated a murderous intent. Chong Kuei's eyes flickered. She did not flinch, and in the next instant, she heard the sound of a sword being drawn. The sharp clang resounded, igniting a flurry of sparks before her. Xiao Shulu stepped back a pace, shielding her from the oncoming gust. "Are you out of your mind, Mo?" he coldly questioned. Feng Mo, however, burst into laughter. "Feigning innocence with Xiao Lu here, nothing untoward will occur. This chaotic tune can be rather unpredictable. Have I frightened you, young master?" "Truly impressive," Chong Kuei applauded, her face alight with approval. "When will you teach me?" "If the young master wishes to learn." "I am always at your service," Feng Mo replied. Rising, he set the Guqin aside, adding, "There will be a performance by a renowned dancer from Chu at Fengyue Tower tonight. I wonder if the young master would be interested in attending." With a light laugh he continued, "I merely inquire. The decision lies with you. Such a delightful proposition." "Of course I shall attend," Chong Kuei replied with a smile, eager to witness the splendor of Handan. "I find it rather cumbersome to venture out alone." As Xiao Shulu began to voice a concern regarding the nature of Fengyue Tower, he was interrupted by Feng Mo. "If the young master is interested, then let us proceed," with a flourish of his sleeve. Feng Mo led the way, Chong Kuei followed suit, and Xiao Shulu, unable to dissuade them, had no choice but to accompany. Fengyue Tower, the grandest venue for song and dance in Handan, came alive at night. Bustling with energy, attracting even nobles and high-ranking officials, Chong Kuei had anticipated what this place might entail, yet upon arrival, she discovered it was not the frivolous establishment she had imagined. The women here were not solely beautiful but also possessed great intellect and talent. Skilled in poetry, music and dance. It was said that Wei Chiho Zhaoshan was a frequent patron of Fengyue Tower, and his most favored songstress Feng Qianqian hailed from here, her melodious voice captivating Handan and bending the knees of countless nobles. The renowned dancer from Chu mentioned by Feng had just arrived in Handan, reputed to be the first beauty of Chu, graceful and enchanting, capable of mesmerizing the world with her dance. As Feng alighted from the carriage, the proprietor of Fengyue Tower eagerly awaited him, clearly accustomed to his presence, yet, upon seeing Chong Kuei step out behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. It is rare for a lady to grace Fengyue Tower, he remarked. Welcome, miss. Fengyue Tower boasts the finest songstresses and dancers. I assure you will find satisfaction. The proprietor's heart brimmed with joy. The Chong family was of a stature rivaling kingdoms. The arrival of the young lady from the Chong family was akin to a gold mine. Chong Kuei remained silent, leading the way inside Danjiao, where social customs were more liberal. It was not uncommon for women to visit such establishments, albeit merely for the sake of broadening their horizons. The proprietor guided them to an opulent private room, dispatching someone to summon the Chu dancer, Huaxian. However, just then, a servant rushed in with urgent news. Wei Chiho had already invited Miss Xian over and requested that he send someone to fetch Feng and Xiao Shulu for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shulu's brow furrowed slightly. He harbored a strong aversion to Wei Chiho, yet Feng responded with a smile. Since Wei Chiho has extended an invitation, it would be impolite not to comply. Chong Kuei's interest was piqued. She had not anticipated such a prompt opportunity to see what Wei Chiho looked like, which was indeed fortuitous. Wei Chiho commanded an impressive presence, as his entourage occupied the grandest hall of Fengyue Tower. Filled with skilled individuals, drinking and laughing while casually mistreating women with crude gestures, devoid of any tenderness, the women serving the drinks were accustomed to catering to men but had never been subjected to such rough treatment. Their faces reflected discomfort, yet they could only manage forced smiles. Wei Chiho sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. He was tall and robust, appearing to be in his 50s. Yet well-maintained, resembling a man in his 30s, sporting a slight beard and exuding an air of authority. Ha ha ha, Feng my friend, I knew we would cross paths again, Wei Chiho exclaimed, pushing aside several lovely women to greet Feng with hearty laughter. You flatter me, my lord, Feng replied, maintaining an air of composure, treating the powerful lord with the same casualness as one would a mere acquaintance. Chong Kuei could not help but be astonished. Had she truly misjudged him before? Reflecting on his previous gentle demeanor toward her, his soft-spoken flattery and accommodating nature contrasted sharply with his current attitude, revealing two entirely different personas. It seemed that he only displayed such forbearance in his dealings with Chong Kuei. With this realization, her prior animosity towards him diminished somewhat. Wei Chiho, with a smile, invited everyone to take their seats, his gaze suddenly landing on Chong Kuei, causing his eyes to brighten in a hall filled with stunning beauties of all shapes and sizes. Chong Kuei's beauty radiated with an undeniable brilliance, a captivating allure that emanated from the depths of her soul, leaving those who beheld her in awe despite her tender age and the fact that her figure and features have yet to fully develop. With the passage of time, she is destined to surpass all as a true beauty. Wei Chiho, a man of considerable experience with women, understood their allure better than most. Upon encountering Chong Kuei, his gaze fixated upon her. Unwavering and intense, the blatant desire in his eyes stirred a sense of aversion and displeasure within Chong Kuei, causing her expression to turn icy. This Wei Chiho is courting death. Kuer, come sit beside me, she remarked suddenly. Feng gently enveloped her in his embrace, his movements tender and intimate, signifying a claim over her. Typically, when a man like Wei Chiho displays such interest in a woman, others would dare not approach her. Yet, Feng exhibited no fear, standing resolute amidst the numerous skilled subordinates of Wei Chiho. Chong Kuei lifted her gaze to glance at him, and Feng reciprocated by lowering his head, his affectionate peach blossom eyes giving her a gentle blink. He was protecting her. Although she disapproved of his method, Chong Kuei recognized his sincere desire to shield her from harm. However, if she were to act against Wei Chiho now, she would likely find herself pursued by a host of ninth-star summoners. Thus, she allowed Feng to hold her as he seated himself beside her. Chapter 70. Trifling with the powerful minister. Wei Chiho's gaze remained glued to Chong Kuei, his eyes gleaming with interest as he licked his lips. Inquiring young Master Feng, who might this young lady be? She is my fiancée, Feng Emo replied, his tone neither warm nor cold, exhibiting an air of calm composure without a trace of fluster at all. So she is the esteemed Miss Chong. Wei Chiho's interest visibly intensified. Feng Emo and Xiao Shulu were esteemed guests of the Chong family, and shared a close relationship with its young lady, a fact that Wei Chiho was well aware of. His interest now extended beyond Chong Kuei's beauty to the boundless wealth of her family. Who does not know that the Chong family is as rich as a nation, renowned throughout Zhao and even across the Seven Kingdoms? Were he to win the heart of this young beauty, the wealth of the Chong family would be at his fingertips. In the wake of the turmoil that had recently beset Zhao, the need for riches was paramount. Indeed, Feng Emo replied dispassionately, ha ha ha. I did not expect that the young lady of the Chong family has grown so much. Today marks our first meeting. And I must share a drink with Miss Chong, Wei Chiho proclaimed, staggering slightly as he approached, half inebriated. All eyes turned towards them, and it was painfully clear that the young lady of the Chong family was unlikely to escape Wei Chiho's clutches today. It was truly pitiable, a mere 9-year-old child without her father to protect her, and of lowly merchant descent. My Lord Kuei cannot drink. I shall drink on her behalf, Feng Emo interjected, rising to subtly shield Chong Kuei from Wei Chiho's advances. Wei Chiho, seeking to curry favor with Feng Emo, dared not offend him and took a drink himself, yet insisted on sharing a toast with Chong Kuei. Given her tender age, all the wine shall be consumed by Xiao Shulu declared, sitting like a statue beside Chong Kuei, his waterhan sword in hand, making no effort to yield as Wei Chiho approached. Miss, I have heard that you are the most formidable person in Zhao. I have long been curious to meet you, Chong Kuei innocently remarked, her eyes shimmering. Do you recognize me? Wei Chiho's eyes sparkled, his irritation swiftly dissipating. Indeed, you are quite famous. You must be a great hero, Chong Kuei affirmed. Ha ha ha. Wei Chiho laughed heartily, and with those words from the young lady, he downed his drink with bravado. His power and status could surely conquer any woman. This little merchant's daughter, with her lowly status, would naturally comply should he offer her a life of luxury. Observing this, Xiao Shulu felt a twinge of concern. Chong Kuei was so innocent, having been easily swayed by Mo in the past. But this Wei Chiho was not of the same ilk. Exchanging a glance with Feng Mo, he silently questioned how they should proceed. Feng Mo smiled lightly, sensing that this young girl was not as naive as before. She would not easily be deceived by Wei Chiho. How can a great hero like you use such a small cup to display your grandeur? Chong Kuei pouted, her disappointment evident. Wei Chiho paused, then loudly proclaimed, "Bring me the largest wine cup." Chapter 71. Trifling with the powerful minister, the songstress Feng Qianqian from the Fengyue building had just descended when she interjected, "My lord, the largest wine cup is..." "Less chatter. Just bring it." Wei Chiho snapped. Feng Qianqian reluctantly complied, her alluring eyes casting a sideways glance at Chong Kuei, feeling an unspoken discontent. After all, she was merely a child. What was so special about her to warrant such attention from the lord? When the servants brought forth the cup, Chong Kuei barely contained her laughter. It was less a cup and more akin to a barrel. The Fengyue building was indeed a place of revelry, equipped with all manner of drinking vessels, so they had cups of every size. When Wei Chiho saw the barrel placed before him, his expression soured. This vessel could easily hold 5 pounds of wine. Downing it in one go could very well cost him his life. My lord is indeed a great hero. I've never seen such a large cup. Chong Kuei clapped her hands in delight. Quick, fill it for my lord. With a multitude of guests and performers present, it would be quite the embarrassment for Wei Chiho to refuse the challenge. Cursing himself for boasting earlier, Wei Chiho lamented, having underestimated the cunning of this 9-year-old girl. Feng Qianqian, taking up the wine jar, filled the enormous cups. I do not drink wine. I shall offer tea in its stead. Let me toast to my lord first, Chong Kuei declared, her sweet smile disarming. With her words, Wei Chiho found himself without recourse. He could only lift the massive cup and force himself to drink it down. Watching the radiant smile on Chong Kuei's face, Feng Mo and Xiao Shulu exchanged uneasy glances, a chill running through them. Surely, this was merely an oversight. Chong Kuei was still innocent and unknowing, while Wei Chiho was simply too arrogant. How could she be so clever? With a hearty gulp, Wei Chiho drained the barrel, immediately spiraling into drunkenness. Collapsing to the ground like a mudfish, his vision blurred, and instead of focusing on Chong Kuei, he found himself staring at the frigid figure of Xiao Shulu. In his stupor, he clumsily grasped Xiao Shulu's calloused hand. Attempting to feel it, Xiao Shulu coldly huffed, shaking it off. "Hey, this little hand is quite tender," Wei Chiho exclaimed, only to tumble over again, eliciting laughter from the crowd once more. He clambered to his feet, this time crawling towards Chong Kuei. "Miss, come here." Chong Kuei giggled, her childish spirit shining through. "My lord, if you bark like a dog, I shall come over." "Impudent!" roared the guard surrounding Wei Chiho, rising. A flurry of skirts brushed past him, carrying with it an intoxicating fragrance that further muddled his senses. He immediately crawled after her, barking like a dog, much to the shock of everyone present. Chapter 72. Trifling with the powerful minister, the songstresses and dancers of Fengyue building could hardly contain their laughter, stifling giggles behind their hands as the esteemed Wei Chiho acted like a dog. "Woof woof woof," he howled gleefully, finding the entire affair amusing. The guards were at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or not. For how could they disrupt their lord's merriment? "This is delightful. The lord has transformed into a dog. Here, a treat for you." Chong Kuei playfully waved a piece of pastry, tossing it to the ground. Wei Chiho paused, momentarily bewildered, before suddenly lifting his head, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his bleary eyes. Despite the alcohol-induced haze, his formidable skills allowed him to shake off the stupor, and he quickly regained a semblance of clarity. No one had ever dared to humiliate him so publicly, and yet here was a mere 9-year-old child before him, harboring an audacious spirit within. Seizing the opportunity while intoxicated, he aimed to take her down. This was his territory, and even if Feng Mo and Xiao Shulu sought to intervene, they would require time. With that thought, Wei Chiho's desires intensified. Emboldened by the liquor, he leaped forward, intending to tackle Chong Kuei to the ground. Chong Kuei, with her past life experiences, had encountered countless ruthless individuals and was well versed in confrontation. She found no qualms in teaching him a lesson. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in her dark eyes as she prepared to face the overwhelming figure that loomed over her. Just as the shadow descended, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Chong Kuei paused, her vision filled with a flash of vibrant red. He has arrived in an instant. His body soared into the air and then gracefully descended, a pair of hands carefully shielding her, steady and assured, as if traversing solid ground. Moments after they landed, a resounding thud echoed, the sound of a heavy object hitting the floor. "Lord Ho! Lord Ho!" The guards of Wei Chiho hurried over, their hands working in unison to assist him. Had it not been for his intoxication, he would not have appeared so disheveled, leaning against his guard. Wei Chiho swayed slightly, his gaze fixed on a vague red hue in the distance, scrutinizing it intently. As the clarity of his vision returned, the effects of the alcohol seemed to dissipate significantly. Wu Li, with a tongue still thick from drink, remarked, "This is the youngest alchemist on the continent. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness, and all nations are vying to win him over." Upon hearing that my young master was here, I took the liberty of visiting. I hope Lord Ho will not take offense. Wu Li offered a slight bow, a gesture of respect. Such was his nature. Regardless of his surroundings or companions, he maintained decorum and propriety without fail. The atmosphere grew even quieter with an alchemist present. The summoners naturally restrained themselves. Burping, Wei Chiho shook his head, glancing at Wu Li and then at Chong Kuei, chuckling, "I have long admired the esteemed name of young Master Wu Li. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. How about we sit down and share a drink?" After Wu Li spoke, he gently took Chong Kuei's hand and led her outside. Clad in vibrant crimson, she resembled a flower blooming fiercely at the branch's end, the striking color invoking a sense of trepidation. The hall was filled with Wei Chiho's entourage, yet as Wu Li moved, everyone instinctively took a step back, holding their breath as they watched him depart. Chong Kuei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wu Li, with your status and prowess, why are you reduced to being merely a male concubine? In her musings, they had already exited the opulent hall. The night breeze caressed them, and the moon was bright but the stars sparse. Suddenly, Chong Kuei felt an unsettling sensation, like needles prickling her back. Yet, the glimmer in her gaze vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The red-eyed boy, how could he possibly be here? He was so young. Surely he wouldn't come to such a place of frivolity. What's wrong, young master? Wu Li inquired softly. However, Wu Li's expression was devoid of mirth. His gentle features now shadowed with profound seriousness. Young master, Wei Chiho is a despicable and shameless man who spares no effort in his schemes. It would be wise to keep your distance from him. Understood. As long as that dog does not provoke me, I have no interest in engaging with him. Wei Chiho narrowed his eyes, reopening them with lingering irritation. Humph, an alchemist dares to disregard my authority? Are you not aware? Wu Li interjected, this man has always looked down upon others. Even with your esteemed position, I fear you may not capture his attention. A voice filled with amusement drifted over, and Feng Mo stood up. Wei Chiho turned to glare at him, sneering. Feng Mo, You and Wu Li both hail from the same prestigious family, yet you share the same arrogance. Though intoxicated, Wei Chiho was now considerably more lucid. Gritting his teeth in anger, what a clever Wu Li, and what an insufferable Feng My lord. Both of them are formidable adversaries, especially that alchemist, one of Wei Chiho's summoners cautioned. Wei Chiho scoffed. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Dealing with Wu Li presents a solution. If I can acquire Zhong Kuei, not only will I gain the immense wealth of the Zhong family, but Wu Li will also have no choice but to pledge allegiance to me. Indeed, obtaining Zhong Kuei would grant you the resources to achieve great endeavors. The guests chimed in, praising him with eager words, prompting Wei Chiho to laugh heartily as he pulled the nearby Feng Qianqian into his embrace, disregarding the gazes of those around them. My lord. There are so many people here, Feng Qianqian gasped. Feigning reluctance. It is an honor that I have chosen you. Do you truly care about the crowd? Wei Chiho retorted without hesitation. Feng Qianqian ceased to struggle, though a flicker of resentment passed through her beautiful eyes. The one who humiliated you was that impudent girl. Why take it out on me? If you have the guts, confront Hua Xian instead. Seeing Wu Li still lingering in her chamber, Feng Mo let out a cold snort. Although the intricacies of the medicinal efficacy remain elusive, the very act of forming the elixir marks the initial step for an alchemist. Xue Huang was genuinely astonished this time. Surely she must have misheard. This girl had actually succeeded in concocting a blood-replenishing pill. How could this be? The limitations of bloodlines are irreversible. Xue Huang steadfastly maintained her perspective. A normal human body can accommodate at most 2 bloodlines simultaneously, and the presence of a third is utterly impossible. Why, this was the first time Zhong Kuei had heard such a claim. Each type of spiritual bloodline is exceedingly domineering. When 2 merge, they inevitably inflict harm upon the body. If one does not ascend to a more formidable realm in a timely manner, they will eventually succumb to the repercussions. Yet, those who possess 2 bloodlines are the prodigies among prodigies, finding it relatively easy to achieve strength. However, the existence of 3 bloodlines results in a complete inability to maintain balance. In that fleeting moment of bloodline flow, death is assured. Xue Huang's explanation was clear and straightforward, yet to Zhong Kuei, it sounded like the most fantastical of tales. Yet, I am thriving and my health is improving by the day. Thus, this was the very aspect that Xue Huang found most incomprehensible. As Zhong Kuei's summoned beast, she could naturally investigate the state of her spiritual veins if she wished. Delving her consciousness slightly, amidst the flow of spiritual veins, she discerned the green vein symbolizing the summoner and the red vein representing the talisman master. She seemed to vaguely perceive a flicker of flame deep within the veins. Chapter 76. The adorably clumsy apprentice. When alchemist, how could this be possible? There truly exists a flame representing an alchemist within her body. The coexistence of 3 spiritual veins within a single body was unheard of. Gradually withdrawing her consciousness, Xue Huang fell into deeper contemplation. It was inexplicable. There was simply no way to rationalize this, she murmured. Seeing Xue Huang so burdened for the first time, Zhong Kuei in contrast spoke lightly. Perhaps I am the legendary super prodigy. Lend me your thoughts, Ronggu. Xue Huang slowly descended into the realm of spiritual beasts. Choosing to remain silent on this clear and sunny day, Zhong Kuei donned practical attire, darkened her face, and adorned herself with a wide-brimmed hat as she ventured into the woods. The noise generated from practicing alchemy at home was too great, and the fluctuations in spiritual energy could easily draw attention. With an alchemist like Wu Li present, a moment's carelessness could lead to discovery, necessitating her practice outdoors. After walking a few steps, she suddenly heard a commotion not far off. Seemingly the sound of weapons clashing stealthily approaching, she observed a frail figure awkwardly wielding a wooden stick, flailing about. Hey ha! Though the movements were somewhat feeble, the voice was anything but what use is it to shout desperately? The enemy will not be intimidated merely by your volume. Suddenly, that figure leaped up, bringing the wooden stick down heavily upon a stone. The motion was executed beautifully, yet the moment the stick struck the stone, the figure was jolted backward, landing squarely on the ground with a chuckle. Zhong Kuei could no longer contain her laughter. The individuals scrambled to their feet, glancing around in a panic, clearly surprised that their stealthy practice had been observed. Just passing by, Zhong Kuei leaned against a tree, speaking languidly. However, upon seeing the figure turn towards her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How familiar!" The timid demeanor from that day when they first met was now replaced by this remarkable determination to practice swordplay in secret. It was a pity, though without guidance, all efforts would ultimately be in vain. Upon noticing the person was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Qi Lu felt a tinge of curiosity, yet knowing it was unlikely anyone would recognize him, he felt a wave of relief. "What is so funny?" he muttered. turning away to pick up the wooden stick, intending to find a more secluded spot. Observing his gaunt figure, Zhongkui couldn't help but recall the courageous image of his sister, who had rushed in to shield her from an arrow. Sighing, she lamented her aversion to owing favors. "Hey, do you wish to learn swordsmanship?" Zhongkui inquired nonchalantly. Qi Lu halted his steps, turning to look at her cautiously. "What do you mean?" "A clever fellow indeed." Zhongkui removed her hat, tossing it aside, and picked up a wooden stick herself, stating, "Watch closely with that." The fallen leaves on the ground were suddenly swept up, beneath the dappled sunlight. The shadow of the stick danced wildly, swift, fierce, and sharp. None of the movements were superfluous. Each strike was lethal. Qi Lu's eyes widened, not daring to blink, lest he miss a single move. Impressive! The cool figure glided through the swirling leaves, using the wooden stick as a sword, as graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a swimming dragon. Qi Lu nearly forgot to breathe, and this moment would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Whoosh! Chapter 77. The adorably clumsy apprentice. Suddenly, the wooden stick slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards Qi Lu with lethal precision. He froze momentarily, utterly forgetting to react, until he felt a sharp sting near his ear and realized the stick had grazed past him. The stick embedded itself into a tree behind him, as if it were destined to be one with it, the cut smooth and even. Qi Lu's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. "Did you see that?" Zhongkui clapped her hands, retrieving the fallen stick and putting it back onto. Qi Lu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, "Master, I humbly bow to you," without waiting for Zhongkui to respond. He knocked his head thrice on the ground. "I in a world rife with chaos, filled with deceit and intrigue, who knows what tomorrow may bring? Everything must be prepared in advance. I in this lifetime, I shall only take one disciple, and I will impart my teachings personally. If you cannot endure the hardships, it is best to depart early," Zhongkui stated, considering it a way to repay his sister's kindness. "Rest assured, master, I will practice diligently and will never disappoint you." Qi Lu's excitement flushed his gaunt face with color. "Arise," Zhongkui smiled. "Now demonstrate to me what I just taught you. Show me how much you remember." Not daring to delay, Qi Lu immediately stood, gripping the wooden stick, and began to practice. Observing his performance, Zhongkui was somewhat astonished. He executed all 56 moves in under a minute, making only 3 errors. Tisk tisk, fortune truly is inexplicable. Even taking on a disciple is a stroke of genius. "Excellent!" Zhongkui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, a memory struck her from her time in District 19, during the 3rd new student orientation. Of the impressive K19325, she had demonstrated swordsmanship against the vice instructor, allowing the new students to take turns sparring with the assistant instructor. Naturally, without exception, they all lost. Her vice instructor was no pushover, however. K19325 was a notable exception. He memorized all the moves she had demonstrated and engaged in a battle with the vice instructor that was nearly a carbon copy of her own. Each strike was infused with her ferocity and precision. In the end, K19325 emerged victorious. That moment of shock remained etched in her mind. Afterward, the vice instructor, injured and tearful, had advised her, "Boss, be sure to watch out for Su Chu. He is too powerful." A true calamity. At that time, she had paid no heed. She had encountered many prodigies before, none of whom had posed a threat to her. No matter how brilliant a genius, none could surpass her. Indeed, up until the graduation ceremony, K19325 had caused no trouble. He was simply too exceptional, and the district instructors had long coveted him, attempting to recruit him privately on numerous occasions. However, K19325 remained steadfastly loyal to her, never betraying her trust, until the graduation rehearsal. Thinking of this made her increasingly irate. Had she heeded the vice instructor's advice back then and kicked him out, she wouldn't have faced her demise. If fate allows her another opportunity to encounter that ingrate, she would ensure he meets a gruesome end. Master, what are you pondering? A reminder. K19325 is not a mere supporting character like Lance or Qi Lu. Do not misunderstand. Chapter 78. The adorably clumsy apprentice Zhongkui regarded her, finding Qi Lu to be similarly bright and clever. Though he may not be as exceptional as K19325, he possessed a pair of earnest eyes. She had a penchant for upright individuals. A principled disciple would never turn against her in the end. Qi Lu, why do you wish to learn swordsmanship? Zhongkui inquired. To grow stronger, Qi Lu stated resolutely, his gaze unwavering, revealing how deeply ingrained this belief was in his mind. Stronger for what purpose? At times, Zhongkui herself forgot the reasons behind her own desire for strength. To seek vengeance, Qi Lu declared without hesitation, expressing his respect for his master, feeling no need to conceal anything from her. Vengeance? Zhongkui paused, recalling that his sister had perished saving her. Surely, this lad wouldn't he seek to avenge her, would he? That would truly be a twist of fate. To have a disciple whose grievances were so deeply rooted. My family was slain by the Qin. When I grow up, I shall become a general of the Zhao and storm into Xianyang to personally slay the Qin king, Qi Lu declared, gripping the wooden stick tightly. Indeed, the seeds of conflict sown during the wars between Qin and Zhao had borne bitter fruit. Most Zhao individuals harbored a profound animosity towards the Qin, a hatred that would not be extinguished across generations. Qi Lu, do you understand what hatred is? Zhongkue questioned. Qi Lu pondered for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Master, I do not understand. I only know that without slaying the Qin king, my heart shall never find peace. I comprehend your sentiments. Zhongkue gently ruffled his hair. Being a few years older than Qi Lu and his master, she naturally assumed a more senior demeanor. However, hatred cannot encompass the entirety of your existence. It is a force that, in due time, will transform you into the very embodiment of that which you despise. Qi Lu, in a state of confusion, seemed to grasp the meaning yet remained uncertain. Master, must I not harbor hatred? Who can genuinely exist without it? Zhongkue spoke earnestly. You must remember to never allow hatred to govern your life. Your teachings are wise, Master. Qi Lu nodded obediently. Where do you reside? How shall I find you in the future? Zhongkue thought to herself, wherever you dwell, I shall also reside. Sharing the same roof at Chong Manor is indeed a twist of fate from now on. Come here to practice diligently. I shall visit you from time to time. Qi Lu readily agreed, displaying a stark contrast to the child at Chong Manor who perpetually kept his head bowed. Zhongkue couldn't help but chuckle. This child, despite his evident wariness, had so easily placed his trust in her. Ultimately, he was still just a child. Master, I have a question. Qi Lu suddenly blushed. Are you a girl? His face reddened as he dared not meet her gaze. Fearing her anger, Zhongkue was taken aback. Despite her current guise, how had he discerned her gender? How did you come to that conclusion? My nose is quite sensitive. I can smell the scent of rouge on you, Qi Lu replied, lowering his head even further. The mere thought of his master being a woman made his heart race uncontrollably. Zhongkue, sniffing herself, found no trace of fragrance. She had employed special herbs to mask her scent, a skill she had mastered since childhood to ensure her identity remained concealed. To her surprise, this child's keen nose had detected the faint aroma of rouge. From now on, do not indiscriminately sniff around me, Zhongkue warned. I certainly won't do it again. Qi Lu quickly gestured, visibly anxious as if fearing she might cast him aside. Zhongkue smiled, her heart tinged with a hint of sorrow. This child had lost all family in this world. Perhaps he had begun to see her as kin. Qi Lu, since you have chosen me as your master, it is my duty not only to impart skills but also to share a vital principle with you, Zhongkue said earnestly. Please, master, speak, Qi Lu replied, gazing at her with innocence. His features were not striking, yet his clean and delicate countenance exuded a childlike charm. To be upright and sincere, eschew malevolent thoughts. Zhongkue solemnly articulated these 8 words. During her time teaching in District 19, she had never imparted such wisdom to her students, for they were all meticulously selected elites, living lives unimaginable to ordinary folk in the shadows of darkness. Upholding righteousness was not an option. Surviving without malice was simply impossible. However, Qi Lu was different. In this era, she would likely have only this one disciple, and she was determined to impart everything she had learned in her time. After all, when she perished at the hands of K19325, she had been quite young, no older than a typical university student, deprived of the chance to experience life, her education abruptly cut short by her untimely death. Reflecting on this, she felt an enduring sense of regret. Thus, if given the opportunity, she wished to cultivate someone capable of inheriting her skills, a means to remedy the regrets of her past life. With this thought, Zhongkue fixed her gaze upon Qi Lu's eyes. Should she detect even the slightest hesitation or avoidance, she would abandon her aspirations. Merely repaying a debt of gratitude and teaching him swordsmanship would suffice, with no further obligations. Yet, Qi Lu did not disappoint her. He nodded earnestly without a hint of doubt. I shall follow your teachings, master. I will not let you down. Excellent, Zhongkue expressed her satisfaction, her heart feeling somewhat comforted. Master, I still do not know your name, Qi Lu said, his eyes filled with anticipation. My name is Feng Yu, she replied, momentarily hesitating due to her sister's influence, deciding it prudent to keep her true identity concealed for now. Feng Yu? Qi Lu paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Suddenly, he leapt up. Master, you must be that it seemed the new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix had garnered quite a reputation in Handan City. Indeed, that is I. Zhongkue readily admitted. Qi Lu, Would you mind that I am the new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix? The Blood Phoenix was the summoned beast of Gong Sun Qi, who was an adversary of the entire Zhao kingdom. Qi Lu bit his lip, ultimately shaking his head that I know you are not Gong Sun Qi. He is dead, and he acted under the orders of the King of Qin, without the King of Qin. How would Gong Sun Qi have attacked the warring states, or caused so many deaths? Upon hearing this, Chong Kuei looked at the boy with astonishment, finding it hard to fathom that someone of his age could articulate such rational thoughts. Just the other day, adults had been throwing stones at the young prince of the Qin kingdom Ji Xuanshang, despite his innocence. While the adults could not discern the truth, Qi Lu's clarity of thought brought great comfort to Chong Kuei. Qi Lu, I am resolute in my commitment to teach you well. Chong Kuei had made up her mind. She would not let this disciple down. Thank you, Qi Lu replied, still somewhat bewildered. Subsequently, Chong Kuei began to impart the essentials of swordsmanship to him. Demonstrating how to deliver fierce strikes and utilize agility, Qi Lu diligently absorbed every instruction. There is a small river ahead. I will catch some fish for you, Qi Lu exclaimed. Very well, Chong Kuei agreed. And the two hastened into the depths of the forest. Qi Lu, filled with delight, exhibited the innocence and ruggedness of a country child, climbing trees to gather sour wild fruits and digging up unfamiliar roots from the ground. These are all delicious, he said, sweetly offering his spoils to her. Chong Kuei did not hesitate to sample a white root, savoring its delightful sweet and sour flavor that awakened her taste buds. Not bad, she remarked. Consuming another as they arrived at the riverbank, unfortunately, they found someone already present. Qi Lu glanced over and said, It's just a child. No need to worry, I'll scare him away. No need, Chong Kuei interjected, observing the figure of the boy by the riverbank. She couldn't help but muse about how small the world was, encountering that red-eyed little rabbit once more. Upon hearing her voice, the boy with crimson eyes turned slowly, and upon seeing Chong Kuei, displayed no surprise, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Yet, those otherworldly red eyes were indeed chilling. The moment Qi Lu caught sight of those eyes, he was frozen, as if his very soul had been drawn away. You're still alive. It seems my elixir has worked, Chong Kuei remarked, casually strolling over to sit on a large stone, looking down at him that he sat by the river, having removed his outer garment and rolled up his trousers to wash away the wounds and blood on his skin. Another beating, I see, Chong Kuei noted, her keen observation catching the slight bleeding of his lips as a smile crept onto her face. So this time, you retaliated. It appears the rabbit will indeed bite when provoked. The boy with the crimson eyes offered no strong response to her words, merely exhaling 3 words. So annoying. Hey? Chong Kuei playfully kicked him, causing him to wince in pain. What do you want? He replied impatiently. Chong Kuei chuckled, producing a vial of medicine from her pocket. This is the muscle regeneration pill I concocted today. It heals external wounds. Please help me test it. It was evident he had sustained injuries. Yet he did not seek a doctor, bearing a multitude of fresh and old wounds that were quite alarming. He took the vial without uttering a word of thanks, hastily dissolving the pill in water before carelessly applying it to his numerous wounds. His nonchalant attitude was unbearable even for Chong Kuei, who called out, Qi Lu, come here. No need, just help him apply the medicine. She gestured towards the boy with the red eyes. Qi Lu stared blankly at him. Scratching the back of his head, however, upon seeing the boy's injuries, he gasped in shock. How could this happen? Who hurt him so badly? She extracted the wooden stick she had just used to teach Qi Lu swordplay. Carefully aiming at a particularly plump fish, and with precision, the stick was thrust down, sending splashes of water flying. Alas for the fish, it was destined to become a meal today. Master, you are truly impressive. Qi Lu gazed at her with admiration. The red-eyed figure turned her head dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the praise. Chong Kuei directed Qi Lu to start a fire, and soon after, she caught 2 more fish, deftly cleaning them and skewering them with branches before placing them on the fire to roast. Although lacking in seasoning, the addition of some wild mushrooms found by Qi Lu lent a delightful aroma to the cooking. The red-eyed figure had already applied medicine to her wounds and donned her clothing. Preparing to depart, Qi Lu with good intentions called out to her, Master, you caught 3 fish, why not stay and eat with us? She seemed inclined to refuse, but the grumbling of her stomach was undeniable. After a moment's contemplation, she sat down and nonchalantly began to eat the first fish that had been roasted. She truly showed no signs of reservation. Chong Kuei, smiling, inquired, What became of the person you bit? He's still alive. Came the reply. Perhaps after tasting his fish, he is not as cold as he once was. Next time, continue biting. Perhaps bite a few more. Do you think I am like you? He replied without lifting his head. What is so wrong with being like me? I am not a dog after all the effort. He had uttered all these words merely to insult her. What an insufferable brat. Chong Kuei, biting into a piece of roasted fish. Remarked, "He seems to lack intelligence. Do not take it to heart." Qilu was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of her words, that no wonder he had been so brutally beaten. A while back, the village's Guzi was also a fool, constantly being pummeled by the strong bully from the east side of the village. Qilu looked at the red-eyed figure with great sympathy, eventually sharing half of her roasted fish with him. "Eat more. It will help you recover quickly." The red-eyed figure's face turned a shade of green, yet he paid no heed to Qilu. Chongkui laughed heartily. "You have no name anyway. How about I call you Guzi?" He lifted his head, his eerie red eyes swirling with a strange aura. "I am called Sagia." Chongkui was momentarily stunned. She had not expected his name to be revealed so easily. Sagia, what a peculiar name. "I am Qilu, and this is my master." Qilu enthusiastically introduced them. Chapter 82. The art of yin and yang. However, Sagia seemed utterly indifferent, completely unresponsive to her words as he continued to eat fish. "So this is your disciple." Sagia suddenly raised his head and remarked. Not impressive, he tossed aside his leftover fish bones and departed. Qilu stared blankly at his retreating figure, feeling somewhat hurt. "Master, everyone says he lacks intelligence." Chongkui had no choice but to say, "Indeed, Qilu's talent is rather limited. Aside from martial arts, it seems unlikely he can cultivate other advanced professions." Though Qilu contemplated, agreeing with this assessment, and thus ceased her sorrow. The night had fully descended, and deep within the forest, where the moonlight could not penetrate, Sagia walked alone atop a thick carpet of fallen leaves. With each step, the leaves crunched underfoot, creating an eerie sound in the profound stillness of the woods. Upon reaching an area cloaked in utter darkness, a ghostly blue light suddenly illuminated the space ahead, casting a soft halo within the halo. A figure could be discerned, garments flowing gracefully, the azure glow emanating from a mass of spiritual energy gathered in their hand. "Young Master Xianshang, why have you come so late today?" The voice, as cold as the light itself, resonated in the silence, carrying an indescribable eeriness. Sagia slowly lifted his head, the light reflecting in his unique red eyes, rendering them even more bewitching. After tending to his wounds, he replied indifferently, "Were you bullied again?" The chilling voice inquired. "You did not retaliate, did you?" "No good. Remember, you must not expose your identity. Otherwise, you will be of no use." "Understood." He turned his head, a fleeting cold smile crossing his scarred face. "I wish to kill that puppet." "What, are you feeling sympathy for him?" The figure in the ghostly light chuckled. "I merely detest such cowardly individuals." The coldness in his red eyes gradually intensified. "So weak, they cannot endure for long." "No worries. In due time, the people of Zhao will realize that the one they have tormented is merely your substitute. You live on unharmed, and one day, you shall reign over Zhao. Is that all there is to Ji Xianshang's role?" A flicker of disdain crossed his red eyes. "Of course not." The figure laughed. "Young Master Xianshang, our master has high hopes for you. You must not disappoint him." "Understood. Now let us commence our training. Remember, every night henceforth, you must enter a state of cultivation. Only then can you soon free yourself from this cursed body." The figure in the ghostly light raised a hand, the layers of broad sleeves billowing in the dim light. Yin and yang ebb and flow, the five elements transition, the spiritual pivot, the mystery of the Yin moon. In the era of the spring and autumn and warring states in China, the schools of thought flourished, and the Yin-Yang school was once highly esteemed, with the notable figure being Zhou Yan from Qi. These were real and tangible, and if given the chance, I hope to share this splendid era with you. As the college entrance examination approaches, let us brush up on history. Chapter 83. Inviting the wolf into the house. As the words fell from his lips, the spiritual light in his hand gradually dissipated, then slowly enveloped Ji Xianshang's body. Moments later, he opened his eyes. The blood-red hue in his gaze receded like a tide, transforming into deep dark black. But only for an instant, as the crimson color surged back, overwhelming his eyes once more. "Young master, shall I assist you with your bath?" Qing Tong entered the room and saw Chongkui sitting alone at the table, diligently sorting through the medicinal herbs left by Wu Li, which brought her great joy. Chongkui raised her head to check the time. It was already quite late. "Where is Wu Li? Did he not promise to come and teach me alchemy? Why has he not appeared yet?" Qing Tong was also puzzled. "I do not know. Perhaps some matters outside the city have delayed his journey. Indeed, they have just arrived in Handan. There must be many things to attend to." "Let us bathe," Chongkui said, having taught Qilu swordplay all day. She was quite exhausted. The bathing pool was adjacent to her room, a spacious basin already filled with warm water, sprinkled with flower petals. The mist rising from the water, infused with floral fragrance, instantly enveloped her in relaxation. Chongkui stepped into the pool, the hot water gradually enveloping her body, bringing immense comfort. By the way, How is Chilu faring? Chong Kuei inquired curiously about his life at the Chong residence. Young Master Chilu is still timid and seldom interacts with the household members, however. I have heard that he studies the 4 books and 5 classics under the master. And he is quite clever, that I believe he will become an extraordinary scholar in the future and bring prestige to the Chong family. Studying the 4 books and 5 classics. Remembering Chilu's fierce determination during sword practice, Chong Kuei couldn't help but smile. Everyone wears a mask. Before those they do not trust, they will never reveal their true selves. His sister saved my life. Ensure that the servants treat him well. And that nothing is lacking. I understand, young master. Rest assured, Ching Tong replied with a smile. You may leave now. There is no need to attend to me. She dismissed Ching Tong and quietly closed her eyes to soak for a while. However, finding relaxation was not so simple. Soon, an eerie rustling sound emanated from outside. It was a slight noise, but it could not escape Chong Kuei's keen ears. She swiftly grabbed a nearby outer rope to cover herself and stealthily moved behind the screen to dress. Be cautious. Just capture the eldest daughter of the Chong family without alarming anyone, thought struck her. The Wei Chi Ho residence was heavily guarded, and opportunities to enter were rare. What a splendid chance. With that in mind, Chong Kuei immediately lay on her bed, feigning sleep. The window was gently pushed open, and 2 shadowy figures leaped inside. The lights were on, and the 2 men, recognizing Chong Kuei, did not dare to act recklessly. Especially since she was the woman the Wei Chi Ho desired. Wrapping Chong Kuei in a quilt, they swiftly leaped back out. These 2 were not ordinary individuals. Possessing summoned beasts, they whisked the petite Chong Kuei away in the blink of an eye to the Wei Chi Ho residence. The Ho had ordered that she be taken directly to the secret chamber upon arrival, ensuring no one discovered her presence. Wu Li from the Chong residence was not to be trifled with. Being an alchemist, and the Ho held a degree of apprehension towards him. And what of Feng Mo? How could such individuals willingly serve under a mere merchant? Chapter 84. Inviting the wolf into the house, the 2 whispered as they unlocked the numerous mechanisms of the secret chamber, concealing Chong Kuei inside. The Ho will come after his private discussion with the Xinling Ho. The secret chamber is secure. We will stand guard outside. Hearing the sound of the secret chamber's door closing, Chong Kuei finally emerged from her quilt. Scanning her surroundings, her dark eyes suddenly brightened. Heaven is aiding me. Originally intending to merely sneak around the Wei Chi Ho residence, she never expected to be directly sent into the secret chamber. Soon enough, that old fellow would learn what it meant to invite a wolf into the house. Chong Kuei promptly summoned the blood phoenix from the spirit beast space. The blood phoenix could change size at will and could also suppress its flames. After shrinking in size, the form of the phoenix became even more distinct, with its elongated tail feathers, graceful figure, and a brilliant blood-red flame enveloping its body, captivating all who beheld it. The secret chamber was vast. Its walls adorned with a grid pattern, housing an array of rare and precious treasures, along with miraculous elixirs. Wei Chi Ho, having held immense power in the Zhao kingdom for many years, had amassed a considerable fortune. This time we have struck it rich. To be able to enter Wei Chi Ho's secret chamber, my dear girl, you possess quite the talent. It is Wei Chi Ho who has invited me, so there is no need for formality. With that, Chong Kuei lightly leaped onto the back of the blood phoenix, soaring through the air as it navigated past the various treasures. The blood phoenix's eyes were sharp, discerning the value of each item at a glance. There were nourishing elixirs, potions for enhancing rank, and those aiding in cultivation, everything one could desire, alongside an assortment of weapons, precious artifacts, rare antiques, and exquisite gemstones. Chong Kuei was dazzled, her hands busy collecting the invaluable elixirs and herbs, which she could not carry away anyway, and thus fed them all to the blood phoenix. As for the antiques, she shattered them all without hesitation. Burp. The blood phoenix let out a satisfied belch. Having not eaten so well in a long time after consuming so many fine delicacies at once, you won't suffer from indigestion, will you? Chong Kuei expressed her concern that if I cannot digest it, my flames will incinerate it. There is no need to worry, the blood phoenix replied, smacking its lips, reflecting on how it had never before had the opportunity to devour so many exquisite items at once. Being with this girl is not entirely without its advantages. It mused. These Tianshan snow lotuses and Millennium Ganoderma are plentiful in the Chong residence. You should partake as well, Chong Kuei generously offered. The blood phoenix graciously accepted, and in an instant the duo had consumed everything edible within Wei Chi Ho's treasury, and destroyed what could not be eaten, leaving them both feeling blissfully content. When Wei Chi Ho arrives, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. The blood phoenix chuckled, its belly round and heavy, almost unable to take flight. Which of his eyes saw that it was I who did this? Chong Kuei scoffed, gathering a selection of pleasing gemstones and artifacts. wrapping a large bundle for the blood phoenix to carry. Before she made her way to the chamber door, having observed how those two summoners opened the door earlier, Chong Kuei effortlessly found the mechanism to unlock it. Huh? Did I hear the sound of a door opening? You must be mistaken. The door to the secret chamber is forged from 1,000-pound iron, with a complex mechanism. How could that girl possibly open it? One summoner, feeling uneasy, turned to enter. Entering the secret chamber required traversing a long, dark corridor without any light, yet thanks to the summoner's keen perceptive abilities, any unusual movements would be instantly detected. Chapter 85. Inviting the wolf into the house. This summoner, however, sensed nothing amiss, prompting another summoner outside to chuckle. Did you miss here? How could the door to the secret chamber possibly be opened? Perplexed, the summoner peered inside, only to be met with a fierce flame suddenly surging forth from the corridor. Blood-red flames. The ice snake, caught off guard, barely had time to summon its spirit beast before being engulfed by the fire. Whoosh! The flames swept through, reducing all flesh and bone to ashes, annihilating both the summoner and its spirit beast. Chong Kuei slowly emerged from the corridor, a cold smirk gracing her lips. What of a 9-star summoner? Combat requires not only strength but also strategy. You little girl attacking from behind, what sort of heroism is that? The blood phoenix remarked, trailing behind it. I never claimed to be a hero. Chong Kuei shrugged. You take these treasures and leave first. Rest assured, I have my plans. The blood phoenix held a deep trust in her. Despite being merely 9 years old, she was far from someone to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Wei Chiho's estate, an imposing nobleman was making his exit, flanked by a cadre of loyal guards. Ha ha ha, the Marquis of Xinling is overly cautious. Does he truly need to be so wary within my estate? Wei Chiho's boisterous laughter echoed as he stepped out. The nobleman turned, adorned in a flowing white robe. Exuding an ethereal grace, his deep-set eyes and handsome, cold visage radiating an air of unapproachable nobility. That I currently wander the seas, exiled by my country, and thus must tread carefully, the Marquis of Xinling spoke slowly, resembling a celestial being. Wei Chiho responded, the Marquis of Xinling is a great benefactor to our Zhao kingdom, revered across the 6 states for his contributions in repelling the Qin. What is this talk of being homeless? Should you wish it, I shall spare no effort to assist you in reclaiming your holdings in Wei. The Marquis's expression was serene, unfazed by the offer. That I thank you for your kindness, but I seek only a life of peace henceforth. Just as Wei Chiho was about to continue, a subordinate rushed over, nearly stumbling in his haste. There are outsiders present. Wei Chiho, embarrassed by his subordinate's clumsiness, erupted in anger. You foolish creature, making a spectacle here. Get out, my lord, it's urgent. Your secret treasury has been completely raided. The subordinate blurted out, panic overtaking him. Wei Chiho froze. To be robbed and to be completely stripped were two vastly different matters. His secret treasury was the culmination of his lifetime's efforts. Amassed from the 7 kingdoms, and even 100 carts could not carry it all away. How could it be entirely looted? What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Wei Chiho kicked the subordinate, sending him tumbling. The hapless subordinate, with a mournful expression, scrambled to his feet. My lord, I speak the truth. The treasury is indeed empty, and all your treasures have been destroyed. Only then did Wei Chiho's expression shift. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, his treasury, could it be? Panic surged within him as he prepared to leave, just as another subordinate rushed in, kneeling to report, my lord, young Master Wooly. Before he could finish, Wooly had already stormed in, flanked by his loyal subordinates. Although Wei Chiho's estate was powerful and influential. Chapter 86. Inviting the wolf into the house. Although Wei Chiho's estate was powerful, Wooly's trusted subordinates were no amateurs. Each was fully armed and well-trained. Wooly's expression was frosty, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented lethal intensity, as he boldly confronted Wei Chiho, leading his subordinates straight in. Wooly, what is the meaning of this? Wei Chiho fumed, finding it intolerable that Wooly, a renowned alchemist, would act so disrespectfully before him. I demand you surrender, my young master, Wooly declared, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Your young master? Why would she come to seek out Wei Chiho? Wei Chiho replied coldly, having anticipated that Wooly would send someone to capture Chong Kuei. He had already taken precautions, hiding her away in the secret chamber. Wait, the secret chamber. Wei Chiho's face turned pale in an instant, disregarding Wooly entirely, and even neglecting to acknowledge the esteemed Marquis of Xinling, as he hurried toward the secret chamber. Naturally, Wooly followed closely behind, instructing his subordinates to quietly search Wei Chiho's estate. My lord, it seems there is a significant crisis at Wei Chiho's estate, remarked a strategist beside the Marquis of Xinling. Wooly is the only alchemist of note in recent years. Quite formidable, yet I wonder why he continues to serve a merchant. The Marquis observed the departing entourage, his handsome face remaining devoid of expression. This does not concern us. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Let us leave. They had not ventured far when a little girl caught their attention, sitting by the roadside, propping her chin on her hands, her large, expressive eyes watching him intently. In the secret chamber, Wei Chiho's furious roar nearly shattered the ceiling. This powerful figure who dominated Zhao was like a mad dog, rampaging within the confines of the chamber. Who did this? Who? Wei Chiho's eyes were bloodshot. As if he were ready to devour someone. Where are Zhao Chong and Huang De? Zhao Chong and Huang De were the summoners he had dispatched to capture Chong Kuei. Gritting his teeth, Wei Chiho surveyed the chaotic state of the chamber, realizing that the wretched thief had not only stolen all his treasures, but had also set fire to the remaining items, incinerating them entirely. The walls of the secret chamber were fortified with iron, rendering them exceptionally sturdy. Thus, a fire inside would not affect the exterior. Moreover, the flames were so intense that they would not spread, yet everything they touched was reduced to molten ruin. All the treasures he had painstakingly collected over the years all gone. Suddenly, Wei Chiho's vision darkened, his chest tightened, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. "My lord, remain calm," his subordinates urged, helping him up. Wei Chiho opened his mouth, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes aflame with rage. "Who did this? When I find them, I will make them wish they were never born." Wooly coldly observed the unfolding chaos, showing no interest in the tragedy befalling Wei Chiho's estate. His sole concern was the whereabouts of Chong Kuei. "Sir, we have located the young master," a subordinate suddenly announced. Wooly promptly turned to leave, no longer caring about how dire Wei Chiho's circumstances had become. Outside the secret chamber, Marquis Xinling held Chong Kuei's small hand, a gentle smile gracing his ethereal features. "This child has lost her way and wishes to find young Master Wooly." Chapter 87. Inviting the wolf into the house, Wooly hurried down the steps and took Chong Kuei from Wei Chiho's grasp. In that moment, she could sense the usually composed and serene young man subtly trembling. Zhong Kuei felt a tinge of regret. He had been entrusted with the sole daughter of Zhong Feng. If any misfortune were to befall her, how would he ever face Zhong Feng again? "Thank you, Duke of Xinling. I am Wooly, and this is the young master of my humble abode, Zhong Kuei." Wooly deeply bowed in gratitude to the Duke of Xinling. In truth, as an alchemist, he had no need to bow to nobility, yet for her sake, he willingly did so. Wooly vowed to pay a visit in the future to express his thanks to the Duke. "You're too kind. I am more than willing to befriend a gentleman like you, Wooly," the Duke responded. No sooner had he spoken than the experts from the Wei Chi Duke's residence surrounded them. Without Wooly uttering a word, a strategist by the Duke's side sneered. "Duke Wei, you wouldn't doubt our sovereign, would you?" Upon seeing the Duke of Xinling, Duke Wei's arrogance diminished. The Duke of Xinling was the hero who had broken the siege of Handan. The King of Zhao held him in high esteem, and he had countless experts under his command, including a talisman master. Such a figure was not one that Duke Wei could easily dismiss. However, with his treasury so thoroughly plundered, could he merely swallow his anger? "Of course, I do not suspect Duke Wei. It is merely about Zhong Kuei," Duke Wei replied, directing a fierce glare toward Zhong Kuei. Wooly cast a calm glance at him and remarked, "The Duke has yet to explain why my young master was abducted from her home in the dead of night and ended up in your residence. Do not slander me. Why would I need to abduct a mere girl?" Duke Wei retorted defiantly. "It was you. I overheard those two summoners say it was you who instructed them to bring me here." Zhong Kuei replied languidly, showing no fear of Duke Wei. Duke Wei was taken aback, not expecting his subordinates to be so unreliable as to let this impudent girl overhear them. Initially, he had thought that once she was brought here and her innocence tarnished, she would obediently comply no matter the circumstances. Were not all women in this world like that? "Duke Wei, although the Zhong family is but a merchant clan, should anyone dare to harm my young master, regardless of who it may be, the Zhong family will spare no effort in seeking revenge, even if it means mutual destruction," Wooly declared coldly. He was a person of gentle demeanor, yet when angered, he could unleash a tempestuous wrath that was truly formidable. Duke Wei found himself momentarily speechless. The blow from losing his treasury, combined with his failed scheme against Zhong Kuei, had led him to be confronted by the Zhong family. All while in the presence of the Duke of Xinling, enraged, he nearly spat blood. After a brief moment, Duke Wei disregarded decorum and stormed off. Zhong Kuei and the Duke of Xinling departed the Wei Chi Duke's residence together. Just before getting into the carriage, the Duke suddenly halted and addressed Zhong Kuei. "Miss Zhong, please wait." Zhong Kuei regarded him. This Duke of Xinling was the renowned first son of the state of Wei. the younger brother of the King of Wei, gifted with extraordinary talents, yet, due to his brilliance, he was viewed with suspicion by the king, leading to his exile in a foreign land. A nobleman clad in white. Miss Zhong bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine. Perhaps this is fate. Witnessing your plight today has stirred profound sentiments within me. I have a small token I wish to present to you. Hoping such misfortunes will not recur, he personally offered a silken pouch, and without waiting for her to express her gratitude, he turned and boarded his carriage. Hurrying away, Zhong Kuei opened the pouch, gasping in astonishment. This was what he referred to as a small gift. Talismans. Wu Li, standing beside her, smiled slightly, remarking that the young master had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. As an alchemist, he recognized the significance of these talismans. There were very few talisman masters across the entire Zhou continent, and the Duke of Xinling had one under his command. Such talismans could not be bought with money, yet he had generously gifted her so many. Zhong Kuei had not anticipated such a stroke of luck today. A radiant smile spread across her face as she counted the talismans. It seemed she no longer had to worry about being bullied. Wu Li, witnessing her delight, felt his own mood brighten. This has nothing to do with you. You cannot follow me every day. I will be cautious from now on, Zhong Kuei said, cheerfully climbing into the carriage to count her talismans. The next day, in the woods on the outskirts, Zhong Kuei arrived early. Xue Huang unleashed all the treasures stolen from the Weiqi Duke's residence, and both the young master and the beast busily sorted through them. These weapons were of exceptional quality. It was a pity they could not be used in the state of Zhao. Zhong Kuei admired a Qingfeng sword, thinking it would suit Qi Lu perfectly if not for the fear of being discovered by Duke Wei. This Yumu twin holy cauldron would be excellent for Wu Li's alchemy, she mused, and this Han Chan snow-winged garment is simply exquisite, she said, caressing the cool, refreshing fabric, imagining how delightful it would be to wear in summer. Xue Huang chuckled at her fascination with the treasures, resembling a greedy little child. Once we leave Zhao, there will be plenty of opportunities to use them. But when will we be able to leave Zhao? Zhong Kuei sighed. She was only 9 years old, and she had no idea where Zhongfeng had gone. She could not simply run away on her own, without reaching a certain level of strength. She resolved to remain with the Zhong family. Once you reach the 9-star level, you will be able to. Xue Huang observed her cherubic face, feeling a warmth in his heart. Their rapport over just a few days was unlike anything he had experienced with Gong Sun Qi. None of his previous summoners had been like her. What was the difference? Perhaps it was because she resembled a normal human, possessing the full spectrum of emotions, sorrow and joy alike. Zhong Kuei felt dejected. Until I reached the 9-star level, where should I hide these treasures? Was there not a Shumi mustard seed talisman among the talismans Duke Xinling gave you? Xue Huang inquired. How would I know? Humph, you counted those talismans 10 times over. It would be hard not to notice, Xue Huang retorted. Zhong Kuei chuckled as she rummaged through the pouch and indeed found a Shumi mustard seed talisman. What is this talisman for? Shumi is the highest and largest mountain that birthed the world, while a mustard seed is as tiny as dust. However, a mustard seed can contain an entire Shumi. Xue Huang explained. Zhong Kuei pondered for a moment and nodded. So this is a talisman for storing items? Precisely, Xue Huang affirmed. You can seal the Shumi mustard seed talisman onto your body. Each time you use it, you simply need to direct your thoughts to activate it, allowing you to control it. Zhong Kuei quickly attempted to seal the talisman onto herself, which was remarkably simple, as long as one had a spirit vein. It was achievable. With the Shumi mustard seed talisman on her wrist, she could instantly store or retrieve any item simply by focusing on it. The mustard seed space was quite spacious, capable of holding 2 to 3 tons of items without issue. She stored the pile of treasures on the ground and was left with only a black stone the size of a fingernail. Zhong Kuei picked up the black stone, examining it with a puzzled expression. What is this? Just a stone, I suppose, Xue Huang replied, glancing at it without finding anything remarkable. This is something collected by Duke Wei. How could it possibly be an ordinary stone? Zhong Kuei was unconvinced. A person like Duke Wei would not keep a mere stone in his treasury. However, upon closer inspection, she could discern nothing special about it. Perhaps I should probe it with my spiritual energy, she suggested. Xue Huang also felt curious. Zhong Kuei sat cross-legged, holding the black stone in her palm, and slowly channeled her internal spiritual energy into it. As the energy flowed in, a vast, dark world slowly appeared in her consciousness. Boundless and expansive, however, just as she attempted to scrutinize it, a shadowy figure suddenly burst forth from within. Roar! The ferocious force charged directly at Zhong Kuei's spiritual essence, attacking with a furious momentum that left her no time to evade. Ah, she screamed, but her reflexes were quick, and she immediately severed the flow of energy into the black stone. Her body was violently hurled backward, crashing to the ground instantly. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise after a long moment, she managed to speak. "I don't know, but there is a terrifying power within." It was too frightening. Xue Huang gazed at the small stone lying on the grass. Astonished, I it from within that stone. What was that vast, boundless world I glimpsed when my spiritual energy entered? She had hardly had a moment to comprehend before being attacked by the shadow. Had she not reacted quickly, her very soul might have been pulled in. "Let us keep it for now and find an opportunity to study it further," Xue Huang suggested. "Agreed," Zhong Kuei replied, placing the black stone into the Shumi mustard seed talisman. She then took a few spirit-regulating pills, feeling somewhat better afterward. Though the Weiqi Duke's residence had an abundance of pills, there would eventually come a day of scarcity. It seemed she needed to hasten her studies in alchemy. Zhong Kuei gathered her thoughts and retrieved the purple crystal beast-patterned cauldron once more. This time she intended to learn a low-tier spirit-regulating pill, the Shunling pill. The Shunling pill was the true essence of a medicinal pill. The previous blood-activating pills and flesh-replenishing pills were merely ordinary pills. Even mixing those few medicinal herbs together would yield similar effects. However, if an alchemist were to concoct them, the efficacy of the pills would be greatly enhanced. Ordinary pills would likely only possess 1/10 of their potential effectiveness. However, the Shunling Dan cannot simply be produced by merely mixing medicinal ingredients. A true elixir requires precise control of the heat and a meticulous balance of the ingredients. Even the slightest mistake can lead to failure. Zhong Kuei prepared the herbs and silently began her practice. The first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt also failed. The third attempt met with the same fate. After a series of 6 trials, she finally achieved some progress, but at the critical moment, it still culminated in failure. Exhausted, Zhong Kuei could barely lift her hands. Alchemy is an exceptionally draining endeavor, particularly for a novice like her, where mismanagement of spiritual energy can result in significant wastage. "You are practicing alchemy," a cool, raspy voice emerged. Zhong Kuei looked up to see Seijia approaching, adorned with a straw hat, the black veil draping down to obscure his face and eyes. "Indeed, it's a pity it failed," Zhong Kuei replied, biting her lip. "I followed every instruction from Wu Li, so why is it incorrect?" "Foolish," he succinctly assessed. "That sharp-tongued little rascal." Zhong Kuei glared at him. "If you're not foolish, then why don't you try?" Ji Xuanshang crossed his arms and shot her a cold glance. "I can refine. What can you do?" Regardless of the peril, I wouldn't even flinch. Zhong Kuei was determined to challenge this notion. If a 5 or 6-year-old child could refine elixirs, then why had he been beaten to a pulp? Xue Huang also snorted. Raising her head in pride, Ji Xuanshang casually sat beside the Zijing beast-patterned cauldron and carelessly tossed the herbs inside. Lacking any semblance of an alchemical process, more akin to cooking, yet in the next moment, a slender flame flickered to life from his scarred hand, leaving both Zhong Kuei and Xue Huang momentarily stunned. No way. Next, they watched as he methodically controlled the flame and added the herbs, gradually forming a perfectly rounded elixir within the cauldron. Zhong Kuei was left speechless. Xue Huang exclaimed, "A genius! A genius! For alchemists. The Shunling Dan is merely a foundational elixir that hardly consumes time. It is the distinct appearances of the elixirs that vary among different alchemists. The one he crafted was utterly flawless." Holding the elixir in her hands, Zhong Kuei examined it closely. "If others knew you were an alchemist, who would dare bully you?" Perplexed, she recalled how he had refrained from fighting back when attacked earlier. "If they knew, I would have long been dead," he responded nonchalantly, his crimson eyes peering at her from beneath the brim of his hat. "Weren't you just saying, 'I can refine'? What can you do?" "Of course. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a horse's reins. As long as it doesn't contravene morality, I will comply with any request," Zhong Kuei declared boldly. "Oh." He seemed to smirk, an unsettling feeling creeping over her. Behind the veil, his crimson eyes brimmed with a demonic aura, as if threatening to overflow. Sensing impending trouble, she heard him murmur with a smile. "First, let us hear you bark like a dog," Zhong Kuei retorted. "A gentleman can be killed but cannot be insulted." Her anger flaring, Ji Xuanshang chuckled lightly. "I only enjoy insults, not killing." "Who was it that said, 'A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a horse's reins'?" He folded his arms, his gaze obscured by the swaying veil, making his enigmatic eyes difficult to discern. "The students preparing for the college entrance examination, persevere, for a bright future awaits you. The god King Chongxi grants you strength." Chapter 91. The alchemical youth. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath, embodying the resolve of a true hero. "If I must bark like a dog, then so be it. The retribution for teasing Wei Chiho had arrived swiftly. Woof, woof, she said, her expression darkening as she complied. Xuanshang chuckled. Good girl. I'll buy you a bone later. Don't push your luck. Zhong Kui snapped, unable to contain her frustration as she leapt forward to deliver a flurry of blows. He laughed in response, but being younger was no match for her. In just a few moments, he found himself pinned to the ground. Zhong Kui restrained his hands effortlessly, rendering him unable to retaliate. His hat fell to the ground, rolling aside to reveal his scarred visage. Zhong Kui froze at the sight. Yet, he appeared unfazed, laughing lightly as a flicker of light danced in his crimson eyes. Did I is it terrifying? Zhong Kui furrowed her brow slightly before boldly asking, who did this to you? Regardless, such treatment toward a child was inexcusable. That I did it to myself. His answer stunned her further. Have you lost your mind? What does it matter to you? Ji Xuanshang caught a glimpse of something akin to sympathy in her eyes. A sudden wave of confusion washing over him. In this world, no one truly cared for him. They merely sought to exploit him. The body is a gift from one's parents, even if you do not cherish it. Consider how they might feel, Zhong Kui admonished sternly. Though she had no parents, the thought of possibly reuniting with them one day made her vigilant in protecting herself. No matter how she became an orphan, she believed her parents must share the same hope of seeing her again. I have no parents. They wouldn't care. Yi Xuanshang's gaze grew frigid as he suddenly wrested free, pushing her away and retrieving his hat. Mind your own business. Zhong Kui pouted and stood up, increasingly irritated by this little brat. She resolved to ignore him from now on. Who cares? She declared, storming off in a huff. The Zhong residence was vast, divided into two parts, the inner area for the family and the outer area for receiving guests. Zhong Feng enjoyed gathering guests, and with substantial wealth, many frequented the estate, residing in the outer courtyard. Since arriving in this era, Zhong Kui had yet to meet these individuals, and with no pressing matters today, she decided to take a look. As she walked toward the outer courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Madame Yi and her daughters. Zhong Kui was somewhat taken aback. What are they doing here? Madame Yi, a woman of noble birth, exuded elegance, and her daughter, the second Miss Yi, was equally well-mannered and graceful. The eldest daughter had now become a princess, and the second Mrs. demeanor assured her a marriage into a prominent family. Several scholarly gentlemen stood before Madame Yi, exchanging flattering words. It was remarkable to see such pretentious scholars offer compliments so readily. A truly astonishing sight. Meanwhile, Yi Lanshan stood behind her mother, smiling softly, her eyes not lingering on anyone for long. Having changed significantly in just a few days, Zhong Kui thought, you are too kind. Lanshan is still young and naive. I hope you will all continue to guide her. Madame Yi responded with a gracious smile. The second miss is already a paragon among her peers, poised and graceful, far surpassing that foolish girl from the Zhong residence. Chapter 92. The ants critique. One scholar stroked his beard, feigning disdainful laughter, with the others joining in. Zhong Kui, already in a foul mood, felt as if she had stepped on a landmine upon hearing their words. They lived off her family, yet dared to criticize her here? Madame Yi did not defend Zhong Kui, while Yi Lanshan played her part well, feigning a delicate frown, appearing as if she wanted to speak but held back. Evoking sympathy, the men immediately fell under her spell, their gazes filled with admiration. What makes me so foolish? Zhong Kui strode forward, confronting the group. You lot are in for a bad day. The scholars were taken aback. Having just arrived in Handan, they did not recognize her, but upon hearing her self-identification, they quickly realized she was the young mistress of the Zhong residence, dressed in a red short jacket and white long skirt. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her round bun hairstyle adding to her charm. With bright eyes and white teeth, her complexion as fair as snow, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth, captivating all who beheld her. None knew that the seemingly foolish Zhong Kui possessed such undeniable beauty, eclipsing Yi Lanshan by more than tenfold. In any world, beauty serves as a passport. These once proud scholars found themselves momentarily speechless upon her arrival. Who just mocked me? Zhong Kui stood on the steps, exuding an air of superiority. Madame Yi seemed to notice her for the first time and quickly interjected, Qinger, do not be rude. They are well-read individuals. Even your father would show them deference. Her words pleased the scholars, who already harbored a negative impression of Zhong Kui. Seeing her so haughty only fueled their disdain. What a shame for such a lovely face. Are you saying that being well-read means gossiping behind others' backs? Which sage ever taught such a lesson? Zhong Kui retorted dismissively. Miss Zhong, even your father would not dare to treat us with such disrespect. One scholar snapped, his irritation evident. My father may not, but that does not mean I cannot. Zhong Kui looked down at him, declaring, as the saying goes, a short mouth cannot bite the hand that feeds. You consume my family's resources yet dare to speak ill of me behind my back. You are nothing but ungrateful wretches. What use is it to harbor such people? The scholars were rendered speechless, their lack of knowledge evident in their inability to form a coherent response. These men were not particularly learned. Otherwise, with their scholarly pride, they would not have sought refuge under the banner of a merchant. They had turned to the Zhong residence out of necessity, and though the family was wealthy enough to support them, they were mistaken if they thought they could bully Zhong Kui's sister. You are in the wrong here. You are merely the daughter of a merchant. How can you speak to esteemed gentlemen this way? Apologize at once. Yi Lanshan chimed in, her voice dripping with sweetness. Esteemed gentlemen, how much do you weigh? Shouldn't you measure your own worth? Zhong Kui scoffed. The vulgar and uncouth individual is truly repugnant, causing a scholar to stomp in frustration. Zhong Kui chuckled mockingly, stating, without my crude and lowly self, you wouldn't even qualify to beg. Absurd and disrespectful, in my eyes, there exists respect and hierarchy, yet no gratitude from those unworthy. Zhong Kui cast a glance at the guards of the Zhong residence, who appeared bewildered, and commanded, what are you waiting for? Drive out these ungrateful wretches. The guards had long harbored disdain for these pretentious individuals who contributed nothing but empty chatter, looking down upon them day in and day out. Today the young master truly acted as the hand of justice, expelling these bothersome figures. You dare utter my father's name? They were told. The guards promptly moved forward, wielding their clubs, unceremoniously driving the intruders away. Madame Yi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in horror, no, Cor, this is absolutely unacceptable. They are wise and capable individuals. How can you treat them so rudely? Over the past few days Madame Yi had exhausted all her savings to curry favor with these scholars, hoping to leverage their influence to elevate the status of her and her daughter, so they might secure a foothold in Handan. With no allies and unable to contact the eldest daughter of the royal family, Yi Nishang, they resorted to this desperate strategy, hoping to enhance their reputation. This was their last avenue, and the groundwork laid had shown promise. However, an unexpected turn of events had arisen with the impetuous Zhong Kui driving them away. In my view, they are nothing but frauds deceiving the world, and please do not allow yourself to be deceived by them. Clever as Zhong Kui is, how could she be unaware of Madame Ye's ulterior motives? Whatever her intentions, today they simply ran afoul of her wrath, and one could only say that misfortune had befallen them. Madame Yi felt as though she might faint. Darkness clouded her vision as she watched the scholars, whom she had painstakingly gathered, being expelled by force, her heart bleeding for the loss. All her wealth had been spent on them. Zhong Kui, you have truly lost your mind with such actions. Who would dare to seek refuge with the Zhong family in the future? Yi Lanshan shouted in a frenzy, nearly rushing forward to confront her. In any case, it is better if they do not come seeking. Zhong Kui stubbornly replied, sister, do not worry. They are all mere charlatans. Genuine men of wisdom would never lower themselves to their level. Those who are meant to come will eventually arrive. Yi Lanshan gritted her teeth, realizing that it was precisely because they were charlatans that they were easy to manipulate. Zhong Kui, the fool, understood nothing and dared to sabotage her well-laid plans, which was infuriating beyond measure. Madame Ye's face turned pale, barely containing her rising anger. You are terribly thoughtless. You cannot simply expel them. And this is my home. Zhong Kui blinked innocently. If you believe they are worthy, you may invite them to join us, providing them with food and comfort. Madame Yi was rendered speechless. Indeed, this was the Zhong residence, the young lady's domain, and it was not her place to dictate. If you find it inconvenient to stay here, you may always support them elsewhere, Zhong Kui suggested thoughtfully. Though her heart ached, she had no choice but to relent. Is my aunt angry with me? Zhong Kui inquired with a sorrowful expression. Of course not. Madame Yi managed a strained smile, her previously well-kept features now marred by new lines of weariness. Aunt merely feels a bit unwell. Mother, Yi Lanshan, has begun to lose her composure once more. Yi Lanshan was taken away in a huff. Zhong Kui stretched lazily, finally relishing the quietude, only to spot a small figure standing in the corner of the courtyard. Gazing at her blankly. Qi Lu, when did he arrive? Had he been standing there all along? Zhong Kui remained composed, confident that he would not recognize her, thus there was no need for concern. Qi Lu, however, was not his usual lively self, cautiously lowering his head and retreating step by step. Zhong Kui found it amusing. Did she truly appear so fearsome that he resembled a mouse fleeing from a cat? Once upon a time, her little darling had transformed into such an audacious and domineering presence, akin to a mother tiger. What a brazen tone! A voice chimed in, and without needing to turn around, she knew it belonged to the ever-persistent Huakong. Why are you following me? Zhong Kui asked, turning to see Feng Mo, adorned in vibrant garments, with his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mischief. Beside him stood Xiao Shulu. His expression as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. The contrast between the two was striking. How did they coexist? It is Xiao Lu who follows you, not I. Why am I the only one being scolded? Feng Mo complained, sounding quite aggrieved. Xiao Shulu with a steely gaze remarked, Wei Chiho may pose a threat to you, so Feng Mo Wooly, and I will take turns protecting you. What? Zhong Kuei felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. With their protection would she lose her freedom? Xiao Shulu would not repeat himself, arms crossed, his expression conveying a clear message. This was indeed his intent at no. Zhong Kuei categorically refused. If that's the case, I shall drive you out just as I did those pretentious scholars. Xiao Shulu frowned, his handsome face set in a cold demeanor. You've become obstinate again. That it seems only Wooly can persuade you. I cannot be bothered. I shall return once he has convinced you. Feng Mo, unwilling to waste words, departed without another glance. After some contemplation, Xiao Shulu produced a translucent white bell from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the twin bell. One is for you. And one remains with me. Keep it with you, and should any danger arise, ring the bell, and I shall come to your aid. The stoic Xiao Lu bore an unexpectedly endearing quality. Do they truly perceive her as such a weak and foolish young lady? One might say that in all of Handan, no one dared to bully her. Yet, in her desire to rid herself of their presence, Zhong Kuei accepted the twin bell, readily agreeing to its terms, finally sending this pestilence away. Why does the young master reject Feng Mo and Xiao Shulu's protection? Wooly inquired gently. Because I dislike it, Zhong Kuei replied bluntly. If I must be protected daily, what is the point? We might as well leave Handan altogether. You are still quite young. Please do not mention my youth again. Zhong Kuei interjected. I am aware that you have always regarded me as a fool, but I am maturing and beginning to understand many things. I no longer wish to play the fool. Her words left Wooly momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Wooly, I know my father tasked you with my protection, and you bear a heavy responsibility. But I do not wish to be a caged bird. I hope you can understand. But Wei Chiho, what of Wei Chiho? If he is formidable, there are those even more formidable to contend with him. Wooly, are you truly frightened of him? Zhong Kuei chuckled. Do not forget, Xinling Ho has provided me with numerous talismans, and Xiao Shulu just gifted me the twin bell. If anything happens, I will alert you immediately. Since the young master is so resolute, I shall not press the matter further. Recently, I will remain more often in the residence. The last incident shall not recur. Wooly, unwilling to see her unhappy, decided to withdraw. As long as he is within the Zhong residence, Wei Chiho's men cannot enter. How splendid! Zhong Kuei beamed, settling down with a light heart. It was truly wonderful not to have to sacrifice her freedom. As she smiled, her eyes sparkling with innocence, Wooly found himself momentarily entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. The princess inadvertently blurted out her thoughts, quickly realizing her slip and hastily averting her eyes. However, Zhong Kuei had already caught wind of it. Her curiosity piqued. What princess? You misheard, young master, Wooly replied, regaining his composure, his demeanor returning to its usual warmth and grace, his flawless exterior unmarred. Zhong Kuei chose not to pry further. Everyone harbored their secrets, and there was no need for her to press. Has there been any news from my father recently? She inquired innocently. The Lord has received correspondence. All is well. We hope for your safety and growth. Young master. Wooly expressed with a pang of sorrow, saying, Little master need not be disheartened. Everything that the elder does is for the sake of strategizing for you. The elder does not wish for the little master to grow up bearing the identity of a merchant's daughter. He shall grant you a position of unparalleled prestige. One day, the elder will reunite with the little master. The esteemed position seemed to amuse Zhong Kuei, who tilted her head and laughed as if her father were plotting to seize the world. Wooly was taken aback, then replied nonchalantly, In this chaotic era, with dynasties crumbling and the emperor weakening while the feudal lords rebel, who does not wish to seize the world? Wooly's identity remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 96. Befriending the powerful. Her words were astute and measured. If she was cautious even with her, she would surely be even more prudent with outsiders. After all, there are so many talented individuals. And her father is merely a merchant. How difficult could it be? Zhong Kuei propped her chin on her hands and asked, Wooly, with your talent and strength, do you not feel that following your father is beneath your abilities? Certainly not, Wooly replied resolutely. Regardless of what the elder asks me to do, I shall comply. This is my solemn promise. Is this promise merely because your father rescued you? Zhong Kuei inquired curiously. Her eyes sparkled brightly, twinkling like the most radiant stars, causing Wooly to momentarily lose his focus. Indeed, Wooly was repaying a debt of gratitude. He hastily stood up, stating that he had matters to attend to outside the city, and took his leave. Zhong Kuei casually nodded, not bothering to question his departure. Once Wu Li was gone, she swiftly changed into her outdoor attire, blackening her face and quietly slipped out through the back courtyard. Xue Huang, did you see which direction Wu Li went? He exited through the west city gate. Zhong Kuei leaped onto Xue Huang's back and stealthily followed him, ensuring he remained unaware of her presence. What troubles you? Are you beginning to doubt him? Xue Huang lazily asked, showing little interest in Wu Li. I just feel that Wu Li is too perfect. How can a person be so flawless? I cannot bring myself to believe it. Zhong Kuei's gaze was cold and dark. Excessive perfection often breeds jealousy, Xue Huang remarked. The blood-red phoenix darted through the sky, moving with astonishing speed, too swift for an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse. Xue Huang halted before a secluded villa outside the city, declaring, he has stopped here. Are you certain? Zhong Kuei surveyed the unremarkable villa, surrounded by tall walls with only 2 gates beyond the villa, hidden among the lush trees. Were numerous hidden guards. With her years of experience, none escaped her keen eye. Dismounting from Xue Huang, Zhong Kuei cautiously approached the villa, her figure ghost-like as she effortlessly scaled the surrounding wall. The entire villa was eerily quiet. Devoid of servants or maids, the flora and trees untended and overgrown, lending an air of disarray. Such a place was entirely unlike Wu Li's style. He must be meeting someone here. As she stealthily advanced, she gradually discerned voices. This wine is called Wangyu. It has a rich flavor and a sweet entrance, yet its potency is immense. One can become intoxicated for 3 days and nights from a distance. She could vaguely hear conversation, though not clearly. Zhong Kuei was well aware of Wu Li's strength. Getting too close would surely expose her. Alchemists are typically quite perceptive, thus, she maintained a careful distance to listen. Is that so? I truly wish to experience it. I have never tasted the wine from Weigua before. After a cup, laughter erupted. It is indeed as famed as its reputation suggests. If the Marquis enjoys it, I shall send more tomorrow through Wu Li. The speaker appeared to be Wu Li years ago in Chugua. I had a fleeting acquaintance with young Master Wu Li. I was deeply impressed. Only regretting that when I later sought to pay my respects, you had already departed. Do not mention it. How could I allow the Marquis to lower himself to such a degree? If you wish to meet Wu Li, simply send word. Chapter 97. Befriending the powerful. I greatly admire the talents of the young master. I only wonder if the young master holds me in high regard. I am but a lowly commoner. The Marquis is a prodigy. For many years, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Among the nations, none can compare to the Marquis. Wu Li spoke humbly. Since that is the case, why does young Master Wu Li persist in declining? Is it that what Zhongfeng can offer you I cannot? The voice rose slightly, and Zhong Kuei clearly discerned that the speaker was the exilling Marquis, whom she had encountered previously. To her surprise, Wu Li was meeting with him, and the exilling Marquis seemed intent on courting Wu Li. The Zhong family, of course, could not compare to the exilling Marquis. Wu Li continued, taking another sip of wine. However, the Zhong family possesses what I desire, something no other place can offer. Despite having suspected that Wu Li's unwavering loyalty to Zhongfeng was not without motive, hearing him speak it aloud still unsettled Zhong Kuei. It was evident that he had ulterior motives. Oh, may I inquire what that is? The exilling Marquis remained unperturbed, exhibiting good breeding and a broad-minded nature, qualities that the Weiqi Marquis could not match. It is a person I wish to guard for a lifetime, Wu Li replied softly. The exilling Marquis was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, asking, dare I ask, is it the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei was momentarily stunned, feeling a peculiar sensation in her heart that she could not articulate. The exilling Marquis rose, clasping his hands behind his back, strolling with a hint of melancholy, saying, I too have someone in my heart whom I wish to guard for a lifetime. Alas, my homeland is distant, and I fear I shall never have the chance to see her again. Marquis, forgive my impertinence. The Wei King is lacking in talent, and now among the 7 nations, Wei has gradually declined. Does the Marquis not consider usurping him? The exilling Marquis turned his back to Wu Li but faced Zhong Kuei, allowing her to see a trace of sorrowful smile on his face. Usurp? In my youth my mother passed away early. I was isolated and bullied in the Wei King's palace, and it was my elder brother who protected me as I grew. I once vowed that as long as he remains the Wei King, I shall serve as his minister and guard his realm until the end of my days. If my brother were to pass before me, I would follow him to the underworld, to guard him still. Wu Li was taken aback. Such a vow of life and death left him astonished. Rumors had it that the Wei King was exceedingly suspicious, while the exilling Marquis was more beloved by the people, with countless retainers, leading to his exclusion by the Wei King. The Wei king, incited by favored officials, had made things difficult for the exiled marquis when he sought to aid Zhao Guo's Handan, ultimately resulting in the theft of military orders and the slaying of Wei generals, forcing him to flee from Wei. The exiled marquis was the Wei king's younger brother. The discord between them was well known among the 7 nations. I had not expected the marquis to be so loyal and righteous. I am truly impressed. Young Master Wu Li's dedication to guarding Miss Zhong is equally admirable. The exiled marquis smiled, his white robes fluttering, resembling an ethereal immortal as his words fell. The exiled marquis's gaze suddenly shifted towards Zhong Kuei. Have you been listening for long? Would you care to join us for a drink? Indeed, being too close makes one easily discoverable. Both Wu Li and the exiled marquis were no ordinary individuals. Zhong Kuei shrugged and confidently stepped forward, hands clasped behind her back, her small face held high. In the historical context of the Warring States, the exiled Ling Jun's brother Wei Anqi Wang had a renowned male favorite known as Long Yang Jun. Chapter 98. Befriending the powerful. Are you not the summoner known as Fan Yu, who has recently appeared in Handan? Upon seeing the distinctly marked black face, the exiled marquis recognized her immediately, feeling a slight surprise within. This Fan Yu was the new contractee of Xue Huang. When Gong Sunqi passed away, Xue Huang surprisingly contracted with an unknown individual, indicating that this person must not be simple. Yet, to her astonishment, Fan Yu appeared so youthful upon their first meeting. Marquis, you honor me. Zhong Kuei knew that Wu Li would not recognize her, thus she had no cause for concern. Wu Li too had not anticipated encountering the renowned Fan Yu here. He rose and cupped his fist in greeting, stating, since ancient times prodigies have emerged in youth. Meeting you, Fan Yu, has truly shown me what genius is. Her appearance seemed no older than 10, yet she was already a contractee of Xue Huang, truly remarkable. Wu Li had already contemplated drawing Fan Yu to his side, and now that they met, he naturally began to strategize. The exiled marquis held considerable influence. It would not do to let him get ahead of him. You flatter me. Young Master Wu Li is the one deserving of admiration. Zhong Kuei took a seat, boldly pouring herself a cup of wine to savor, having been drawn by the aroma. It was indeed of exceptional quality. Wu Li smiled knowingly, realizing that Fan Yu had come drawn by the scent of the wine. This is Wang Yu. Upon our first meeting, consider it a gift from me to you. Is that so? Thank you. Zhong Kuei was not one to hold back. Seeing an unopened jar on the table, she directly stored it within her Shumi mustard seed talisman. Both Wu Li and the exiled marquis were taken aback. At such a young age, already an impressive summoner, and possessing talismans too, it seems this person's strength is truly formidable. Gong Sunqi was also a dual practitioner of summoning and talismans. Could it be that Fan Yu is the same? Fan Yu, this is your first visit to Handan. I wonder what your intentions are. Wu Li inquired, taking a seat and sipping his wine. The exiled marquis also settled down, and the 3 of them gathered around the table, conversing amiably with nothing pressing at hand. I am merely wandering about for now. Zhong Kuei smiled faintly. I am also a man of leisure. If Lord Fan Yu has no pressing matters, you are welcome to visit my residence frequently. The Duke of Xinling chuckled in agreement. That would be splendid. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, my lord. Zhong Kuei, seizing the opportunity, thought it wise to cultivate closer ties with the Duke of Xinling, for he was neither a citizen of Zhao nor a figure entrenched in power, thus unlikely to bring forth considerable troubles in the future. Upon hearing this, Wu Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Fan Yu intended to seek allegiance with the Duke of Xinling. This was, after all, a matter of no particular concern. The Duke's estrangement from Wei meant he could not expect to gain significant favor within Zhao. As their interests did not conflict, had she chosen to side with Lord Wei Qi, then one would have to contemplate how to deal with her. Fan Yu's move was unexpectedly astute, yet it seemed entirely reasonable, allowing Wu Li to neither win her over nor confront her, achieving a twofold benefit. Wu Li, possessing a certain pride, ceased to press the issue upon noticing Fan Yu's decision, and instead they shared a heartfelt drink together. They were all renowned figures of the contemporary world, and as the saying goes, high art is seldom appreciated. Their gathering naturally fostered rich conversation, ranging from the ancient to the modern, from celestial to terrestrial, leaving them immensely satisfied. Zhong Kuei could not help but genuinely admire them. Despite her modern knowledge, she found herself thoroughly captivated by their presence. Chapter 99. Forming alliances with the powerful. What a delightfully exhilarating evening it was. The Duke of Xinling, exuding exceptional grace, did not insist on their prolonging their stay, personally escorting them out of the guest house. A servant brought forth Wu Li's horse, and he turned with a smile, inquiring, and what of Lady Fan Yu's steed? Zhong Kuei pointed skyward, where a blood-red shadow swooped down. casting an immense, radiant silhouette. After bidding farewell, Zhong Kuei leapt onto the back of the blood phoenix and vanished into the ether in an instant. Wu Li stared blankly for a moment before lowering his gaze and smiling. Such a formidable talent unable to be utilized by them. Was truly a pity the young master had retired early, likely foregoing her studies in alchemy for the day. Qing Tong lowered her voice, cautious not to disturb her. Then we shall not trouble the young master any further, Wu Li replied, preparing to take his leave. After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Kuei called out, Wu Li, alchemy can be rather tedious. Let us postpone it for a few days. Wu Li was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in resignation. After all, she is still just a child as long as the young master is happy, he affirmed. Indeed, Wu Li finally departed. Zhong Kuei closed her eyes. The wine named Wang Yu that Wu Li had brought was indeed delightful, yet it also possessed a potent aftereffect. Given her tolerance, she felt quite tipsy. Gradually, she succumbed to slumber. Brother Amo, save me. What was that tender cry, so heart-wrenching and filled with dread? Do not let them kill me. Brother Amo, save me. Who wished to take her life? Who were they? Fear not, for I am here. They shall not harm you. That was Feng Mo's voice. Why did it seem so burdened? I want to leave with Brother Amo. They will kill me. I am so scared. They will not. You are still so young. You have done nothing wrong. They could never bring themselves to do so, Feng Mo reassured her. But I have heard it. Many wish to kill me, she cried helplessly. But we are here. You have so many formidable allies by your side. They would not dare. Xiao Kua, remember to endure. We shall protect you, but I know that one day you will abandon me, for I am not her. Her? Who is she? The dreamscape was not her. It belonged to the original owner of this body, the true Zhong Kuei. What could this possibly mean? No matter how Zhong Kuei pondered, she could not fathom it. Never mind, in any case it had nothing to do with her. She did not intend to remain in the Zhong family for eternity. Once she grew stronger, she would naturally depart. Young master, are you awake? Qing Tong quietly entered, softly inquiring. Chapter 100. Bringing her joy. I am awake. Upon glancing at the daylight outside, Zhong Kuei realized it was nearly noon and promptly rose, requesting Qing Tong to assist her with dressing and grooming. The young master discarded all her clothing and adornments in Omping City, and now there is scarcely anything suitable at home. It would be better for the servants to summon people from Yunchang Pavilion and Jinbao Studio to custom make some outfits for the young master. Qing Tong suggested, and no need. Let us go out for a stroll instead. Due to the dream, Zhong Kuei's mood was rather poor, and a change of scenery would do her good. That sounds perfect, Qing Tong responded with a smile. Pleased that the young master, who usually preferred staying indoors, was willing to venture out after breakfast, they prepared to leave. Qing Tong had already instructed that a carriage be waiting outside. Sister, I heard you're going out. How fortunate, as I find myself quite unoccupied. May I accompany you? Yi Lanshan appeared seemingly from nowhere. Feigning kindness, come along, Zhong Kuei replied as she boarded the carriage, finding some amusement in the presence of this air-headed woman. Yi Lanshan joyfully climbed aboard, her flattery pouring forth as she praised Zhong Kuei from head to toe throughout the journey. Zhong Kuei closed her eyes, too apathetic to engage with her. Yunchang Pavilion was the largest tailoring establishment in Handan. Boasting a wide array of fashionable fabrics. Upon seeing the Zhong family carriage, the proprietor immediately recognized a significant client and hurriedly came out to greet them. Our young master wishes to have several outfits made. Bring forth your finest materials, Qing Tong ordered without hesitation, knowing the Zhong family's wealth ensured that all of the young master's clothing and accessories would be of the highest quality. Yes, please wait a moment. Mississippi. The proprietor quickly summoned staff to fetch the fabrics. As Yi Lanshan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the exquisite garments in the shop, the proprietor's demeanor shifted considerably, realizing that she was of humble origins and had likely never encountered such grandeur before. Nonetheless, accompanying the daughter of the Zhong family warranted a degree of respect. Miss, our garments at Yunchang Pavilion are all the latest styles. Feel free to browse, he offered. Yi Lanshan glanced at Zhong Kuei. Noting that she possessed not a single coin, all their savings had been spent on mingling with a few literati. A twinge of jealousy coursed through her, thinking Zhong Kuei was merely the daughter of a merchant. And not particularly noteworthy. Sister, no need for formality. Choose whatever you fancy, Zhong Kuei said coolly. Yi Lanshan's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, if you like it, how could I possibly stop you? After all, the payment will ultimately come from Lady Yi. You are simply the best, Yi Lanshan exclaimed. Rushing off to inspect the clothing, Zhong Kuei smirked. Lady Ye's daughter was truly ill-suited for her cunning nature. The proprietor presented the finest and most expensive fabrics from Yunchang Pavilion for Zhong Kuei's selection. Women naturally possess an affinity for beautiful clothing, and Zhong Kuei was no exception. She meticulously chose and coordinated several pieces, for despite her laborious past life, there were occasions that called for formal attire. Each of her appearances had captivated the crowd, and her taste was undeniably exquisite. Miss Zhong's eye for color combinations is simply remarkable. These hues are splendidly matched. The proprietor beamed, envisioning the profits that would ensure his livelihood for the next fortnight. Meanwhile, Yi Lanshan had ventured upstairs, embroiled in a dispute. Yunshang Pavilion was quite expansive, with 3 floors, and the finest goods were naturally located on the upper levels. Zhong Kuei, feeling no inclination to ascend, let the proprietor bring the fabrics down for her selection. While Yi Lanshan had already dashed upstairs in search of more expensive items, this was the first I laid eyes upon. How dare you compete with me? Yi Lanshan's voice echoed from the 2nd floor. Impertinent! Where did such a shameless wretch come from? Throw her out! A voice even more melodious yet commanding than Yi Lanshan's then rang out. Zhong Kuei could not help but feel a sense of familiarity upon hearing it. The proprietor, initially elated at the prospect of a profitable transaction, changed his expression upon hearing that voice, hastily advising Miss Zhong, the young lady upstairs is not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps it would be best to bring Miss Yi down. A figure capable of instilling such trepidation in the proprietor must undoubtedly be a daughter of nobility. The Zhong family would never provoke someone of that stature lightly, and Yi Lanshan's lack of foresight was evident. Zhong Kuei instructed Qing Tong to fetch her, wishing to avoid embarrassment, yet before Qing Tong could ascend, a piercing scream from Yi Lanshan rang out. You struck me. How dare you? Then the sound of hurried footsteps descended the staircase. And upon turning to look, Zhong Kuei could not suppress a laugh. It was yet another familiar face. Has the Yunshang Pavilion begun admitting country bumpkins? A young girl adorned in a delicate snow-colored gauze dress, draped with a light red sheer overlay, descended, her hair styled into a charming butterfly bun, embellished with 2 butterfly hairpins adorned with pearls and jewels. The wings of the butterflies fluttered slightly, adding to her playful demeanor. You are the one who resembles a country bumpkin, you filthy girl. My sister is a consort of the Zhao King. How dare you disrespect me? Yi Lanshan, held by 2 maids, struggled in vain. The girl, with a light-hearted laugh, dismissed. The Zhao King has countless consorts. What significance does your sister hold? And what do you amount to but a woman of petty means, no better than a lowly merchant? Yi Lanshan erupted with indignation. Zhong Kuei, initially considering intervening out of familial loyalty, abandoned the thought upon hearing such words. Who cared about her fate? Enough, this is outrageous. The proprietor could no longer stand idly by. Miss Yi, you are being exceedingly rude. Before you stands the daughter of Pingyuan Ho of Zhao, the cousin of the reigning Zhao King. Yi Lanshan, still intent on retorting, found herself speechless. Her mouth agape. Zhao Rui descended, her demeanor haughty and willful, wielding a riding whip with a decisive flourish. Today, this young lady is feeling quite restless, and it just so happens that someone oblivious to the consequences has come forth to teach me a lesson. Which is rather delightful. The shopkeeper dares not utter a word, while Yi Lanshan has long been wearing a sorrowful expression, hastily turning to Zhong Kuei for assistance. Sister, save me. Yi Lanshan weeps. She is bullying me. It was clearly my choice of attire first, yet she insists on snatching it away. Zhong Kuei, rubbing her forehead, muses over the alarming lack of intelligence demonstrated in such a moment, still preoccupied with quarreling over clothing. Having witnessed Zhao Rui's capriciousness, she understands that her heart isn't malicious. It's merely that Pingyuan Jun has indulged her a bit too much. Perhaps it would be beneficial for her to teach Yi Lanshan a lesson. Sister, as you well know, I am merely the daughter of a merchant. How could I possibly assist you? Zhong Kuei gently remarks. Pingyuan Jun is a man of great virtue and repute. I believe it would be best for you to offer an apology. Only then does Zhao Rui turn her gaze toward Zhong Kuei, noting her bright eyes and radiant smile, and she feels a flicker of fondness. I will apologize, Yi Lanshan declares loudly. The fault is clearly hers. Zhao Rui scoffs disdainfully, responding to Zhong Kuei. She is your sister. Her mother is a cousin of my mother, albeit not by blood. Before Zhong Kuei can finish her sentence, Zhao Rui interjects. No wonder the disparity is so vast. It turns out they are not related by blood. Yi Lanshan bites her lip, contemplating that her lineage is far superior to Zhong Kuei's. That at such a moment, she must not allow herself to be looked down upon. And thus she asserts, naturally we are not blood sisters. Her father is the merchant Zhongfeng, while my father is the governor of Shandong, Yiping. The distinction between a merchant and an official is immediately apparent. Her words, however, only serve to deepen the frown upon Zhao Rui's exquisite features. Zhong Kuei, maintaining her composure, merely smiles silently, thinking how foolish Yi Lanshan is. Your father is the one who betrayed Han and handed over Shandong to our Zhao state, which consequently attracted the siege of the Qin army, she states. Yi Lanshan is taken aback, insisting that's not true. My father did not betray Han. It was the Qin army that obstructed the rescue route, leaving my father with no choice but to resort to such measures. My father is also a meritorious subject appointed by the king of Zhao. She retorts. How absurd, Zhao Rui exclaims, her noble birth evident as she curses vehemently. If it weren't for that wretched Yi Ping, countless lives would not have been lost in Handan. How dare you show your face here? What nonsense are you spouting? Handan was besieged due to the incompetence of the Zhao army. Zhao is too weak to contend with Qin. Yi Lanshan fires back. Zhong Kuei, unable to tolerate the nonsensical tirade, interjects urgently. Yet Zhao Rui, already filled with rage, strikes her across the face with a whip, exclaiming, "Enough!" Yi Lanshan is momentarily stunned. Feeling a fiery sensation on her cheek, something warm trickling down. Realizing that she has been left with a mark from that strike, she immediately bursts into tears. Miss Zhao, my sister often speaks without thinking. Her words can be quite offensive. I hope you can forgive her. Zhong Kuei sighs, turning to Zhao Rui. She dares utter such words. She truly deserves to be punished. Zhao Rui replies, her chest heaving with indignation. Lowering her head to calm her anger, she finally concedes, blaming a woman is futile. For your sake, I shall let her go this time. Thank you very much. My name is Zhong Kuei, and I hope Miss Zhao will continue to look after me. My name is Zhao Rui. You may call me Rui. Zhao Rui responds, showing no sign of disdain for Zhong Kuei's merchant background. I have no desire to linger further. I shall take my leave. Zhong Kuei watches Zhao Rui depart, quietly relieved, before turning her gaze to Yi Lanshan with a cold smile. Sister, who taught you to speak in such a manner? It was my mother, Yi Lanshan replies defiantly. Firmly believing that Lady Yi is always in the right, your mother seeks to harm you. To utter such insults against the Zhao army and Zhao state is truly a path to self-destruction. Zhong Kuei concludes, sweeping away. Yi Lanshan stands there, bewildered, questioning how her mother could wish her harm. Qing Tong, the fabrics have all been selected by Miss Zhong. Shall we commence tailoring as per her specifications? The shopkeeper, eager to avoid losing a lucrative opportunity, hastily inquires. Certainly, expedite the work and deliver it to the Zhong residence as soon as possible. Here is the deposit, Qing Tong replies with a smile, handing a pouch of coins to the shopkeeper. Absolutely, absolutely. The shopkeeper beams, unable to contain his delight. Yi Lanshan, covering her marred face, insists. Qing Tong, the garments I selected must also be made. Qing Tong, having heard enough, disregards her and departs. She is not a servant of the Yi family and sees no reason to tolerate her outbursts. This time, her thoughtless remarks nearly endangered the Zhong family. Truly, she lacks sense. The outfits Miss Yi has her eye on are all the latest styles. You will undoubtedly look splendid in them, the shopkeeper assures Yi Lanshan, still holding her face, licks her lips and realizes she has no funds, not even for accessories. Forget it, she mutters dejectedly before hastily leaving. Stingy Zhong Kuei, having selected so many for herself, not a single one for me. You flaunt your arrogance now, but wait until I become the young mistress of the Zhong family. Let us see if you dare to be so haughty then. Young master, that cousin of yours speaks with such a lack of discretion. Should word of this spread, it could implicate our Zhong family. Qing Tong expresses her frustration over Yi Lanshan's foolishness. There is little we can do. After all, she is still family, Zhong Kuei replies. Not that closely related, Qing Tong pouts. Dianwei state, the Yi family is considered a prominent clan. The Yi family patriarch and our Zhong family patriarch share a bond. Having arranged a betrothal since childhood, Lady Yi is the legitimate daughter of the Yi family head, betrothed to our patriarch from a young age. However, after the Yi family patriarch's passing, her parents disapproved of our patriarch's mercantile pursuits and chose a daughter from a collateral branch to marry him, which infuriated our patriarch to the point of death. Zhong Kuei, hearing this tale for the first time, realizes the depth of their family's grievances. The daughter chosen from the collateral branch must be my mother. Indeed, that is the case, Qing Tong confirms, her expression tinged with admiration and nostalgia as she speaks of the late Lady Zhong, who was graceful and beautiful, existing in perfect harmony with the patriarch. Their bond profound. The patriarch had only one wife with no concubines, resulting in the birth of only one daughter. Even after Lady Zhong's passing, he never remarried, fearing it would upset their daughter. Listening to this, Zhong Kuei feels a sense of clarity. Zhong Feng's deep affection for Lady Zhong and their daughter assures her that he would never allow anyone to harm her. Yet, who were those that sought to kill her in the dream she experienced? Zhong Feng, though merely a merchant, seems to possess an extraordinary identity. First, Gong Sun Qi urged her to eliminate Zhong Feng, followed by that peculiar dream. Zhong Feng's status is indeed remarkable, yet the true Zhong Kuei must also have a significant identity. These matters, she realizes, are beyond her comprehension for the time being. If only I could see my father sooner. Zhong Kuei whispers. Do not be disheartened, young master. You will soon be reunited with him, Qing Tong reassures her. I hope so, Zhong Kuei replies. Days pass and finally, the day of the Zhao King's birthday banquet arrives, reviving the previously somber atmosphere in Handan City. Following the tumult of war, the Zhao King's celebration is modest, focusing on simplicity and merriment. Early in the morning, Zhong Kuei rises to prepare herself, trying on each garment crafted at Yunshang Pavilion. The intricacies of ancient attire are exhausting, leaving her nearly exhausted. Ultimately, she selects a pale red straight-cut garment with white trim at the hem and sleeves. The long skirt trailing elegantly behind her, adorned with delicate golden sunflowers. As Zhong Kuei sits before the mirror, she fights off drowsiness, eagerly awaiting the finishing touches on her appearance. Upon opening her eyes, she marvels at her natural beauty. No makeup is necessary to enhance her allure. The girl in the mirror possesses large, bright eyes, rosy lips, and a delicate face that has shed its previous roundness, revealing the emerging grace of youth. In her past life, she likely resembled this at her age. Zhong Kuei smiles, rises, and allows her maid to assist with her train as she steps outside. In the air, shimmering golden flecks swirl like embers ready to ignite. Willie gazes at her, momentarily entranced, as if drawn into an invisible abyss by her presence. The gentle spring breeze flows between them, his tenderness like water, her innocence like fire, colliding with intensity before swiftly fading away. Zhong Kuei touches her nose and proceeds toward the carriage. Let us go. Willie follows suit, riding alongside her carriage. Upon leaving the Zhong residence, they spot Xiao Shulu on horseback, accompanied by another carriage. Zhong Kuei lifts the curtain and glances inside, asking, "Are you and Feng Emo also attending?" Yet, the figure revealed is not Feng Emo but Lady Yi and Yi Lanshan. Qing Air, young Master Emo was concerned you might be lonely, so he asked me and Lanshan to accompany you. Lady Yi explains with a smile. Wei Lanshan, her face beaming, appears to have healed remarkably from her earlier injury. The mark from Zhao Rui's strike seemingly vanished. Sister, I will be here for you, Yi Lanshan cheerfully states. Zhong Kuei responded with a faint acknowledgement. At that moment, Feng Ma rode by on a magnificent steed, adorned in vibrant attire. His handsome visage exuding an extraordinary charm, his peach blossom eyes seemingly forever imbued with affection. Are you happy, my young mistress? He inquired, drawing his horse closer and leaning down, his striking face near hers. His smile undeniably captivating. Zhong Kuei recalled the dream where she had been so reliant on him, weeping as she sought his rescue, and his determination to protect her at all costs stirred a flicker of emotion within her. That version of Zhong Kuei had been a fool, yet perhaps it was this very foolishness that rendered her so pure. Her unwavering affection for Feng Ma revealed that he indeed held genuine feelings for her. Contemplating this, Zhong Kuei's demeanor towards Feng Ma began to shift. In contrast to Wuli's enigmatic perfection, Feng Ma appeared much more relatable, making him easier to approach. Unlike Wuli, whose gentle exterior concealed an impenetrable air of mystery, leaving others perpetually feeling distant. I'm not happy, Zhong Kuei declared. Oh, what must I do to make you happy? Feng Ma asked once more, pondering how to elicit her joy. I want to ride a horse, she replied. Feng Ma was taken aback. But Wuli immediately interjected, young mistress, today may not be suitable. Your attire. It is fine, Zhong Kuei asserted, shedding her cumbersome outer robe and effortlessly slipping from the carriage. Just then, Wuli dismounted his horse, preparing to stop her. But Zhong Kuei darted past him like a slippery eel, directly climbing onto Wuli's steed. Merely 9 years old, her height was insufficient, and her attempt to mount the horse appeared somewhat comical, a far cry from the graceful equestrian champion of her past life. Feng Ma chuckled softly but kindly grasped the reins to prevent her from being unseated by the spirited horse. Are you certain you wish to ride? Feng Ma asked again. Of course. Feng Ma, do not be foolish. Wuli interjected with a hint of seriousness. Feng Ma shot him a glance, his penchant for defiance flaring up, and with a playful lift of his brow, he said, young mistress, hold on tight. Let us go, with a gentle squeeze of the horse's sides. Feng Ma's steed surged forward, and Zhong Kuei's horse followed suit. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, prompting Wuli to pursue them. However, Xiao Shulu rode forward and remarked, she rarely experiences joy. Must you truly impede her? What decorum is this? Wuli replied, displeased. Xiao Shulu retorted coldly, the way you and Zhongfeng protect her will ensure she remains unhappy for life. Only Feng Ma truly understands her. Always has. Wuli fell silent, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, Feng Ma had always comprehended her joys and sorrows. Xiao Shulu chose not to elaborate further and pressed ahead, Since King Zhao Wuling instituted the practice of clothing and mounted archery, the entire nation followed suit. With men, women, and children donning the convenient attire to practice equestrian skills, reserving cumbersome Han garments for formal occasions in the streets of Handan, it was not unusual to witness women riding horses. Sometimes those displaying exceptional horsemanship would even attract applause. However, the sight of this particular pair, a young man and woman riding together, captured the attention of many onlookers. The young man, clad in resplendent garments, rode a spirited steed, his flowing attire creating a mesmerizing spectacle, while his striking features were remarkably handsome, captivating the hearts of numerous young women who found it impossible to look away. The young girl, though still a child, was a delicate beauty. Her white attire, while not as flamboyant, emanated a spirited grace that defied gender norms. Such an enchanting duo naturally drew the gaze of all, before the residence of the Duke of Pingyuan. The Duke was preparing to depart with his family when the two horses sped past, prompting the crowd to turn their heads in curiosity. "Miss, do you see? The girl on the horse is none other than Miss Zhongkuei, whom we encountered at Yunchang Pavilion," Zhao Rui's maid Ruer exclaimed, pointing in Zhongkuei's direction. Upon seeing Rui confirmed, "Indeed it is Zhongkuei. Her graceful riding style evokes envy," and she quickly approached the Duke of Pingyuan. "Father, I wish to ride as well." The Duke of Pingyuan, internally lamenting the reckless nature of the youth today, felt a sense of unease at the thought of his daughter joining in such pursuits. "Such folly," he retorted. "What folly is this? The clothing and mounted archery advocated by grandfather have strengthened our Zhao state. We should naturally emulate it for generations to come. Strengthening Zhao is a man's duty. What concern is it of yours? Young ladies should remain in their chambers, and when the time comes, marry and raise a family. That is what truly matters," the Duke chastised, gently tapping his beloved daughter's forehead. "I will not stand for it. I have my abilities and will fight on the battlefield against the Qin," Rui declared passionately. "Behave yourself and get into the carriage." The Duke's heart ached at the thought of his daughter facing the perils of battle. "Just wait. I will seek out Fengyue as my mentor, and she shall teach me. One day, I will surpass men," Rui huffed, angrily boarding the carriage. "Do not be upset, miss. The Duke merely wishes what is best for you," Ruer said, stifling laughter. "Do not laugh." Rui shot her an irritated glance. "When we arrive at the palace, I will seek out Zhongkuei and learn from her. Miss, if the Duke finds out, he will surely punish you," Ruer cautioned. "At this moment, if neither of us speaks, he will remain unaware," Rui resolved, determined not to remain weak any longer. Fengyue was so young yet so formidable. She could not afford to lag behind. Before the Zhao royal palace, Feng Ma tightened the reins, halting alongside Zhongkuei's horse, and smiled at her. "So are you happy now?" "Not bad," Zhongkuei replied, patting the horse beneath her. Wuli's steed was indeed impressive. She wished to ride it alone someday. However, riding with Feng Ma this time had also been quite enjoyable. "Next time we venture to the outskirts, I shall teach you," Feng Ma offered. "No need," Zhongkuei replied. Feng Ma shot her a sidelong glance. "What? Do you still dislike me?" Zhongkuei dismounted, stating, "I no longer dislike you, but I have grown and learned much. You are kind to me, yet it is not as pure as before. Once you attain what you desire, you will surely cast me aside." Feng Ma was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. How had this girl become so astute? "Come down. I do not hold it against you," he said, stepping down from his horse and standing before her. "Humph, sometimes I find you quite peculiar. If only you could truly grow," he mused. Zhongkuei stood on the ground, gazing up at him, and soon after, Wuli arrived with the Zhong family carriage. Qing Tong hurriedly descended to assist Zhongkuei in changing her attire, her expression filled with reproach towards Feng Ma. "Young master, how could you bring the young mistress riding in such an important occasion? What if others see? What meaning is there in living strictly by rules and regulations?" Feng Ma replied nonchalantly, "That I desire a life of joy and freedom. That if not for the multitude of onlookers, Zhongkuei would have cheered for him. His philosophy on life resonated with her. It is getting late. Let us enter the palace," Wuli remarked, leading Zhongkuei within. Feng Ma guided the Yi family mother and daughter alongside them. As dusk descended, the Zhao royal palace was filled with song and dance, the aroma of wine wafting through the air, and the melodious voices of songstresses echoed in the distance. This gathering aimed to attract skilled individuals. Thus, in addition to noblemen, many exceptional talents were present, including alchemists like Wuli, who received the highest honors. Feng Ma too was acknowledged, while Xiao Shulu remained silent, and none dared approach him for conversation. The Yi mother and daughter sat beside Feng Ma, glancing around with barely concealed excitement. "Mother, where is sister?" Yi Lanshan inquired anxiously. "Silly girl, why rush? Your sister possesses unparalleled beauty and is sure to be favored by the Zhao king. Thus she will surely appear alongside him," Lady Yi reassured her, though she too felt a twinge of anxiety. Yi Lanshan nodded, her heart finally settling at the thought. Who is that young girl beside Wooly? Her beauty is truly astonishing. It seems to be the young lady from the Zhong family. Oh, the merchant's daughter? I have heard she is quite fierce. Having driven several scholars from the Zhong residence a few days out, it is evident she comes from humble beginnings and lacks refinement. Upon hearing this, Yi Lanshan gleefully remarked, Sister, look at you. The outside world thinks you are uncouth. What others think is of no consequence to me. Zhongkui replied indifferently, having never feared the idle gossip of others. Zhongke, it is good to see you again. Zhao Rui finally located Zhongkui, her face beaming with joy. Miss Rui, Zhongkui nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here? Yi Lanshan, upon seeing Zhongkui, instinctively shrank behind her mother, visibly intimidated. Lady Yi, encountering Rui for the first time and unaware of her identity, noticed her daughter's fear and deduced that she must be the daughter of the Duke of Pingyuan, the one who had marred Lanshan's face that day, having heard much about the Duke of Pingyuan. Lady Yi now saw his daughter and realized that the apple truly does not fall far from the tree. With a smile, she commented, It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Rui possesses a rather naive disposition. Unable to comprehend the underlying implications of her words, merely responding with a hum, Zhongkui chuckled, remarking that Aunt's words about Rui seemed rather coarse. Madame Yi wore a smile that did not reach her eyes. And without hesitation, Rui slammed her palm down upon the table, glaring furiously at her. It is hardly surprising that a shameless wretch like Yi Ping would have such a wife and daughter, who lack any sense of shame and dare to come to Zhao. Yi Lanshan fervently protested. How can you insult my father? Am I mistaken? After Yi Ping contributed to the defense of Shandong County, the king bestowed upon him a generous salary, Rui declared loudly, oblivious to the ears that were now listening intently. The surrounding crowd turned their gazes towards the Yi mother and daughter, their looks transforming with the revelation of Rui's words. The wife and daughter of Yi Ping, greedy and avaricious, nearly caused Handan to fall. They murmured, How dare they show their faces here? It is already a mercy that they were not eliminated, and they still have the audacity to appear. Truly shameless, their audacity knows no bounds. That I believe they should be executed immediately to spare us the embarrassment. It is utterly detestable. The tide of public anger surged, each voice adding to the chorus of disdain. While the Yi mother and daughter huddled together in fear, too intimidated to utter a single word in reply. Mother, why hasn't sister arrived? These people are terrifying, Yi Lanshan lamented through tears. At that moment, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out. The king has arrived, and so has the queen. With that announcement, palace maids and eunuchs escorted the king of Zhao and the queen into the hall. The king, somewhat portly with a less than favorable complexion, still managed to exude a certain dignity, appearing particularly jovial today, his face adorned with smiles as he walked in. The queen of Zhao, while not the epitome of beauty, possessed a dignified countenance, her phoenix-like eyes radiating authority, clad in resplendent royal attire, surpassing the elegance of the concubines trailing behind her. As the king took his seat upon the throne, he addressed the bowing officials. No need for formalities today. I am exceedingly pleased. Feel free to indulge in merriment and revelry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Lanshan trembled. Mother, why do we not see sister accompanying the king? The fear of the two women reached a nearly unbearable height. It cannot be. Nick Heng wrote to say that the king dotes on her and intends to make her his queen. Madame Yi murmured. Fortunately, no one paid them any mind as the banquet commenced. Dancers stepped forward to perform, and the attendees were enraptured by the enchanting grace of the performers, momentarily forgetting everything else. On this joyous occasion of the king's birthday, the nation rejoices. I have heard that Duke Pingyuan intends to recommend the summoner Fun Yu, who has recently appeared in Zhao. Is there any truth to this? Wei Chiho stood, raising his cup to speak first. Upon hearing this, the king's smile deepened as he turned to Duke Pingyuan. Is this true? Does Fun Yu truly wish to come to Zhao? Will she be present today? The king could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Fun Yu possessed the summoning beast, Blood Phoenix, which had once wreaked havoc upon Zhao, resulting in countless casualties. Wherever the Blood Phoenix roamed was akin to a purgatory. Now that Gong Sun Shi was dead, if Zhao could secure a new contract with the Blood Phoenix's summoner, might the balance of power between Qin and Zhao be restored? Duke Pingyuan hesitated, uncertain whether Fun Yu would indeed arrive. That old scoundrel Wei Chiho, Rui fumed, her bright eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. In such a moment before so many witnesses, he sought to embarrass the king, which was utterly detestable. It is not certain she would be embarrassed, Chongkui interjected, popping a grape into her mouth with a smile. It is unlikely Fun Yu will come today. Someone like her would certainly not enjoy such an occasion. Rui replied, disheartened. How well you know her. Of course, Unlike those envious scholars who merely prattle, Fan Yu is a true master, graceful, bold, and responsible. Chong Kuei felt a shiver run down her spine, unaccustomed to such praise. What is that in the sky? Someone exclaimed during the banquet, prompting everyone to lift their gazes towards the night sky. The brilliant lights below could not pierce the vast, inky darkness above, a velvet shroud enveloping the heavens, expansive and immense. The stars twinkled faintly, the moon's visage obscured. At that very moment, a flash of crimson light reminiscent of blood suddenly streaked across the distance. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the shadow drew near. It was a blaze of blood-red flames, fiercely igniting the night sky. As if the cold darkness had been set ablaze in an instant, great swathes of fire unfurled from the outstretched wings of the phoenix, creating a fiery silhouette against the night, long and trailing as if striving to reach the ends of the earth. The blood phoenix, protect the king. Quickly, protect the king. The banquet erupted into chaos as guards rushed forth. Encircling the king of Zhao, Duke Pingyuan was similarly startled, hastening up the steps to draw his sword. Positioning himself before the king. Wei Chiho, on the other hand, swiftly retreated into the throng of his peers, his heart racing with trepidation. Alas, the proud blood phoenix merely swept across the sky in an instant before soaring away with regal arrogance. The night sky was left bearing the remnants of its fiery silhouette, a striking crimson hue. Gradually, the sanguine shadow faded, and the heavens returned to their inky blackness. That fleeting transformation had left everyone feeling as though they had brushed against the gates of the underworld. The dread of the blood phoenix was still rooted in the memories of Gong Sun Chi from years past. After the blood phoenix departed, the palace remained enveloped in a heavy silence, void of sound for what felt like an eternity. Fear not, my king. Fan Yu harbors no ill intent. Duke Pingyuan's voice broke the stillness, for he had conversed with Fan Yu before. Such a master would surely not be untrustworthy. Wei Chiho stepped forward from among his peers, coldly retorting, how can you be certain she bears no malice? Had she chosen to strike, this birthday banquet would have transformed into a hellish ordeal. Wei Chiho, if she truly possessed malice, she would have acted already. Why bother to stir the waters? Duke Pingyuan countered. Humph, mere theatrics. I doubt she is anything but trouble. Wei Chiho grumbled. Duke Pingyuan speaks truth. Fan Yu harbors no ill will. The king sighed in relief, contemplating the earlier display of the blood phoenix's might, pondering how beneficial it would be if such a master could be allied with Zhao. Rest assured, my king. I will spare no effort in winning her favor, Duke Pingyuan assured him. Very well, I trust you. My uncle, the king replied, waving his hand. You all must have been startled. Do not worry, indulge yourselves freely. Today we shall not leave until intoxicated. Only then did the attendees relax, gradually resuming the music, and the singers began to perform once more. The dancers returning with their graceful forms. On Chong Kuei's side, witnessing the blood phoenix's flight nearly caused her to erupt in laughter. You claim not to seek the limelight, yet you create such a spectacle. Scaring everyone. In her heart, she silently conversed with the phoenix. You little brat, did you not summon me here? I merely suggested you make an appearance, not to dazzle with flames, the phoenix huffed. Chong Kuei regarded her with disdain. You're such an ostentatious little creature. Next time you can come out by yourself, she thought, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips as she slowly turned her attention back to the crowd. In that moment when the blood phoenix appeared, Feng Mo had indeed rushed to her side to protect her, while Wu Li had gone to greet some familiar nobles, neglecting her completely. This single act made Chong Kuei's previous disdain for Feng Mo dissipate entirely. That was the blood phoenix, Fan Yu's summoning beast. It is truly remarkable. While others were rendered speechless by fear, Rui was stirred by excitement. Feng Mo glanced at the innocent girl, half smiling. Aren't you afraid that the blood phoenix might attack you? Not at all. Rui declared firmly. Fan Yu is not a villain. Feng Mo shook his head. Oh, naive girl, do not emulate her. And you call me naive? Chong Kuei shot him a sidelong glance. Apologies, I momentarily forgot your name. Feng Mo said, downing a cup of wine, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Rui observed the two of them with curiosity. Xiao Kuei, who is this fellow? He is Feng Mo, a retainer of my father. Chong Kuei replied, ensuring not to put him in a difficult position. However, before she could finish her sentence, Feng Mo interjected petulantly, what retainer? Are you too cowardly to admit our relationship? We have no relationship. Chong Kuei bit her lip, frustrated by this flamboyant peacock's antics. What nonsense has that scoundrel Wu Li fed you? Feng Mo huffed, rising to leave, clearly disinterested in her company. Rui, more intrigued than ever, inquired, what does he mean? Nothing. Chong Kuei sighed, quickly changing the subject. By the way, there is a consort from Han in the Zhao royal harem. You mean Yi Ping's daughter? Rui deduced, her cleverness shining through with a hint of playfulness. That woman is indeed a stunning beauty. When she first arrived, the king doted on her immensely. She is a source of trouble. Having almost incited the king to make her his queen, Zhong Kui cast a glance at the terrified Yi family mother and daughter, who were huddled in a corner, afraid to breathe. Although Yi Lanshan's beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, Yi Madam was undeniably a stunning beauty in her own right, even at her age. She still possessed an alluring charm. In recent days, she had merely appeared somewhat haggard, which only added a touch of delicate fragility to her already enchanting demeanor. What had transpired now? Ever since Yi Ping had presented Shandong County, leading to the Zhao kingdom being besieged by the Qin army, the king had grown indifferent towards her, long since neglecting her. With so many beauties in the harem, her absence was hardly noticeable. As Rui mockingly remarked, she spoke loudly, ensuring that the Yi family could hear her. Yi Madam's body trembled, her complexion paling, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yi Lanshan stood frozen, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, their hearts were truly filled with despair. Zhong Kui pondered for a moment. Yi Madam was formidable, and Yi and I Chong had once incited the Zhao king to establish a crown princess, indicating that she was no ordinary woman. Would she truly fall so easily? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a commotion erupted outside the banquet hall, with a woman shouting loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish to see the king." Upon hearing that voice, the Zhao kingdom's queen, who had maintained her dignified composure, suddenly changed countenance, her face, which was not particularly beautiful to begin with, now bearing a look of intense hostility. A spectacle was about to unfold. Who is causing such a ruckus outside? Drive them away at once. Do not disrupt the birthday banquet, the queen commanded immediately. The Zhao king appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. However, Wei Chiho interjected, "Your Majesty, there is someone outside demanding to see the king. It may be of great importance. It seems unwise to dismiss her so hastily. Today is the king's birthday banquet. Regardless of the matter, it can wait until tomorrow." The queen maintained her elegant demeanor. Wei Chiho retorted, "If it concerns military affairs, should it still wait until tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, the Zhao king finally focused. "Who is it? Let her in." The guards outside hesitated no longer and permitted entry. "Your Majesty, someone is plotting against your child." A woman rushed in, clad in simple white, her long hair cascading down, standing out amidst the heavily made-up dancers with an ethereal beauty. The Zhao king found himself momentarily entranced, while the others present gasped in shock. Wei Chiho wore a sly grin. The queen's expression turned ashen. "Yi beauty, what brings you here? Yi beauty, what brings you here?" Although the Zhao king was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, his cold demeanor towards Yi beauty remained unchanged. After all, she was the woman who had brought disaster to the Zhao kingdom. Had it not been for their long-standing connection, she would have long since faced execution. "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my grave sins and do not dare to face you. However, the child within me is your flesh and blood, and now there are those who wish to harm it. I had no choice but to seek an audience with you," Yi and I Chong implored, prostrating herself on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "A sight most pitiful. Nonsense. The king has cast you into the cold palace for 3 years. How could you possibly be with child?" The queen retorted sharply, "Cough, cough, Your Majesty." The Zhao king lightly coughed to interrupt the queen, and his gaze softened slightly as he looked at Yi and I Chong. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Months ago, Your Majesty drank too much and spent the night with me. I dared not speak of it." The queen leaned back against a maidservant, her lips quivering, tears cascading down her cheeks. The Zhao king felt a pang of guilt towards the queen and quickly said, "The queen is unwell. Please assist her to rest." The queen offered no resistance and allowed the maidservant to help her away. Her eyes filled with unmasked hatred as she passed Yi and I Chong. In that fleeting moment, as their paths crossed, Yi and I Chong lifted her head under the cover of the queen's ample robes, revealing a victorious smirk. Her beautiful visage transformed into something as venomous as a viper. Yi beauty, you carry my child from this moment on. Focus solely on nurturing it. Do not trouble yourself with other matters." The Zhao king declared, "But Your Majesty, there are those who wish to harm my unborn child." Yi and I Chong protested. "While I am here, none would dare," the Zhao king replied, his tone still somewhat aloof as he gestured for her to be taken away. Yet, in the harem, Yi beauty had effectively regained her footing. Zhong Kui, with keen eyes, observed Yi and I Chong while also noticing the subtle smile on Wei Chiho's face. "Mother, that is my sister," Yi Lanshan exclaimed, as if finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Yi Madam ceased her trembling, a smile gracing her lips. "I knew an I Chong would not disappoint. She is the most like me. The fact that Yi and I Chong is pregnant cannot be a mere coincidence. That woman is cunning and must have orchestrated this," Rui stated. her voice brimming with indignation. Now that she remains the Zhao King's favored concubine, you must temper your words in the future, Zhong Kui advised. Rui understood, biting her lip and softly murmuring, the queen is truly pitiful. The crown prince, despite his innate talent, has been spoiled since childhood, and now the king has little affection for him. Zhong Kui suddenly recalled the day in the woods when the Zhao crown prince, Zhao Qian, had frightened her to the point of losing control. The crown prince was still the eldest. Even if he beauty bore a prince, what of it? Do not worry, the king is not so foolish. Zhong Kui reassured her that I had a bit to drink and now feel unwell. Perhaps a stroll would do me good, she suggested. How delightful. Rui and I seem to have formed a bond, she mused. As they wandered through the garden behind the banquet hall, away from prying eyes with no maidservants in tow, they strolled leisurely under the moonlight, which peeked shyly through the clouds, not venturing too far. The Marquis must keep his word. My life is now entrusted to him under the chilly moonlight. A sultry female voice suddenly pierced the silence. Yin Chong. Upon hearing that voice, Zhong Kui immediately pulled Rui aside, signaling her to be silent. Rui nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation and not daring to act recklessly. Rest assured, I have promised you, and I shall not go back on my word. Your current task is to regain the king's favor. The voice belonged to Wei Chi-ho. Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. These two were conspiring? That old ghost. Now that the siege of Handan has been lifted, does he still fear I won't ensnare him? Yin Chong scoffed at An Chong. I have always placed my utmost trust in you, Wei Chi-ho chuckled. Soon enough I will be the Zhao King, and you shall be the queen. May the Marquis achieve great success soon. Yin Chong leaned softly against Wei Chi-ho, murmuring, I miss you dearly, Wai beauty. I yearn for you as well, he replied. What followed was a series of unspeakable sounds. Zhong Kui had long since grown accustomed to such things in her previous life. But Rui was bewildered, her face flushing crimson as she began to comprehend the situation, on the verge of crying out in outrage. Zhong Kui swiftly covered her mouth, leading her quietly away. Faintly, they could still hear Yin Chong breathlessly saying, Marquis, my mother has already arrived in Handan. Please look after her. Once they had distanced themselves significantly, Zhong Kui finally released Rui. The audacity of those two? Rui fumed, unable to articulate her indignation. I must inform the king and have them punished. Rui, calm down. Wei Chi-ho wields immense power in Zhao. The king must tread lightly around him. If you expose this matter, the Zhao king will fly into a rage, severing ties with Wei Chi-ho, resulting in conflict that will only harm innocent civilians. Zhao has already suffered much from war. Further internal strife would be disastrous, Zhong Kui explained. Rui hung her head, still seething with anger. What then, shall we merely stand by and watch them conspire against the king? You have great faith in that Feng Yu. Why not enlist her help? Zhong Kui suggested, knowing that if Rui acted impulsively, it would only lead to her own ruin. I understand, Rui replied, her mind consumed with thoughts of Feng Yu. Eager to comply, the two made their way back to the banquet hall, where the birthday celebration was nearing its conclusion. Guests were thoroughly inebriated, swaying and lost in their revelries, with even the Zhao king incapacitated by drink. Zhong Kui bid farewell to Rui and hastened after Xiao Shu Lu, who was already departing. Leaving the palace, she found herself without the opportunity to ride, as Xiao Shu Lu, that peculiar man, had not allowed her the chance to express her desire to mount a horse. He swiftly mounted and remained silent, waiting. Zhong Kui observed that there were indeed no available horses left. Resigning herself to the carriage, the palace and the Chong residence were situated at opposite ends of Handan City, making the journey quite lengthy. At this hour, the city was nearly deserted, with households already at rest. Patrolling soldiers roamed the streets, and aside from the sound of their footsteps, all was eerily quiet. As they neared the western part of the city, an unusual scent suddenly permeated the air, thick and metallic, resembling the odor of blood. Zhong Kui's senses were keen, and Xiao Shu Lu was no less perceptive. He immediately slowed their pace, signaling the coachman. The guards surrounding the Chong family also instinctively closed in. Zhong Kui lifted the curtain, quickly scanning the darkened streets. The deep of night cast a grayish hue over the surroundings, with the guards' torches and the lanterns on the carriage illuminating an unsettling silence. Xiao Shu Lu advanced a few steps before halting, lowering the torch, revealing a bloody shadow on the ground. The shadow stirred slightly, lifting its head. Even in the depths of night, one could sense the eerie glow of its crimson eyes. The horse under Xiao Shu Lu was greatly startled, rearing on its hind legs, nearly bolting in panic. Were it not for his exceptional horsemanship, he might have lost his balance. The torch in his hand fell to the ground, illuminating the tiny shadow. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhong Kui's heart. It was Sokka, and how could he be here, so grievously injured? Xiao Shu Lu steadied the horse, still feeling a twinge of alarm. He quickly collected himself and said, "Young master, this individual is exceedingly peculiar. I believe it is wise to refrain from meddling." He was responsible for Zhong Kuei's safety and could not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. "It's all right. He is so small, he won't pose a problem," Zhong Kuei insisted. "If we don't save him, he will die." Xiao Shulu hesitated for a moment, unwilling to dash her compassionate hopes, and waved his hand. Two guards from the Zhong family promptly stepped forward. "Take him with you," Xiao Shulu instructed, adding a cautionary note, "Be careful." The two men dismounted, but before they could approach, the figure on the ground was already struggling to rise. The sight of the bloodied little form was heart-wrenching. Thanks to the light of the fallen torch, everyone caught a glimpse of his scarred and grotesque face, involuntarily gasping in horror. "How terrifying!" He slowly turned his gaze towards Zhong Kuei, an otherworldly light flickering in his blood-red eyes. After a pause, he seemed to scoff, filled with disdain. "And no matter how much one changes, a merchant will always be a merchant. The ignoble nature resides in the blood, and it can never be cleansed." His first words were laced with such scorn. This foul-mouthed brat would never change, even unto death. What a babbling fool. "Are you tired of living?" The two guards from the Zhong family, upon hearing this, were instantly enraged and moved to teach him a lesson. "Stand down. Why bother arguing with a child?" Xiao Shulu interjected coldly. "Brat, our young master from the Zhong estate pities you and wishes to help. Do not be ungrateful. She has no right to save me." The lanterns hanging from the carriage illuminated Zhong Kuei as she lifted the curtain, yet his eyes held not a shred of gratitude. Instead, they were filled with that eerie, bloodthirsty gaze. Zhong Kuei was momentarily taken aback, slowly lowering the curtain as she uttered, "Let us go." Chapter 114. Hidden affections. Her words implied that she would no longer concern herself with him. Xiao Shulu, who was already reluctant to interfere, immediately commanded everyone to leave. The carriage began to move slowly. Through the swaying curtain, Zhong Kuei discreetly peered outside, witnessing the blood-soaked figure stagger step by step, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. She could not articulate her feelings. Despite his evident need for assistance, why was he so stubborn? Did he truly never trust anyone? "Sokka, why are you like this? Young master must be tired today. You should rest early," Qing Tong advised as she helped her out of her cumbersome ceremonial attire and into simpler nightwear. After ensuring she was asleep, she quietly exited. Zhong Kuei tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber, the vision of those otherworldly red eyes haunting her, an indelible shadow cursing under her breath at the insufferable brat. She sprang up, donned her night gear, and slipped out of the window, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Soon, Zhong Kuei found herself at the very spot where she had encountered Sokka, following the scent of blood as she stealthily tracked him. As an adept scout, she possessed the skills to detect even the faintest traces left behind. Within minutes, she discovered Sokka's form in a dilapidated, secluded house within Handan City. Upon seeing him, she realized he was on the brink of death, curled amidst the dried grass, blood staining the surrounding area. "Sokka, wake up! Do not sleep!" Zhong Kuei exclaimed, vigorously slapping his face, her heart racing. Those who have lost too much blood often slip into a deep slumber, lulled into an unending sleep. "Mother," he murmured weakly, and Zhong Kuei felt a surge of elation. Finally, there was a response. "I am Feng Yu. Do you hear me? Wake up, I will help you heal," she called out. Hoping he could hear her, yet, he still did not open his eyes. The scars on his face were especially ghastly in the darkness. Zhong Kuei was momentarily stunned. In this moment, he bore none of the previous otherworldly allure, nor the venomous tongue or cold detachment. He appeared as a true child, lost and unaware of his way home. Ever since acquiring the Shumi mustard seed talisman, she had begun to prepare some simple rations and healing supplies, including medicinal pills for emergencies. She kindled a fire for warmth, illuminating the decaying abode, before fetching clean water, tearing his garments to cleanse his wounds. 2 gaping holes in his chest and abdomen continued to ooze blood, and Zhong Kuei gasped in shock. The assault had been brutal after all. He was merely a child. What kind of person could treat him so cruelly? Unfortunately, in this place there were no modern surgical tools to perform suturing. All she could do was staunch the bleeding and apply medicine. Zhong Kuei remained vigilant. A single misstep could cost him his life. She concentrated intensely, beads of sweat forming on her forehead during this time. Ji Xianshang seemed to awaken from the pain, his blurred vision struggling to make sense of his surroundings as flickering flames danced before him. A hazy figure was attending to his wounds. Who could it be? Chapter 115. Hidden affection. Sweat from her face dripped onto his, rolling into his mouth, bitter and acrid. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Feng Yu. It will hurt a lot. Just endure it," she stated with an assertive tone, not asking but commanding him. What a reckless woman, utterly oblivious to danger. However, The searing pain from the wound made him cry out in anguish that I told you to endure it. Zhong Kuei was unconcerned with his discomfort. In this era, she could find neither anesthetic nor substitutes. Only hard endurance remained. It was unimaginable that he was still so young. Crazy girl. He gritted his teeth. Cursing, Zhong Kuei could not help but chuckle. If you have the strength to curse, it means you're not dying just yet. You're quite resilient. He gasped weakly, his complexion pale, devoid of color. His chest rose and fell a few times as he uttered, "Water." Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from her forehead, propping him up as she retrieved a jar to offer him a drink. Ji Xianshang gulped down a large mouthful, then coughed violently. What did you give me?" "Wine," Zhong Kuei replied, unblinking. "The water was used to cleanse your wounds. You should be grateful for what you have." She had used the fine wine she had taken from the Xinling Marquis residence. Wooly had said it was the wine of Wei State. Named Forget Worries, this was truly excellent wine. She had used a considerable amount for disinfecting, taking a few sips herself for courage, and had given him the remainder. He audibly spluttered it out. Xianshang had no idea about Forget Worries. Only that she had dared to give a critically injured person alcohol, which was utterly unconscionable. Coughing, he felt himself fading into unconsciousness. Zhong Kuei, surprised, asked, You've never had wine before, have you? If this is your first time, it must be quite a trial. Mind your own business, he rasped, his voice even hoarser after the alcohol-'s assault. Heh, Zhong Kuei replied, somewhat embarrassed. If I were to mind my own business, you wouldn't have the chance to argue with me. You ungrateful little brat. You're the little brat, he retorted. So do you want to drink more? This is the last sip, Zhong Kuei inquired, lamenting the loss of such a rare vintage. I want tea drink. He turned his face away, his throat ablaze. Fine, if you don't want to drink. Zhong Kuei shot him a glare before downing the last of the wine herself, feeling somewhat regretful. Who injured you so badly? I am in a good mood. I might go take revenge. You don't need to meddle, he coldly rejected. Zhong Kuei truly wished to knock him unconscious. This heartless wretch. Do you think I care to meddle? Leaning against the wall behind her, perhaps due to the effects of Forget Worries, her mind felt a bit hazy, and she was overcome with drowsiness. After all, dawn was still far off. She could afford to rest for a while. With that thought, she fell asleep. You can't concern yourself with this. It could cost you your life. I will soon leave Zhao State, and perhaps we will never meet again, but I will remember your kindness. Should you ever find yourself in Qin State. Ji Xianshang began to speak, but suddenly realized that the person behind him had fallen silent, her steady breathing indicating she had drifted into slumber. He struggled to lift his head, catching sight of her closed eyes, already fast asleep. Crazy girl, he sighed in resignation, suddenly mesmerized by her serene features. Chapter 116. Hidden affections. After having propped him up, she had remained behind him, now perfectly nestled in his embrace, their proximity leaving no gap between them. She was merely a girl of years, yet her strength was astonishing. As he gazed upon her darkened visage, Ji Xianshang could not help but reach out, gently caressing her cheek. His heart raced, pounding as though it might burst from his chest, and he felt a sense of confusion for the first time. A glimmer of clarity shone in his otherworldly red eyes. Ji Xianshang turned his head away, no longer daring to look at her, fearing that a single lingering glance might ensnare him in an unfamiliar trap. In the depths of night, the flickering flames of the campfire danced rhythmically, as if the encroaching darkness outside could never penetrate this sanctuary. He leaned against the comforting embrace of Zhong Kuei, shutting his eyes. And in that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility, as though this fleeting instant was the only one in his life that offered solace. He did not comprehend the essence of this feeling. After all, he was but a child. Yet many years hence, he would come to understand that his profound affections were born solely from her presence. In the latter half of the night, Zhong Kuei opened her eyes to find the figure in her arms had vanished. Turning her head, she beheld him sprawled on the hard, unyielding ground, slumbering. The firelight illuminated his face, rendering his horrific scar somewhat less pronounced, yet his visage remained shrouded in a haze. Quietly, Zhong Kuei approached, intending to drape a cloak over him. But the moment her spiritual energy wavered, his curled lashes trembled suddenly, and those eerie red eyes snapped open. A surge of demonic energy exploded forth, accompanied by a chilling, sharp aura of menace, even with Zhong Kuei's resolute nature. She felt momentarily daunted by his gaze. Ji Xianshang quickly recognized her, and his wariness gradually subsided as he averted his gaze slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. What's wrong? I merely wish to cover you with a blanket, she stated, her voice somewhat dry. Even in slumber, he remained ever vigilant, revealing a deep-seated distrust towards others. No need. I am not cold, he replied. Zhong Kuei threw the cloak onto him, asserting, not everyone is a villain, nor does everyone possess a desire to harm you. With that, she swiftly exited, her figure vanishing into the night. Ji Xuanshang sat up, retrieving the cloak and staring down at it for an extended moment before murmuring, "That was not my intention." It was not that he doubted her, but rather, he wished to avoid entanglements that might complicate matters in the future. Stubborn child. Mistaking kindness for malice, Chong Kuei grumbled as she leaped into the back courtyard of the Chong residence, her mood sour. Next time I see her, I wonder if I shall even acknowledge her, she thought, her anger simmering as she entered, only to find herself confronted by another. The figure, clearly startled, spoke with a tense, youthful voice. Chong Kuei stood in the center of the courtyard, neither advancing nor retreating, her form completely exposed. Yet, she felt no sense of threat, indicating that the individual before her was vastly weaker, rendering any concern unnecessary. With a quick glance she assessed the situation. Should this person prove troublesome, incapacitating them would suffice, for no one would recognize her. "Come out, I do not take lives," she said coldly, arms crossed. Recently, the popularity of the red-eyed individual had surged, overshadowing the charming Prince of Wuli. That red-eyed rabbit is one thing, but what makes that flowery peacock so special? Mockly. "Because she is beautiful," answered Lu. "What about me?" lamented Lu. "You who insists on flaunting your sword," retorted Lu. "Regardless, not my biological father. Let us deal with it as it comes." Chapter 117. Unspoken affections. The other party was momentarily taken aback before a small figure emerged, cautiously scrutinizing her in the moonlight, and then exclaimed, "Master, master!" Chong Kuei looked down, recognizing the slender, dark figure as her little disciple Qi Lu, nearly causing a misunderstanding. Who would have thought they were family? However, letting Qi Lu know of her presence in the Chong residence presented its own complications. "What are you doing here?" Chong Kuei inquired. "There is no one here. I secretly came to practice the swordplay you taught me at night," Qi Lu responded earnestly, clearly having memorized the technique. "That is commendable," Chong Kuei replied with a sense of pride. "A diligent disciple would bring joy to any master. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you something new." "Good," Qi Lu cheerfully agreed, but then with a contemplative frown asked, "Master, how did you come to the Chong residence?" Chong Kuei felt a headache coming on, pondering how to obscure the truth, lest Qi Lu uncover her true identity. "Well, I have been a bit short on funds lately," she said. Qi Lu blinked, tilting his head in thought before suddenly grasping her meaning. "Master, I am truly useless. I have nothing to offer you," he said dejectedly. "It is all right. Your master will find a way," Chong Kuei reassured him, though the towering image of a master was rapidly diminishing. "But master, stealing is not the act of a gentleman," Qi Lu stated with conviction. "Wait until tomorrow. I shall think of a way." Chong Kuei's lips twitched as she replied, "Silly child, your master's mother forgot to bring her a son during childbirth. So I shall never have the chance to be a gentleman." Alas! Qi Lu was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with the implications of her words. "Master, you," he stammered, his face turning crimson, astonished that his master could utter such a thing with a straight face. Chong Kuei laughed heartily. "What an innocent little fellow you are. Very well, continue your practice. I shall take my leave for today, master. Tomorrow I shall bring you delicious food. You must not resort to thievery," Qi Lu urged earnestly. His large eyes filled with sincerity. Under such a gaze, Chong Kuei felt a pang of guilt for deceiving him. "All right, I understand, master. Do not return to the Chong residence again. The little master here is a rude and unreasonable girl. If she discovers you, it could lead to trouble," Qi Lu insisted seriously. Chong Kuei, who had already begun to turn away, paused at his words, her brow twitching. "Rude and unreasonable? Who told you that the little master of the Chong residence is such? Leading children astray is not a good thing," she added with a faux smile. "I saw it with my own eyes," Qi Lu whispered. "She is a fierce woman. If she continues like this, she will surely grow into a fierce matron." Chong Kuei recalled the day she had driven away the scribes bribed by Madame Yi, and Qi Lu had witnessed it firsthand. Could it be that such a trivial incident had solidified her image as a fierce woman in his eyes? "Qi Lu, do you know that sometimes the people you see are not their true selves? To survive, one must learn to disguise." Chong Kuei intended to explain further. Yes, Qi Lu obediently replied. Chapter 118. Unspoken affections. Thus, the young mistress of the Chong family may not be as you perceive her to be. Qi Lu tilted his little head, then burst into laughter. "Master, you do not know. She has 3 male companions. How could a good woman behave in such a manner?" With a swift motion, Chong Kuei delivered a playful slap to his head, exclaiming in irritation, "You mischievous child, those are not male companions. They are merely potential suitors." Qi Lu covered his head, wincing at the pain. "Master, why are you so agitated?" Chong Kuei's mind raced as she retorted, "You little rascal, you live off her hospitality and yet dare to speak ill of her?" "I did not speak ill of her. I merely informed you of her capabilities, and her 3 male companions are quite formidable as well, Qi Lu protested, sniffling nonsense. Chongkue's expression darkened as she pulled his ear. Should you dare to speak poorly of her again, I shall break a bone. Qi Lu nodded vigorously. He knew his master was not one to jest. This area was the inner courtyard where the family resided. Typically under strict vigilance, yet with Chongkue's skills she faced no difficulties besides her. Only Wu Li, Feng Emo, and Xiao Shu Lu occupied the inner quarters, while Madame Yi and Yi Lanshan resided in the guest quarters. Situated further away, the vast inner courtyard was eerily quiet, predominantly vacant, shrouded in darkness. Chongkue often traversed this space, familiarizing herself with the terrain, thus she navigated effortlessly despite the absence of light. Ahead lay Feng Mo's residence. Nestled by the water with 3 sides bordered by it, offering a serene environment as dawn approached. A light still flickered within Feng Mo's room. What could they be doing awake at such an hour? Chongkue mused as she felt no inclination to sleep either. Deciding to sneak a peek with a swift movement, she glided across the water's surface like a specter, leaving no trace behind. Thankfully, her agility had not waned. Approaching the brightly lit room with utmost silence, she held her breath and crouched beneath the window, straining to hear the conversation within. Xiao Lu, if given another chance, would you make the same choice? Feng Mo's voice emerged softly, tinged with melancholy. It seemed the two were sharing a drink, the sounds of pouring liquid punctuating the air. The firelight reflected off the water's surface, casting shimmering specks of light. Chongkue listened intently, understanding without a doubt that Feng Emo and Xiao Shu Lu had come to the Zhao kingdom because the Prince of Yen was being held as a hostage there. However, the location of the Yen prince remained a mystery. From their previous conversation with Wu Li, it was apparent that Chongfeng was privy to this information. Their willingness to serve as guests in the Chong residence and their willingness to endure indignities as potential suitors for Chongkue were likely driven by this very reason. I will not forget the kindness of the Yen king, Feng Emo continued, sipping his drink. Xiao Lu, can you be certain that the information Wu Li provided us is accurate? Indeed, Xiao Shu Lu replied. Wu Li is not a cunning person, and he keeps his promises since he has vowed to us. He has no reason to deceive. It seems you truly understand him well. You must have grown up together. Feng Emo chuckled lightly. Yet, he would not lie to us. What of Chongfeng? Chapter 119. Unspoken affections. In Chongfeng's eyes, the kingdom of Yen has become a discarded piece. I believe he has no need to lie. Is that so? Feng Emo replied coolly. Amo, your voice seems to carry a hint of disappointment. Are you not pleased to have found His Highness the Crown Prince? Although Xiao Shu Lu appears indifferent and aloof, she is not dull. That I am happy, Feng Emo replied. Xiao Shu Lu paused for a moment before saying, I understand the reason. You cannot let go of Chongkue. Feng Emo was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Meanwhile, outside, Chongkue also found herself momentarily stunned, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over her. Feng Mo's concern for Chongkue, even in the face of national affairs, caused him to waver. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Chongkue he cared for had already passed away. The current her was no longer the one who needed his protection. Would he be heartbroken if he knew? I have already told you. We are spies for the Yen kingdom. People like us should not form attachments, no matter where we go or whom we meet. Xiao Shu Lu maintained her cold composure, unwavering. What does it matter? She poses no threat to us. She is merely an innocent child, Feng Emo argued. But she is the daughter of Chongfeng. Xiao Shu Lu's calmness was always intimidating. Feng Emo lowered his gaze, and after a long pause he said, Sometimes I ponder. If I were not a spy for the Yen kingdom, not someone burdened by the expectations of the Yen king, and if His Highness the Crown Prince were not waiting for me, perhaps I could have taken her away. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world, Xiao Shu Lu replied coldly. Amo, I have just realized how kind you are. This is unlike you. Is it? Feng Emo chuckled self-deprecatingly and suddenly downed a cup of wine, feeling an overwhelming weight in his heart. Once we find His Highness the Crown Prince, we shall depart from Handan. Xiao Shu Lu sighed. We cannot delay any longer. Yet Feng Emo murmured, what will happen to her after I leave? This is her home, with Wu Li here, she will be protected, so you need not worry, Xiao Shu Lu reassured him. Will Wu Li truly protect her? Feng Emo asked with a faint, sorrowful smile. Xiao Shu Lu said solemnly. Amo, each person has their own destiny. You cannot follow her forever. Her life or death has nothing to do with you. You say that because you hate her, Feng Emo retorted. No, I no longer harbor hatred towards her. The events of the past cannot be blamed on her. If I were to hate anyone, it would be Chongfeng. Xiao Shu Lu set down her wine cup and stood. Amo, do not waver any longer. Act according to the plan. The sound of footsteps followed, and soon after, The door creaked open and shut as Xiao Shulu departed. Chong Kuei, hidden beneath the window, felt a pang of regret for eavesdropping. Had she known, perhaps ignorance would have been bliss, sparing her from the knowledge of Feng Mo's true nature and his feelings towards her. Now that she was aware, it only brought her discomfort. She rose quietly, glancing through the window at Feng Mo, who was slumped over the table, a plethora of wine jars surrounding him, clearly inebriated. I thank you on her behalf, but you need not worry about her any longer. She has grown up. No, she has died, entering a world of tranquility and peace, free from fear, Chong Kuei declared before hastily departing. Feng Mo in a daze lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he slowly gazed towards the window. It was silent, nothing remained. Chapter 120. The archery competition. The lights flickered upon the water surface, casting a soft glow. Early in the morning, Qing Tong arrived to assist her with her grooming, unable to restrain herself from saying, "It is quite strange, this morning Wei Qiho sent many gifts to Madame Yi. Could it be that due to Yi Nichong's scandal with the Zhao prince, even Wei Qiho seeks to curry favor?" Upon hearing this, Chong Kuei was not surprised. She had overheard the affair between Wei Qiho and Yi Nichang the previous day. Perhaps, Chong Kuei replied nonchalantly. Now they mother and daughter will be insufferable again. Qing Tong remarked with a frown. It matters not. We shall see how long they can maintain their arrogance. Chong Kuei casually tidied her hair, opting against elaborate hairstyles that would take too long. Indeed, Yi Ping has caused significant harm to the Zhao kingdom. The king will only consider her unborn child and will not favor her again, Qing Tong said with a chuckle. Chong Kuei smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. Little mistress, today, Wei Qiho's cherished daughter is hosting an archery competition at the villa, and has sent an invitation for you and Miss Biao to attend. A maid entered, cradling a bamboo invitation to an archery competition. Chong Kuei was puzzled. Is this something noble ladies of ancient times partake in? Typically, one would be delighted to receive such an invitation from the nobility. Yet Qing Tong's expression was laden with concern. Why has this invitation come at such a time? Is there something amiss? Chong Kuei felt a flicker of interest. Archery had been one of her few passions in her past life. She had once held the title of International Equestrian Champion for 3 consecutive years. Had she not crossed over to this realm, she could have continued that legacy for a decade. A decade later, she might have lost interest. Thus, the mention of archery stirred a longing within her. The Wei Qiho's residence is of noble status, naturally inviting other aristocrats. If the little mistress attends, it will undoubtedly spark gossip. Qing Tong expressed her concerns. So that is your worry. Previously, no noble had sent us an invitation, so this one must be to invite Yi Lanchan as well, and by courtesy, they have invited her as the hostess. Chong Kuei deduced that it seems Chong Kuei, must now bask in the glow of Yi Lanchan. Little mistress, why not feign illness and decline? Qing Tong suggested understandingly. Chong Kuei frowned. Avoidance was not her style. Sister. Just then, Yi Lanchan's voice rang out, her laughter echoing as she entered. Chong Kuei raised an eyebrow, truly admiring Yi Lanchan's audacity. After suffering so many defeats at her hands, she had not learned a single lesson. Sister, why are you not yet dressed? We must depart. Yi Lanchan was adorned in a particularly exquisite gown, a brocade skirt that would have cost a fortune at Yunshang Pavilion, her hair adorned with an array of jeweled flowers. As if she wished to wear every beautiful ornament available. She was indeed beautiful, but far too gaudy. Qing Tong could not help but suppress a laugh, thinking how ignorant Yi Lanchan was of her own appearance. Sister, why are you dressed like this? Chapter 121. The archery competition. Sister, why are you dressed like this? Yi Lanchan exclaimed, observing Chong Kuei's simple, elegant attire devoid of any embellishments, her hair merely swept back with a single red agate flower pin, both understated and charming. Yet, in Yi Lanchan's eyes, it appeared exceedingly shabby. A thought crossed her mind. Chong Kuei's simplicity only served to accentuate her own opulence. Is it not suitable? If it displeases you, I can change, Chong Kuei replied with a smile. Yi Lanchan's childish demeanor betrayed her true thoughts, evident in her reaction. No, sister, you look perfect just as you are. Let us go. Yi Lanchan exclaimed joyfully. Chong Kuei nodded, about to follow her, when Qing Tong anxiously interjected. Little mistress, allow me to assist you in your preparations first. After all, you will be facing those noble ladies. How can you go looking so casual? The Chong family is not so impoverished. This is perfectly fine. Let us go, Chong Kuei said casually, departing alongside Yi Lanchan as they boarded the carriage, heading towards Wei Qiho's villa outside Handan City. The villa spanned a vast area, with a small river running through it. Lush with greenery, ideal for hunting and horseback riding. Wei Qiho had numerous daughters, many of whom had been married off, yet the 5th daughter, Zhao Liani, was the most favored. Now 18, she was of marriageable age but had yet to find a suitable match. Most families were wary of courting this spoiled young lady from the Marquis's household, as Wei Chiho had indulged her to the point of recklessness. Her cruel temperament made her a source of fear in Handan. None dared oppose her whenever she felt inclined. She would invite the young ladies of the city for gatherings, and no one would dare decline. Yi Lanchan, being new to this world and unafraid of danger, was unaware of the peril she was stepping into. Although Madame Yi had issued a warning, it seemed her daughter had not heeded it as they disembarked from the carriage and entered the villa. Yi Lanchan's eyes sparkled with wonder. This place is so grand, the architecture is stunning. I adore it. Zhong Kuei simply smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, several young ladies passing by could not help but stop and stare at Yi Lanchan. Their expressions tinged with disdain at her naivety. Upon noticing her lavish adornments, they could hardly contain their laughter. Yi Lanchan, oblivious to their scorn, assumed their attention was drawn to her beauty and wore her head even higher. Look at her, she is utterly ridiculous. One remarked, who is she? She seems to have come from a lowly background. Another sneered. Yet the one walking beside her is quite commendable. She exudes elegance and composure without being overly ostentatious. Indeed, she is quite lovely without any hint of affectation. Hearing these remarks, Yi Lanchan felt uneasy, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At this moment, several youthful figures in their 20s approached, initially engaged in jovial banter. But upon noticing them, paused. Ha ha ha, how did a flower hen stroll in here? One of the strikingly beautiful young women, adorned in a brown riding outfit and wielding a finely crafted riding whip, burst into laughter upon spotting Yi Lanchan. The remaining young men joined her in mirth. Chapter 122. The Equestrian Competition. Lieni, are not all these guests invited by you? Did you perhaps send the wrong invitation, mistakenly delivering it to a place like Fenjiula? At this juncture, the man who spoke, Zhong Kuei, recognized the speaker as Zhao Qian, the crown prince of the Zhao kingdom. Did I send it incorrectly? Do those despicable beings dare to come? Zhao Lieni snorted coldly, casting an unfriendly glance at Yi Lanchan, her gaudy attire suggesting she was full of ill intentions. Zhao Lieni, known for her fierce temperament, was direct in her disdain for things she disliked. The mere presence of Yi Lanchan had evidently struck a nerve, and it seemed she would face repercussions thereafter. Elder sister Lieni, I am Yi Lanchan. Surely the Marquis has mentioned me. Yi Lanchan hastily interjected. Smack! Before she could finish, Zhao Lieni's slap landed squarely on her face. You shameless wretch, daring to seduce even my sovereign father. That slap was not a mere gesture of annoyance. Tears streamed down Yi Lanchan's cheeks as half of her face swelled. I did not. Wu, my sister is the king's consort, Yi Nikhang. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression shifted. He had initially been a mere observer, but now he understood. So you are the sister of Yi Nikhang. No wonder that I thought I recognized you. The sister of that vixen. Truly, it runs in the family. Zhao Lieni's tone turned icier. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. The sister of Yi Nikhang, also the daughter of Yi Ping. It appears that disgrace runs in their blood. Such individuals deserve to die 1,000 deaths for their sins against the Zhao kingdom. Yi Lanchan, unaccustomed to such hostility, timidly hid behind Zhong Kuei, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of verbal attacks. She had anticipated mere ridicule at most. Zhong Kuei sighed inwardly. Recognizing her lack of wit coupled with her penchant for showmanship had led her into a predicament. Xiao Kuei, you two have come? At that moment, Zhao Rui parted the crowd, grasping Zhong Kuei's hand, while casting a disdainful glance at Yi Lanchan. Why are you associating with such a shameless person? Do not tarnish your reputation. Rui, who is this beauty? Zhao Qian, losing interest in Yi Lanchan, turned his attention to Zhong Kuei, his eyes lighting up. A beauty indeed. Seeing his interest, Zhao Lieni's gaze towards Zhong Kuei sharpened with malice. Zhong Kuei felt unfortunate. She did not wish to offend this ruthless woman. Who will deal with Yi Lanchan if you direct your ire elsewhere? You just insulted Sister Lanchan. You must be afraid that Lady Yi will bear a son and steal your position as crown prince. Zhong Kuei retorted, glaring at Zhao Qian. His expression changed dramatically, a chill emanating from him. This insufferable girl, though she possesses a certain charm, opens her mouth and reveals utter foolishness. You insolent girl, dare you speak such nonsense? That vixen will face her reckoning soon enough, Zhao Qian warned. Lady Yi fears you not. Sister Lanchan has the support of Marquis Wei, who is the most formidable of all, Zhong Kuei boldly proclaimed. Speak again. Zhao Qian raised his fist, maintaining a modicum of decorum toward women, especially those of beauty. Your Highness, is it wise to bicker with a child? Rui quickly interjected, standing protectively in front of Zhong Kuei. Facing Zhao Qian's fist, he hesitated, for the influence of Ping Yuanjun in the Zhao kingdom was not to be trifled with. Chapter 123. The equestrian competition, Your Highness. The words of this child may have been instigated by someone with ulterior motives. Zhao Liani, observing Zhong Kuei's naivety, felt her threat diminish. A mere child of 12 could hardly stir up a tempest. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze back to Yi Lanshan. Evidently, these words were not hers but rather those of Yi Nikhang. Yi Lanshan, caught off guard by Zhao Qian's sudden scrutiny, trembled and quickly shook her head. I did not, Sister Lanshan, do not fear him. Once Lady Yi gives birth to the little prince, silence! Yi Lanshan exclaimed, wishing to slap the audacious girl who dared to speak such words before the crown prince. How dare you? Zhong Kuei refrained from further comments, for she could hardly bear the foolishness of the situation. This tactic of diverting trouble proved effective, achieving its aim, and she grew disinterested in further entanglement, grasping Rui's hand. Let us venture yonder to play. All right. Rui, bewildered, thought Zhong Kuei's earlier bravado was quite out of character. After their departure, Zhao Qian and Zhao Liani threatened Yi Lanshan once more before leaving. Not far away, atop a spacious pavilion draped with sheer curtains, two figures engaged in a game of chess. The board remained unaltered, tranquil and undisturbed, akin to the clear waters of a serene lake, revealing the trajectory of the game at a glance. This move by Marquis Xinling is quite brilliant, a gentle voice, laced with a hint of mirth, resonated softly. The light filtering through the curtains cast a play of shadows on him, his red attire flowing gracefully over the polished wooden floor, reminiscent of vibrant flowers blooming in the shadows. No effort was required on my part, for this victory is unearned, Marquis Xinling replied, exuding an ethereal grace, his snow-white attire and radiant smile seeming to encapsulate a fragment of time itself. Wooly, placing a piece on the board, chuckled lightly. I concede. The ruckus outside was unbeknownst to Marquis Xinling, who remained oblivious, yet Wooly, through the swaying curtains, effortlessly observed the unfolding drama. It cannot be termed a victory, Wooly remarked, his smile pure and unpretentious. Merely an act of self-preservation. A remarkably astute child, Marquis Xinling mused, chuckling. How could anyone label her as foolish? The young master is never foolish, Wooly responded, rising to approach the open window, the delicate fabric swirling around him. His fiery red attire dazzling against the backdrop of the world outside. In the distance, a young girl gracefully mounted her horse, effortlessly pulling the reins, gazing into the horizon. Despite her slender frame, a regal aura emanated from her, as if the world belonged to her alone, and in that realm none could rival her. Why did her brilliance shine so brightly? Shall we place a wager on who shall emerge victorious today? Marquis Xinling inquired, having approached Wooly without notice, both observing the scene before them. If the Lord wishes to indulge, I shall gladly oblige, Wooly replied with a faint smile. Marquis Xinling, casting a sidelong glance, replied, then I wager that Miss Zhong Kuei shall triumph. Wooly regarded him with mild amusement, responding with a soft chuckle, I shall bet on the daughter of Marquis Wei. Zhao Liani, ha ha ha. Wooly, if Miss Zhong Kuei were to learn of your lack of faith in her, she may well take offense. Marquis Xinling laughed heartily. Who shall win? Place your bets. A correct guess earns a kiss from Wooly. Is there a need for such debauchery? Now you are merely being asked for a kiss. Who knows what may come next? Crowd. Next it will be sleep, sleep, sleep. Chapter 124. The equestrian competition. This wager the young master shall remain unaware, shall he not? Wooly remarked casually. Marquis Xinling replied, indeed, this game shall be a private matter between us, with no third party privy to it. The Lord is wise. Zhao Kuei, can you ride? Rui asked, observing Zhong Kuei mount her steed, recalling a prior occasion when she needed assistance with the reins, pondering whether Zhong Kuei could ride at all. I can manage a bit, Zhong Kuei replied thoughtfully. Then we should find someone to teach you first, Rui suggested anxiously. There is no need. I have a basic understanding. You mount first, Zhong Kuei encouraged, waving her hand dismissively. Rui hesitated, recalling her father's words about maintaining a woman's decorum, and how she was discouraged from martial pursuits since childhood. I cannot ride. The Zhao kingdom had embraced mounted archery for many years. Yet it seemed that Pingyuanjun retained traditional views regarding his daughter. I shall teach you. Zhong Kuei leaped off her horse and patiently instructed Rui on how to mount and control the horse. Distilling the guidance into concise essentials, theorizing was of little importance. Practical experience was the key to mastery, and above all, courage was paramount. Your words make it seem quite simple, Rui remarked cautiously as she mounted the horse. Finding it not as daunting as expected, to be a little bolder. There's nothing to fear, Zhong Kuei encouraged, leading Rui's horse while mounting her own, proceeding at a leisurely pace for a lap. The refreshing breeze greeted Rui on her inaugural ride. Her excitement palpable. Yi Lanshan, riding behind, fell silent, her spirits evidently dampened by the day's unexpected turn of events. Zhao Rui, You have finally learned to ride. It appears we are to compete today, Zhao Liani remarked with a derisive smile, her lips curling with disdain. Why should I compete with you? Rui huffed, turning to Zhong Kuei. Let us play over there. It seems you are too afraid, Zhao Liani taunted, her arrogance palpable. What makes you so remarkable? Rui retorted angrily, her father's honor at stake. My equestrian skills will surely surpass yours. And you, on the other hand, lack even the courage to compete with me. You, Rui gripped the reins tightly, your petite face flushed. Unsure of how to proceed. Fear not, let us compete. The voice of Zhong Kuei floats lightly through the air. Rui raises her head, her large eyes slightly reddened. What if she loses? She has only just learned to ride. And it is utterly impossible for her to win, winning or losing matters not. She must not be allowed to underestimate the challenge. Zhong Kuei casts a gentle glance her way. The calmness in her eyes seems to convey that everything is well within control, instilling an immeasurable sense of reassurance. Rui appears to draw some encouragement from this, her confidence surging. Let us compete then. What is so remarkable about it? I fear you not. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liani bursts into laughter. Rui, just don't start crying if you lose. You shall be the one to cry. Zhao Liani glances at the surrounding noble ladies, all show and no substance, and suggests, let us all compete together. Ordinary people would hardly dare to challenge, with only a few who are on friendly terms with Zhao Liani willing to engage. Rui, it seems your mind has been muddled today, daring to challenge Liani. What a joke indeed. Liani is the champion every year. Your only fate is to humiliate yourself. Ha ha ha. Yes, it appears someone will soon be in tears again. The women banter back and forth, and Rui cannot help but retort. Zhong Kuei pulls her hand gently, urging her to remain calm. The best way to deal with adversaries is not through mere words of victory, but rather through decisive actions that utterly crush them. Observing Zhong Kuei's composure, Rui too settles down, yet her heart remains unsettled. This equestrian competition features 10 participants, and since most of the ladies are merely superficial, they have opted out of the mounted archery segment. The 10 contestants line up with Zhong Kuei and Rui squeezed to the far edge, a poor position from the outset. Meanwhile, Zhao Liani stands at the center, the horn signaling the start of the race sounds. She and her steed surge ahead. Zhong Kuei glances at the scene, pursing her lips. Amidst this assembly of ineffectual women, Zhao Liani's riding skills stand out. Yet in her eyes that is still insufficient. Rui gripped the reins tightly. Push down firmly on the stirrups and squeeze the horse's belly. Whatever happens, simply run forward, do you understand? Zhong Kuei quickly instructs her. Their horses gallop forth, but Rui, riding for the first time, has turned pale with fright. The course is not long, roughly 1,000 meters, with red flags marking the finish line. Whoever reaches the flags first shall be declared the victor. Zhong Kuei trails behind Rui, and the two fall far behind. The 8 riders ahead maintain a steady pace behind Zhao Liani, laughing confidently, convinced of their impending victory. Zhong Kuei observes Zhao Liani's purebred black horse and sighs. Such a magnificent creature is indeed a pity to waste. As the race progresses beyond 2/3 of the distance, the wind suddenly picks up, the green grass swaying as if it were a vast ocean. Zhong Kuei, attired not in riding attire but in ordinary clothes with slightly loose sleeves, cleverly conceals all her movements. In the flutter of her sleeves, a stone, no larger than a fingernail, is suddenly launched towards the front hooves of Zhao Liani's horse. The purebred steed lets out a long whinny, unexpectedly kneeling in the midst of its rapid gallop. This turn of events is nearly fatal to Zhao Liani's horse collapses. She is violently thrown from its back, and the horses trailing behind cannot stop in time. One horse rushes past her, its hooves striking her face heavily. Amidst the screams, the horses behind stumble one after another. The luckier ones, frightened, quickly veer away, remaining frozen in place. Rui, having been pampered since childhood, is utterly unprepared for such a terrifying turn of events and is left bewildered. As Zhong Kuei passes by her, she whispers, "Run quickly. Victory is assured." Rui, momentarily stunned, realizes the finish line is indeed very close, though she cannot comprehend how such fortune has befallen her. She squeezes her horse's belly and quickly charges toward the finish. Zhao Rui wins. Who trampled on me? Who was it? Zhao Liani's face is swollen from the kick, yet she remains determined to seek revenge. Everyone was betting on Zhong Kuei winning. Ha ha ha, could that evil man easily sell his son's first kiss? This temperament mirrors that of Wei Chiho. No wonder she is favored. The group of women, trembling with fear, dare not speak, and soon attendants from the Wei Chiho estate arrive, hastily assisting her with her injuries. Seizing this opportunity, Rui rides over, looking down from her height, and states, "This time I have emerged victorious. Haven Ti. How could you possibly win?" "You," Zhao Liani gasps, her eyes flashing with malice. Those around them dare not breathe. Acutely aware of the overwhelming power of Wei Chiho, who would dare to provoke her? It was merely a game. Do not take it to heart, Zhong Kuei replies with a smile. What a pity, I failed to eliminate that woman earlier. Yet, with Rui's victory, who can predict whether Zhao Liani will seek an opportunity for revenge in the future? Zhao Liani feels a slight comfort in her heart, yet she shoots them a glare before being carried away. How could this happen? Liani's horse was a prized gift from the western regions. Why did it suddenly fall during the race? I don't know. Its leg must be broken. How peculiar. She will likely suffer greatly this time. How fortunate, with the prince's selection of brides she will surely be overlooked. Ha ha ha, indeed. There were rumors that Wei Chiho intended to force her upon the prince. With her disposition, does she truly aspire to be the princess consort? This time it would be best if she were disfigured. That would be for the best. Once Zhao Liani departs, the women begin to chatter, reveling in her misfortune. Their malicious glee is far more repugnant than Liani's overt wickedness. Zhong Kuei dismounts, passing by them, and coldly remarks, gossiping behind someone's back. Are you not afraid of your tongues rotting? The group of noble ladies turns to her, but after Zhong Kuei's words she walks away. Uninterested in defending someone like Zhao Liani, but rather detesting the pretentiousness of these women. In the distance, atop a pavilion, two equally distinguished young men stand side by side, the breeze lifting the white curtains beside them. Observing the distant equestrian contest, the Duke of Xinling cannot help but express surprise, but soon a smile graces his lips. It seems today, neither of us has luck on our side. Indeed, Wooly replies, astonished by the outcome. Initially, given the character of the young mistress, she would never have dared to provoke someone like Zhao Liani, opting instead for self-preservation and likely losing the equestrian contest. He has always had some understanding of her. Yet the result has taken them by surprise. Strange. Liani's horse was a prize steed from the western regions, capable of galloping 800 miles without pause. How could it so easily meet with misfortune? The Duke of Xinling remains perplexed. Life is full of surprises. Who knows when they may strike? Wooly smiles. Although the scene was grim, it does not concern them, so he does not dwell on it. Ha ha ha, you speak true, young Master Wooly. The Duke of Xinling concurs. After all, the distance was too great. Even with their extraordinary abilities, they could hardly discern the chaos that unfolded as the game concludes. Are you prepared to depart? My lord? Wooly inquires. Let us go together. The two turn and vanish beyond the wide window. Zhao Kuei, you were truly fortunate this time. I narrowly triumphed. You must have been terrified, otherwise, you should have been first. The innocent Rui remains enveloped in the joy of winning first place in her inaugural competition. Not yet realizing her connection to Zhong Kuei, you secured first place. I am delighted as well. A smile graces Zhong Kuei's lips. Winning at such a mediocre level holds little significance for her. You know not how arrogant Zhao Liani is. She challenges me every year, and no one dares to contend with her. If I lose, she merely mocks me. It is a pity that my father does not permit me to learn archery. I was truly saddened for quite a while. Rui confesses. If Lord Pingyuan learns that I taught you to ride, he won't blame me, will he? Zhongke queries. Rest assured, though my father is stern, he is just, and will not unjustly cast blame upon others. Rui asserts proudly. Zhong Kuei considers this. If Lord Pingyuan were so unreasonable, he would not have garnered such respect from many. As they converse, they suddenly hear a series of hushed gasps nearby. Zhong Kuei lifts her head to see two young men approaching across the grass, one clad in fiery red, the other in pristine white, both exuding an enchanting allure. I did not expect young Master Wooly to arrive. I hope he did not witness anything untoward. Young Master Wooly. Zhao Qian suddenly emerges from the side, his usual arrogance somewhat subdued. I heard that young Master Wooly has recently been concocting the Lingyun pill to assist summoners in advancing. I wonder if you have succeeded? The process of creating this pill is quite intricate and remains in the experimental phase. Wooly replies coolly, his indifferent demeanor rendering Zhao Qian hesitant to provoke him. After all, one must never offend an alchemist. If you succeed, please do inform me. I will procure the Lingyun pill at any cost, Zhao Qian insists, his tone somewhat strained. His strength is in dire need of enhancement. Reflecting on the new master of the Blood Phoenix, Fan Yu, he recalls the overwhelming power that had utterly crushed him, fueling a deep desire within him to ascend several levels in a single day. One day, he shall undoubtedly seek revenge against Fan Yu. Wooly merely nodded in a nonchalant manner, clearly indifferent to the whims of the aristocracy, as there was no necessity for him to bow down. His own prowess was already sufficient to elevate his status above that of the royal family. Young master, are you weary today? Wu Li's gaze shifted to Zhong Kuei, transforming from coldness to warmth. A faint smile gracing his lips. It's manageable, Zhong Kuei replied, Startled by their conversation, it dawned on her that there existed elixirs that could assist summoners in advancing their abilities. Eager to match the strength of the blood phoenix, she found herself in desperate need of such concoctions. However, if even Wooly required constant experimentation, then as a novice, her path would undoubtedly be far more arduous. She needed to devise a plan to procure a few Ling Yun pills. So, this is the esteemed young lady of the Chong family? Zhao Qian recognized Wu Li's change in demeanor and quickly grasped Chong Kuei's identity to think that this troublesome girl was the very miss of the Chong family to whom Wu Li was so devoted. It was said that Wu Li was exceptionally loyal to her, always at her beck and call, which suggested that through her, acquiring the Ling Yun pills would be a simple endeavor. Considering Chong Kuei's earlier novel remarks, Zhao Qian concluded that the girl must be quite innocent and gullible, making her an easy target for manipulation. As Zhao Qian's keen gaze fell upon her, Chong Kuei couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Everyone, please remember to bookmark this story, lest you find it later difficult to locate. Chapter 128. Daydreaming. Damn it, I barely managed to play the fool to diminish his interest, and now in just a short while, it has reignited. Today truly was a day of misfortune. Zhao Qian, eager to acquire the spirit pills, likely sought revenge against her. If he were to discover that Fan Yu was she, he would probably tear her apart without hesitation. Zhao Lianyi was no exception to this sentiment, especially not this 9-year-old girl. Zhao Qian wore a sheepish expression, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face, though he refrained from showing it. In that case, this prince shall pay a visit to the Chong residence another day. With that, Zhao Qian departed, internally plotting to visit the Chong residence on a day when Wu Li was absent, to cleverly deceive the little girl. Xiao Kuei, the prince is ruthless. You must be cautious around him. Rui couldn't help but warn. I understand. Chong Kuei replied with a smile that if that scoundrel dared to act brazenly in front of her, she would certainly not show him any mercy. Wu Kei, this is my new friend, the young lady of the Chong family, Chong Kuei. Xiao Kuei. This is the Marquis of Xinling from the Wei Kingdom. He is my uncle, Rui said enthusiastically, linking arms with the Marquis. I have already met Miss Chong Kuei, the Marquis of Xinling said, offering a slight smile to Chong Kuei, who nodded in polite acknowledgement. You have met? How unexpected. The Marquis of Xinling is known for being reclusive in Zhao, rarely making public appearances. How could he have met Chong Kuei? However, she could not dwell on it for long. I have long admired the esteemed name of Master Wu Li. To finally meet him today brings me immense joy, Rui said excitedly, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. The daughter of Pingyuan Jun indeed carries her father's grace. Your performance today was splendid, Wu Li remarked. Rui playfully stuck out her tongue. I merely got lucky. Zhao Lianyi was too arrogant, and even the heavens couldn't bear to witness it. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Your Highness, why bother with such a disrespectful person as Wu Li? Simply send someone to teach him a lesson. He will surely comply and hand over the Ling Yun pills, one of Zhao Qian's attendants. Guo Kai suggested as they walked a distance away. Fool, he is an alchemist. Do you think his strength is beneath mine? Zhao Qian scolded angrily. Moreover, Wu Li has many skilled underlings. You underestimate him at your peril. Yet Guo Kai was unconvinced. You are the one of noble birth. How dare he treat you with such disregard? He is truly lawless. Let's bide our time. We will deal with him once we acquire the Ling Yun pills. Zhao Qian replied with a snort, but judging by his demeanor, that may not be easy. What shall we do? Guo Kai inquired, his gaze sharp. Zhao Qian stroked his chin, pondering. Wu Li's weakness lies with that Chong Kuei. But how can I approach her? Just then he spotted a familiar figure hurrying past. Wasn't that the woman who had just been with Chong Kuei? Yi Nishang's sister. Stop! Zhao Qian stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Wei Lanshan was startled, and upon recognizing Zhao Qian, her face turned pale. Why young prince? Chapter 129. Daydreaming. She was in a rush to find Chong Kuei, as no one here was willing to acknowledge her. Everyone looked down on her, and being unfamiliar with the surroundings, she had no choice but to seek out Chong Kuei. Why are you so frightened? Zhao Qian teased, grinning as he reached out to caress her delicate chin. No wonder you resemble Yi Nishang the vixen. You are indeed striking. Your Highness, what are you doing? Yi Lanshan recoiled in fear, her heart racing. What are you hiding for? There is no one else here to see. Zhao Qian said, leaning closer, lifting her chin. Though you are Yi Nishang's sister, the moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself particularly enamored. What can I say? Yi Lanshan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head shyly. Your Highness, please do not jest with me. Who said I was jesting? My feelings are sincere. Do you not believe me? Zhao Qian grasped her hand and pressed it to his chest. Feel this heart of mine. Is it not racing for you? This is my token for you. Accept it, and you should trust me, Zhao Qian declared, removing a jade pendant from his waist and offering it to her Wei Lanshan. Still dazed, found it hard to believe, yet experiencing such an earnest declaration from a man of such stature filled her with immense joy. Could it be that the crown prince of Zhao had feelings for her? Did she have a chance to become a consort? I, Yi Lanshan, am hesitant. Your Highness, you know my background. How could I be worthy of you? Background matters not. When I ascend the throne, who would dare speak against the woman I cherish? Zhao Qian proclaimed arrogantly. Then would I truly become the queen of Zhao? Yi Lanshan asked in astonishment. Zhao Qian felt a surge of disdain. The woman was beautiful, but her intellect was lacking, and her audacity was bemusing. Did she truly think herself worthy of such ambition? However, as he sought to exploit her, there was no harm in indulging her for the moment. Of course, but for now, I am merely the crown prince and lack the authority. If you can endure, that would be most excellent, Zhao Qian said, his expression turning bittersweet. I can endure, Yi Lanshan affirmed resolutely. Your Highness, I would do anything for you, and no need to say more, Zhao Qian interjected, placing a finger over her lips. Your willingness to help truly touches me. Alas, does the crown prince have any troubles? Yi Lanshan inquired eagerly. Though I am the crown prince, I am regrettably lacking in the support of many ministers. With numerous detractors such as Wei Qiho, and even Ping Yuanjun is not entirely supportive of me, Zhao Qian lamented. Your Highness, born of noble lineage, destined to be the king of Zhao, those people are truly despicable. Can you assist me, Yi Lanshan? Zhao Qian contemplated for a moment before replying. Perhaps, but it may be quite difficult for you. It is of no concern. If I can assist, please command me, Yi Lanshan insisted. Currently, my father is strict with me, and in terms of finances, I find myself constrained. It is difficult to cultivate influence among the ministers in various nations. Zhao Qian sighed. Upon hearing this, Yi Lanshan's face turned pale. She truly had no funds. The only reason her situation had improved recently was due to the gifts sent by Wei Qiho. Chapter 130. Daydreaming, yet she understood that those gifts were mere trifles. Hardly sufficient. Regrettably, my mother and I fled from Hongua, and throughout our journey, the troublesome Chong Kuei caused us to lose our possessions. Otherwise, I could assist your Highness. Zhao Qian mused to himself that her meager funds were hardly worth his notice, but replied outwardly, of course, I cannot allow you to suffer. However, I have heard that the Chong family possesses wealth capable of rivaling nations. Wei Lanshan's eyes widened. Your Highness means that if you can assist me in obtaining the wealth of the Chong family, then Zhao Qian's dominion shall surely be shared with you. Zhao Qian promised. Wei Lanshan hesitated for a moment, a ruthless glint flickering in her eyes, before nodding in agreement. What must I do, Your Highness? Please instruct me. Zhao Qian smiled, tenderly caressing her face. Good girl, whatever is needed, I will send someone to inform you. Upon leaving the courtyard, Yi Lanshan's heart continued to race. Seated in the carriage, she clenched her fists tightly, her earlier impulsive thoughts gradually cooling. Even a fool could discern that Zhao Qian may not hold genuine feelings for her. Even if he was infatuated now, such feelings would likely wane over time. Yet, Yi Lanshan wasn't particularly foolish. She simply could not fathom that Zhao Qian's deception stemmed from his interest in Chong Kuei. She believed that Zhao Qian was merely captivated by her beauty and sought to toy with her. However, she would not allow herself to be trifled with so easily. She aspired to become an unforgettable woman in his life, and if she could assist him in any way, so much the better. As long as she stood alongside Zhao Qian, he would not cast her aside. Having lived in the shadow of her clever elder sister since childhood, her mother frequently berated her for her perceived foolishness. Expressing immense disappointment and placing all her hopes upon her sister, how could she not understand? She was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate, and thus today, she was determined to take a bold gamble for her future. As for Chong Kuei, you are simply unfortunate. You are merely the daughter of a merchant, so humble in stature, and you shall serve as my stepping stone, once your family's wealth becomes the possession of His Highness the Crown Prince. Perhaps I shall, out of familial kinship, grant you a small share. Meanwhile, over there, Yi Lanshan was lost in dreams, while on this side, Chong Kuei sneezed and rubbed her nose, sensing the taste of conspiracy wafting through the air from afar. Is the young master unwell? Asked Wu Li, who was outside the carriage upon hearing the sound, his concern palpable. No, Chong Kuei replied, having just passed by the residence of the Duke of Pingyuan from a distance. She spotted a small crimson flag fluttering atop the mansion's loft. She knew it was Ru Yi wishing to meet Fan Yu, likely regarding matters concerning Yi Lanshan and Wei Qiho. Does the young master enjoy horseback riding? Wu Li suddenly inquired. Chong Kuei's mind raced. What did he mean by that? Could he be doubting her identity? No, that seemed unlikely. She had always been cautious, and today riding was merely a leisurely affair. Riding is indeed quite interesting. Chong Kuei replied nonchalantly that in these tumultuous times, it is commendable for the young master to learn to ride. Wu Li remarked with a faint smile, since the young master finds alchemy tedious, how about I teach you to ride tomorrow? Chong Kuei considered this suggestion, realizing it was quite sensible. Otherwise, if she suddenly excelled at riding, it would surely raise suspicions that sounds great. Upon hearing the girl's voice in the carriage filled with a hint of excitement, Wu Li couldn't help but let a relaxed smile creep onto his lips, a realization that even he did not notice. That night, Chong Fu stealthily infiltrated the Duke of Pingyuan's residence and found Ru Yi's chamber. "Fen Yu, is it you?" The room was shrouded in darkness, unlit, yet Ru Yi's voice rang out, lively and alert, indicating she had been waiting for her without sleep. "Yes," Chong Kuei replied in acknowledgement. "Splendid." Ru Yi quietly produced a luminous pearl. Casting a dim glow, "I knew you would come. Is there something you need?" Chong Kuei feigned ignorance as she approached her. Ru Yi recounted the events that had transpired in the palace, her usual chatter reduced to a few succinct phrases. "Are you suggesting that Wei Chiho seeks to usurp the throne?" Chong Kuei inquired. "Yes, and they may also pose a threat to the crown prince," Ru Yi warned, considering that Yi Nikhang was currently with child. "Should she bear a son, that I do not like that, Zhao Qian." Chong Kuei stated bluntly that if Wei Chiho were to harm him, that would suit me just fine. I would prefer to observe their battle from a distance. Ru Yi continued, "While the crown prince is arrogant and overbearing, he is far preferable to Wei Chiho. If Wei Chiho were to become the king of Zhao, then her voice faltered. Though she was young, she understood the discord between the Duke of Pingyuan and Wei Chiho. Chong Kuei fell silent for a moment, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not fear. Such things will not come to pass, Fen Yu. Will you help me?" Ru Yi's eyes sparkled with hope, knowing that Fen Yu would not turn a blind eye. "This is a matter of state. As a mere outsider, I cannot interfere directly but may play a role in facilitating events. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain. What do you plan to do?" Ru Yi asked at this point. "I do not know. However, regardless of what happens, do not be afraid," Chong Kuei replied with a smile. Ru Yi paused, then leaned closer to scrutinize her. How strange. What is it?" Chong Kuei questioned, touching her face, wondering if her disguise had faltered. "It's nothing. I just feel you resemble Chong Kuei during the equestrian competition today. She said something quite similar to me." Ru Yi mused, lost in thought. Chong Kuei discreetly wiped her brow, surprised that Ru Yi, usually so carefree, could be so observant. Some habits of speech are hard to alter, especially when addressing the unguarded Chong Kuei. "I do not know her," she replied. "She is my dear friend, quite remarkable. She taught me to ride today," Ru Yi gushed. "Fen Yu, you are my friend as well, aren't you?" Ru Yi gazed at her expectantly, her large eyes sparkling. Chong Kuei found it impossible to refuse such hopeful anticipation, so she played along with her childlike innocence. "Indeed. How delightful. I now have 3 good friends. You are all individuals. Zhao Ru Yi shall never betray." Ru Yi clapped her hands in joy. Point 3. Who is the third? Chong Kuei understood all too well. It must be the one she admired previously. She had mentioned wanting to marry her. Yet it seemed her heart had already been claimed. If I were truly a man, would I not be deceived? She could not help but tease. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Even with the dim light of the luminous pearl, one could see Ru Yi's face reddening like a ripe tomato. "He is certainly not the one I admire. How could I like him?" I do not like him. If you truly, it appears that Wei Chiho possesses a wealth of knowledge, surpassing even that of Pingyuan Jun. The fragment he holds is no ordinary piece. Our pursuit of the boundless beasts must begin with him." Chong Kuei let out a cold laugh, tightly gripping the artifact of the boundless beasts in her palm. Sensing that the old man was destined for misfortune upon hearing her chilling laughter, even Xue Huang could not help but shiver. Despite her tender age, she exhibited such cunning. It seemed that one must tread carefully in her presence to avoid offending her. "After all, I have promised Ru Yi to deal with him." Zhong Kuei remarked nonchalantly that it is not merely due to that young girl. "You, my dear, are rather vindictive. Your desire to confront Wei Chiho surely stems from his previous disrespect towards you." Xue Huang scoffed, clearly perceiving her as a petty and vengeful girl. "Do not speak so carelessly. Did we not steal from his treasure vault last time? A mere treasure vault could hardly satisfy your cravings." Xue Huang replied languidly. "As the ancients wisely said, it is better to offend a villain than a woman. Such words are indeed timeless wisdom." Zhong Kuei rolled her eyes, stating, "Confronting Wei Chiho is simply that, confronting him. There is no need for elaborate justifications. I merely find him unpleasant to behold." "What of it?" Xue Huang fell silent, pondering the unfairness of it all. Must one suffer misfortune simply for failing to please her? "At the Fengyue Tower, my lord, you are intoxicated. Why not remain here tonight?" I could keep you company, the alluring Feng Chantian suggested, wrapping her arms around the swaying figure of Wei Chiho, her eyes sparkling with seduction. I never stay the night outside, Wei Chiho retorted, his mood soured by the string of recent misfortunes. First, he had embarrassed himself at the Fengyue Tower, then his treasury had been robbed, and lastly, his most cherished daughter was injured during a horse race, nearly disfiguring her. He had not connected these events to his offense against Zhong Kuei. To him, a 9-year-old girl posed no threat. Wei Chiho, in a daze, opened the door and stepped out, only to nearly collide with someone approaching. Watch where you're going, he muttered, but upon raising his gaze, he was rendered speechless by the sight of a dark, ominous face. Such elegance, Wei Chiho, Zhong Kuei remarked, brushing off her sleeves and casting him a cold glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. The sight of her snapped Wei Chiho back to clarity, and he quickly regained his composure. Lord Fengyue, please stay. Zhong Kuei turned, regarding him with icy eyes. You know me? The illustrious summoner Fengyue. How could I not recognize you? In recent days, the identity of this dark-faced new master of Shui Huang had become well known throughout Handan City. Chapter 134. The enchanting dancer he had long desired to ally with Fengyue, but previously thought that Ping Yuanjun had beaten him to it. However, during the heavenly banquet, Fengyue had not made an appearance, leading him to believe that he had not sided with either Ping Yuanjun or Zhao Wang. You are too courteous, my lord. Observing his overly polite demeanor, Zhong Kuei couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, he had been lecherous before her. Why did he not dare to act so now? Today's chance encounter is indeed fateful. I wonder if Lord Fengyue would care to share a drink? Wei Chiho proposed earnestly. Zhong Kuei hesitated momentarily. That I merely wish to make a friend, he added quickly. Since I have nothing pressing, let us proceed. Zhong Kuei replied with a nod. Wei Chiho promptly summoned his servants to prepare fine wine and delicacies, leading Zhong Kuei into a grander, more opulent chamber. The floor was adorned with soft carpets from the western regions, muffling footsteps, while the enormous columns were embedded with thin sheets of gold, reflecting the flickering light of the braziers in a dazzling display of luxury. Zhong Kuei casually took a seat at the guest position, whereupon alluring maidens promptly attended to her with drinks. No need, she brusquely dismissed them, not even lifting her gaze to acknowledge their presence. It was absurd. She too was a woman, and the beauty of others held no interest for her. However, Wei Chiho noted this with a different perspective. Realizing that ordinary women could not capture Fengyue's attention, bring in Xiyuan, he instructed a nearby attendant in a hushed tone, requesting her to adorn herself splendidly. Yes, my lord. The attendant hurried off. Wei Chiho raised his wine cup towards Fengyue, declaring, to you, Lord Fengyue. Zhong Kuei drank from her cup, her capacity for alcohol commendable, as she possessed a secret to remain sober even after countless drinks. Soon the singers and dancers took the stage, their voices soft and sultry, while the dancers, hailing from the state of Chu, possessed slender waists and graceful figures. The sight of a dancer from Chu only heightened their allure. Zhong Kuei expressed little interest and exchanged a few words with Wei Chiho. I hear that Lord Fengyue intends to stay long in Handan. Might there be any assistance I could provide? Wei Chiho inquired warmly. Indeed, I shall be here for a considerable time, as certain matters cannot be resolved swiftly. Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wei Chiho eagerly pressed on. Might I ask what brings you here? I have some influence in Zhao. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Zhong Kuei poured herself another drink. In Zhao, even the influence of Ping Yuanjun could not rival that of Wei Chiho. Wei Chiho chuckled heartily. I am flattered. Should Lord Fengyue regard me favorably, I take great pleasure in helping friends. This favor I seek is no small matter. Perhaps you ought to reconsider. Zhong Kuei shook her head. Alas, do you not consider me a friend? Wei Chiho exclaimed in desperation. Of course not, Zhong Kuei sighed. But this matter is indeed of great importance. As long as I can assist, I shall do my utmost. Wei Chiho nearly swore an oath. Finally, Zhong Kuei leisurely stated, to be honest, I have come to Handan in search of a long-lost treasure. May I inquire what treasure it is? My household boasts many rare artifacts, though they were all stolen by those detestable thieves. He lamented, recalling the pain of loss. Zhong Kuei cast a glance at him, her eyes glimmering with a chill. Chapter 135. The enchanting dancer, the boundless beast, she uttered lightly, yet the words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing Wei Chiho to shatter the jade wine cup in his hand. Shocked, he hastily set down the remnants of the cup, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he discreetly studied Zhong Kuei's face, seemingly searching for her true intent. Why, lord, what troubles you? Zhong Kuei inquired with a smile. This is a treasure of the world. I fear it may not be easily found. Indeed, Wei Chiho nodded, lowering his voice. Fengyue, which country do you hail from? I was born and raised in Loi, Zhongkue replied. Wei Chiho breathed a sigh of relief, surmising that she must be connected to the emperor. Ever since the loss of the boundless beasts, the Zhou dynasty had crumbled, and chaos reigned among the 7 kingdoms. Successive emperors had spared no effort in searching for the boundless beasts, hoping to restore this treasure to its rightful place. It was said that the emperor had trained many skilled individuals to seek out the boundless beasts across various nations. Previously, his spies had suspected Gong Sun Qi to be an emissary of the emperor. Though he had been skeptical, witnessing Fengyue now instilled a sense of credibility in his suspicions that if Gong Sun Qi was indeed an agent of the emperor, then Fengyue, inheriting his summoning beasts, was likely to be sent by the emperor as well. In that case, it would pose no problem. The Zhou dynasty was on the brink of collapse, unable to turn the tide. As long as Fengyue was not from another nation, he could potentially win her over. My lord, what do you mean? Zhongkue frowned. Wei Chiho hurriedly clarified. Those from the emperor's court are indeed exceptional. The first time I encountered Lord Fengyue, I sensed a subtle aura of imperial presence. Zhongkue chuckled lightly. An aura of the emperor, you say? Why not claim I walk beneath the sun and tread upon the wheels of fire, with a green dragon tattooed from my mouth to my rear? Since she had been mistaken for an imperial envoy, it conveniently spared him from unnecessary complications. Had she been from another nation, it might have aroused unwarranted suspicion. Alas, the emperor's power wanes and feudal lords disregard the royal family. Our Zhou dynasty teeters on the brink of ruin, uncertain of how much longer it can endure, Zhongkue lamented, shaking her head that if we can locate the boundless beasts, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. After taking a sip of her drink, she asked, My lord, do you possess any leads? The boundless beasts are of an ancient era, but I have some vague recollections. It will take time, Wei Chiho assured her. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. Your reputation for trustworthiness is commendable, my lord. Zhongkue raised her glass. To you. Wei Chiho laughed heartily. I delight in making friends, especially ones like you. Lord Fengyue, such companions are worth their weight in gold. That if my lord can assist me in locating the boundless beasts, I would gladly offer my loyalty, Zhongkue stated earnestly, lifting her cup once more. Wei Chiho had been waiting for this declaration. Fengyue, are you suggesting that you would willingly join my Wei Chiho household? Why not? Zhongkue replied with a hearty laugh. A formidable figure like you, my lord, is undoubtedly a rightful leader in these tumultuous times. Ha ha ha. Wei Chiho roared with laughter, draining his cup. With your words, I would gladly take you as my sworn brother, sharing wealth and honor from this day forth. Sworn brothers? Zhongkue mused. Why would I want to be your brother, old turtle? I am no turtle. You may join if you are interested at MYC no Weibo. Lu Fei Lu De Wang. Chapter 136. The Enchanting Dancer. Although such thoughts lingered in her mind, the ever-obliging Zhongkue readily agreed, declaring, It is a great honor to be sworn brothers with the Marquis. I raise this cup in salute to my elder brother, to the esteemed Wang Ba, and to my virtuous younger brother. The two of them downed 3 cups, and indeed Wei Chiho was overjoyed, his heart brimming with happiness. At that moment, a melodious and gentle tune began to resonate. As the graceful dancers, twirling and spinning, parted to reveal a blossoming flower of vibrant colors behind them. The petals, adorned with sparkling gemstones, shimmered under the flickering lights, casting a dazzling spectacle. The multicolored petals slowly unfurled, revealing a slender, fair figure emerging from within. Her enchanting form was unparalleled, with long black hair cascading down her back, her bare skin glistening like polished jade. In this world, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes upon. Her alluring grace was mesmerizing, captivating all who beheld her. A mere glance in Zhongkue's direction, accompanied by the confident curve of her crimson lips, as her dance swayed and approached him. One could not deny that this woman possessed an irresistible charm, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Not just the men. Wei Chiho's eyes gleamed with desire, wishing fervently that he were the one seated beside Zhongkue. As the music grew increasingly lively, Hua Xian danced gracefully, her gown of colorful petals opening and closing in a mesmerizing rhythm, an indescribable beauty. Upon reaching Zhongkue, the music cleverly softened, and Hua Xian leaned gently towards Zhongkue, almost collapsing in front of her. Be careful, Zhongkue exclaimed, swiftly catching her with both hands, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Alas, this beauty is so fervent, yet she is indeed a woman. Thank you, my lord, came the beguiling voice of Hua Xian, as she slowly raised her gaze to Zhongkue, her smile more intoxicating than the finest wine. Zhongkue attempted to assist her in sitting properly, but Hua Xian remained tightly pressed against her, causing Zhongkue to break into a cold sweat. She always presented herself in such a manner, and her underdeveloped physique indeed bore a resemblance to that of a man. The cunning Wei Chi-ho would not dare to employ a beauty trap against her, would he? That would certainly leave her in tears without a remedy. I am Hua Xian, a woman from the state of Chu. I have long heard of your esteemed name, she said with a gentle smile, pouring wine for Zhongkue. I shall toast you 3 cups, I shall drink 3 cups, but you need only have 1. My lady Zhongkue, who was not one to take advantage of a woman, believed that if the other party perceived her as a man, she ought to maintain a certain decorum. After all, she had a good tolerance for alcohol. Hua Xian was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lingering on Zhongkue in a moment of confusion. However, seeing her composed expression, devoid of any lewd intentions or even a trace of greed for her beauty, was a rarity. Most men were enamored by her looks, desiring only her body, while she, as a humble dancer, had no power and could only resign herself to becoming a plaything for men. Chapter 137. The Enchanting Dancer. No one had ever shown her compassion. This was the first time, and though it was merely a simple statement, it spoke volumes of his sincerity. Thank you for your kindness, Hua Xian replied, no longer leaning against her, sitting upright to share a cup with Zhongkue. Zhongkue finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after finishing 3 cups, she smiled and said, I have heard that Miss Xian's dancing is unrivaled in the world. And having witnessed it today, it shall remain etched in my memory forever. If you enjoy it, Xian would be honored to dance another piece for you. Hua Xian gracefully stood, gently clapping her hands. As the musicians resumed playing, the delicate sounds of Chu music filling the air anew, she untied the petal-like hem of her dress, revealing a soft, light pink silk skirt beneath, her slender waist forming a graceful curve that cascaded downwards. Resembling an elegantly shaped vase, even without a meticulously prepared costume, she appeared as the queen of the dance, her innate elegance unmatched by any competitor. As the music commenced, the opulent lights of the grand hall focused solely on her, the gemstones in her hair sparkling brilliantly. Her snow-white toes seemed to dance like a fairy, leading her captivating form into a performance that could turn the entire world upside down. Zhongkue sighed. Realizing that this dance was indeed unparalleled, Wei Chi-ho too was utterly entranced, his expression blank as he swallowed repeatedly, his mind likely filled with sordid thoughts. Well then, Xian shall reveal her shortcomings, Hua Xian said with a slight bend of her knee. Ha ha ha, Xian truly deserves the title of the world's foremost dancer, Wei Chi-ho remarked, stroking his chin and casting a knowing glance at Hua Xian. Her reputation is well-deserved, Zhongkue concurred. Hua Xian again approached Zhongkue, personally pouring her a cup of wine. Though unbeknownst to Zhongkue, something quietly slipped from her sleeve into the cup. Such a subtle maneuver could hardly escape Zhongkue's discerning eye. Hua Xian was indeed under Wei Chi-ho's command and likely acted on his orders. Zhongkue surmised that Wei Chi-ho aimed to win her over, but she doubted he would resort to poisoning her. Maybe merely a drug to ensnare or control her. That old schemer. Unable to contain himself so soon, she mused, if he dares to toy with poison in front of me, he had better ensure it is potent enough. Feigning ignorance under Wei Chi-ho and Hua Xian's watchful gazes, Zhongkue raised her cup and drank deeply. A fine wine, she remarked, seeing her speak. Wei Chi-ho erupted in laughter. From now on, with my virtuous younger brother assisting me, I shall be like a tiger with wings. You are too kind, my lord, Zhongkue replied, feeling inexplicably wearied. I fear I may be a poor companion to you tonight. Ha ha ha, my younger brother should rest early. Xian, ensure you attend to my younger brother well tonight. And do not neglect him, Wei Chi-ho instructed, pleased with the rapid onset of the drug's effects. Yes, Hua Xian replied, supporting Zhongkue as they rose. My lord, you are intoxicated. Please be cautious. Zhongkue pretended to be slightly inebriated, swaying unsteadily under her assistance as they exited. Upon entering a fragrant chamber, Hua Xian gently pushed her onto the bed and turned to change her attire. Chapter 138. The Enchanting Dancer. Zhongkue opened her eyes, a cold glint flashing within, and then slightly turned her head, spitting out the wine she had been holding into her sleeve. You little minx, where did you learn such a skill, to hold wine and still maintain a composed demeanor? Xue Huang chuckled, growing increasingly impressed with Zhongkue. What sort of poison did Wei Chi-ho administer? It must be a control drug, using Hua Xian as bait to keep me under his influence. This ploy is certainly not new to him, Zhongkue scoffed. He has calculated everything. Yet he likely did not anticipate that you are a woman, and even if I were a man, so what? Not all men are enamored with women, Zhongkue retorted, rolling her eyes. What do you mean? Xue Huang asked, momentarily taken aback. What could men possibly like if not women? An old relic, unable to comprehend the simplest of things. She added, bemused. As they conversed, Hua Xian emerged from her change of clothes, draped in thin gauze, her alluring figure on full display. Xue Huang smirked, Let's see how you manage to deceive her. Less chatter. I shall continue to feign sleep. Zhong Kuei replied. Hua Xian approached slowly, half her body leaning against Zhong Kuei, gently blowing air onto her cheek. My lord, shall I prepare your bath? Zhong Kuei gradually opened her eyes, offering a slight smile as she calmly replied. You claim to be the world's foremost dancer, yet regrettably, I do not find you appealing. Although you are beautiful, not every man is swayed by such charms. Hua Xian was momentarily stunned, then forced a smile. My lord is merely inebriated. Perhaps you should rest first. Indeed, I am intoxicated, Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly. Miss Xian, I shall impose upon your fragrant chamber for the night. I apologize for the inconvenience it may cause you to find another place to sleep. I still wish to serve my lord, Hua Xian said, her hand reaching towards her. Zhong Kuei raised her hand to block her, stating firmly, I have made myself clear. If you cannot comprehend, I shall be compelled to take action. My lord. Hua Xian bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. I am left with no choice. If I cannot serve you well tonight, I shall have to provide an explanation to Wei Chiho tomorrow. You should rest now. Slowly, Hua Xian crawled away from her. For some reason, under Zhong Kuei's forthright gaze, she suddenly felt a wave of shame and filth wash over her. After speaking, she lowered her head and fled the room. Zhong Kuei smiled faintly. This woman was not entirely wicked. After breakfast, Wu Li hurried in with a solemn expression. That Fan Yu has allied herself with Wei Chiho. After speaking, Wu Li smiled gently. However, this is not a significant matter. My young master, did you not wish to learn to ride? Today would be a good opportunity. With her aligning herself with Wei Chiho, will you be at a disadvantage? Zhong Kuei inquired. Everyone has their own ambitions, and I shall not interfere, Wu Li replied. Zhong Kuei understood that he was merely trying to comfort her. Wu Li's strength was profound and should not be underestimated. Chapter 139, Injured for her. Let us go horseback riding. She rose to her feet and engaged in some light exercise, which was far preferable to slumber. The Zhong family owned a magnificent horse ranch just outside Handan City, where countless splendid steeds were bred, including some of the war horses of Zhao. Wu Li escorted her to the ranch and personally selected a snow-white stallion for her, its coat sleek and its physique graceful, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility that unmistakably signified its noble lineage. This is Lu Guang, Wu Li explained, as instructed by the adults to prepare for the young master, since her birth. During her daily feeding and grooming, the horse trainer would bring her garments for her to familiarize herself with their scent, so she is already quite familiar with the young master. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei felt a surge of joy. Anyone would be enchanted by this horse, and it was even more delightful that it recognized her. Indeed, as she approached, Lu Guang exhibited a remarkably gentle and affectionate demeanor. How wonderful! Zhong Kuei exclaimed without hesitation as she mounted the horse, which offered no resistance. Behaving as if they were longtime friends, she affectionately stroked its neck and laughed with glee. Wu Li, let us take a gallop. Very well, Wu Li replied, mounting his own steed and smiling at her. But do take it easy. What is the point of riding such a splendid horse if we go too slowly? Yet, she understood that she must conceal her prowess and would have to heed his words. The two of them galloped out, one following the other across the expansive ranch, where verdant grass flourished, and the striking contrast of a black and white horse became the most dazzling sight of the grounds. As she laughed freely under the sun, Wu Li's gaze momentarily became distant. Her happiness seemed to stem from her innocence. He pondered that once she grew older and comprehended the affairs of the adults, understanding her own mission and responsibilities, such joy might never be witnessed again. Zhong Kuei, how I wish you could remain like this forever, even if it meant being a silly little girl. Yet, inevitably, she would have to confront all of it. A wave of unspoken bitterness coursed through Wu Li's heart, leaving him heavy with unvoiced thoughts. However, what he understood most was that regardless of how the world might change in the future, regardless of the person she would become or the fate she would encounter in this moment, he simply wished to grant her the utmost happiness, to watch her grow up blissfully lost in contemplation. He suddenly heard Lu Guang whinny loudly, followed closely by Zhong Kuei's startled gasp. Wu Li's eyes snapped up to see a small figure darting into the ranch, nearly colliding with Zhong Kuei's steed. In a frantic attempt to avoid the child, Zhong Kuei tightened the reins, but being so young, she could not firmly secure her feet in the stirrups as Lu Guang reared its front hooves. She too was thrown backward. Wu Li's reflexes were astoundingly swift. With a light push from his toes against the stirrups, he leapt forward, catching Zhong Kuei's body mid-air and rolling to the ground. However, his horse did not stop in time and nearly trampled them. In that fleeting instant, Wu Li shielded Zhong Kuei with his own body, only to feel a heavy kick from the horse's hooves upon his shoulder. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye, startling Zhong Kuei, who quickly turned her gaze to Wu Li. Are you hurt? Is the young master all right? Wu Li, disregarding his own injury, focused solely on her. Have you lost your mind? I could have fallen and merely received a kick at worst. Chapter 140. Injured for her to protecting the young master is my lifelong mission. Wu Li spoke softly. Fortunately, both horses were exceptionally trained and possessed remarkable instincts. Upon witnessing their master injured, they halted and lingered nearby. Wu Li maintained the position of cradling her in his embrace, smiling as he shook his head, assuring her that it was nothing serious, and there was no need for concern. That little monster dared to invade here. How audacious to disrupt Lord Wu Li and the young master. The ranch manager, accompanied by a group of riders, soon arrived and dismounted to pay their respects. Upon seeing Wu Li, a few of them advanced and suddenly dragged a small figure from the bushes, kicking him in the stomach with gritted teeth. Stop it! Wu Li frowned. He is just a child. Lord Wu Li, you are unaware. This boy is a monster. Recently many horses have died at the ranch and rumors abound of strange apparitions. We set traps and lo and behold, we caught this little rascal. Look at his eyes. They are red. What else could he be if not a monster? As he spoke, the manager stepped forward, grasping the boy's face to force him to look up. Gasps of shock filled the air as the boy's scarred visage came into view. Yet, what was truly terrifying were his eerily red eyes, which radiated an otherworldly aura. Even Wu Li found himself momentarily stunned, instinctively pulling Zhong Kuei closer to him. Sagia, Zhong Kuei exclaimed, instantly recognizing the little boy. Who else could it possibly be with such peculiar red eyes? Not human. Ji Xianshang gazed at the crowd with indifference, his eyes devoid of any glimmer, the blood-red glow emanating an irresistible, sinister charm, somber and eerie. Anyone who met those eyes felt as though their very soul was being drawn away. Lord Wu Li. Now that we've captured this monster, why not summon a shaman to exorcise him, to slay him for sacrifice? Proposed the manager. Wu Li did not immediately agree, for Zhong Kuei had suddenly grasped his hand, whispering, do not kill him. He is so pitiful. Understanding that the impudent child thrived on sympathy and was exceedingly stubborn, she feared that ordering his release would only provoke further ire. What a troublesome little creature. I just rescued him from the gates of hell, and now he has re-emerged to cause chaos so soon that he knows his eyes are not like those of ordinary humans, yet he dares to venture into populated areas. He is merely a child, not a monster. Just send him away, Wu Li stated after considering Zhong Kuei's words. Ji Xianshang's gaze shifted toward him, a sudden chilling smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Lord Wu Li, he must be a monster. Monsters have such red eyes. The manager insisted stubbornly. I said to let him go. Wu Li's voice turned cold, prompting the manager to back down immediately, ordering that Ji Xianshang be released. What a contradictory character, Zhong Kuei remarked as she watched him depart. Wu Li, you are injured. We should tend to your wounds first. I can manage on my own. Wu Li smiled. You were hurt because of me. Let us go, I will help with the ointment as well. Wu Li was taken aback, unable to believe her words, his emotions too complex to articulate. Zhong Kuei did not wish to pry into his thoughts. He nodded and led her to a room at the ranch. Wu Li, naturally equipped with various medicinal pills, produced 2 for Zhong Kuei. You should remove your clothing, Zhong Kuei stated bluntly. Wu Li was momentarily taken aback, and the ranch manager and others in the room awkwardly cleared their throats. Young master, perhaps it would be better if I. The manager suggested, bowing and scraping. After all, the young master was still a little girl. It would not be appropriate for her to be too close to him, and no need, Zhong Kuei asserted firmly, seizing the moment to assert her authority as the young master. You all leave. The manager looked to Wu Li for permission, who nodded, allowing them to exit. These individuals, how could they truly regard her as the young master? They merely feared Wu Li. Without him, she would have likely been all but erased from existence. I apologize, Wu Li murmured as he untied his clothing, slowly revealing his shoulder. A kick from a horse was no trivial matter. His shoulder bore the marks of redness and swelling, and he could not help but imagine the pain Zhong Kuei would have suffered had she been in his place. Zhong Kuei poured the liquid from the vial, applying it gently to his shoulder and massaging it tenderly. She was quite adept at treating bruises and injuries, having navigated through her past life with such skills, though her current strength was lacking. Allow me to take over, Wu Li said with a smile. No, I can manage, Zhong Kuei insisted, standing to apply more pressure. Ouch, Wu Li inhaled sharply, surprised by the force. I apologize for being a bit too rough, Zhong Kuei said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt, Wu Li reassured her gently. Zhong Kuei felt her heart soften as she said, Wu Li, you are such an enigma. At times I find you exceedingly kind, while at other moments I feel you are entirely inscrutable, even a bit frightening. Wu Li turned to gaze at her, lost in thought, Zhong Kuei, undeterred, directly stated, though I do not yet comprehend the true reason behind your kindness to me. I am sincerely grateful for your unwavering protection. Before she could finish, Wu Li suddenly grasped her small hand tightly. What troubles you? Zhong Kuei asked in surprise. Wu Li murmured, I am not as benevolent as you perceive. Whether you are good or not has no bearing on me. Zhong Kuei replied with a smile that I have witnessed your kindness. I shall never forget it in this lifetime. Really? You will never forget me in this life? Indeed, Zhong Kuei beamed brightly. Wu Li, however, lowered his gaze. I am selfish. Zhong Kuei's heart sank, and she fell silent, patiently awaiting his next words. However, once the adults' affairs are settled, we will relocate to a safer place, where no one can threaten the young master. Wu Li concluded that a significant event is set to unfold. If Zhongfeng aspires to seize control of the realm, from which nation shall she commence her endeavors? In chapter 142, it was stated by Feng Mo that the Yan kingdom has already been forsaken, while the Zhao kingdom is also an impossibility. Hence, the Qin, Chu, Wei and Qi kingdoms remain. Among them, the Qin kingdom stands as the mightiest. Were she to take the lead, Zhongfeng would undoubtedly initiate her plans with the Qin kingdom. However, the Qin kingdom is abundant in talent, led by a sagacious ruler, and boasts a prosperous populace as a mere merchant. What strategies could Zhongfeng possibly employ to lay claim to the Qin kingdom? In this era, the status of merchants is particularly lowly. Even entering the political arena poses insurmountable challenges, let alone conquering an entire nation. It is a conundrum that perplexes her deeply. When we are finally safe, perhaps you shall leave me as well, Zhong Kuei remarked with a faint smile. Wu Li expressed his unwavering desire to remain by the young master's side for eternity. Their eyes met briefly, causing a momentary pause. Zhong Kuei tugged at his garment and said, Enough of that. Wu Li, you need not call me young master. Simply use my name. How can that be? Young master is young master, Wu Li replied with a smile, steadfast in his principles. Regardless of his strength, he remains committed to the promise of loyalty he made to her. Zhong Kuei scoffed, You must be a masochist. What does young master mean? Wu Li inquired, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. May I go for another ride? She asked. That I shall accompany you, Wu Li said, rising to his feet. That is unnecessary. You are already injured. Besides, do not underestimate me. I am not foolish, Zhong Kuei retorted, turning to leave. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside. Wu Li approached the bedside and beheld a solitary figure clad in white, racing across the boundless grasslands like a streak of lightning. The young woman upon the horse exuded grace and vigor, as if the entire world bowed before her. Wu Li regarded her with an unexpectedly calm expression. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Zhao Qian has visited the Zhong residence multiple times under various pretenses. Naturally, Zhong Kuei engaged him with feigned politeness, ensuring she would not offend him, yet resolutely denying him any advantage. In contrast, the mother and daughter of the Yi family have begun to thrive, thanks to the patronage of Wei Qiho and Zhao Qian. That night, Zhong Kuei once again met with Wei Qiho at the Fengyue Tower. After dispelling her suspicions, Wei Qiho began to trust her, unveiling many matters to her. To be candid with you, regarding the matter of Wanshou Wujing, I have been perusing ancient texts for several days and have finally gleaned some insights. Wei Qiho dismissed all attendants and ordered his secret guards to remain vigilant outside before whispering to Zhong Kuei. After such a long time, Wei Qiho finally broached the topic of Wanshou Wujing, prompting Zhong Kuei to straighten her posture. My younger brother has indeed not chosen the wrong ally, she said earnestly. Wei Qiho appeared pleased, grinning as he continued, In truth, during the reign of my grandfather, Zhao Wulingwang, the Zhao kingdom was unprecedentedly powerful, and Wanshou Wujing indeed passed into the hands of Zhao Wulingwang. Zhong Kuei felt a surge of astonishment. Such an occurrence had transpired? The era of Zhao Wulingwang predated the birth of Gongsun Qi, which explained his ignorance of the matter. But where is Wanshou Wujing now? She inquired. Regrettably, the Wanshou Wujing that Zhao Wulingwang acquired was not complete. Merely a significant fragment, Wei Qiho lamented. Zhong Kuei was not overly surprised. Indeed, it was a fragment she had pilfered from Wei Qiho's estate. The fact that he had lost the remaining pieces was evident in his vexation, likely due to the considerable cost incurred in obtaining that fragment. Such a pity, Zhong Kuei sighed. So, most of the Wanshou Wujing fragments are currently within the Qin kingdom. Precisely, Wei Qiho responded, his gaze fixed upon her. Recognizing the opportunity to use her. If you desire, I shall assist you in stealing Wanshou Wujing from the Qin kingdom. Having already consumed her own wine, once she secured Wanshou Wujing, she would be able to exert control over him, leaving him no choice but to comply. What of the remaining fragments of Wanshou Wujing? Zhong Kuei inquired. It seems one resides within the Wei kingdom, likely in the possession of the Xinling Marquis. As for the others, Their whereabouts remain unknown, Wei Chiho sighed. Given his capabilities, if he could not uncover the information, it would truly be a formidable challenge to gather them all. Zhong Kuei was confident that he had not withheld anything from her. After all, if even Gong Sunqi could not unearth the news, then Wei Chiho, as a member of the royal family, would naturally have greater access to confidential information. It was evident that pretending to be loyal to Wei Chiho would yield no such revelations. The Qin King possesses a substantial fragment, Zhong Kuei mused, but he is undoubtedly surrounded by numerous skilled individuals, making it difficult to be wary of the shadow guards surrounding the Qin King. They have protected generations of Qin Kings and are unparalleled experts. Wei Chiho advised. Zhong Kuei narrowed her eyes. If even Wei Chiho held such trepidation regarding the shadow guards, they must be formidable adversaries. Given her current strength, she might find it somewhat daunting to confront them. You need not rush, my younger brother. This matter requires careful deliberation, and I shall certainly assist you in gathering skilled allies, Wei Chiho assured her, recognizing her concerns. Even as the new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix, she could not single-handedly contend against the formidable Qin Kingdom. I shall rely on your assistance, my lord, Zhong Kuei said with a smile. In truth, she harbored no fear of the Qin King's shadow guards. With her abilities, there was no place in this world she could not infiltrate if she so desired. Even sneaking into the White House to steal Obama's undergarments would pose little challenge. However, the time was not yet ripe. It would be foolish to rely on Wei Chiho's aid, as she would never submit herself to servitude. 10 Chapter 144 Ha ha ha. Do you still need to be so polite with me, my younger brother? Wei Chiho laughed heartily. Zhong Kuei chuckled along, thinking how absurd it was for him to call himself my lord repeatedly. By the way, in 3 days, the quinquennial Handan Academy competition will commence again. Would you be interested in participating? The first prize is a high-grade Lingyun Dan and a high-grade puppet talisman, Wei Chiho mentioned. Zhong Kuei had little interest in the competition, but upon hearing the prizes, her curiosity piqued. How does one compete for the Lingyun Dan? Surely, I cannot simply ask Wu Li for it. And what of that puppet talisman? It sounds exceedingly formidable, she mused. If you are interested, you may represent me in the competition. I have 3 slots available, Wei Chiho said, his excitement palpable. It seems few could resist the allure of high-grade elixirs and talismans. This Wei Chiho was finally intent on making her work for him. After bestowing her with wealth and the information regarding Wanshou Wujing, it was evident that it was not without cost. Very well, I shall participate, Zhong Kuei replied. Excellent. I shall be delighted, Wei Chiho exclaimed, reveling in his triumph. Ever since the news of her allegiance to Wei Chiho circulated, flags had been hoisted atop the pavilion, yet she had not visited Rui or Pingyuanjun again. Her plans could not afford any missteps. The more cautious, the better, for Wei Chiho was no ordinary fool. Thus, Zhong Kuei disregarded the flag and departed. Recalling that she had not seen Qi Lu in several days, she wondered how his swordsmanship had progressed. As thoughts of Qi Lu crossed her mind, an image of his peculiar crimson eyes suddenly flashed in her memory. Ugh! Why am I suddenly thinking of that ungrateful red-eyed rabbit? Zhong Kuei exclaimed, angrily banishing the thought from her mind before heading out of the city. She and Qi Lu had agreed to practice in the same location. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the meeting would remain unchanged. At this moment, Qi Lu was in a secluded grove, diligently practicing sword techniques with a wooden stick. Repeatedly rehearsing the moves Zhong Kuei had taught him, those techniques had become second nature to him, and in actual combat, they would undoubtedly prove effective. How could she have chosen a disciple unworthy of her expectations? Leaning against a tree, Zhong Kuei observed until he executed the final move, twirling the stick gracefully before thrusting it into the ground and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Bravo! Zhong Kuei applauded as she stepped forward. Master! Qi Lu exclaimed joyfully, nearly sprinting towards her, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement. You have finally come. Fear not. I have taken you as my disciple and shall not abandon you, Zhong Kuei reassured him. Affectionately ruffling his hair after days apart, he had tanned considerably. What have you been up to lately? Qi Lu's face flushed with an unnatural hue, though his dark complexion masked it well. I have earned quite a bit of money, he replied excitedly. I have been working at the Zhong residence, assisting the steward with menial tasks. I have noticed that the Zhong family is excessively extravagant. Many fine herbs and fabrics are carelessly discarded. I collected these items and sold them at the West Market, making a considerable profit. Zhong Kuei, who had been smiling, immediately adopted a stern expression upon hearing this. With such pursuits, do you still have time for your studies? Qi Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. Taken aback by his master's reprimand, he had hoped to show her the money he earned so that she would not need to sneak into the Zhong residence any longer. However, master scolded him. Dong Zhongkue struck his head fiercely. Fool, who told you to waste your time on such trivial matters? Do you aspire to become a mere peddler or an inconsequential merchant in the future? But, master, I have no money, Qi Lu bravely replied while covering his head. A master may lack wealth, but one must never squander a lifetime of effort on mere profit. I wish for you to study martial arts and literature, hoping that one day you will become a talent who can traverse the 7 kingdoms. As Qi Lu gazed into her eyes, the disappointment reflected in Master S' gaze suddenly pierced his heart with pain. He bit his lip, his eyes reddening, and turned to flee into the dark forest. After enduring such a long time of hardship, humiliation and mockery, he was met with nothing but reprimand from his master. After all, he was just a child, and his immature disposition made it difficult for him to comprehend Master S' heartfelt intentions. Watching his retreating figure, Zhongkue felt a pang of helplessness. She had merely been 2 angry moments before. It was akin to witnessing a meticulously crafted porcelain piece suddenly marred by a crack. She too felt distressed and understood Qi Lu's intentions. Yet, from the shadows of the nearby forest came a derisive snicker. Tinged with disdain, Zhongkue turned her head. The surrounding darkness was impenetrable, yet a pair of faintly glowing red eyes in the shadows evoked a chilling sense of eeriness. Had she not encountered it before? This sight might have frightened her to the brink of death. Playing tricks and scaring people, she retorted with irritation. Sagia, what brings you here? Are you harboring guilty secrets? Ji Xianshang continued to scoff. Only a fool would do something foolish for you. Mind your own business. Zhongkue mimicked his catchphrase, albeit in a more vulgar manner. Uncultured woman, he replied. Now it was Zhongkue's turn to scoff. As if you possess any refinement, you ungrateful little brat. Likewise, he smirked slightly in the darkness, suddenly realizing how much they shared in common. Perhaps it is only those of similar disposition who can truly understand one another. What have you been up to lately? Zhongkue, wishing to avoid further banter, changed the subject. Not done yet. How fragile, she remarked as her eyes rolled. Aren't you skilled in alchemy? Just concoct a pill and heal your injuries. Some pills are remarkably miraculous, capable of regenerating flesh and bone that I don't want to refine, he lazily replied. His voice taking on an alluring charm under the somber night. She could not see his face. Yet she imagined that if he were not disfigured, he must surely be. Oh, why dwell on such thoughts? His appearance has nothing to do with her. I believe your skills are lacking. I don't trust that a little brat like you has mastered high-level alchemy. Zhongkue scoffed in the darkness. He chuckled mockingly. If I manage to concoct it, will you bark like a dog? Expecting her to be infuriated, he was surprised when Zhongkue instead cunningly grinned and said, if barking like a dog is what it takes, then so be it. A true man must be adaptable. Just concoct a Lingyun pill for me. The Lingyun pill? Given her current level, she could certainly not refine it. This insufferable brat, does he truly possess such capabilities? That was eaten by a dog, Zhongkue declared with unabashed confidence. You madman, he retorted, having never encountered someone so disregarding of decorum and rules. She did whatever she wanted and spoke her mind freely. How enviably free. Do you truly desire a Lingyun pill? He inquired. Indeed, Zhongkue nodded vigorously. This little brat, knowing about the Lingyun pill at such a young age. How peculiar. Then woof woof. Before he could finish, Zhongkue began to bark. Entertaining this little brat's odd whims. Why not indulge him? Who told you to bark like a dog? Ji Xianshang's lips curled into a slight smile, a rare expression of amusement gracing his cold demeanor. Zhongkue was speechless. You wouldn't have any more perverse tricks up your sleeve, would you? Of course I do, he replied. What is it? You wouldn't make me crawl like a dog, would you? If this little rascal dares to do so, I will surely beat him senseless once I obtain the Lingyun pill. I haven't thought of that yet, but I'll keep a tab. You won't back out, will you? Humph, I'll write you an IO. Zhongkue said as she crouched down, picking up a small stone and using her dagger, awkwardly engraved the words "you" upon it. How ugly, came his cold voice from above. Zhongkue glared up at him. Where is the ugliness? This is calligraphy. Do you not understand? In a few hundred years this will be regarded as a masterpiece. The characters of this era were vastly different from those of her own time. The previous Zhongkue had been so naive. She would never have been able to write anything at all. Fortunately, she had an impeccable memory and recalled how to write "you." Other than that, she had nothing else. After all, she had no money on her and couldn't afford to give him anything. Lest her true identity be exposed, Ji Xianshang finally took it, carelessly placing it on his person without even glancing at it. The Lingyun pill cannot be concocted in a day. Furthermore, there are several medicinal materials you need to gather for me. What materials? You can tell me. The reborn family has nothing but wealth. What can't be bought with money? Ji Xianshang listed 3 or 4 types of precious materials, which, despite their high prices, could still be procured with sufficient funds. However, the next few he mentioned were rather troublesome. The wind attribute geocold toad and the fire attribute spirit beast crystal. The geocold toad was clearly a difficult item to procure. But what was the spirit beast crystal? The spirit beast crystal is a layer of crystalline growth within the spirit beast, serving to protect the beast core, with any loss not affecting the core itself. The grade of the spirit beast crystal determines the efficacy of the Lingyun pill. Sensing her lack of understanding, Ji Xianshang elaborated that one should be quite difficult to obtain. Zhong Kuei furrowed her brows. Find a way yourself. Once you gather the materials, come back here to find me, he said lazily, turning to leave. Hey, do you come here every day? Zhong Kuei inquired, and as he walked into the darkness he added, you can also tell that little deer to bring the materials to him. He will deliver them to me. That little deer? Zhong Kuei paused for a moment before standing up and shouting, when did you seduce my disciple? Humph, does that little deer even need to be seduced? His voice echoed from a distance, already fading away. You little brat. Zhong Kuei fumed. Embracing her arms, she didn't want her innocent disciple to be so easily deceived. Come here. Zhong Kuei beckoned, and he obediently approached her side and sat down. Master, you treat me so well. I just wish to do something to repay you, Qi Lu said softly. There are many ways to repay me. This is the most foolish. Zhong Kuei poked his forehead. Little dear, you must strive to grow stronger quickly. In the future, I may not always be able to protect you, and I cannot afford to worry about you. Why, master, where will you go? Qi Lu hurriedly asked. The world is vast. I wish to explore it, she replied. Currently, her strength was insufficient, which is why she needed to rely on the status of the young lady of the reborn family. But she would not remain in this position forever. I will go with you, master, Qi Lu asserted firmly. Zhong Kuei smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Since you wish to accompany me, then you must also grow stronger quickly. Otherwise, will you be a burden? How wonderful, master is willing to take me along. Qi Lu exclaimed, his previous gloom dissipating in an instant. How innocent he was. I will now teach you another set of combat techniques. You must practice diligently. Unfortunately, Qi Lu lacked the talent of a summoner. Otherwise it would have been perfect. Qi Lu nodded vigorously, his big eyes sparkling in the darkness. He would not let his master down. By the way, master, did you just give Seijie a token of affection? Just as Zhong Kuei stood up to demonstrate the combat techniques, she nearly slipped upon hearing this. What nonsense! That was merely a worthless stone. I saw master diligently carving characters and then gifting it to him. What else could it be but a token of affection? Qi Lu said innocently. That was an eye. Do not speak carelessly. Understand? Master, your face turned red. Qi Lu suddenly broke into a wide grin. Zhong Kuei froze for a moment before jumping up. With my face so dark, how could I turn red? You little rascal dare to tease me. Ah! A cry of despair echoed as the little deer was knocked senseless. The sky revealed a hint of pale light, gradually illuminating the gray horizon. I heard that the crown prince has arrived. How splendid! Such a prestigious figure deigning to visit our residence. I wish to meet the crown prince. They say he is the most talented in our Zhao kingdom and exceedingly handsome. Let us sneak a peek together. The noise outside roused Zhong Kuei from her light slumber, leaving her quite displeased. Crown Prince Zhao Qian. He never visits without reason. I'm sure there will be unrest again, young master. Qing Tong gently knocked on the door from outside. As expected, come in. Zhong Kuei sat up, thankful that she was accustomed to sleeping little and could endure days and nights without rest. Young master, great news. The crown prince has come to our residence. Qing Tong joyfully announced as she entered. Chapter 148. The mysterious prophecy. In a merchant household like the Chong residence, the visit of a nobleman is a supreme honor, especially when it is the crown prince himself. Well, let us prepare, Zhong Kuei remarked, for she was the young mistress of the house and could not neglect the guest. Qing Tong, adhering to her recent preferences, dressed her simply, though she harbored some concerns. Young mistress, is this attire not too modest for the crown prince? Merely a crown prince, Zhong Kuei replied coolly. Rising from her seat, Qing Tong was taken aback. After all, the young mistress was still quite young and did not comprehend the esteemed status of the crown prince. In the main hall, Madame Yi and her daughter had already arrived. Wei Lanshan sat quietly to the side, silent and composed. Madame Yi, adept in social graces, engaged in pleasant conversation with Zhao Qian. As Master Wu Li not present in the residence today? Zhao Qian inquired, glancing around at Wu Li, being the overseer of the Chong estate, was notably absent, suggesting he was away on business. Master Wu has left the city for matters of business. If the crown prince has anything to discuss, It can be conveyed through me, Madame Yi responded with a smile. Zhao Qian paid little attention to her, instead casting a furtive glance at Yi Lanshan, revealing a hint of desire. Madame Yi, astute as she was, noticed this and mused that while the crown prince's status was indeed high, marrying Lanshan to him would not be a poor match. However, with the discord between Enai Chong and the queen in the palace, and the prospect of bearing a young prince, the crown prince's future seemed uncertain. Lanshan, however, deserved to be offered to the most suitable candidate. Rumors of Zhao Qian's debauchery and frivolity, despite his talent, circulated. He was known to be a man who dallied with many, making him quite unsuitable. Such a man, however, could be a good match for Chong Kuei. Once the crown prince fell from grace, Chong Kuei would not be a hindrance to their plans. At that moment, Chong Kuei entered the hall, prompting Madame Yi to exclaim, "Kuei has arrived. Quickly, greet the crown prince." Zhao Qian perked up instantly, smiling at Chong Kuei. No need for excessive courtesy. This prince and Miss Chong are already friends. Chong Kuei managed a strained smile, thinking, who considers him a friend? Does the crown prince have business with me? She asked, tilting her small face with a chill. Madame Yi frowned, reprimanding Kuei. How can you be so disrespectful to the crown prince? Not at all, not at all, Zhao Qian interjected, enjoying Chong Kuei's frosty demeanor, finding it quite appealing. Today, a gifted individual has come to my residence, capable of unraveling the mysteries of life and death. Such a person does not often make public appearances. Would you like to see Miss Chong? A practitioner of yin and yang. Chong Kuei gasped, surprised that Zhao Qian could summon such a figure. Haha, not exactly, Zhao Qian laughed, fully aware of the rarity of yin and yang practitioners. Only a handful could be found throughout the vast continent of Jiuzhou. They were legendary figures. He is merely an expert in the arts of yin and yang. Oh, how intriguing. The art of yin and yang has always captivated me. I have heard he can see a person's past and future, as well as their destiny. Seeing her interest, Zhao Qian eagerly boasted, indeed. Would you like to see for yourself? He is currently in my residence. Why not accompany me? Zhao Qian suggested. Since Kuei is interested, you should go. With the crown prince as your companion, your aunt can rest easy, Madame Yi chimed in. Chong Kuei tilted her head. I want Sister Lanshan to come with me. Sister Lanshan has matters to attend to. Madame Yi replied that if I have no companion, I shall not go. Chong Kuei pouted. Zhao Qian, feeling a twinge of impatience, cast a knowing glance at Yi Lanshan. Chapter 149. The Mysterious Prophecy. Zhao Qian, feeling a surge of anticipation, quickly signaled Yi Lanshan with a look. She rose with a smile. I too would like to see such a gifted individual. I shall accompany my sister. Madame Yi shot her a disapproving glance, thinking the foolish girl had no business accompanying them. Yet Yi Lanshan, eager to elevate her status through the crown prince, feigned ignorance and followed Zhao Qian out. Outside the residence, the servant, aware of Chong Kuei's impending departure, had already brought forth her steed Liuguang. Awaiting her arrival, Chong Kuei gracefully mounted the horse, her movements exuding elegance. Zhao Qian was momentarily entranced by the sight. Crown Prince, let us be off, Yi Lanshan called out. Her fists clenched tightly. What was it that he sought from the Chong family's wealth, if not an interest in Chong Kuei as well? As Chong Kuei rode through the streets, her attire and grooming had gradually evolved into a more refined simplicity. Devoid of excessive embellishments, passers-by could not help but pause to admire her. Who is that? She possesses such bright eyes and a radiant smile, akin to a celestial being. Is she not the daughter of the Chong family? Indeed, how rare it is to see such grace and beauty emerge from a merchant household. That I never expected a merchant's daughter to possess such exquisite qualities. Yet I heard that the eldest daughter of the Chong family is not particularly bright. Who claimed that? She appears far from foolish, surely just a rumor. Indeed, how could she be foolish? Hearing their discussions, Chong Kuei's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed she was gradually shedding the label of foolishness. How could she, Chong Kuei, be anything but astute? Miss Chong, you should venture out more. We are friends now. If you find yourself bored, do come seek me, Zhao Qian said, riding alongside her with a grin. I am not bored. Chong Kuei replied coldly. The crown prince must have numerous matters to attend to. It seems I am the one who enjoys leisure. Zhao Qian cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward, pondering that this brazen girl, emboldened by Wu Li's backing, dared to disregard him. Such a naive girl would soon learn her place once he had her ensnared. Before long, they arrived at the crown prince's residence. Are you prepared? Zhao Qian whispered. Rest assured, the sorcerer is ready and can cast the spell at any moment. Guokai indicated with a clenched fist, signaling that everything was under control. Zhao Qian's lips curled into a wicked grin as he turned to Chong Kuei with courtesy. Please enter, my dear sister. Chong Kuei strode ahead, unperturbed, for she had come prepared and was not afraid of Zhao Qian's schemes, should he dare to pull any tricks. I will have the blood phoenix devour him whole. She thought. What are you plotting, Crown Prince? Yi Lanshan inquired quietly. If all goes well today, everything belonging to the Chong family will be ours, Zhao Qian replied, sneaking a playful pinch to her delicate cheek. Just imagine how delightful it would be to have our way with that little Chong Kui in the back courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence. A temporary stage had been erected from wooden planks, adorned with various tools for the sorcerer's rituals, while black banners and cloth hung from the 4 pillars. Upon closer inspection, Chong Kui noticed that beneath the elaborate banners, an elderly man sat, cloaked in similar decorations, rendering him initially unrecognizable. The old man had his eyes closed, his hair white and face mottled, his gaze dull and lifeless. Master Dao Zhan, Zhao Qian said, bowing respectfully to the elder, who was a recent acquaintance brought along for her to meet. Oh, is it a male or female? Master Dao Zhan slowly opened his mouth, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from him, dispersing the flames that surged toward him. His power appeared quite formidable. That it is a female. The eldest daughter of the Chong family, Chong Kui, Zhao Qian announced with a smile. Sister Chong Kui, do you have any questions for Master Dao Zhan? Did he not claim to see past lives and destinies? I wish to see, Chong Kui remarked with a smile, recognizing the old man's abilities while suspecting Zhao Qian's ulterior motives. Zhao Qian, eager for her to express such curiosity, replied, excellent. Let Master Dao Zhan unveil the mysteries for Sister Chong Kui. Standing beside the flames, Dao Zhan beckoned her closer. Following his command, Chong Kui stepped forward to stand beside the fire. Dao Zhan picked up a ceremonial instrument resembling a gong, striking it gently before raising it high, allowing a few drops of water to spill forth, which he then smeared across his blind eyes as the moment came for the yin and yang world to open, and his eyes to unveil their secrets. Even Chong Kui was taken aback. Just moments ago, his eyes had been white, yet now they were as dark as a deep vortex. Chong Kui instinctively heightened her defenses. This Dao Zhan was indeed formidable. His gaze bore into her as if he intended to peer through her very soul. His hands trembled as he struck the gong, his entire being quaking. This situation felt ominous. Zhao Qian frowned. While Guokai whispered, Your Highness, why hasn't he cast the spell yet? The insect has already been released. It cannot survive long outside a human body. And no sooner had he spoken than Dao Zhan suddenly threw aside the gong, clutching his eyes and screaming, Impossible! Impossible! Chong Kui was taken aback as a wave of heat surged toward her. Dao Zhan's protective barrier of spiritual energy dissipated. She quickly sidestepped, and the raging bonfire, deprived of its hindrance, lunged at Dao Zhan like a famished beast. In an instant, the banners and cloth adorning the old man ignited, prompting Chong Kui to leap onto the platform, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling off to the side, allowing him to roll in the grass and extinguish the flames that had engulfed him. However, after such a tumult, Dao Zhan was left gasping for breath, his eyes streaming with blood tears, 2 crimson streaks staining his mottled face, rendering him a frightful sight. Dao Zhan, what on earth are you doing? Weren't you supposed to cast a curse? Zhao Qian strode over, crouched down, and in a low voice said with a fierce tone. Yet Dao Zhan seemed not to have heard his words. His invisible gaze fixed intently on the direction of Chong Kui. Although he could not see, he continued to murmur, Impossible, impossible, impossible. What do you mean impossible? This prince has given you money. If you refuse to assist me, don't expect to leave Handan alive, Zhao Qian warned him in a hushed voice. Chong Kui also looked towards Dao Zhan, her delicate brows knitting slightly. What do you mean impossible? Suddenly, Dao Zhan struggled, his face filled with terror. As though he had seen a ghost, she was clearly dead. Chong Kui's gaze sharpened. Having initially thought him a mere charlatan, she realized in that instant that a fierce killing intent surged within her. If this person had truly seen something, then no witnesses could be allowed to live. None here could be left alive. They knew she had borrowed a corpse to return to life, that the true Chong Kui was already dead. In this era, she would likely be slain as a monster or a demon. Dispassionately, she retrieved 2 golden pearls from her bosom, rolling them between her fingers, regarding the few individuals present as weak as ants. Upon Dao Zhan's words, Zhao Qian, Guokai, and Yi Lanshan all froze momentarily. Then Zhao Qian stood up and kicked Dao Zhan to the ground. He then turned and slapped Guokai across the face. Where did you find this charlatan to fool this prince? Guokai, dazed from the blow, could not comprehend the situation and retaliated by kicking Dao Zhan several times. You old fool, daring to deceive His Royal Highness. You must be tired of living. Just watch as I don't beat you to death. Guokai rained down blows, and Dao Zhan, being of advanced age, soon fell unconscious. Enough, this sort of fraud should not be allowed to stain the courtyard with his death. Chong Kui remarked with a tone of derision that it turned out they had not believed him. After all, who would believe in such matters except her? Zhao Qian chuckled. Sister Chong Kuei speaks wisely. Guokai. Break his legs and toss him out. Guokai beckoned to a few people, and they carried Dao Zhen away. Sister Chong Kuei, although today has been disappointing, my prince's manor still has many new delights. How about I take you to see them? Zhao Qian said, his face plastered with a grin, unaware of what schemes lay ahead. I have no desire to see anything. You even believe in charlatans. Chong Kuei retorted, pouting and crossing her arms, her expression one of disdain. Zhao Qian, whose temperament was already fiery, nearly lost his temper and seized the girl outright. However, thinking of her powerful backing, that mysterious alchemist Wu Li, Zhao Qian could hardly let her slip away so easily. He had worked hard to bring her here. Your Highness, Yi Lanshan interjected, stepping in front of him and gently shaking her head. Zhao Qian could only watch helplessly as Chong Kuei departed. Why let her go? Lock her up, slip her some drugs, he said coldly. Your Highness, you may not know, but the Marquis of Xinling gifted her some talismans. I suspect they may possess some significance since the curse failed. She is now on guard, Yi Lanshan cautioned. The Marquis of Xinling actually bestowed talismans upon her. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. As the crown prince, the Marquis had never given him talismans, yet had given them to that merchant's daughter. However, the curse had already failed. Zhao Qian scoffed. That charlatan Dao Zhen. Chapter 152. Mysterious prophecy. There will be ample opportunities in the future. In 2 days during the examination at Handan Academy, with so many people around, Your Highness can act discreetly, and no one will know it was you. Zhao Qian pondered. Indeed, the Academy's examination will be crowded. If something happens to Chong Kuei, who would suspect me? Even if it comes to light later, it would be too late. Lanshan, I never expected your little mind to be so clever, Zhao Qian said, his expression gleeful as he cupped her face and gave it a couple of hearty kisses. Yi Lanshan blushed and laughed, secretly thinking it was his own foolishness for seeking out such a ridiculous fraud. Chong Kuei was no fool and would never be deceived a second time. After leaving the prince's manor, Chong Kuei seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to gallop to a back alley behind the prince's residence. Guokai had thrown Dao Zhen out, and he should be around here somewhere. Slowing her horse, she circled around and soon spotted a heap of refuse, where a disordered pile of banners and cloth strips lay, the remnants of Dao Zhen's earlier rituals. Chong Kuei hurried over, enduring the foul stench as she uncovered the strips, revealing the battered and barely conscious Dao Zhen lying amidst the filth, who, hearing the commotion, Dao Zhen rasped, his throat emitting a hoarse sound, seemingly on the brink of death. It's me, Chong Kuei, the cold young woman spoke softly. Dao Zhen's eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, he recoiled in fear into the garbage. Who are you? You were clearly dead. No, this can't be right. How could your fate be like this? It's impossible. Dao Zhen was filled with terror and confusion, tears of blood streaming from his vacant eyes. He struggled to comprehend, but all was chaos. Can you truly see past lives and destinies? Chong Kuei asked coldly. If you are so extraordinary, why were you summoned by Zhao Qian? I am Dao Zhen, he stammered, trembling. My master once said that we can open the heavenly eye once in our lifetime. But it cannot be done through ordinary means. I usually dabble in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams to con others, yet I never expected to actually open the heavenly eye this time. Chong Kuei frowned. What did you see when you opened it? Dao Zhen's eyes widened, blood tears flowing as he appeared utterly horrified. His voice was strained, as though it might shatter at any moment. What did you see? Dao Zhen's gaze began to lose focus, dimming, his voice growing shrill. The 9 phoenixes and the phoenix are not merely legends. Hey, old man. Chong Kuei touched his pulse. He was already lifeless. His dim eyes stared blankly in her direction like 2 cursed whirlpools. Chong Kuei's heart sank, and she instinctively retreated. What 9 phoenixes and what old man? Explain clearly. Despite knowing Dao Zhen was already dead, she still wished to rouse him. Clarify. What 9 phoenixes? At that moment, voices arose in the distance. Chong Kuei, without disguise and riding her white horse, could attract suspicion if spotted. She glanced at Dao Zhen and swiftly mounted her horse to leave. As she rode, her mind raced, pondering Dao Zhen's 2 phrases. He opened the heavenly eye. He must have seen everything about her. Chapter 153. Mysterious prophecy. So, the 9 phoenixes and the phoenix are not mere legends. If she has a connection to the 9 phoenixes and the phoenix, does that mean she will find them? Also, as Gong Sanqi mentioned, when the 9 phoenixes and the phoenix appear, the myriad beasts will emerge into the world. Is that what it means? Dao Zhen's words remained unfinished, and Chong Kuei could not accurately discern. However, if the 9 phoenixes and the phoenix are related to her, then the myriad beasts must also have a connection. Girl, it seems you are far luckier than Gong Sanqi. The voice of the blood phoenix echoed in her heart. tinged with a sense of ancient sorrow. Gong Sun Chi, after a lifetime of effort, remained unconnected to the myriad beasts. Yet this girl unexpectedly possesses such fortune. Luck, it seems, can only be borne by those with fate. Chong Kuei's gaze sharpened. Although Dao Zhan did not provide her with a clear direction, he ignited a flicker of hope within her. The thought of fulfilling her promise to Gong Sun Chi stirred her blood. From now on, you must hasten your training and grow stronger swiftly. Then we shall go to the Qin kingdom and obtain the largest fragment of the myriad beasts. The Blood Phoenix advised. Yes, to enhance my training, I need Lingyun Dan. Chong Kuei clenched her fists, realizing she required a substantial amount of Lingyun Dan. Didn't he, that brat, promise to refine some for you? The Blood Phoenix asked. He's still young, a veritable genius, but his spiritual power is not yet pure. The Lingyun Dan he refines may not be very effective. Besides, the medicinal materials we can find are limited. At most, we might obtain 2. Then what do you plan to do? If you intend to go to the Qin kingdom, 2 Lingyun Dan will not suffice to enhance your strength. That I must secure more. In the Handan Academy examination, the first prize is Lingyun Dan. I must win it. You mean to participate in the Academy examination and aim for first place? The Blood Phoenix exclaimed in surprise. Is that not permissible? Chong Kuei asked. Do you realize that the Handan Academy examination focuses solely on martial arts, not summoning techniques? Martial arts? Chong Kuei scoffed, her bones itching for action. Since arriving in this era, she had not practiced her martial arts in ages. Back in District 19, when teaching those novice students, she could effortlessly send one flying with a kick, ensuring they had no chance to retaliate. Those were the days she relished most. Yet now, as a 9-year-old Chong Kuei, she lived in luxury, merely eating, sleeping and training. She longed for her former days, now that she had the chance to hone her skills again. It was quite welcome. Hey, why do you sound so disdainful? The Blood Phoenix huffed. Well, martial arts can also be worth a try. That Lingyun Dan will surely be mine, Chong Kuei declared assertively. Humph, this arrogant girl. Unaware of her own limitations, the Blood Phoenix scoffed, finding her overly presumptuous. Cut it out. The audacious bird dares to underestimate her, but in the future it will surely leave you astounded. This girl, after all, is in the presence of Wu Li, a high-level alchemist. That he should have no trouble concocting the Lingyun pill. Why not request a few from him? However, Chong Kuei pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating that Wu Li is too enigmatic and inscrutable for her to fathom. It would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. After today's events involving Dao Zhan, she harbored concerns about her own identity being exposed. Wu Li's unwavering loyalty to Chong Feng and his profound care for Chong Kuei made her anxious. If he were to discover that the true Chong Kuei had perished and she merely assumed her identity, he would not let her off lightly. Her current strength was insufficient to provoke someone of Wu Li's caliber. Chapter 154. Bloodline of the Divine Clan. You fear him? Blood Phoenix did not anticipate that, given their usual interactions, he would assume the girl still harbored some degree of trust in Wu Li. Who could have known her heart was so callous? It is not fear. Rather, it is unnecessary to invite trouble, replied Chong Kui as they entered the courtyard. Madame Yi approached with a radiant smile, her face alight with joy. Kuei, this is a momentous occasion. His Highness the Crown Prince has specifically come to find you. He must have developed an interest in you, should the Crown Prince express a desire to take you into the palace as a concubine. It would be an immense honor for the Chong family. Chong Kuei cast her a cold glance and retorted, Auntie, you should congratulate Sister Lan Shan instead. She remains in the Crown Prince's palace, alone with a man. One can only imagine their activities. Rumor has it, His Highness is quite the libertine. I presume he is presently indulging in romantic escapades with Sister Lan Shan. Madame Ye's expression shifted, and she glanced behind her, only to find no trace of Yi Lan Shan. In her haste, she could not ascertain the veracity of Chong Kuei's words. The thought of her daughter being subjected to Zhao Qian's disgrace filled her with dread. Effectively extinguishing any hopes of climbing the social ladder thereafter, summon everyone. We must head to the Crown Prince's palace immediately, Madame Yi commanded, rallying her entourage as they proceeded towards the Crown Prince's residence. Young master, do you think the young miss could truly be dishonored by the Crown Prince? Qing Tong whispered, concerned that if Yi Lan Shan were to suffer such a fate, Madame Yi would indeed have little of value left. Who knows? Chong Kuei chuckled lightly. After all, Yi Lan Shan brought this upon herself. She and Zhao Qian shared lingering glances. Did she think I was oblivious to that? Young Master Li is genuinely worried about you. Upon hearing that you were not taken away by the Crown Prince, he immediately rushed to the palace, Qing Tong remarked, unable to suppress her happiness for the young master, especially given that she had such a devoted protector in young Master Li. Unlike young Master Mo and young Master Xiao, who always seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, Qing Tong replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Regardless of the circumstances, the young master could never feel for young Master Li as she once did for young Master Mo. After a deep slumber, Chong Kuei awoke to the soft glow of lamps in her room. Neither too bright nor too dim. A screen partition stood beside her bed, and beyond it, flickers of light danced, casting an ethereal glow that rendered the screen's delicate patterns all the more mysterious. Rising to her feet, she silently traversed the screen, only to find that the light had begun to fade. While a larger fire pit was ignited, illuminating the room. Chapter 155. Bloodline of the Divine Clan. A scarlet robe as red as blood lay scattered across the immaculate floor, while Wu Li donned naught but a thin garment. His figure appearing gaunt as the flames from the alchemical furnace gradually extinguished. "Have I interrupted your rest, young master?" Wu Li inquired with a smile, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead, betraying a hint of fatigue. "It seems I have disturbed your alchemy session," Chong Kuei replied, observing the remnants in the furnace, dark and charred, indicating a failed concoction. Moreover, the materials strewn about were of exceptional rarity, some of which she had yet to encounter in the stalls of the Western market, filling her with a sense of regret. "Not to worry, failures are an inherent part of alchemy," Wu Li reassured her with a smile, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. "You have no pressing matters today." "I presume, of course not. If I did, would I be able to sleep?" Chong Kuei replied, secretly astonished. Typically, her vigilance was a source of pride, as even in slumber, she would detect any approaching presence. Yet today, with Wu Li by her side, diligently practicing alchemy, she had remained utterly oblivious. Just how formidable is Wu Li's prowess? This 14-year-old boy was increasingly inscrutable to her. Indeed, Zhao Qian harbors ulterior motives. Although he is the crown prince, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance from him. Wu Li began, hesitating as if concerned that her innocence might lead her astray, yet fearing that his directness might displease her. "I understand," Chong Kuei said, taking a seat across from him and casually inspecting his array of medicinal ingredients. Wu Li watched her with a gentle smile, an expression filled with warmth, and they lapsed into a comfortable silence, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Chong Kuei broke the silence, stating, "Today, Auntie took people to the Crown Prince's palace. How did it fare?" "I had just departed when they arrived," Wu Li replied with a chuckle. "However, it is likely that Madame Yi entered with quite a flourish, stirring up a considerable commotion. Why not assist them?" Chong Kuei inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise at this seemingly perfect Wu Li possessing such a cunning side. He may not harbor fondness for the Yi mother-daughter duo, yet he would not allow them to suffer humiliation. Unfortunately, that pair remained oblivious, continuing to speak ill of Chong Kuei within the Chong residence. Wu Li would never aid them. "What elixir are you concocting?" Chong Kuei mused, feeling a warmth spread within her heart. Although she could not fully comprehend him, his protection was an intangible shield by her side. "Just some healing potions," he replied, indicating that the ingredients nearby, though precious, were indeed meant for restorative purposes. "That Lingyun pill Zhao Qian mentioned. Is it particularly difficult to brew?" Chong Kuei inquired casually. "It is an elixir that aids cultivators in enhancing their abilities and facilitates advancement. For example, a 3-star summoner can utilize various types of Lingyun pills to bolster their cultivation." Wu Li explained it so. "Does this mean that continuous use of Lingyun pills can rapidly elevate one's level?" Chong Kuei pressed. "Surely it cannot be that simple." Wu Li shook his head, stating, "Spiritual energy is a subtle and ethereal force present in the world. Only those with a spiritual source can perceive and cultivate it. However, the spiritual energy in the world is exceedingly sparse. Relying solely on one spiritual source for absorption is inherently limited. The Lingyun pill, on the other hand, is a means of absorbing spiritual energy. During the alchemical process, the alchemist employs special principles to store spiritual energy within the Lingyun pill, allowing it to be assimilated once ingested." Chapter 156. Bloodline of the Divine Clan. Wu Li continued, "Since you have yet to cultivate, you might not comprehend that the spiritual energy in the world is inherently impure. The energy absorbed by the spiritual source must circulate through the body's 28 meridians before it can gradually transform into pure spiritual energy for personal use. Although the spiritual energy within the Lingyun pill does not require time for absorption, if too much enters the body at once, it cannot circulate normally and be purified. While one may advance in level, their true strength will still be compromised due to the impurities, not pure spiritual energy." Chong Kuei tilted her head, pondering her own experience of absorbing energy. She had not perceived any impurities, feeling it to be entirely pure and effortless. "Could it be that my cultivation method is flawed?" Indeed, the role of the spiritual source is not only to store spiritual energy but also to purify the impurities within it, Wu Li explained with a smile. Thus, most individuals progress slowly in their cultivation, as it takes considerable time merely to purify the impurities from the spiritual energy. Is that so? Chong Kuei mused quietly to herself. Blood Phoenix, is what he said true? Who are you calling a foul bird? Blood Phoenix retorted, a vein throbbing on its forehead as the girl grew increasingly impertinent. Chong Kuei sheepishly stuck out her tongue, having let slip her thoughts in her excitement. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters at this time. Humph, Blood Phoenix huffed. Ever since the divine clan departed, the human realm has ceased to receive their protection. Gradually, the spiritual energy has thinned and become more impure, leading to a decline in the number of individuals with the talent for cultivation. Yet, when I was cultivating, I did not sense any impurities, Chong Kuei thought to herself. Impossible. You simply do not understand cultivation, Blood Phoenix asserted. What do you mean by needing to circulate the spiritual energy through 28 meridians? I never had to do that. As long as the energy entered my body, it was sufficient. I had always believed cultivation was that simple. Blood Phoenix, how can that be? How can it be impossible? Blood Phoenix pondered for a moment before saying, could it be that you are the legendary pure spirit body? What is a pure spirit body? Chong Kuei inquired, having never heard of such a concept before. It is said to be capable of absorbing pure spiritual energy without being constrained by bloodlines, allowing for the cultivation of multiple professions, Blood Phoenix explained. Suddenly, it recalled something, letting out a huff. No wonder you can cultivate summoning, talisman crafting, and alchemy simultaneously. I finally understand. The riddle that had perplexed Blood Phoenix for so long found its resolution in that moment. A myriad of emotions surged within the powerful spirit beast. Jealousy, pride, envy, and regret. The legendary pure spirit body had manifested in a mere 9-year-old girl. If only Gong Sun-chi had possessed a pure spirit body back then, they would have fulfilled their contract, capable of traversing heaven and earth without limits. Sighing heavily, Blood Phoenix could not help but lament. Chong Kuei had not anticipated that this peculiar body was, in fact, a pure spirit body. Although she did not fully comprehend its implications, she was aware that it was one of the rarest constitutions in this continent. Are those who possess a pure spirit body exceptionally powerful? She inquired eagerly. With my training in 3 different techniques, I should be safe, right? Do you think a pure spirit body is something just anyone can have? This is a legendary divine bloodline. Do you even understand what a divine lineage entails? Xue Huang exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that Chong Kuei had referred to him as Stinky Bird. Chong Kuei felt indifferent towards the concept of divine bloodlines. She had always been skeptical of gods, believing them to be mere fabrications of an ignorant era, illusions conjured by those lacking understanding. In this age filled with formidable individuals, how many had actually witnessed a deity? You truly do not recognize the treasure you possess. I dare wager that across the entire Jiuzhou continent, no more than 5 individuals possess a pure spirit body. And you are the first I have encountered, Xue Huang declared, nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. How could she speak so nonchalantly about something so extraordinary? Upon hearing Xue Huang's words, Chong Kuei felt a surge of delight. Indeed, it seemed she was a genius no matter where she went. The thought of the true language combined with her pure spirit body led her to believe that she could indeed find the boundless beasts. Perhaps in the future, she would dominate the world and unify the 7 kingdoms. How exhilarating! Chong Kuei conversed with Xue Huang in her mind, her external demeanor betraying none of her inner turmoil, as she had long mastered the art of concealment. Yet, a hint of joy escaped from the corners of her lips. Little master, Wu Li looked at her in confusion, noticing her momentary distraction. Was she still just a child? Wu Li felt a sense of helplessness. When would she grow up? Chong Kuei quickly shifted the topic. So, it turns out that cultivation is this challenging. I should focus more on martial arts instead. Did not the little master wish to learn alchemy? Wu Li sighed, recognizing her fickleness, a true hallmark of youthful innocence. If the little master wishes to pursue martial arts, I shall invite a master from the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Chong Kuei's expression turned sour. Isn't a master going to be too stern? I have no desire to study martial arts. Very well then, let Xiao Shu Lu teach you. He is a martial arts expert, Wu Li replied, feeling a twinge of bitterness at how quickly she had lost interest in alchemy. Let us talk about it later, Chong Kuei deflected, leaning closer to his alchemical furnace. Are you concocting the Lingyun pill? If you succeed, do show me. If the little master likes it, I will give it all to you once it is completed. Wu Li said with a smile, genuinely pleased at her interest. The Lingyun pill is quite precious, isn't it? You should sell it instead. It's not something I require, Chong Kuei said politely, though internally she was brimming with excitement. Yay! Wu Li is going to give me the Lingyun pill. The Lingyun pill. Not to worry. The ZH treasury houses plenty of materials for crafting the Lingyun pill, which I obtained from there, so it essentially belongs to the Zhong family. Wooly chuckled at the Zhong family has such a vast treasury, surely, there must be numerous treasures hidden within. Since arriving in Handan, I have yet to visit the treasury. Acquiring the Juyo cold toad required for the Lingyun pill is somewhat tricky. I'll have to see if I can discreetly procure a few, she pondered, and perhaps some fire attribute spirit beast crystals as well. The more Lingyun pills, the better. Regardless of her pure spirit body, it was unnecessary for her to refine pure spirit energy. Any spirit energy entering her body would be beneficial, making the Lingyun pill extremely advantageous for her. I wished to visit the treasury. Zhong Kuei declared. Wooly was taken aback and asked, will the little master be going in alone? Of course, who else would accompany me? Previously, you always insisted I hand over the treasury keys to you. I know Feng Mo is behind this. The keys cannot be given to him. Zhong Kuei sighed, realizing that the former her had indeed been deeply infatuated with that flamboyant peacock. I simply wished to take a look. I will not hand it over to Feng Mo, so do not worry. However, it was evident that Wooly did not entirely trust her, given how obedient she had been to Feng Mo in the past. If the little master wishes to visit, I shall accompany you, Wooly stated. That is acceptable, Zhong Kuei readily agreed, planning to scout the place first before making any moves. Though night had fallen, Zhong Kuei insisted on going, and Wooly, having no other choice, led her to the backyard. The sprawling Zhong residence, inhabited by only a few individuals, had numerous empty rooms in the rear courtyard, as Zhong Feng had no wife or concubines. By nightfall, aside from the streetlights, darkness enveloped the estate. Once the adults have completed their business, they will come to reunite with the little master, Wooly remarked. But I long to meet my father. Zhong Kuei said petulantly. She was curious about the man who had amassed such wealth and had won Wooly's unwavering loyalty, enough to make Gong Sun Chi wish to kill him. After a moment of silence, Wooly replied, I will convey the little master's sentiments to the adult. Zhong Kuei nodded, expressing her disinterest in remaining in Handan indefinitely. If possible, it would be wonderful to reunite with my father. She had said it casually, yet Wooly suddenly paused in his steps. Zhong Kuei walked ahead a few paces before stopping to turn and look at him. Why have you stopped? The lantern's glow cast a warm, hazy light around Wooly, his crimson garments reminiscent of the enchanting glow of dawn, exuding an air of mystical beauty. His features appeared tinged with a vague melancholy in the soft light. Zhong Kuei waited quietly for him to speak. For some reason, I have lately felt a premonition of parting from the little master, Wooly said softly. Zhong Kuei was taken aback. You're overthinking this. Wooly shook his head gently. The youthful visage still bore a hint of naivety, yet it radiated a beauty akin to the fleeting moments of spring. If it pleases the little master, I wish to devote my life to following you no matter the path ahead. I am willing to accompany you on this journey, he declared solemnly. The night breeze caressed their faces, sending a few strands of hair fluttering. Zhong Kuei turned away, unwilling to meet the gaze of his star-like eyes. Devote my life to following you? No, I shall not be confined to one place, whether or not I am the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. That is not my character, nor my aspiration. I will not change for anyone. My father has entrusted you with my care. What else need be permitted? Zhong Kuei replied coolly. Now let us proceed. I wish to visit the treasury. Wooly tightened his grip on the lantern's handle but continued to walk slowly, illuminating her path. The Zhong family's treasury was concealed within an unassuming courtyard in the backyard. Before they even approached, Zhong Kuei's keen perception had already sensed that numerous skilled individuals were lurking in the dark shadows. Although it appeared that no one was present, each concealed figure was formidable in their own right. As soon as Wooly drew near, one of them inquired, What brings you here? We are here with the little master, Wooly replied casually. Allow them entry, it is Wooly Gongzi and the little master. Once confirmed, Wooly led Zhong Kuei into the courtyard. The tight security made it clear that entering without proper authorization would be nearly impossible. Zhong Kuei mentally noted the positions of the hidden guards. She detected at least 17 of them. That should suffice. Dealing with these 17 should pose no challenge. Wooly produced a key and unlocked the door to the courtyard. Once inside, he lit the fire basin, revealing a wall before him. He activated some mechanism, causing the wall to part slowly. Zhong Kuei approached, and Wooly lifted the lantern once more, guiding her forward. Are there no traps here? Zhong Kuei asked, surveying the narrow, somewhat eerie passage. There are, Wooly responded. If someone were to force their way in, the traps would be triggered. The mechanisms in the treasury are ingeniously designed, making it difficult for ordinary people to circumvent them. Zhong Kuei feigned casualness. The mechanisms of the Wei Chi Ho residence are impressive as well, yet they were still emptied out. Wooly chuckled. the mechanisms of the Wei-Chi-Ho residence pale in comparison to those of the Zhong residence. In the darkness, Zhong Kuei raised an eyebrow, surprised that he deemed the Wei-Chi-Ho residence's mechanisms insignificant. Had she not been let in by them, attempting to breach their defenses would have posed quite a challenge. Just how formidable were the mechanisms of the Zhong residence? The passage was not long, and before long, they reached a heavy iron door. Wu Li inserted his hand into a circular hole in the door. Activating the mechanism within, the iron door began to slide open, revealing the radiant treasures of the treasury. Zhong Kuei was not naive. Rather, she had severely underestimated the opulence of the Zhong residence's treasury. It was astonishing that Zhong Feng, as a merchant, could amass such a vast fortune. The four walls of the treasure vault were adorned with luminous pearls, each as large as a watermelon, completely eliminating the need for any firelight, allowing for an unobstructed view of all the precious treasures within. This was the first level, housing decades of unique treasures accumulated by the Chong family. With a smile, Wu Li introduced Little Master. This is your second visit. Isn't it? During your first visit, you accidentally shattered several of the adults' prized possessions. Did father not become angry? Zhong Kuei inquired as she passed by a row of shelves filled with precious antique jade artifacts. Realizing that only the most exceptional items merited a place in the vault, the adults would never harbor anger towards the Little Master. Wu Li replied, "To owe them, the most treasured possession is none other than you." A warm current stirred within Zhong Kuei, but she quickly steeled her resolve. "If I am merely a pawn in my father's ambition for dominance, how significant am I truly?" Wu Li was momentarily taken aback. Then solemnly asserted, "The Little Master will always be of utmost importance. The adult's affection for you transcends mere worldly ambitions. In time, you will come to understand. Is that so?" Zhong Kuei replied nonchalantly as she navigated around the shelves. Spotting a staircase leading underground, where the treasures hidden below must surely be even more magnificent, she descended the stairs, with Wu Li silently following. Observing her petite form, unable to contain himself, he finally inquired, "Little Master, are you not happy?" "Not at all." Zhong Kuei shook her head, her thoughts solely occupied with the treasures on the lower level. This area was less spacious, with four walls carved into individual compartments, each covered with a lid, concealing the treasures within. As Zhong Kuei raised her hand to touch the nearest compartment, Wu Li quickly interjected, "Little Master, please refrain from touching anything. There are mechanisms. How would one know unless they try?" she retorted. Wu Li, realizing the potential danger, hastily released her hand, a hint of unease flashing across his handsome face. "Allow me to demonstrate," he said, turning to manipulate a floating wooden block, causing the small lid to part from all sides. Zhong Kuei stood in astonishment. Was there truly a combination lock in this era? The craftsmanship of the mechanisms was utterly astounding. Within the opened compartment lay the 9-nether cold toad, a crucial ingredient for refining the Lingyun pill. Zhong Kuei had never encountered such a creature before, only seeing a few translucent, toad-like beings wriggling within a square box, faint streams of spiritual energy nourishing them. "This is the 9-nether cold toad," Wu Li explained without any guard, "an essential medicinal material for refining the Lingyun pill." Zhong Kuei nodded, feeling a pang of guilt for her intent to steal the 9-nether cold toad. Wu Li had treated her kindly, and if she were to abscond with it, the blame for the loss would undoubtedly fall upon him. Thus, she preferred to maintain a distance in her emotional attachments. The treasures concealed within the vault are the accumulated wealth of the Chong family over the years. If the Little Master is interested, I could fetch the inventory for you to peruse, Wu Li offered thoughtfully. However, the sheer volume of treasures within the Chong family vault was staggering. Examining each one would undoubtedly take days. "No need," Zhong Kuei declined, not wishing to place him in a difficult position. Having entered the vault himself and possessing the inventory, should something go missing, he would be unable to escape suspicion. Members of the Chong family could never possibly suspect her. The Little Master. Thus, she merely circled around, feigning disinterest as she approached the first level, observing the exquisite antique jade artifacts before yawning and expressing her desire to leave. "Are you departing, Little Master?" Wu Li inquired. "Yes, I am feeling a bit fatigued," she replied. Wu Li followed her out, still holding the lantern by her side, both of them silent until they reached the Jin Kuei courtyard, where Wu Li paused. "Does the Little Master wish to cultivate?" he suddenly asked. Zhong Kuei turned to him, puzzled by his abrupt inquiry. "In these chaotic times, dangers lurk everywhere. As you are still young, should I ever falter in my duty to protect you, being able to cultivate would allow you to safeguard yourself." Wu Li explained. A warmth spread through Zhong Kuei's heart, touched by his thoughtfulness. "Are you truly worried about my safety? I do not possess the talent for cultivation. It would be futile to pursue it." she said dismissively. Wooly smiled gently, producing a brocade box from his voluminous sleeves and presenting it to her. What is this? Zhong Kuei wondered, noticing that the shape of the brocade box resembled items tucked away in the compartments of the vault. This is a washing marrow pill, capable of cleansing your marrow and granting you the talent for cultivation, Wooly said, looking at her through the soft glow of the lantern. Zhong Kuei hesitated, opening the brocade box to reveal a pill shimmering with golden light. Its gentle radiance accompanied by delicate patterns that appeared almost blinding. This must be quite precious, she mused. Although it was her first encounter with the washing marrow pill, its effects were unparalleled. Even the Lingyun pill, which aided cultivation, was immensely valuable, let alone a pill that could bestow talent upon the untalented. With my current abilities, I cannot refine the washing marrow pill. This one is a treasured item from the adult's collection, and the little master is free to use it as she wishes. Zhong Kuei held the brocade box, contemplating that this washing marrow pill might not be necessary for her, but since it was a Chong family item and Wooly had offered it freely, she decided to accept it. Will it truly grant me talent? She asked once more, uncertainty creeping in. You need not worry, little master. All the items in the adult's collection are high-grade pills. Wooly paused before adding. However, consuming the washing marrow pill may cause some discomfort if you choose to take it. Please allow me to stand guard. Zhong Kuei nodded, reassured by Wooly's words that the pill was likely safe to use. All right, if I decide to cultivate, I will inform you. Then, little master, do rest early, Wooly said, watching her enter the Jin Kuei courtyard before he turned to leave Zhong Kuei lay on her bed, the box containing the washing marrow pill set aside. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface. The 9 nether cold toad resided in the Chong family vault. Within her mind, 2 small figures clashed, one supporting Wooly, while the other sided with her. What are you hesitating for? The blood phoenix questioned. What you desire is the Lingyun pill. Should you still consider others? If it were anyone else I would not hesitate, Zhong Kuei retorted, but Wooly, you don't mean to say you have feelings for that boy? Do you? The blood phoenix scoffed. Pa! I am merely 9 years old. Zhong Kuei snapped back. The blood phoenix chuckled. You child, though only 9, I have yet to encounter a child of your age with such remarkable abilities. That is because within this 9-year-old body resides a soul in its 20s, Zhong Kuei thought but did not voice. Sitting up, she resolved to proceed with her plan to steal. Aren't you afraid of dragging him down with you? The blood phoenix queried. Did I in this life? One cannot live solely for others. Zhong Kuei scoffed lightly, retrieving a night cloak from her storage talisman, swiftly changing, and neatly arranging the bedding before stealthily slipping out. She was already well acquainted with the route to the vault, able to navigate it with her eyes closed. As she approached the vault, the concealed figures lurking in the shadows gradually revealed their presence. Zhong Kuei avoided the hidden guards, instead gliding through the air with the blood phoenix, landing silently. Her dark silhouette melded seamlessly with the night, betraying not a whisper of her presence. Just before she reached the rooftop, a sudden explosion erupted from one side of the vault, shattering the stillness of the night and startling all the hidden guards. Several rushed towards the source of the commotion, seizing the moment of distraction. Zhong Kuei gently alighted on the roof, lifting a tile and swiftly entering the room. Apologies for the delay in updates over the past few days. I hope for your continued support and encourage you to keep voting, commenting and saving. Thank you. A few slender arrows shot forth with alarming speed. Fortunately, Zhong Kuei reacted swiftly, darting to the side. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, those small arrows embedded themselves in the grid opposite her, followed by 2 ominous sounds of caw-caw. A chill ran down her spine, and she hurriedly dodged again as more arrows whizzed past her, piercing the grid beside her with a series of caw-caw-caw sounds. This mechanism was triggered in succession. Beads of sweat formed on Zhong Kuei's forehead, as she had not anticipated encountering such a formidable trap in ancient times. She had underestimated the situation gravely. With remarkable agility, she maneuvered to the side of the Juyo Hanchan's grid, where the mechanism had been activated, causing the Juyo Hanchan within to slowly retreat. In such perilous circumstances, how could she leave empty-handed? In a flurry, she drew her bronze dagger and swiftly extracted several Juyo Hanchan from the transparent box, a penetrating cold emanating from them. Zhong Kuei shivered, lacking the time for further contemplation, and fled with the Juyo Hanchan in hand. As she made her escape, she did not forget to sabotage a few grids, snatching a few treasures along the way to divert attention. The sounds of arrows whistling behind her were incessant, sending shivers down her spine. One of the traps had been triggered, setting off a chain reaction among all the mechanisms in the grids. One after another, those slender arrows were likely laced with deadly poison. A mere prick could spell her doom. Zhong Kuei hastily fled the underground treasury, the small arrows nearly grazing her body as they zipped past. The second floor offered somewhat more safety. However, the triggering of the mechanisms alerted the guards outside, who surged in. Chong Kuei concealed the Juryo Hanchan, her face obscured, and encountered one of the guards head-on with a swift motion. Her bronze sword struck towards the vital area of the assailant, resulting in a muffled grunt as the guard fell instantly. She had no intention of taking a life. After all, they were her own kind. These guards, tasked with safeguarding the treasury, were undoubtedly elite warriors chosen through rigorous selection. There was no need to diminish her own strength. Chapter 163. The Chong family treasury. Who dares to intrude upon the Chong family treasury and encircle her? Signal young Master Wooly. This person must not be allowed to escape. Chong Kuei cast a cold glance around, noting 10 individuals with likely a few more lying in ambush outside. A mere 10 individuals think they can hinder her? Were it not for her unwillingness to kill, they wouldn't even warrant a flick of her finger. The mechanisms in the lower treasury were so exquisitely crafted. She wondered how the traps on this level compared. Suddenly, Chong Kuei turned and dashed downstairs. The 10 guards rejoiced, believing they had her cornered. The lower level was narrower and filled with traps. Capturing this thief would be a piece of cake. Little did they know, at the staircase's entrance, Chong Kuei feigned a turn, only to pivot sharply, and her bronze sword flew from her hand. Watch out for her hidden weapons. The guards scattered, recognizing that anyone who could breach the Chong family treasury was no ordinary foe. Her hidden weapons must be formidable. Yet, the bronze sword did not strike any of them, instead piercing the air and triggering a cacophony of sounds from the traps on this level. Activate the mechanisms. We must flee. The guards understood the severity of the traps. Although they had all been administered antidotes, being struck by a mechanism was no trifling matter. By the time they evaded, Chong Kuei had already made her exit. What a joke! Who would want to engage in combat with them? It was a waste of time. Once Wooly arrived, would she still have the opportunity to escape? None of them anticipated that this thief would be so cunning, not only refraining from fighting but also activating the treasury's mechanisms. These traps were extraordinarily perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a swift death by poison. This thief was audacious beyond measure. Chong Kuei sprinted through the passage, a persistent chill following her. Upon stepping outside, the night breeze intensified the cold's grip. The thief has emerged? Capture her! The guards lying in ambush outside spotted her and surged forward. The cold sent shivers through Chong Kuei. Recognizing that she could not afford to waste time, she opted for flight instead of confrontation. A profound sense of crisis compelled her to flee immediately. Scanning her surroundings within the Shumi mustard seed talisman, Chong Kuei grasped a talisman. The Shadow Escape Talisman. This was a gift from the Marquis of Xinling. It allowed one to vanish from their location in an instant, teleporting to any spot within 100 meters. This was also a high-level talisman. Previously, Zhao Qian had used one to escape when he encountered her and the Blood Phoenix. The Marquis had only given her 2, and she would not use one unless absolutely necessary. But now, the situation felt exceedingly dire. Thus, without hesitation, Chong Kuei activated the Shadow Escape Talisman, her spiritual energy intertwining with its power, and her figure vanished from sight. The talisman drifted slowly to the ground before igniting, turning to ash. The guards were left dumbfounded. Did she truly use the Shadow Escape Talisman to flee? How despicable! The thief had escaped. They dispatched someone to pursue her. Young Master Wooly had arrived. The guards stood respectfully aside, while those emerging from the treasury lowered their heads. Wooly, clad in flowing red attire, appeared somewhat disheveled. Lacking a lantern, thus devoid of the soft glow that usually accompanied him, the flames in the braziers outside flickered, casting a sharp, solitary aura around him. Chapter 164. The Chong family treasury. His narrow eyes swept over the gathering, emanating an aura of authority that commanded respect, directing his gaze at the guards. What was stolen? This is a failure of your duty to protect the treasury. You must all bear the responsibility. And the thief? Wooly inquired coldly, his tone already laced with displeasure. The Shadow Escape Talisman. At Wooly's brow furrowed slightly. Is she a talisman master? Yet, what had she stolen? The Ningyu Dan, the Mayu knife, and the Juryo Hanchan. Both the Ningyu Dan and the Mayu knife were rare treasures coveted by many, but the Juryo Hanchan. The Juryo Hanchan possessed extremely cold and dark attributes, small in size, lacking formidable powers, yet serving as excellent materials for refinement. Particularly for Lingyun Dan, which required the Juryo Hanchan for its creation. Most individuals would find little use for the Juryo Hanchan. Could it be that an alchemist stole other items merely to conceal their true intentions? Investigate the alchemists in Zhao. Wooly ordered coldly. There were not many alchemists in the entire Zhao nation, making them relatively easy to track down. However, Some hidden alchemists were more elusive. Yes, several guards promptly departed. Master, this is the bronze dagger left behind by the thief. She used it. One guard approached, holding the bronze dagger that Chong Kuei had discarded earlier. Wooly reached for it, bringing the dagger to his nose to sniff lightly. Anything that had been used would carry the scent of its owner, though faint. For an alchemist with a keen sense of smell, identifying the scent was not difficult. However, this dagger appeared seldom used, making it challenging to discern. Nonetheless, there were methods to identify its origin. It would merely take some time. Whoever dared to provoke the Chong family would not escape unscathed. Did the thief merely approach the treasury and not venture elsewhere? Rest assured, my lord, I have dispatched someone to guard the vicinity of Jinkui Garden. There has been no unusual activity from the young master. Wooly nodded. Ensure the treasury is secured. Yes. Wooly took the bronze dagger and departed, determined to trace the lingering scent, confident it would reveal the identity of the thief. Those who dared to steal from the Chong family would pay the price. Chong Kuei felt increasingly cold. A penetrating chill enveloping her, threatening to freeze her very spirit. Child, what troubles you? The blood phoenix, residing within the spirit beast space, sensed something amiss. Yet, his fiery essence remained oblivious to the chill. Come quickly, I am so cold. Chong Kuei lamented, aware that she desperately needed a source of warmth, lest she succumb to frostbite. Fortunately, the blood phoenix, a natural furnace, was at her side. The blood phoenix emerged from the spirit beast space, appearing beside Chong Kuei in an instant. His searing flames enveloped her, imparting warmth to her exterior. Yet, the frigidness within her remained largely unchanged. Chapter 165. The first kiss. Something is amiss. The icy presence is far more terrifying. His flames could melt any ice and snow in an instant, yet he sensed a faint chill emanating from Chong Kuei. How would I know? Chong Kuei trembled, hardly able to speak. Had she not been beside the blood phoenix, her hair would likely have frozen solid. What did you take earlier? The blood phoenix inquired. Those Chong Kuei struggled to gather her thoughts, retrieving the items from the Shumi mustard seed talisman. A brocade box contained several pills, appearing gentle enough not to pose a threat. Another item was a pitch-black dagger, sharp in appearance but seemingly lacking the capacity for substantial harm. Lastly, the Joyo Hanchan, writhing restlessly as it was subjected to the flames, was likely the source of the oppressive cold. That must be the culprit, the blood phoenix mused, recognizing the Joyo Hanchan's overwhelming chill as the source of her discomfort. You must have carried it too long. What should we do? As Chong Kuei trembles in the biting cold? If it remains like this, she will surely turn into a popsicle. With a furrowed brow, Chong Kuei expresses her frustration. If I seek him out, I'll expose my own secrets regarding the hidden treasures of my family. What can be done? Xue Huang retorts, do you wish to perish? You cannot seek Wooly. Chong Kuei grits her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, instantly freezing into frost, only to be swiftly evaporated by Xue Huang's flames. This is the only way. If you wish to die, I am powerless to assist. Xue Huang snorts disdainfully, pondering why the girl must be so obstinate. What difference would it make if Wooly were to discover her true identity? Surely that alchemist lad would hesitate to harm her. A wave of bone-chilling cold washes over, rendering Chong Kuei speechless, as the frigid air assaults her mind, causing her to writhe in agony on the ground. Xue Huang, filled with concern, realizes that if she dies now, it would be a tragic waste of this body, while he could be reborn from the flames. He would gain nothing in strength. Step aside. Suddenly, a cool voice pierces the air, somewhat youthful yet undeniably commanding. Xue Huang turns to see a diminutive figure emerging from the shadowy woods, eyes aflame, the strange red-eyed boy. How dare he be so audacious in front of him? This impudent child clearly lacks awareness of his own limitations. Casting a disapproving glance at the arrogant child, Xue Huang coldly inquires, what can you possibly do? I am an alchemist, Ji Xuanshang boldly declares, disregarding the powerful Xue Huang, his crimson eyes glinting with a haughty edge. He is merely a 5-year-old child, yet so chillingly imposing. How terrifying he may become as he matures. Under normal circumstances, such a brash child would have already incited Xue Huang's fury, who would have incinerated him without a second thought. However, given the urgency of Chong Kuei's life, Xue Huang suppresses his ire and steps aside. Ji Xuanshang approaches Chong Kuei, supporting her as her body quickly frosts over without Xue Huang's flames. Fool, he mutters, glancing at the crawling Joyo Hanchan. Chapter 166. The first kiss. Chong Kuei slowly opens her eyes, frost clinging to her lashes, her lips trembling, yet her gaze is a mixture of anger and pity. He lowers his head, a tender smile gracing his lips, an expression that seems almost gentle. Could she be mistaken? The frosty haze obscures her vision, leading her to believe she is misinterpreting the situation. That peculiar red-eyed boy stands before her. How could he possibly smile at her? You're the foolish one, Chongkui stutters. Her teeth chattering, it's so cold, too cold. Ji Xuanshang, supporting her, feels the frost creeping up his hand from their point of contact. Xue Huang observes the chill emanating from the Jiu Yuhan Chan, marveling at its overwhelming coldness. What is to be done with this child? Silence, Ji Xuanshang states, seemingly unperturbed by the ice forming on his hand. Chongkui glares at him, unable to speak. Forced to endure in silence, Ji Xuanshang picks up a Jiu Yuhan Chan from the ground. Flames erupt from his palm, precisely melting the creature into a clear liquid. The flames gradually heat the liquid, reducing it until only a small steaming glob remains. Open your mouth. Chongkui trembles, her body rigid, unable to move. She can barely manage to blink, let alone open her mouth. If you don't open your mouth, I can't help you, he softly states, at a loss for how to proceed. Chongkui can only roll her eyes, conveying her frustration silently. If she could move, she wouldn't need his assistance. Xue Huang scoffs at the audacious child, out of sight, out of mind. Ji Xuanshang lowers his gaze, then awkwardly turns away, raising a hand to cover her eyes. What are you doing? I can't see anything. The next moment, she feels a soft touch on her lips, followed by a warm sensation flooding her body. In an instant, the icy chill that had invaded her veins is replaced by a soothing warmth. Her body gradually thawing, this feeling is indescribably comforting. Chongkui relaxes, leaning against the small shoulder, her breathing steadily evening out. The sensation of being frozen dissipates, and she can distinctly feel his lips, gentle yet fervent, delivering warmth without a hint of ulterior motives. She notices the scars on his lips. Could such deep wounds truly be self-inflicted? Why would he be so cruel to himself? How could someone be so harsh at such a tender age? As she rests against him, he remains steadfast, his cool aura enveloping her. A wave of unexplainable emotion washes over her, and she instinctively grasps his hand that covers her eyes, gently moving it away. He resists momentarily but ultimately relents when her small hand pulls away. She meets his gaze. Those crimson, eerie eyes are partially obscured by lowered lashes, reflecting a cold clarity, akin to a finely polished ruby, its smooth surface mirroring her face even from behind the lashes. Such red eyes bestow an undeniable allure. Others might resent him for it. How brazen of you, only 5 years old, she thinks. What a shameless brat. Ji Xuanshang, don't you dare let your father down. Shang, they outnumber us. I'm still small. The teacher says children shouldn't fight. I'm leaving to you, heartless little wretch. Next time you'll pay for this. Chapter 167. The First Kiss. Kanajunka pauses, questioning why those eyes seem to ensnare her in an ethereal haze. That indescribable sorrow stirs within her. 10 years hence, when he stands before her again, why will it no longer be him? Saga, why? Why must you change so? Just as Chongkui begins to thaw, she unexpectedly rolls on the ground. Rising to glare at him, could you be any gentler? You could have frozen me more thoroughly. Ji Xuanshang casts her a sidelong glance, his expression rife with disdain. You should have been more careful. Chongkui pouts, you little brat. Consider it a favor for helping me this time. I won't hold it against you. Ji Xuanshang picks up the remaining Jiu Yuhan Chan, remarking coldly, these creatures are exceedingly rare. It's impressive you acquired them so swiftly. Of course. Who do you think I am? Chongkui retorts, finally, you can speak like a human. Her lips curl into a sardonic smile. Chongkui feels a pent-up frustration and, after reciting a mantra of forgiveness 10 times, charges forward, using her height to deliver a sharp knock on his head. If you think I'm stealing, come at me. Shamelessness is a virtue, she laughs. What's wrong with being a little shameless? Unlike you with your one-track mind, it's no wonder you are always getting beaten up. Ji Xuanshang turns away, ignoring her as the darkness envelopes them. The night is still, and Chongkui retrieves a torch from the space between dimensions to light it. Illuminated by the flickering flames, she notices the frost still clinging to his small hand, having absorbed the melted Jiu Yuhan Chan. She feels warmth coursing through her body, with no discomfort remaining. Yet, she has never encountered someone so reckless with their own well-being. Taking a step closer, she gently takes his hand, rubbing it between her palms. He initially attempts to withdraw, but upon meeting her earnest gaze, he inexplicably refrains. He has always loathed others touching him, yet he finds himself unbothered by her presence. Since you saved me, I'll look out for you. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name when you. Chongkui declares, protecting a brat is easy enough. I don't need a woman to protect me. He replies coolly, unaffected by her words. You're so stubborn, she says, exasperated. Sometimes it's okay to not be so strong. Lowering your head a little, 1T hurt. Besides, one should learn to disguise themselves. Exposing everything has no advantages. Ji Xuanshang remained silent, allowing her to warm his small hands. Her words differ from those of his mother and master, who urged him to grow stronger, to never bow down, to avoid weakness. Only she tells him not to be so resolute. She would protect him. Something within him stirs, a feeling of disarray he dares not explore. Thus he diverts the conversation. Chapter 168. The first kiss. Have you gathered all the medicinal herbs needed for refining the Lingyun Dan? She presented all the herbs she had collected, quite a substantial amount, sufficient to concoct at least 8 or 10 Lingyun Dan. The fire attribute spirit beast crystal should not pose much difficulty for you, right? Ji Xuanshang merely cast a casual glance at the herbs, devoid of any expression of surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kuei pondered if Ji Xuanshang meant that he wouldn't be able to procure the fire attribute spirit beast crystal. Noticing her apparent understanding, Ji Xuanshang gave a slight nod. This fellow, Zhong Kuei, couldn't help but chuckle, clearing his throat before addressing Xue Huang. Shall we discuss a matter? There's nothing to negotiate, Xue Huang firmly rejected before she could even finish her sentence. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool? You cheeky brat, trying to sow discord, even attempting to covet the spirit beast crystal from him. How utterly despicable. A little bit wouldn't he hurt? Zhong Kuei countered, realizing that this old fellow was rather shrewd. He understood without needing further explanation. Not a single bit. You wish to have him part with his treasures? No way. Zhong Kuei crossed his arms, observing Ji Xuanshang's amused demeanor as he chuckled softly. As refining the Lingyun Dan solely for my benefit. Without it, my strength will grow at a sluggish pace, and in a few years I might not even become formidable. I wouldn't mind, but isn't it quite pitiful for you to endure alongside me? Humph. Don't entertain any crooked ideas. I am aware that the contract between a summoner and their summoned beast forbids mutual harm. Thus, helping me equates to aiding yourself. You cunning little girl, I won't be deceived, Xue Huang retorted, not one to be easily fooled after all these years. Very well then, Zhong Kuei shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference. I suppose I can take it easy and not toil so hard in my cultivation. How delightful! You little brat, cultivation is your own responsibility. If you do not put in the effort, how can you grow swiftly? Xue Huang admonished that I'm indifferent. After all, I am only 9, Zhong Kuei replied, her fingers making a playful gesture, her innocent smile radiating joy. Xue Huang was taken aback. 9. Indeed, this cheeky child is merely 9 years old. Meanwhile, he had already lived for a millennium. The stark contrast in their ages was a rather disheartening topic. Zhong Kuei gracefully sidled closer to Ji Xuanshang, her lips silently counting 1, 2. Ji Xuanshang regarded her, a flicker of amusement dancing in his blood-red eyes. This girl is truly quite cunning. Before she could utter 3, Xue Huang huffed, crystals, crystals. Such things I have in abundance. Zhong Kuei's face lit up with a victorious smile as she raised an eyebrow at Ji Xuanshang. How about that? Aren't I impressive? Ji Xuanshang let out a soft hum, turning his head away. Zhong Kuei then gleefully dashed towards Xue Huang to procure the spirit beast crystals. The spirit beast crystal merely serves as a protective layer for the spirit beast's core, varying in thickness and strength depending on the beast's rank. It is a highly sought-after material among alchemists, with different attribute crystals serving diverse purposes. The fire attribute spirit beast crystal, in particular, proves invaluable for concocting potions that enhance levels. Chapter 169. The first kiss. As for Xue Huang, being an extraordinary spirit beast, her crystal is undoubtedly formidable. 1 could surmise that the Lingyun Dan refined using her crystal would yield significantly enhanced effects. Xue Huang, however, was not stingy and agreed to provide a substantial piece, roughly the size of a watermelon. This is a one-time offer. There shall be no second instances, she declared furiously, warning that if he dared to leverage his age against her again, they would both face dire consequences. Understood. Zhong Kuei cradled the vibrant red crystal, which seemed to flicker with the essence of flames. Her hands, shielded by spiritual energy, were untroubled by its heat. Observing the considerable size of the crystal she carried, Ji Xuanshang was slightly taken aback. Is this not excessive? Zhong Kuei, oblivious to the intricacies of high-level alchemy, had yet to grasp how much spirit beast crystal was truly required for crafting a single Lingyun Dan. A mere thumbnail-sized piece suffices for 1 Lingyun Dan, she exclaimed, her excitement surging. I've struck gold. I won't need to fret over spirit beast crystals for ages. That may be so, but considering how powerful Xue Huang is, her crystals would also serve as excellent materials for weapon crafting. You can forge weapons too? Zhong Kuei felt a pang of envy. Why can this 5-year-old brat do everything? Perhaps a little, Ji Xuanshang replied coolly, unable to comprehend Zhong Kuei's inner turmoil regarding his perceived talents. But crafting requires more than a solitary material. You just acquired a dagger not long ago, which seems far from ordinary. I've heard. Zhong Kuei recalled the dagger she had casually picked up and promptly presented it for his inspection. I'm unsure what it is. A hint of guilt washed over her, having pilfered it without any prior examination. You feel guilty? Her subtle expression did not escape Ji Xuanshang's keen observation, prompting a teasing remark. Who says I feel guilty? Zhong Kuei retorted defiantly. After all, it was merely taken from her own home. Why should she feel remorse? Bring it forth. This dagger is forged from iron essence and cold mountain ink jade, capable of cutting through metal effortlessly, yet devoid of any killing intent. However, wounds inflicted by this dagger take 49 days to heal. Ji Xuanshang explained with authority. Zhong Kuei found herself impressed. What has this brat been consuming to grow so formidable and astute? Do not envy me, Ji Xuanshang remarked, delighting in the irritation evident in her eyes. Although you may be slightly older, with diligent effort, it is not too late for you. Older? Zhong Kuei protested. I am merely 9. Although my soul may be over 20, my body is truly just 9. Upon hearing this, Xue Huang burst into laughter from behind. Karma indeed. This cheeky girl just threatened him with her age, and now the cheeky brat mocks her for being older. What a delightful turn of events. Please assist me, Zhong Kuei, she demanded, handing over both the spirit beast crystal and the ink jade dagger to Ji Xuanshang before turning away in a huff. The pleasant banter had come to an abrupt halt. Ji Xuanshang wished to say something to her, but Zhong Kuei, filled with ire, summoned Xue Huang, who promptly soared into the sky and vanished. Left alone, Ji Xuanshang gazed at the items in his hand. Feeling a twinge of melancholy. In 10 days, I shall return for the elixir and bid farewell, he murmured softly, his words barely audible to anyone nearby. Young Master Xuanshang, you did not come to practice tonight. It seems you were here instead. In the darkness, a chilling voice echoed, causing Ji Xuanshang to pause momentarily before slowly lifting his blood-red gaze towards the source of the voice, somewhat taken aback. Was there someone here just now? He asked, his tone flat. The individual inquired, sensing an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. None, Ji Xuanshang replied coldly, dismissing the matter as he continued forward. The other person, unconcerned with the surrounding aura, followed closely behind. The two figures, one tall and one short, traversed the dappled shadows of the trees in silence. Ji Xuanshang's footsteps faltered briefly before resuming, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. Is there something you wish to discuss? Is that so? Ji Xuanshang seemed unfazed, having anticipated this moment. Time was drawing near, and this person would not allow the precious treasures he had secured to remain elsewhere. Eventually, they would depart together with the lady, and young Master Xuanshang would finally reunite with her. The person spoke with a hint of satisfaction. So may I eliminate the puppet? Do as you wish, it can remain to continue deceiving the Zhao kingdom. A flicker of mockery crossed Ji Xuanshang's crimson eyes as he coldly inquired. Then when shall the curse upon me be lifted? How shall they meet next time? Next time we meet, I must inform her why. Ji Xuanshang's gaze suddenly flickered with a hint of panic, a touch of disarray. Why did he care so much about Fun Yu? Was he fearful that after their separation they would never meet again? How could that mad girl? You seem rather displeased, young Master Xuanshang, the other person remarked, perceiving something amiss. Not at all. Ji Xuanshang lowered his head, quickening his pace, his back turned to the individual, thereby concealing his unnatural expression. Yet the other person appeared astute, perceiving more than one could imagine. Young Master Xuanshang, if there is someone you care about in the Zhao kingdom, I advise you to forget her. You are well aware of your own status. Only the master can determine your fate. I know, Ji Xuanshang replied coldly, a hint of murderous intent lacing his words. The other person fell silent, yet a cold smile crept upon their lips. The mottled shadows could only vaguely reveal the outline of their figure, obscuring their face. Best you understand, they said slowly. Ji Xuanshang hastened into the darkness, wishing to say no more. The diminutive figure appeared gaunt and desolate, exuding an aura that urged others to keep their distance. Following the recent theft at the treasury, the security surrounding the Zhong family had tightened significantly. Not only the treasury but every courtyard had implemented heightened defenses, with Zhong Kuei's Jin Kuei courtyard being the most heavily guarded. She wandered outside for half an hour before finding an opportunity to stealthily slip inside. Chapter 171. Mother of Xuanshang. Fortunately, none of the guards entered to disturb her. Otherwise, her cover would have truly been blown. After changing into fresh garments, Zhong Kuei lay down upon the bed, utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Seijia's presence today, she would likely have become nothing more than a popsicle by now. Grateful for his assistance, she recalled the gentle kiss he had bestowed upon her during her rescue, and could not help but touch her lips, a soft smile gracing her face. That little rascal. He even knew to cover her eyes regardless of who you are or what you have endured. With your crimson eyes, there is no need to feel lonely or afraid. At least you have me as a friend in this world. And I shall protect you henceforth. Lost in her thoughts, Zhong Kuei unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next morning, shortly after rising, Zhong Kuei received a visit from Wu Li, who informed her of a thief's incursion into the treasury the previous night. The guards were so vigilant, yet a thief managed to infiltrate? Zhong Kuei was taken aback. This individual was skilled and evidently possessed considerable knowledge about the Zhong family. Wu Li smiled lightly, reassuring her that there was no need for concern. As not much had been stolen, were the lost items of significant value? Zhong Kuei inquired. Wu Li replied that all items in the Lord's collection were precious, but what the thief took was not the most valuable. Very well, Zhong Kuei thought to herself, secretly berating the Jiu Yuhan Chan and that dagger for being deemed not precious. Indeed, the strength of the Zhong family should not be underestimated. Tomorrow's examination at the Handan Academy will be quite lively. The young master should go and witness the excitement, Wu Li suggested, knowing that she often confined herself within the home. Zhong Kuei contemplated her aspiration to secure first place and obtain the Lingyun Dan. Thus, it was imperative that she not appear as Zhong Kuei. We shall see tomorrow, she replied, stating that she would simply claim to be unwell. Wu Li nodded, not pressing her further. By the way, Wu Li glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. As Qing Tong was absent with such caution, was there something he wished to discuss? Zhong Kuei looked at him attentively, inquiring what was amiss. There is news that will surely bring joy to the young master, Wu Li said, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Oh, do tell. Zhong Kuei, who detested being kept in suspense, felt it was maddening when Wu Li spoke partially. Zhong Kuei was momentarily stunned. Lord Zhongfeng. Was this enigmatic merchant finally going to make an appearance? Her father? No, Zhong Kuei's father. Blood is thicker than water. While Wu Li may not perceive her differences, would Zhongfeng notice that she was not the same Zhong Kuei he once knew? Observing her in silence, Wu Li asked if the young master was too overjoyed. Zhong Kuei nodded, her astonishment and anxiety utterly genuine. She was indeed taken aback. Take me with you, she urged, fiddling with her fingers. Not expecting to leave Handan so soon, she was still unprepared and could not venture forth alone. Would she have to accompany Zhongfeng? Yet, there were many unfinished matters and untethered emotions in Handan. Chapter 172, Mother of Xuanshang. I shall also accompany the young master when the time comes. Wu Li smiled, delighted that he would not have to part ways with her. That is splendid, Zhong Kuei replied with a smile. It has been so long since I last saw my father. I fear I may have forgotten his visage, and I dread that upon seeing him, he may feel like a stranger. Fear not. Young master, your current appearance will only bring him greater joy, Wu Li assured her. Zhong Kuei nodded, concerned that her identity might be unveiled by Zhongfeng, leading to a perilous outcome. I truly hope to see my father soon, she said with a smile. Then great things shall be accomplished. The Lord's dreams will be realized, as will yours. I understand, she replied. Wu Li rose to take his leave, leaving Zhong Kuei to ponder alone in her room for a moment, contemplating how she might deceive Zhongfeng as scrutiny. That brat, Wei Chiho, is seeking you again, the voice of Blood Phoenix echoed at such a time. He must surely be intent on the upcoming examination at Handan Academy. The substantial rewards offered are what those skilled individuals desire, and Wei Chiho merely seeks fame. And previous examinations, the subordinates of Ping Yuanjun and Zhao Wang had proven formidable. Wei Chiho was equally determined to emerge victorious this year. Understood, Zhong Kuei acknowledged, summoning Qing Tong and instructing her not to disturb her before changing into simpler attire and heading out to Wei Chiho's residence. Ha ha ha. It is splendid that my virtuous brother could come. I eagerly anticipate your performance in tomorrow's trial. Wei Chiho boomed, leading Zhong Kuei on a leisurely stroll around the Marquis' estate. Rest assured, as it is merely a test of martial prowess, I am confident no one will surpass me tomorrow, Zhong Kuei proclaimed with confidence, feeling no need for false modesty before the old scoundrel. What sort of individual is capable of instilling such apprehension in Wei Chiho? Zhong Kuei pondered the man in question. Shi Yu had previously been active in the northern regions, vanquishing numerous tribes of the Xiongnu. Upon hearing his name, the Hu people would scatter in fear. He was also a prodigy of the Zhao kingdom. Though still young, his prowess was extraordinary, often compared to Gong Sun Qi of Zhao. Wei Chiho's words held weight. Such a figure would not casually praise a rival's retainer. Yet Shi Yu was indeed formidable. Had he not been needed to guard the Zhao kingdom's borders against the Xiongnu, Wei Chiho would have found it difficult to accommodate such a talent who did not belong to him. Shi Yu. Zhong Kuei furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that Ru Yi had previously mentioned someone, her beloved. The great hero of Zhao, could it be this Shiryu? The title of Gong Sun Qi was no trifling matter. The strength of Gong Sun Qi certainly warranted recognition as among the finest of his time. If Shiryu were to be held in similar esteem, then he must be exceptionally capable that if he too were to participate in the Handan Academy examination, she might indeed encounter a worthy opponent. But do not worry, virtuous brother. Though he is formidable, I have prepared countermeasures that he will not foresee. Wei Qiho suddenly chuckled shamelessly. Chapter 173. Mother of Xuanshang, what clever stratagem does the Marquis possess? Wei Qiho chuckled mysteriously. I shall take you to meet someone, and you will understand. Zhong Kuei did not press for further details, merely following in Wei Qiho's footsteps as they made their way to a secluded courtyard at the Marquis' estate. The estate was indeed vast. This rear courtyard was designated for the womenfolk, yet it seemed devoid of inhabitants. As they ventured deeper, they entered a small grove, the ground paved with stone, enveloped in tranquil silence. Numerous hidden guards surrounded them. With such tight security, did the old scoundrel possess yet another treasure trove that must be thoroughly pilfered? Emerging from the grove, a white villa came into view, its walls glistening white against dark tiles. The door firmly shut, secluded, yet it appeared someone resided within. Wei Qiho approached, pushing open the door with a smile. When you meet this individual, my virtuous brother, do not be overly astonished. His words only piqued Zhong Kuei's curiosity further. Who could this person be? Greetings, Marquis. Several maidservants greeted respectfully as they entered the villa. How is the lady today? Wei Qiho inquired as he stepped inside, to which the maidservants hastily opened the door to a large chamber. Following them, Zhong Kuei was immediately struck by the realization that such a spacious room had not a single window. The open door was the only source of light, allowing her to discern that the room was starkly empty. Devoid of furnishings or adornments, save for an enormous birdcage crafted from pure gold. The cage was adorned with opulent luminous pearls, not as grand as those in the Zhong treasury, but still of a size that could fit in the palm of her hand, each radiating a gentle glow. Zhong Kuei vaguely perceived a figure curled up in the corner of the cage. As the door swung open, the figure shifted, slowly raising their head. Long dark hair shimmered under the glow of the luminous pearls, casting a captivating blue light, strands parting to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Zhong Kuei's footsteps halted abruptly as she stood there, momentarily disoriented, unable to comprehend her surroundings. Before her stood a woman of otherworldly beauty, her eyes bearing the faintest hint of purple, their glimmer possessing a bewitching effect that in her life. Zhong Kuei could hardly have imagined encountering such a stunning woman if the previous dancer, Hua Xian, was deemed the most beautiful of her realm. Then before this woman, Hua Xian would pale in comparison. Clad in a sumptuous golden robe, adorned with a golden lotus crown, she exuded an air of regal magnificence, utterly mesmerizing, devoid of any hint of vulgarity. The beauty was breathtaking. Ha ha ha, even my virtuous brother cannot help but be captivated. Wei Qiho laughed heartily, recalling how previously, before Hua Xian, this burning moon had remained aloof, seemingly devoid of any masculine response. However, at this moment, it seems that she has finally been stirred, hasn't she? In this world, not to mention men, even women cannot remain unmoved. Chapter 174. Mother of Xuanshang. The existence of such a person is truly unimaginable. Jinsei, come here and pay your respects to Lord Fenyu. Wei Qiho instructed the woman in the cage. The woman appeared frail, her body so soft it seemed devoid of bones, and the heavy robe she wore nearly rendered her unable to stand. She crawled over on her knees, grasping the bars of the birdcage, her eyes downcast. I have met the lady. Zhong Kuei politely nodded. Not daring to meet her gaze, Jinsei was aware of her own allure. No one could resist it. Her beauty could captivate thousands. However, this Fenyu did not resemble an ordinary man. She was not a man. From Jinsei's experience, the reactions of men and women upon encountering her were distinctly different. Although Fenyu remained composed, he lacked the passion typical of a man. She could not possibly be a man. Yet, this revelation was one she would not share with Wei Qiho. It was unnecessary. This old man had imprisoned her, and how could she possibly obey his every word? Jinsei had once been the foremost beauty of the Zhao kingdom, unmatched across the 7 kingdoms. Wei Qiho spoke. That Shiryu is impervious to persuasion, yet against Jinsei he is utterly defenseless. After all, he is a man too. Ha ha ha. So the Lord has such clever tactics. Zhong Kuei could only respond with a smile. With Jinsei present, Shiryu would undoubtedly face calamity. It was unexpected that Wei Qiho possessed such acumen. One could not underestimate that old rascal. Wei Qiho crouched down, reaching out to caress Jinsei's face with a sense of infatuation. She neither resisted nor acquiesced, resembling a beautiful puppet at the mercy of others. Her gaze subtly shifted towards Zhong Kuei. seemingly smiling yet not quite. The allure of this woman was truly formidable. I wonder where the Lord found such a divine beauty, Chong Kuei inquired. Brother, are you aware of the immensely wealthy merchant, Chong Feng? Wei Chiho suddenly asked. Chong Kuei's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Chong Feng's name. Fearing she had inadvertently revealed something, nevertheless, she maintained her composure, smiling as she responded, I have heard of him. He is merely a merchant. How could he be merely a merchant? He is the one whom Gong Sun-chi wished to eliminate. And now, even Wei Chiho seemed to have some connection with him. Brother is unaware. Although Chong Feng is a merchant, he engages in an even greater business aside from ordinary trade, Wei Chiho said through clenched teeth. Chong Kuei noticed that when Wei Chiho mentioned Chong Feng, Jinsei's eyes flashed with a complex light for a brief moment. What business? Chong Kuei already knew that Chong Feng intended to seize power. So she was not surprised at an enterprise of treason. Chapter 175. Mother of Xuanshang treason. Jinsei was originally Chong Feng's favored concubine, but later, he sought to befriend the Qin kingdom's hostage, Ji Zichu, and thus gifted Jinsei to him. Ji Zichu greatly cherished Jinsei, and not long after, she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. Then she is the princess consort of the Qin kingdom. Chong Kuei suddenly recalled the child she had seen tied to the back of Wei Chiho's carriage that day. That was Ji Zichu's son, the little prince of Qin. She glanced at Jinsei. Did this woman know how her child was being mistreated by Wei Chiho? Humph, perhaps she would soon become the crown princess of Qin. Wei Chiho suddenly chuckled coldly. Chong Kuei's heart sank. The crown princess. If Ji Zichu were to become the crown prince of Qin and later ascend the throne as king, Jinsei would be the queen. And the child named Ji Xianshang would be the crown prince of Qin. The lord had captured the mother and son, thus ensuring control over the Qin kingdom. A brilliant strategy indeed. Chong Kuei smiled. Indeed, the older generation is sharper. Ha ha. Wei Chiho laughed heartily, then waved his hand. Brother has misunderstood. It was not I who captured them. Then why? Chong Kuei was confused. Surely it could not be that Jinsei and her son wished to remain voluntarily? Wei Chiho sneered. In order to aid Ji Zichu's escape from the Qin kingdom, Chong Feng sent Jinsei to me, believing I would be seduced by her beauty. Little did he know. Holding Jinsei and Ji Xianshang in my grasp is equivalent to seizing an arm of the Qin kingdom. It was Chong Feng who sent Jinsei to Wei Chiho. Chong Kuei inhaled quietly, exhaling slowly. Although the struggles for power were indeed bloody and brutal, she had always thought such matters were far removed from her. She had never been fond of subterfuge. Preferring directness, she would not hesitate to draw a blade if necessary. The sight of that child being dragged behind the carriage left her feeling uneasy. Such conflicts should never make innocent individuals suffer. Undoubtedly, both Jinsei and Ji Xianshang were blameless. Chong Kuei was not a righteous person, nor was she filled with fervor. Matters that did not concern her were always left untouched. In a world filled with injustices, one could not intervene in every single case. Yet this matter was instigated by Chong Feng, her biological father, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, Chong Kuei was who she was. She would never act on impulse. Her composure and rationality would remain intact, even in the face of upheaval. Ha ha ha. Brother is a practitioner, unacquainted with court affairs, so it is natural you are unaware of these matters. Moreover, Chong Feng is merely a merchant. The most adept at opportunistic dealings, Wei Chiho remarked. The beauty of Lady Jinsei must surely bring the Lord considerable benefits, Chong Kuei said with a smile. Wei Chiho pinched Jinsei's cheek. She winced slightly, her brows furrowing like mist shrouding an autumn lake. Listening to their conversation, Jinsei appeared unfazed, perhaps accustomed to it or resigned to her fate. Chapter 176. Mother of Xuanshang. Yet the melancholy reflected in her beautiful eyes evoked a sense of sorrow. Indeed, there are many benefits, and I indeed find her quite appealing. Wei Chiho did not conceal the desire and possessiveness evident in his gaze, exuding a rather lascivious aura. Jinsei lowered her eyes. Her expression seemingly devoid of fluctuation. For her, pleasing men had long ceased to be a novel experience. Lord, Jinsei suddenly spoke gently, her voice rolling like pearls upon exquisite jade. You promised to help me eliminate that scoundrel Chong Feng. I would not forget such a promise. Today I brought Fenyu to meet you partly for this matter. Wei Chiho replied. Is that true? Jinsei lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, causing Chong Kuei to feel slightly dizzy. Chong Kuei's heart momentarily halted. Could it be that even Wei Chiho intended to kill Chong Feng, and seemed to want her to take action? How unfortunate for her. Encountering individuals who wished to eliminate her father and expected her to do the deed. Fenyu was a renowned summoner. After Gong Sun-chi's death, he became the new contractor of the Blood Phoenix. With her strength, it would not be overly difficult to eliminate Chong Feng, and Wei Chiho would also send skilled individuals to assist him. He confidently stated in an instant. Chong Kuei understood. Wei Chiho's earlier mention of sending someone to assist her in stealing the boundless beast from the Qin kingdom was merely one aspect. The other was to have her discreetly deal with Chong Feng. This old rascal certainly had some cunning, killing two birds with one stone. His calculations rang quite true. He believed he had made her consume a controlling poison through Hua Xian. And whether she wished it or not, she would be under his control. To put it another way, Wei Chiho had overestimated her current strength. Did he think she would reach Gong Sun Chi's level simply because she was the new master of the Blood Phoenix? If Wei Chiho had known that her current strength was merely on par with a 4-star summoner, he would likely be furious to the point of spitting blood. However, her skills in assassination and theft were unrelated to her current strength. Yet how could this old rascal possibly comprehend? So Fan Yu is truly remarkable. Jinsei slowly turned towards her, her enchanting eyes glimmering. If Lord Fan Yu could eliminate Chong Feng, I would be eternally grateful. Madame overstates. Eliminating Chong Feng is merely a matter of raising a hand. It is no challenge. Chong Kuei replied nonchalantly. It seemed that after the upcoming examinations at the Handan Academy, she could no longer allow Wei Chiho to be so arrogant. Thank you, my lord. Chong Kuei nodded lightly. Neither servile nor overbearing, Jinsei raised her head. Her gaze towards Chong Kuei tinged with sadness. Though unwilling, she had to don a smile to please Wei Chiho. Chong Kuei quietly clenched her fist. The grand scheme was not yet in place, and she could not act impulsively. Events unfolding before her should not be ignored. Yet now was indeed a time for patience. She was not cold-blooded, but neither would she act recklessly. Fan Yu took his leave. Chong Kuei lowered her head, no longer casting glances, and turned to exit. The maid closed the door to the courtyard, and Chong Kuei strolled slowly along the path in the woods. At this moment, the air outside was fresh and unencumbered, unlike the oppressive atmosphere of the room filled with the golden cage. This update seeks tickets. Chapter 177. The Academy Competition. When Chong Kuei, you have always detested the bullying of the weak. Why then, when such an event unfolds before your very eyes, do you not intervene? Is it that you cannot, or that you simply do not wish to? When did you become so mindful of these matters? What has become of your swift retribution and your straightforwardness? Arriving in this era, in pursuit of survival and your aspirations, it seems you too have changed. Slowly Chong Kuei closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. When she opened them again, her gaze was sharp and filled with murderous intent. You are Fan Yu, are you not? Chong Kuei turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Zhao Liani approaching. Flanked by 2 or 3 handmaidens, she had suffered an injury during an equestrian competition, having been kicked in the face by a horse. Yet at this moment, her visage seemed largely unscathed, save for a faint scar on her neck. Nevertheless, that incident had evidently not imparted any lasting lesson, for Zhao Liani remained as arrogant as ever. Impervious to others, did I not come with my lord father? Where are the others? Zhao Liani inquired brusquely. Chong Kuei, quick-witted, smiled and replied, my lord is attending to some private matters in the rear courtyard with Madame Jinsei. It would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Zhao Liani, known for her domineering disposition, was not unlike Wei Chiho. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed, and her originally delicate features twisted into a snarl. That vixen is once again seducing my lord father without shame, she exclaimed, disregarding Chong Kuei entirely as she stormed towards the rear courtyard. It seemed that this matter could be resolved without her intervention. A smirk danced across Chong Kuei's lips as she summoned the Blood Phoenix, soaring into the sky in an instant. The Handan Academy is the premier institution established by the state of Zhao, flourishing with a myriad of professions in this era, all in high demand across nations for those with capabilities. Whether martial or otherwise, those who possess a particular skill are welcomed at academies throughout the land. To be admitted to Handan Academy signifies one is among the elite, a gathering of the most skilled individuals. Directly governed by the king of Zhao, the academy annually produces a wealth of talent for the state to select the most outstanding individuals. The academy holds a competition every 3 years, where victors are awarded official titles and substantial prizes. Given the rarity of summoners, talisman masters, alchemists, puppet masters, and other such professions, any individual exhibiting even a modicum of talent is fervently courted by various factions, rendering participation in competitions unnecessary for their ascension. Thus, the Academy's competition is purely martial, prohibiting the use of other skills. Any infraction, regardless of skill level, results in disqualification. The allure of the prizes at the Academy's competitions ensures that each year, besides formidable martial artists, numerous experts from other professions also vie for victory. Generally, due to the extensive training required in their respective fields, practitioners of other professions are not particularly formidable in martial arts, resulting in martial artists predominantly claiming victory. However, There are exceptions where individuals from other professions are equally adept in martial arts. In such cases, if a martial artist were to lose, it would not be deemed disgraceful. Zhong Kuei is one such individual, confident in her martial prowess, as is Wei Chiho, who, as a master capable of commanding the Blood Phoenix, undoubtedly possesses significant martial strength. Chapter 178. The Academy Competition. Early in the morning, Zhong Kuei feigned illness, claiming she needed to rest in bed and had no desire to witness the competition. Wuli came to check on her, prescribing some warming medicine before departing. He was one of the judges and had no choice but to attend. However, Yi Lanshan and Prince Zhao Qian were conspiring to compel Zhong Kuei's attendance, having invited her 3 times in succession. Unmoved, Zhong Kuei's indifference incited Yi Lanshan's fury. "Cousin, our young master will not attend. So why must you insist? If our young master does not wish to see it, can you not go alone?" Qing Tong added, equally displeased, "Yi Lanshan is truly insufferable. It is not that I cannot go. But the prince has extended a warm invitation. Surely my sister should show him some courtesy," Yi Lanshan replied, her smile devoid of warmth. "This troublesome girl refuses to attend. How can I scheme against her? The prince has prepared everything. If she does not bring Zhong Kuei along, the prince might be displeased." A thought struck her. Today, many from the Zhong residence were attending the Handan Academy competition. Wuli was a judge. Xiao Shulu was competing, and Feng Yimo was naturally present as well. That left only Zhong Kuei alone in the residence. Perfect. It would be far more clever to act here in secret, hearing the commotion outside subside. Zhong Kuei waited a moment before quickly rising, disguising her bed, and stealthily exiting through the back window. The Handan Academy is an imposing structure located near the royal palace of Zhao, with wide avenues and grand stone lions at the entrance. Surveying all who entered today, the academy was bustling with visitors, for there were no restrictions, allowing the general populace to witness the event, resulting in a throng of people. The Wei Chiho residence, possessing considerable influence, had its own designated area, and Zhong Kuei made her way there, where she was promptly greeted. "Lord Fenyu has finally arrived. The Marquis has been awaiting you." Zhong Kuei nodded in acknowledgement as she followed her escort into a tranquil courtyard, where Wei Chiho, Zhao Liani, and others were gathered. "Haha, my dear brother has arrived. You need not worry about today's competition. I have everything well in hand," Wei Chiho said with a jovial grin upon seeing her. "This year's champion shall undoubtedly be none other than him." With the Marquis present, there is no need for concern, Zhong Kuei assured father. "This Fenyu is not a martial artist. He appears rather diminutive. Is it truly wise to send him into the arena?" "We must not embarrass the Wei Chiho residence," Zhao Liani remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Zhong Kuei. Were it not for her father's connections, she would never have believed that the new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix was such a dark, diminutive figure. She looked rather juvenile. Could he truly be that formidable? "Liani, do not be disrespectful," Wei Chiho admonished gently, suppressing his smile. Although the medicine had subdued Fenyu, it was imperative not to provoke him today. Chapter 179. The Academy Competition. Tao Liani pouted but wisely refrained from further commentary. "My lord, the competition is about to commence. The 3 experts dispatched by the Marquis will be facing off against notable opponents. However, there is no need for excessive concern," a subordinate announced as he entered, bowing his head. "Are we to face Shiryu?" Wei Chiho mused, stroking his chin, already wearing a confident smile, having anticipated this outcome and made arrangements accordingly. The subordinate nodded but expressed his lingering worries. "Aside from Shiryu, there is another competitor." "Who else?" Wei Chiho pressed. His subordinate, accustomed to such scenarios, remained calm despite the tension. Zhong Kuei, intrigued, wondered who could possibly rival Shiryu. "What?" Wei Chiho's voice rose, clearly taken aback. Not only was he surprised, but Zhong Kuei nearly leapt from her seat. That scoundrel Xiao Shulu. The prowess of that individual with a sword was no jest. Back in Omping City, he had almost shattered her hand with a single strike, and that was when he had not even exerted himself fully, having already begun to retract his force in a proper duel. "He would certainly show no mercy. How unfortunate for me," she lamented. In this grand competition at Handan Academy, a gathering of thousands, to encounter Xiao Shulu was utterly exasperating. Initially, Xiao Shulu was set to face someone else, but he had chosen to challenge Lord Fenyu directly, a move permitted by the Academy's rules. Should a skilled individual issue a challenge and it be declined, it would equate to an automatic forfeiture, leaving the subordinate feeling quite helpless. That insufferable Xiao Shulu. Wei Chiho's face turned pale with anger as he slammed his fist on the table, pacing furiously. "Father, Xiao Shulu is not to be trifled with. His water-cold sword is exceptionally formidable, ranking within the top 10 of the weapon list," Zhao Liani cautioned. Casting a worried glance at Zhongku, I am aware. Wei Chiho gritted his teeth, knowing that Xiao Shulu was a strong contender for the championship. However, he had learned that Xiao Shulu was to face the foremost swordsman under the Zhao King. Regardless of the outcome, he would not engage with Fan Yu unless he first defeated the top swordsman, followed by Shi Yu before potentially encountering Zhong Kuei. Yet, facing two experts in one day would be an exhausting endeavor, making victory highly improbable. To his astonishment, Xiao Shulu had chosen to disregard the rules and challenge him directly. That damned brat is seeking his own demise. Others present, hearing Wei Chiho's concerns, dared not act frivolously, for Xiao Shulu was merely a guest of the Zhong family, yet he possessed the audacity to challenge them. Who will face off against Shi Yu first? Wei Chiho inquired urgently. Surely, someone is intent on creating trouble, pitting two experts against Fan Yu in succession. His subordinate replied, frowning. Wei Chiho clenched his fists tightly. Seething, that brat dares to oppose me. I shall not let him off easily. My lord, dealing with Xiao Shulu will not be straightforward. The companion accompanying him, Feng Mo, is equally formidable, the subordinate added anxiously. The current candidate is aware that Wei Chiho is panting heavily with anger. Pondering what shortcomings Xiao Shulu possesses and what he particularly favors. Chapter 180. The Academy competition. Wei Chiho is practically grinding his teeth in frustration. What can be done about this? My lord need not worry. I am confident in dealing with Xiao Shulu. The languid voice of Zhong Kuei resounds. Wei Chiho's eyes brighten as he gazes at Zhong Kuei, as if beholding a glimmering piece of gold. Are you speaking truly, my dear brother? In swordsmanship, I may not be inferior to him, Zhong Kuei states nonchalantly. As for stamina, medicinal pills can replenish it, but it depends on whether my lord is willing to invest. In this era, medicinal pills are notoriously expensive, especially those that replenish stamina and spiritual energy, which are exorbitantly priced. If I must, I shall, Wei Chiho declares boldly, merely a handful of pills, I can afford it. Most importantly, I must secure the top position. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you realize what caliber of expert Xiao Shulu is? He is a 2-star heavenly rank master, and throughout the Zhao kingdom few can surpass him in swordsmanship. Zhao Liani cannot help but exclaim, unable to tolerate the arrogant demeanor of this burning moon. I am not a citizen of Zhao, Zhong Kuei replies coolly, her arms crossed, exuding an air of haughty confidence. Everything is at your disposal, my lord. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving Zhao Liani green with rage. Your Majesty, should we truly place our trust in him? Burning Moon is formidable. We must rely on her this time. Wei Chiho speaks solemnly. I find this person to be quite arrogant. Should he win the championship, wouldn't it be lamentable if he were poached by the King of Zhao or Lord Pingyuan? Zhao Liani expresses her concerns. For some reason, I have always found Burning Moon to be unlikable. There is no need for concern. Burning Moon cannot escape my grasp, Wei Chiho asserts confidently, for he witnessed Burning Moon consume that cup of wine with his own eyes. Is that so? Zhao Liani responds, half in disbelief with her father so confident. Perhaps he cannot be mistaken. The trials at the academy begin with low-level matches, a series of eliminations where only the victors can compete against higher tiers. And upon victory, one's rank is automatically elevated. Those of higher rank, such as Xiao Shulu and Shi Yu, need only participate in the final trial. Zhong Kuei has ascended to a higher pavilion, arms crossed as she observes several matches, finding the low levels to be utterly uninteresting. That Shi Yu must be with the Lord of Pingyuan, observing his opponents in advance. It is a strategy she has honed over many years. Lady Burning Moon, a calm voice emerges from behind her. The Marquis of Xinling approaches her side, now a tall adult whose presence can overshadow her, exuding an invisible pressure. Yet, she remains unfazed, her stature still able to match his imposing aura. Lady Burning Moon is no ordinary person, the Marquis of Xinling remarks, his expression a blend of arrogance and coldness. I once believed we were friends. To be a friend of your lord is my honor. Zhong Kuei replies with a smile. Chapter 181. The Academy competition in the Marquis of Xinling's villa. She indeed hinted at an inclination to ally with him, yet she has now openly turned to serve Wei Chiho, likely displeasing him. Regrettably, such a situation seems unlikely. The Marquis of Xinling gives her a sidelong glance before diverting his gaze. I heard today that you will also be competing. Do you feel assured of victory? I must win, Zhong Kuei asserts. Winning is not an easy task. The Marquis of Xinling counters. I notice that you seem to be searching for something. If I am not mistaken, you wish to meet your opponent? You are quite perceptive, my lord, Zhong Kuei concedes openly, exuding candor. Then allow me to introduce you, the Marquis of Xinling says, lifting his gaze towards the space behind Zhong Kuei. The sound of footsteps on the wooden floor has been continuous, which Zhong Kuei had previously overlooked. It appears the Marquis has come prepared, with a smile gracing her lips. She turns slowly, only to be met with Zhao Rui's furious expression, her eyes blazing with ire. "Burning Moon, you despicable liar! I was truly blind to have believed you," Rui exclaims, her eyes reddening with indignation. Chong Kue refrains from retorting, merely smiling with an air of indifference. "Do you not have anything to say?" Rui demands, her frustration palpable, yet still hoping for a response. "None," Chong Kue replies with a smile. Those two simple words shatter Rui's heart, tears welling in her eyes as she lunges at Chong Kue. However, a pair of strong arms catch her just in time. "Rui, calm down," the Marquis of Xinling states coolly. "Let me teach that treacherous scoundrel a lesson." Rui protests vehemently. The man holding her does not speak. Yet his grip shows no sign of loosening. Chong Kue raises her head, recognizing the imposing figure before her. A tall man whose half-shadowed form emanates an undeniable aura of righteousness. This must be Shiryu. Indeed, a master of his caliber, his presence is extraordinary, as Wei Chiho described, capable of intimidating the Xiongnu, a youthful genius of the Zhao kingdom, a name worthy of its reputation. Noticing Chong Kue's gaze upon him, the Marquis of Xinling remarks, "Shiryu, this is your opponent today, Lady Burning Moon, the new contract holder of Blood Phoenix." Upon introduction, Shiryu effortlessly lifts Rui and sets her behind him, striding out from the shadows. Clad in gray attire, with a short blade at his waist and wolfskin boots on his feet, he approaches Chong Kue with an air of ruggedness, his features gradually becoming clearer, deep-set eyes, chiseled contours, and an expression devoid of emotion, further enhancing his aura of righteousness, perhaps due to his prolonged combat against the Xiongnu. Shiryu bears not only their essence but also possesses a hint of mixed heritage in his appearance. With high nose and deep-set eyes, he is strikingly handsome, exuding an air of reliability. "I am Shiryu," he states coldly, standing towering before Chong Kue. She appears diminutively small. "I am Burning Moon. It is an honor to finally meet you." She replies, "You are too kind." Shiryu responds, "During the trial, do not hold back." Chong Kue cannot help but smile. Shiryu seems not to be one for many words. No wonder Rui berates him as a block of stone. "I eagerly anticipate our duel." She nods slightly, contemplating Wei Chiho's strategy, thinking she may need to use Jinsei to entice Shiryu. Chapter 182. The duel at the pavilion. At a stone like Shiryu can indeed only be swayed by a beauty like Jinsei. Previously, Wei Chiho had spoken highly of Shiryu, suggesting that if he had the time, they could visit the Lord together. Chong Kue suddenly smiles, and the Marquis of Xinling narrows his eyes slightly. Is Burning Moon openly attempting to win Shiryu over for Wei Chiho? She is quite audacious. Shiryu is momentarily taken aback, saying nothing, while Rui can no longer contain herself, furiously declaring, "Burning Moon, you shameless traitor! You have allied with Wei Chiho and now wish to win over this scoundrel. Not everyone is as shameless as you." Chong Kue responds with a smile, glancing at Shiryu. "Perhaps there is something of value that you seek from Wei Chiho." Shiryu regards her thoughtfully, but Rui's expression stiffens as she steps in front of him. The despicable Wei Chiho only seeks to exploit women. He is no hero. This time this scoundrel will not fall for it. "If that is the case, you must keep a close watch on him," Chong Kue replies coldly, offering a polite farewell before departing. "The warning has been issued. Now it is up to them." "That I never expected her to be such a person," Rui fumes, her eyes reddened with indignation as she watches Chong Kue's retreating figure. "A master." Shiryu succinctly assesses, as he is not one to offer lengthy commentary. "She is rather peculiar today." The Marquis of Xinling muses. "Peculiar?" Rui asks, her heart still boiling with resentment. Shiryu nods, and Rui assures him, "Do not worry. I will remain close to this scoundrel and ensure that old rogue does not have an opportunity to act. That is for the best. I will also send people to provide covert protection." The Marquis of Xinling affirms. "Thank you, Uncle Wuji," Rui replies sweetly. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from the crowd, cheers ringing out. Xiao Shulu, the master of the 2-star heavenly rank, is truly extraordinary. He wields the famed water-cold sword, known for its icy aura that none can withstand. He is likely assured of victory today. Not necessarily. He has actively challenged Burning Moon, the new contract holder of Blood Phoenix. After all, she is a summoner. And facing a true martial artist, the outcome is uncertain. This battle promises to be thrilling. It is indeed something to anticipate. The crowd buzzes with lively discussion, drawn to the duel between masters, causing a sea of spectators to converge. In an instant the area is packed, leaving little room to maneuver. With so many people gathered, there seems to be no path to proceed. Chong Kue smirks, lightly tapping her toes as she leaps into the air. Resembling a nimble swallow gliding over the heads of the audience, landing gracefully on the stage. Her petite form stands unwavering as a mountain, exuding a demeanor that commands admiration. Xiao Shulu coldly raises his gaze, glancing at her, his hands tightening around the hilt of his sword. Once, during her time in Omping City, she encountered a mysterious figure who suddenly appeared to block her sword with remarkable swiftness, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. The new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix must possess considerable strength. Having failed to fully appreciate her prowess during their last encounter, he now willingly challenges her once more. Chapter 183. The duel with Xiao Lu. Once again they met. Xiao Shulu, rarely one to speak first, addressed her coldly. I am quite pleased to have the opportunity to truly experience your swordsmanship today. Zhong Kuei casually clasped her hands behind her back, meandering before the weapon rack. The judges turned their attention toward her. What could this person be planning? The weapons displayed were commonplace, intended for those of lesser rank who could not afford better armaments. They sufficed for low-level combat. Yet, her opponent Xiao Shulu wielded the exquisite Shuihan sword, an unparalleled treasure. Ordinary weapons would surely be severed in a single strike. How could someone as formidable as Feng Yue lack a decent weapon? Master Wooly, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this trial? A somewhat older judge inquired of Wu as a swordsman of the Chong family. He should be most familiar with Xiao Shulu's capabilities. From the Feng Yue platform, Wooly's gaze lingered on her. The last time he had seen her was in the dark of night, where details were obscured. However, as a judge now, he had a clear perspective. Why did he find her silhouette so familiar? Though one's appearance can be altered and movements imitated, the essence of one's physique remains largely unchanged. Through diligent training, her body had gradually grown more slender. When she assumed the identity of Feng Yue, she typically donned simple attire, which made her appear slightly gaunt or otherwise. Given Wooly's familiarity with Zhong Kuei, he might have grown suspicious much earlier. Presently, he harbored only fleeting doubts. Xiao Shulu was indeed powerful, but this Feng Yue had never demonstrated her martial prowess. The outcome would only be revealed after the trial. Wooly, ever gentle and courteous, never boasted of his alchemist status. I have heard that in Omping City, Feng Yue once blocked a strike from Xiao Shulu. Is this true? I have not witnessed it firsthand, Wooly replied with a smile, embodying the essence of a modest gentleman. Why does Feng Yue choose such a weapon? Exclaimed the judge, his voice suddenly raised. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Could it be that she casually selected a weapon from the rack? That, indeed, was an exceedingly ordinary piece. Moreover, the short sword she chose was fraught with disadvantages. Xiao Shulu's Shuihan sword possessed a long blade, and to confront it with a short sword was perilous indeed. Zhong Kuei, however, paid no heed to the astonished murmurs around her. She merely exchanged the two short swords she had taken down. Weighing them in her hands, not bad. Though not perfectly suited, they will suffice. My strength is not worthy of compelling you to reveal your true weapon, Xiao Shulu remarked, observing her actions, unable to restrain his words any longer. His cold gaze concealed a hint of sharpness. Not at all. It is out of respect for my opponent that I select my armaments, Zhong Kuei replied with a smile. That I have long practiced summoning techniques. Thus I have yet to find a weapon that pleases me. However, do not underestimate me. In combat, weapons are merely assistants. Her words, laced with humility yet tinged with arrogance, bore a hint of a smile in her cool, clear eyes, yet did not evoke disdain. Chapter 184. The duel with Xiao Lu. Xiao Shulu cast her a glance, a fleeting smile barely perceptible on his stern face as he unsheathed his Shuihan sword and tossed it back carelessly. In the VIP section, Feng Mo waved gently, and the Shuihan sword seemed to possess a mind of its own. Landing deftly in his hand, the handsome youth immediately drew the admiration and screams of countless young ladies in the audience. Feng Mo smiled gently, his gaze shifting toward Zhong Kuei, as if assessing her. Zhong Kuei merely met his gaze briefly before diverting her attention. Compared to Wooly, Feng Mo was far more familiar with the previous incarnation of Zhong Kuei, and she preferred to avoid arousing his suspicions. The crowd gasped at Xiao Shulu's audacious act of discarding the Shuihan sword. The sword's attributes could significantly enhance Xiao Shulu's prowess. To abandon it so easily was indeed shocking. Ha ha ha. This Feng Yue is not only powerful but also quite clever, laughed Wei Chiho from the VIP seats. That fool Xiao Shulu has willingly relinquished his Shuihan sword. How splendid! I had been concerned about how to contend with this unexpected adversary. But now I need not worry at all. This Feng Yue has truly exceeded my expectations. This Feng Yue is also a despicable and shameless person, Zhao Liani scoffed, though she herself was equally cunning, yet found Zhong Kuei irksome. In truth, Zhong Kuei had no intention of provoking Xiao Shulu into discarding his sword. She genuinely lacked a suitable weapon and merely wished to select something at random. Yet her unintentional action seemed to have wounded the pride of the haughty young man. She truly had not meant it. There's no need for such theatrics. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, Zhong Kuei remarked to Xiao Shulu calmly. You were correct earlier. Weapons are merely supplementary. Since this is a duel between ordinary arms, fairness should prevail. Xiao Shulu, unfazed, strolled leisurely to the weapon rack, selecting a standard long sword. Accustomed to wielding long swords, he could still embody the essence of swordsmanship, even without the Shueihan sword having stated his position. Zhong Kuei felt it unnecessary to add more. The two chose their weapons and took their positions at opposite ends of the stage, the air thick with the aura of masters, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of leaves falling to the ground was distinctly audible. All eyes were fixed upon the two figures on the platform, one cold and distant, the other exuding a serene composure that as the signal struck the gong heavily. The trial commenced. Xiao Shulu's toes barely grazed the ground before he launched into an attack, his movements swift and fierce, the sword in his hand a blur, rendering its form nearly indistinguishable. Truly, he was a second-tier martial artist of the heavenly realm. His swordsmanship reaching a state of perfection, even wielding merely an ordinary sword, one could not underestimate his prowess. Zhong Kuei too dared not grow careless. With two short daggers in hand, she skillfully twirled them. As he drew near, her form flickered, and she vanished from her original spot. A chorus of gasps arose from the audience, marveling at her astonishing speed. It seemed as though a phantom remained in her place, while Zhong Kuei's actual figure was nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Chapter 185. The duel with Xiao Lu. Feng Yemo in the VIP section frowned slightly. This summoner, known as Feng Yue, was indeed an opponent not to be underestimated. Xiao Lu, it seemed, was in for quite a challenge. Another round of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as sparks ignited on the stage, followed by the resounding clash of metal. Zhong Kuei's two short daggers intercepted Xiao Shulu's long sword. None could discern how this moment transpired. In that single move, although one of Zhong Kuei's daggers was completely blocked, the other came perilously close to striking the hilt of his sword, a mere millimeter away from his hand. Xiao Shulu, taken aback, regarded the diminutive figure before him, his previously cold gaze igniting with a flicker of fervor. Zhong Kuei remained as composed as water, akin to a meditative monk, her dark visage betraying no emotion. As if all that transpired had been anticipated. A smile gathered in her eyes as she winked at him, her dagger gliding along the hilt of his sword, with his fingers so near. He could only relinquish the long sword to protect his hand. Should he lose his weapon, the outcome of this battle would swiftly be determined. Feng Yue is indeed no ordinary contender, remarked an elderly judge beside Wu Li, stroking his beard in admiration. Wu Li, however, remained impassive, knowing Xiao Shulu would not easily yield. Feng Yemo in the VIP section subtly lifted the corners of his lips. This Feng Yue was undeniably formidable, agile in her movements and lethal in her strikes. Though seemingly simple, her techniques were deadly. Xiao Lu, faced with such an opponent, must be thrilled. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Sparks erupted from the sword hilt as Xiao Shulu indeed relinquished his grip, sidestepping Zhong Kuei's short sword assault, and suddenly delivered a kick. Zhong Kuei caught the flicker of his movement from the corner of her eye, aware that he had a counterattack in store. Given the martial artist's formidable strength, she saw no need to engage directly. Her small form slipped past Xiao Shulu's left side like a nimble eel. However, when she realized his feint, the next wave of his assault was already upon her. The audience remained silent, captivated. Thus, the sounds of their clashing weapons rang out distinctly, harsh and clear. Each move, each strike was fraught with peril. The two were engaged not in a mere trial but a deadly duel. Xiao Shulu grew increasingly exhilarated, his stern visage now tinged with a hint of madness. He excels in formidable and fierce assaults, while Zhong Kuei, in stark contrast, embodies agility and grace, wielding two short blades that dance in her hands like crescent moons. This undoubtedly promises to be an exceptionally thrilling contest, captivating the onlookers who widen their eyes in anticipation. A mere blink could cause one to miss numerous breathtaking moments. Sure too, I have not deceived you. Have I? Feng Yue is indeed formidable. Xiao Shulu is a two-star martial artist of the heavenly rank, and even he finds it arduous to contend with her. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Rui is equally tense. Her palms damp with perspiration. Shuriwei observes in silence, recognizing Xiao Shulu's prowess as one of the finest in Zhao Kingdom. Yet, this Feng Yue, not a martial expert, manages to push Xiao Shulu to such extremes. Shuriwei, what are your thoughts? The ever-cautious Xinling Ho inquires softly. Chapter 186. The battle with Xiao Lu. Shuriwei's gaze remains fixed on the two combatants, his eyes akin to a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. He has grown accustomed to scrutinizing adversaries since his youth in the military, understanding both foe and self, a principle that ensures survival in countless battles. After extensive observation, he now seeks to delve deeper. Impossible, he asserts without hesitation, his tone resolute. How can it be impossible? Am I deceiving you? Rui pouts. She is not one to lie. Xinling Ho narrows his eyes at Shuriwa, whose expression reveals something to the astute observer. This youth is no ordinary expert. His battle experience has honed a wolf-like sharpness within him. Shuriwa gestures towards the combat stage where Zhong Kuei stands, his expression impassive as he coolly remarks. Observe her techniques and movements. Each is brimming with lethal intent and traps. Not a single action is superfluous, and there is not a hint of error. Every strike appears to have been meticulously calculated. So what? Rui retorts, contemplating. She is indeed formidable, but quickly rephrases, that is her cunning nature. Shuriwa shakes his head. This is not his intended meaning. Rui, being youthful and inexperienced in the ways of battle, remains oblivious to the deeper truths that lie beneath the surface. Shuriwa's point is that Feng Yu's combat experience is vastly extensive, far beyond that of a typical youth. Xinling Ho, being who he is, articulates the underlying truth. A rare, peculiar smile graces Shuriwa's usually stoic face as he nods slightly. Such seasoned combat experience, even if she is a prodigy, would require at least 15 years. Rui, how old are you? I am 12, she replies, somewhat understanding, realizing that they imply Feng Yu's age is considerable. How can that be? Having interacted with Feng Yu, she feels deceived. Yet age is immutable despite her dark complexion. It is evident that she is but a child. In this era, there are indeed summoners of considerable skill at such young ages. Some possess extraordinary talent from birth, which is not rare. Shuriwa scoffs softly. Rui is 12. That Feng Yu looks younger. How is that possible? He is no ordinary scion, having grown amidst bloodshed and life and death struggles. Thus Feng Yu's level of cultivation cannot escape his keen observation. This Feng Yu certainly has a mysterious background. She appeared in Omping City, did she not? Xinling Ho remarks, a glimmer of profound insight flickering in his eyes. Indeed, she first appeared in Omping City, where she saved me. Rui confirms. Omping City. Shuriwa lapses into contemplation, once more becoming the silent stone, his thoughts inscrutable to all. Xinling Ho too falls into silence. Xiao Shulu is destined to lose. After a brief moment, Shuriwa suddenly speaks. Chapter 187. The battle with Xiao Lu. Rui stares in astonishment, quickly shifting her gaze to the stage, where a perilous scene nearly prompts her to exclaim. The sun blazes fiercely at its zenith, the radiant light seemingly igniting everything it touches, causing even ordinary blades to glimmer with blinding brilliance. With a resounding thud, Zhong Kuei's body crashes to the ground, toppling a row of weapon racks. The clang of falling weapons echoes as she collides with the sharp implements, blood immediately staining her skin. Yet, this is not the gravest danger that lies with Xiao Shulu. Gripping his sword with both hands, he thrusts it towards Zhong Kuei's heart from an almost unavoidable angle. To end such contests, life and death are often intertwined. Zhong Kuei lies on the ground, her short blade seemingly devoid of intent to fight back. Inexplicably embedded in the earth, she raises her small face, beads of sweat from Xiao Shulu's brow cascading down towards her, falling in sync with the descent of his sword. However, in a split second, Zhong Kuei exerts force through her embedded blades, agilely slipping beneath Xiao Shulu's legs. In an instant, she plants her palm on the ground, launching herself like a swan, swiftly turning mid-air, akin to a predatory eagle, striking ferociously at Xiao Shulu's back. The gleam of her short blades flashes in the sunlight. A chill grazes the side of Xiao Shulu's neck, yet it does not penetrate deeply. His movements freeze in that fleeting moment. The sweat sliding from Xiao Shulu's face splatters onto the ground, creating a small pool. The tip of his sword barely grazes the floor, falling in tandem with the droplet. Yet in a heartbeat, the once prey Zhong Kuei has transformed into the eagle poised to strike. A profound silence envelopes the surroundings. Not a soul utters a word, as if time itself has been ensnared by an enchantment. The transformation in the final moments of battle is utterly unexpected, leaving many bewildered as it transpires in the blink of an eye. Such a result is astonishing. Bravo! A cheer erupts from the VIP section, rousing many from their stupor. Upon looking up, they see it is from the side of Wei Chiho. Ha ha ha, absolutely splendid. I consider myself fortunate to witness such a contest. It is a satisfaction unparalleled. Wei Chiho rises, applauding loudly. Even Zhao Liani cannot help but join in the applause, acknowledging Feng Yu's remarkable skill. The final scene was indeed unforeseen and exceptionally captivating. Lady Feng Yu emerges victorious, declares an elder from the judging panel, his voice resounding as he announces the outcome of the contest on the stage. Zhong Kuei leisurely withdraws her short blade from beside Xiao Shulu's artery, yet a small hand remains clasped upon his shoulder, half of her form resting against him. My apologies, Zhong Kuei states as she stands upright. Cupping her hands in respect, Xiao Shulu, still in a half-kneeling posture, his handsome face glistening with sweat, breathes heavily. You are indeed formidable. I shall concede with utmost respect if Ruoshui Han Jian were present, you would not have lost. My lady, Zhong Kuei replies sincerely, acknowledging that her victory was narrowly achieved. Weapons are merely auxiliary, Xiao Shulu responds, his demeanor unperturbed by defeat. Chapter 188. Intricate schemes. He rises slowly, turning to face Zhong Kuei. His gaze intense. In the final moments, my lady, why did you refrain from delivering a fatal blow? The Academy's contests disregard life and death, and every year countless participants suffer injuries or worse. It is not unusual. Please remember our address. Qi. Especially in battles among experts, control over one's strength is naturally challenging, and the moments that dictate life and death often arrive in a heartbeat. Failing to strike decisively can grant one's opponent an opportunity to retaliate. Yet, you merely issued a warning with your weapon before halting, as if you were certain I would not seize the chance to counter. How well do you know me? My lady, since you could relinquish your sword and engage in a fair contest with me, you cannot possibly be one of those despicable individuals. Zhong Kuei discards her short blades. Flexing her sore fingers. Though the battle was brief, she exerted every ounce of her strength, and each finger feels as if it has been rendered useless. Xiao Shulu, upon hearing this, pauses momentarily, then his cold expression softens, revealing a hint of warmth. You are forthright, unlike those who act as accomplices to wrongdoing. He states coolly, Shuriwe is a pack of lone wolves. Exercise caution. He descends the stage with deliberate steps, maintaining the same aloof composure as before, his gaze unyielding. In his eyes, victory and defeat hold little significance. They are merely a source of amusement. Zhong Kuei slightly raises the corners of her lips. Confidently striding down the stage, having triumphed over Xiao Shulu, she now faces the enigmatic Shuriwe. Shuriwe is unlikely to be as accommodating as Xiao Shulu. Discarding his favored weapon, the surrounding individuals part respectfully. Casting reverent glances in her direction, this seemingly diminutive figure is, indeed, unfathomable. Generally, in the Academy's contests, defeating a higher-ranked expert allows one to advance directly to that tier, though Feng Yu was not previously a martial artist. Having now vanquished a 2-star martial artist of the heavenly rank, she is eligible for immediate advancement to that level. Thus, she is not merely the new contract holder of the Blood Phoenix, a renowned summoner, but also an exceptional martial artist at such a young age. And with such talent, she is truly a rare find indeed, one capable of forming a contract with the Blood Phoenix. Feng Yu's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Ignoring the myriad gazes directed her way, Zhong Kuei proceeds backstage, intending to rest briefly before gearing up for the next challenge. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, you have not disappointed me. Wei Chiho approaches, his face radiant with joy. Zhong Kuei nodded slightly, choosing to sit down in solitude, her desire for conversation waning. For a master of her caliber, possessing the right to be proud and haughty, particularly one as gifted as she, it was unlikely she would hold Wei Chiho accountable. Even in his current display of dominance, he waved his hand, and an attendant promptly presented a brocade box. This contains spirit-gathering pills to replenish your energy, along with a jade condensing pill. My dear sister, please partake, Wei Chiho remarked, for he would soon rely on this young lad to secure victory in this year's Academy trials, which would undoubtedly elevate his own standing in the Zhao Kingdom. Therefore, the precious elixir seemed trivial. He was willing to pay any price for triumph. Zhong Kuei, unreserved, accepted the pills and consumed them without hesitation, assured that Wei Chiho, in his fervent desire for victory, would not dare to poison her. Such concoctions required precise dosages. Even the slightest miscalculation could yield drastically different effects. Thus, Wei Chiho would not risk tampering with them. With a sense of tranquility, Zhong Kuei declared, I shall rest for a moment. You need not worry, Lord Ho. Wei Chiho nodded, confident in her assurance. Having provided her with so many pills, should she falter, he would have means to settle the score. Then rest well, he replied, just as a cacophony of footsteps approached. The king of Zhao has arrived. Wei Chiho's expression shifted, and he turned to adopt a demeanor of respect. The Zhao king approached, surrounded by a throng, with Yi Nishang trailing behind. Unexpectedly, Yi Lanshan was also present, supporting her sister with an air of triumph, as if she were reveling in her newfound status. This must be the esteemed Feng Yu, one of Lord Wei's favored champions. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. And the recent trials have certainly broadened my horizons, remarked the Zhao king, casting a glance at Zhong Kuei. His gaze tinged with displeasure. A regal authority that Wei Chiho lacked, Zhong Kuei replied coolly. Your Majesty is overly complimentary. All my achievements are due to Lord Ho's meticulous guidance. If and you are indeed modest with your prowess, it would be challenging to find a rival in my Zhao kingdom. The Zhao king continued, eyeing Wei Chiho, who basked in the envy of others for having such a formidable ally. Your Majesty overstates my worth. How could I dare to compare myself to you? Wei Chiho responded, his modesty belied by his self-satisfied demeanor. The thought of his newfound advantages made him feel closer to the throne of Zhao. Fueling his growing confidence, I have heard that you have brought Madame Jean Sei with you. It has been ages since I last laid eyes upon her. Might I be granted an audience today? Yi Nishang, her pregnancy evident, inquired sweetly. The mere mention of Madame Jean Sei stirred a hint of desire in the Zhao king's expression. Revealing the nature of men. And Ji Xianshang, is he still alive? The Zhao king casually asked, for Ji Xianshang was a significant asset in their hands. Rest assured, both Madame Jean Sei and Ji Xianshang remain unharmed. I shall keep a vigilant watch over them, Wei Chiho assured him. That is splendid news, the Zhao king replied, casting another glance at Zhong Kuei, his gaze laced with a mixture of regret and menace. This subtle expression did not escape Zhong Kuei's keen observation. It seemed that the seemingly tranquil Zhao kingdom was not as harmonious as it appeared. The Zhao king proceeded towards Ping Yuanjun and others. While Xinling Ho and Shi Yu were also present as Zhao approached, he extended his hand, performing an unfamiliar gesture that rendered Shi Yu momentarily perplexed. Though he nodded slightly in acknowledgement, it appeared that the forthcoming trials would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Zhong Kuei crossed her arms and resumed her seat to rest, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersing. There remained over an hour until her trial against Shi Yu. Seizing the moment to recuperate, her sole focus was on securing victory. She closed her eyes, allowing her breath to gradually settle. Uncertain of how long she had been in repose, she was suddenly jolted awake by a vigorous shake. Zhong Kuei furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes to find Rui's flushed visage. Her brows knitted in annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting? Where have you hidden Shi Yu? Rui demanded, her voice laced with frustration. Why should I be concerned about Shi Yu's whereabouts? Zhong Kuei replied, her heart sinking. Had she not already issued warnings? You collude with Wei Chiho, willing to do anything to win. That old rogue from Zhao must have brought Madame Jean Sei here to deal with Shi Yu. Rui's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched Zhong Kuei's collar. Release me, Zhong Kuei coldly commanded, pulling away from her grasp. Where were you just now? What do you mean? Rui was bewildered at if you wished to find Shi Yu. Spare me the chatter, Zhong Kuei's expression hardened as she strode out of the resting chamber. Rui hesitated for a moment before hastily following her. Is it truly not you? You and Wei Chiho. Zhong Kuei marched towards the garden behind the academy, recalling a conversation she had overheard between Wei Chiho and his subordinates about Madame Jean Sei being in the rear garden if Wei Chiho intended to target Shi Yu. It was likely he would bring him here. Her pace quickened as she approached the rear courtyard. The academy was no ordinary residence. The rear garden was designed for secrecy, favored by those who practiced in solitude, resulting in a sparsely populated area. General Shi, do you not remember me? A soft, melodious voice, reminiscent of pearls cascading, wafted through the air. Zhong Kuei halted, attempting to steady her breath as she crept closer. Madam, please conduct yourself with propriety. Shi Yu's voice, laced with an icy edge, responded. Has General forgotten what transpired 3 years ago? Madame Jean Sei's gentle tone questioned at that time. You promised to take responsibility for me, yet nothing ever came of it. Shi Yu, suppressing his emotions, replied, Madam, you should know the truth. But General, if nothing happened then, might you not anticipate something now? Madame Jean Sei chuckled softly, concealing her mouth. Please, madam, conduct yourself with dignity, Shi Yu repeated, though his voice betrayed a hint of strain. It seemed no man could resist the allure of such an extraordinary beauty. Should she remain hidden any longer, the situation might become complicated. You, Ji Xianshang interjected, raising a finger to signal silence before pulling her away. What are you doing here, you little brat? Zhong Kuei whispered, ensuring her words were unheard by others. Mind your own business, Ji Xianshang retorted coldly, his crimson eyes reflecting a sliver of detachment. This is Wei Chiho's scheme. He intends to undermine Shi Yu. When we clash, I refuse to win by unfair means, Zhong Kuei asserted. You think winning or losing is so vital? Ji Xianshang's lips pressed together, his small figure exuding an inexplicable chill. Why have you suddenly appeared here? I need the prize for victory, she replied earnestly. Just a Lingyun pill, Ji Xianshang dismissed nonchalantly. Simply concede, and no matter Wei Chiho's plans, they will be in vain. That is out of the question. You cannot seriously mean to tell me you are genuinely loyal to Wei Chiho. Ji Xianshang shot her a disdainful glance. Have your schemes not yet commenced? Even if I am not loyal to Wei Chiho, I cannot bear to see sure you suffer, especially since Madame Jinsei is being manipulated by him. She may not wish to demean herself. Ji Xianshang paused, studying her eyes for a long moment before coldly responding, What do you understand? Who says I do not understand? I comprehend women all too well. She follows Wei Chiho merely to protect herself and her child. Nonsense. What do you, a mere child, know? Zhong Kuei could not restrain herself and struck his head lightly. Sometimes, survival demands a ruthless price, a primal instinct that is not shameful. Ji Xianshang evaded her hand, stating if it is a matter of survival, why interfere? My interference is also for my own sake, Zhong Kuei replied, choosing not to engage further. If they continued this discourse, they might run out of time. As she intended to leave, Ji Xianshang once again grasped her hand, saying coolly, There is no need for you to. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar figure stealthily approached from the end of the path, causing Zhong Kuei to freeze momentarily. Wei Chiho. She quickly glanced at Ji Xianshang, noting the enigmatic depth concealed within his dark red eyes. His sudden appearance must hold ulterior motives. Wei Chiho treaded cautiously, glancing around as if wary of being followed. What brings him here? Zhong Kuei whispered, concealing herself alongside Ji Xianshang. Wei Chiho possessed a peculiar penchant for secretly observing romantic encounters for his amusement. Ji Xianshang remarked coldly, It is rather odd for a child of such tender age to voice such sentiments. Zhong Kuei felt a twinge of embarrassment, rubbing her nose as she softly inquired, How could he possibly prevent Madame Jinsei and Shiryu you from meeting? Ji Xianshang smirked, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Zhong Kuei followed his line of sight and spotted another figure stealthily approaching, Yi Nishang. In an instant, realization struck her. Seizing the opportunity, she kicked Wei Chiho from behind. What a young child, unable to discern right from wrong. Even a sage would succumb to carnal desires, should a woman be nearby. Ji Xianshang shot her a warning glance. A wise man does not quarrel with a woman. Opportunities must not be squandered. Zhong Kuei thought quickly, devising a plan to keep him there while she slipped away. On the way indeed she encountered Rui, who was hurriedly searching for Shiryu in the garden. Zhong Kuei swiftly obstructed her path. Did you find him? Rui gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts. You should invite King Zhao to the backyard. I will tell you where Shiryu is, Zhong Kuei replied, crossing her arms. A hint of anger flickered across Rui's delicate face. I won't help you with your errands. Whether you do it or not is up to you. But don't regret it if it's too late, Zhong Kuei said before vanishing once more in a flash. Hey? Rui intended to inquire further, but Zhong Kuei offered her no chance. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. Yet for Shiryu's sake, she dared not delay and promptly went to summon King Zhao. Chapter 192. Caught in the act in public, Shiryu was likely not so easily tempted. Thus there was little progress. Wei Chiho, observing anxiously, felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and guide them by hand. Zhong Kuei sneered. This is truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Behind the oriole there was her mischievous self, armed with a slingshot, ready to play tricks and see who outsmarted whom. From her Shumi mustard seed talisman, she retrieved a specially crafted golden slingshot, rummaging through her belongings until she found a pill. The newly concocted pill was made from a formula she had acquired from a street vendor's alchemical manual. The ingredients were simple, and the method of preparation equally straightforward, yet it was said to yield remarkable effects. The pill was named Joyful Powder, invented specifically to enhance the pleasures of the boudoir. It required no ingestion, merely inhaling its fragrance would suffice for it to take effect. Zhong Kuei loaded the Joyful Powder into the slingshot, aimed at the nearby artificial hill, and released it with a flick of her finger. The Joyful Powder shot forth, striking the hill and shattering, the pill inside immediately reacting with the air and dispersing its essence. Zhong Kuei eagerly anticipated the results of this experimental pill. Wei Chiho, engrossed in the scene before the artificial hill, suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. He inhaled twice, puzzled. What is that smell? Yi Nishang followed suit. How strange! The scent coursed through their bodies, rapidly transforming into a searing heat that ignited within, swiftly spreading to their lower abdomen. Yi Nishang suddenly emitted an amorous murmur, involuntarily leaning toward Wei Chiho, who gulped hard, gazing at the alluring woman beside him. Lord, how enchanting! Yi Nishang's eyes sparkled with desire, resembling a pool of spring water on the verge of overflowing. Wei Chiho drew her close, the fiery sensation and torment slightly alleviated. Yet he craved more. This little enchantress dares to tempt me. Wei Chiho pinched her, eliciting continuous gasps from her as her body pressed desperately against him. You are truly infuriating, Yet you have been the one to seduce me all along. Yi Nishang shamelessly entangled herself with him, her garments already hastily torn apart. Their movements were unreserved, the atmosphere charged with a palpable intensity, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. How could one possibly restrain themselves? Soon, the playful banter morphed into a symphony of suggestive gasps and collisions, with such sounds resonating. Those behind the artificial hill became alert, pausing to listen for a moment, as Jinsei's face suddenly flushed crimson. Unable to meet Shuriwa's gaze, "Madam, please take your leave." Shuriwa maintained his usual composure and courtesy. "Today's events may harbor some underlying schemes. Your presence here is rather inappropriate." Jinsei nodded gently, turning to depart swiftly. Just as she left, a voice announced, "The king has arrived." So soon? Yet upon witnessing the scene beside the artificial hill, King Zhao's gaunt face suddenly turned icy. Rui gasped, quickly covering her eyes, indignantly muttering, "Shameless, truly shameless." Wei Chiho shuddered, disregarding any semblance of enjoyment, hastily pushing Yi Nishang away, frantically adjusting his trousers, utterly disheveled and pale as a ghost. The shock rendered the effects of the joyful powder moot, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 193. Caught in the act in public, Yi Nishang shrieked, her disheveled attire colliding with the artificial hill, only to lose her footing and tumble heavily into the pond. Wei Chiho had no time to attend to her. Merely stating that it was a misunderstanding, "Someone drugged my subordinate." "Silence!" King Zhao bellowed, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could there be any doubt?" "Wei Chiho, you are utterly audacious." King Zhao's face turned a sickly green. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Chiho and Yi Nishang had the audacity to place such a monumental green hat upon him. How could he not be enraged? "Someone, take Wei Chiho into custody and throw him into a dungeon." King Zhao commanded loudly. The guards hesitated. Wei Chiho was no ordinary man, and taking action against him would be perilous. "What are you waiting for? Do I need to take matters into my own hands?" King Zhao nearly leaped in fury, the immense anger causing him to cough violently. "Your Majesty, please temper your rage. Do not jeopardize your health." Rui hurriedly patted his back to soothe him. King Zhao's health was precarious. Such a provocation could spell disaster. The guards, witnessing this scene, no longer dared to hesitate and rushed to pin Wei Chiho to the ground. Zhong Kuei was taken aback. Had Wei Chiho truly become so brazen? Upon further reflection, she surmised that Wei Chiho's eagerness to excel at the Handan Academy's trials was likely a ploy to garner allies and build prestige. He must be scheming for King Zhao's throne. He must have been planning in the shadows and now seemed ready to act. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so audacious? "Zhao, you are disrespectful to the crown. You deserve death," Rui declared loudly. Wei Chiho scoffed disdainfully. His expression twisted, waving his hand as 10 or more cloaked figures emerged. You dare." King Zhao clutched his chest, gasping for breath, but it became increasingly difficult, suffocating him until darkness enveloped his vision. Rui, with reddened eyes, lamented that it was entirely her fault for thoughtlessly inviting the king here without bringing a single expert for protection. She had been deceived by Feng Yu. This had to be a trap set by her in collusion with Wei Chiho. Rui scanned her surroundings and finally spotted Zhong Kuei, furiously accusing Feng Yu. "You despicable scoundrel! You and Wei Chiho conspired against the king. You will not succeed." Zhong Kuei's heart sank heavily. This naive girl. Wei Chiho also lifted his head, directing his gaze toward Zhong Kuei. "Miss Rui, what are you insinuating?" Zhong Kuei shot her a look. "Silly girl, it would be wise to be more astute." Yet the naive Rui, engulfed by hurt and fury, retorted, "You were the one who urged me to bring the king here. Are you pretending to be unaware?" This was disastrous. Zhong Kuei inwardly lamented, for it is said that one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. Feng Yu. Wei Chiho's icy voice sent chills through the air. Unfazed, Zhong Kuei inhaled deeply, slowly raising her head, her face maintaining an air of calm and composure. It turned out the Lord had long since made arrangements. Truly a masterstroke indeed. Yesterday, she had forgotten to announce the winners of the book review. Today she would do so, naming the reader lost in madness for their impassioned review, which had brought tears to her eyes. "Please message me your address promptly." Chapter 194. Caught in the act in public. Try to act for the Lord's grand ambitions. Without such measures, he might not have the resolve in this case. "I truly must thank you, dear brother." Wei Chiho smirked, now unhurried as events unfolded. As for Feng Yu, he felt no anxiety whatsoever, for she remained under his control. "I hope that when the Lord achieves great things in the future, he will not forget me. Feng Yu, I once held you in high esteem, but alas, you failed to recognize your fortune. Thus, I shall have to be impolite." Wei Chiho's expression darkened abruptly as he signaled to his subordinates. Several cloaked figures advanced menacingly toward Zhong Kuei. She regarded them coolly, slowly raising her hand in a casual wave. Flames surged behind her, roaring fiercely as if to consume the entire world. A blood-red phoenix unfurled its feathers, proudly lifting its head, disdainfully gazing at those approaching. Zhong Kuei, arms crossed, initially intended to ask the Lord for assistance, but now that an unforeseen incident had occurred, pretense was no longer necessary. Her original goal had been to undermine Wei Qiho and Yi Nishang, curbing the arrogance of the Yi family, while also attempting to extract information regarding boundless beasts from Wei Qiho. Now, she had essentially achieved her aims, despite a minor mishap at the end. Wei Qiho observed her, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Fan Yu, do you think I can be so easily deceived? Does the Lord have some hidden trump card? Zhong Kuei retorted with a cold smirk. Wei Qiho believed he had her in his grasp. Dismissing the significance of the blood phoenix, arrogantly producing a copper bell, addressing Zhong Kuei, Fan Yu, do you know what this is? What is it? Zhong Kuei feigned disinterest. Experience it for yourself and you shall know. Wei Qiho suddenly shook the copper bell, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Ding ding ding. Fan Yu, do you believe you can escape from my grasp? Wei Qiho exclaimed, his expression frenzied and triumphant, the cloaked figures beside him joining in laughter. Yet the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Fan Yu stood her ground, arms crossed, exuding an air of cold pride, remaining utterly still. Instead, those eyes, chilling and menacing, evoked a palpable aura of death, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell. How could Wei Qiho be so astonished, his features contorted in rage as he madly shook the bronze bell? He could scarcely believe it. He had witnessed her drink the poison with his own eyes. There could be no mistake. This Fan Yu had always been under his control. She would never escape his grasp. The frantic chimes of the bronze bell rang incessantly, akin to a torrential downpour. Blood Phoenix gazed coldly, her voice laced with indifference. Has this fool lost his mind? Zhong Kuei raised the corners of her lips in a proud smirk, retorting, old tortoise, you're making a racket. Impossible. Wei Qiho bellowed, I have long since taken control of you. How dare you presume to challenge me? He panted heavily, and at that moment, Yi Nishang's cry suddenly escalated, Lord, my stomach hurts terribly. Please save me. Chapter 195. Caught in the act. Silence, you wretched creature. Who allowed you to come here? Wei Qiho hurled the bronze bell away, his frustration palpable. Yi Nishang, her face ashen, innocently replied, My lord, you clearly sent me here. Zhong Kuei secretly chuckled. Sha Jiao was indeed cunning, likely harboring ulterior motives. That little brat was surprisingly shrewd. But what was his intent? He had not informed Zhao Wang, so he could not be targeting Wei Qiho. By luring Yi Nishang to be with Wei Qiho, the incident involving Madame Jinsei and Shiryu was bound to be disrupted. Was he attempting to thwart that affair? Did he wish to assist Shiryu? Perhaps he too disapproved of Wei Qiho's actions and intended to aid Shiryu. At that moment, Zhong Kuei was entirely unaware of Sha Jia's true identity, and did not comprehend that his motives were not to aid Shiryu, but merely to prevent Madame Jinsei from suffering humiliation. Fool! What use do I have for you? In your current state, do you think I still care? Wei Qiho seethed. If not for her arrival, this debacle would not have occurred, and Zhao Wang would not have witnessed it. Now, he was compelled to expedite his plans, yet countless preparations remained incomplete. Yi Nishang gasped, her abdomen throbbing with pain, warmth seeping through, gradually staining her gown crimson. Zhao, you heartless wretch! I carry your child within me, and yet you dare treat me this way. Clutching her belly, the agony rendered her irrational as she staggered to her feet, desperately rushing towards Wei Qiho. Wei Qiho's expression twisted in fury as he drew a sword from the hands of a cloaked figure nearby, thrusting it towards Yi Nishang. She stumbled twice before collapsing to the ground, her hands gripping Wei Qiho's clothing with unyielding determination, unwilling to relinquish him even in death. Wei Qiho cruelly kicked her away, no longer sparing her a glance. He no longer required this woman. What are you doing, Wei Qiho? The voice of Ping Yuanjun suddenly rang out as a group hurried into the courtyard, witnessing the harrowing scene of Wei Qiho personally slaying Zhao Wang's favored concubine. Yi Nishang's sister! Yi Lanshan cried out, rushing over. Though Yi Nishang had already breathed her last, she clung desperately to Wei Qiho's hem. You've killed my sister, you murderer! She carried the king's child, and you have committed infanticide. Yi Lanshan shouted, pointing accusingly at him. In this moment, she exhibited remarkable cunning. It was she who had thrown herself into the fray, Wei Qiho boasted arrogantly, discarding the sword without a hint of fear. You are the one who killed her. Rui interjected loudly, I witnessed it with my own eyes. You and Yi Nishang were caught in the act, discovered by the king, and you threatened him. Perhaps I should take my leave. Ping Yuanjun suggested, immediately moving to block Wei Chiho's path. The two factions stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Chong Kuei observed from the sidelines, noting the gathering of skilled fighters hidden in the shadows. Many of Wei Chiho's men surrounded him. This old rogue was indeed cautious, guarded by numerous elite protectors wherever he went. Are you still meddling in affairs beyond your reach? Blood Phoenix quietly inquired. Let us watch the developments, Chong Kuei replied nonchalantly. After all, Old Tortoise will never let me off easily. Chapter 196. Doubts regarding identity. Chong Kuei nodded, silently moving aside, intending to locate that little rascal Shajia. Lord Fenyu. A group approached, consisting of Wu Li, Feng Emo, and Xiao Shu Lu. It was Wu Li who initiated conversation. Chong Kuei offered them a polite smile, her demeanor haughty and aloof, attempting to excuse herself. However, Feng Emo suddenly spoke up. Just now, while you were dueling with Xiao Lu on the arena, I experienced a peculiar sensation, as if I had seen someone familiar, yet could not quite place it. Upon closer inspection of Lord Fenyu, you indeed bear a striking resemblance. Chong Kuei's heart tightened, yet her expression remained impassive, a smile lingering on her lips. As that so? Young master must encounter many familiar faces. Especially among women, I suppose they all seem familiar. Feng Emo was momentarily stunned, while Wu Li chuckled lightly, surprised by Fenyu's playful retort. Even the usually indifferent Xiao Shu Lu could not help but slightly curl his lips. Your words suggest you are quite knowledgeable about me, Feng Emo remarked, his initial surprise giving way to a warm smile. His eyes glimmering with intrigue, he gazed at Chong Kuei, as though he could see through the mask she wore, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, given Feng Emo's previous close relationship with Chong Kuei, he likely knew her well. Externally, she had merely lost a bit of weight, but certain subtle details were not easily altered. Young master is merely being overly sentimental, Chong Kuei coldly replied, brushing past them, choosing not to engage further. Once she left, Xiao Shu Lu followed suit. She realized she could no longer involve herself in this matter. After all, Ping Yuanjun was present and would ensure Wei Chiho faced consequences. This old tortoise would have to wait until next time to settle scores with her. Upon exiting the courtyard, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Her vision momentarily blurred. Where is the fire, Lord Fenyu? Are you in such a hurry to leave? A cool, aloof voice rang out from above. Chong Kuei looked up to see Exine Ling Ho. Regaining her composure, she responded coldly, it's quite noisy here. I merely seek some fresh air. Ditto, I actually have a few questions for you. Should you be available? Exine Ling Ho's enigmatic presence was compelling. Leaving no room for refusal, however, considering the possibility of her identity being uncovered by Feng Emo, Chong Kuei directly declined. I apologize, but I am rather fatigued today. Perhaps another time. With that, she attempted to walk away. But Exine Ling Ho extended an arm to block her path. Surely you cannot be too busy to spare a few moments. If you insist, then I have nothing more to say today. Chong Kuei's expression darkened, her tone icy. Exine Ling Ho paused, slowly lowering his arm, and as Chong Kuei turned to leave, he suddenly remarked, your actions today have truly surprised me. Chapter 197. Doubts regarding identity. What is Lord pondering? Wu Li inquired, having unknowingly approached. Indeed, Wu Li squinted, contemplating her intentions. I heard that the Chong residence was recently robbed. I wonder if the thief was apprehended. Exine Ling Ho remarked. Thank you for your concern. Lord, the thief will not escape, Wu Li replied. No wonder you are a renowned alchemist. Exine Ling Ho mused. It seems there have been numerous disturbances at the Chong residence. I wonder if something significant is about to transpire. Wu Li was taken aback. He was aware of the commotion at the Chong residence, indicating that Exine Ling Ho, despite being in Zhao, possessed considerable influence. However, Wu Li could not discern his true intentions. The Chong residence has but one Miss Chong Kuei. Indeed, matters must revolve around her. Exine Ling Ho stated with a smile. Wu Li raised his head to regard him, perplexed by Exine Ling Ho's meaning. Although the Chong residence boasted immense wealth, it was governed by a single daughter, which would inevitably mean that the future of the Chong residence lay in her hands. To possess Chong Kuei would equate to possessing the entire Chong residence. The world knew of Chong Feng as a great merchant, wealthy enough to rival nations, yet few understood the clandestine dealings he engaged in. Indeed, my duty is to protect the young mistress. I shall not fail in my mission, Wu Li declared, his expression inscrutable as he locked eyes with Exine Ling Ho. Despite his youth at merely 15, Wu Li's innate talent as an alchemist earned him immense respect and admiration, endowing him with an aura that rivaled even that of Exine Ling Ho. Exine Ling Ho held his gaze for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. Indeed, young master Wu Li must ensure the protection of Miss Chong Kuei. Wu Li nodded, assuring him, "There is no need for your concern, Lord. I take my leave." After his departure, a figure, not particularly conspicuous, quietly approached Xian Lingho, speaking with a lowered head. "The actions of Chongfeng will surely disadvantage Weiguo in the future. Has the Lord made any preparations?" Xian Lingho remained silent for a moment before responding. "For the sake of my brother, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished in this world. The information is accurate. This matter will unfold in the coming days," the mysterious figure continued. "The most effective way to undermine Chongfeng is to eliminate his only daughter, Chong Kuei?" Xian Lingho fell into silence. Recalling the visage of the young girl and the resemblance to a certain memory, did I ask it truly necessary to take her life? Being caught in the whirlpool of power, she is treated as a mere sacrificial pawn. Akin to the innocent civilians who perish in war, Chapter 198. Doubts regarding identity. The Marquis must make a decision soon. This matter requires early planning and cannot be accomplished in a day. "The man stated that I shall consider it," replied the Duke of Xinling, falling into silence. I in the rear courtyard of the heavy residence, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated, quietly advancing towards the Jin Kue courtyard, encountering little obstruction. As if everything had been meticulously orchestrated, that wretched girl remained indoors, resting in her chamber, while you stand guard outside, awaiting my entrance. The leader of the group pulled down the black cloth obscuring his face, revealing a rather lecherous visage. It was Zhao Qian, the crown prince of Zhao. "Your Highness is to celebrate the wedding tonight. We shall guard the entrance to ensure no one disturbs your Highness's enjoyment." The others clasped their fists in admiration, their faces brimming with envy. The crown prince is indeed different from them. Effortlessly, he can have a beautiful maiden and, upon completion, acquire the wealth of the Chong family. Along with the assistance of the alchemist Wu Li. A veritable trifecta of benefit, truly a masterstroke from their prince. Watch closely. Once the deed is done, this prince shall not treat you poorly. Zhao Qian chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Rest assured, with us here, no one shall disturb your pleasure, Your Highness." Zhao Qian felt reassured. He had meticulously planned today's affair, with Lady Yi as his inside ally, ensuring that everything would go smoothly. The girl, Zhong Kue, was undoubtedly within his grasp. As he pondered, Zhao Qian confidently entered the Jin Kue courtyard. Where all the maids and servants had been dismissed, he quietly pushed open the door to the room. The curtains were drawn tightly, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness. It was unexpected that the girl harbored such peculiarities, maintaining such a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere during the day, which did not align with her outwardly bright appearance. However, it was said she felt unwell today and thus did not attend the examination at the Handan Academy. Surely, she must be in a deep slumber. Hence the closed curtains. Zhao Qian quietly slipped inside. Although the room was dim, he could still discern the direction of the bed. Reaching the bedside, he softly called, his restless hands wandering over the mattress, feeling the raised portion, his heart soaring with delight. TSK, this stunningly beautiful girl, though somewhat stiff, was still young and had yet to fully develop. No matter. Once she matures, her softness will surely be exquisite. Following the contour of the raised area, he wondered, where is her head? Impatiently, Zhao Qian crawled over, pressing down on the elevated part, continuing to rub against it. Zhong Kue. This girl sleeps so soundly, showing no reaction at all, like a lifeless doll. Even Zhao Qian, despite his folly, began to sense something amiss. His hand reached the area where her head should be, but instead, he encountered something strange, something that resembled wood. Suddenly, Zhao Qian sat upright and flung the quilt aside, realizing he had been lusting after a piece of wood. His face turned pale with shock. Lady Yi dared to deceive this prince. Chapter 199. Doubts regarding identity. Fury surged within Zhao Qian as he climbed down from the bed, storming toward the door. His guards, upon seeing him, were taken aback. Surely, the crown prince has concluded so swiftly. Could it be that it was all too brief? Not even 15 minutes have passed since he entered. Seeing the expressions of his subordinates, Zhao Qian was further incensed, shouting, "Immediately fetch Lady Yi. That wretched woman, do not spare her any courtesy." Zhao Qian paced within the Jin Kue courtyard, commanding that every curtain be drawn back, inch by inch. In search of Zhong Kue's presence, yet finding nothing, his conviction grew stronger that he had been tricked. Zhong Kue was undoubtedly hidden away. Before long, Lady Yi was brought before the crown prince, accompanied by several guards from the Chong residence. They had been reassigned but returned upon hearing Lady Yi's cries. Regardless of who they were, they would not stand idly by while chaos ensued in the Chong residence. What does His Highness mean by this? Lady Yi maintained her composure. Having lived through many years, she did not believe the crown prince would dare to kill her here. "How dare you question me? You previously promised this prince something. Why have you gone back on your word?" Zhao Qian demanded angrily. Lady Yi, feigning confusion, replied, Your Highness, have you misunderstood? When did I go back on my word? Zhong Kui'd as she spoke, Lady Yi abruptly ceased, fear gripping her as numerous guards surrounded them. If she let slip any critical information, it would mean her demise. Your Highness, may I request a moment of your time? Lady Yi said cautiously. Zhao Qian grunted but stepped aside. Lady Yi quickly followed. Lowering her voice, the girl Zhong Kui will not escape that I have people watching. She has not emerged. She is clearly not here. Zhao Qian whispered back, This prince warns you. If I do not obtain her this time, I will not spare you either. Lady Yi swallowed hard. How could Zhong Kui not be here? Was it possible she had grown wings and flown away? Your Highness need not rush. Grant me a little more time. I will surely bring her to you, Lady Yi asserted with confidence. Most of the Chong residence's inhabitants had left today, particularly Wu Li, Feng Emo, and Xiao Shu Lu. Without them, dealing with Zhong Kui would not be difficult. Best not to delay. This prince gives you 15 minutes to find Zhong Kui, Zhao Qian commanded. What are you doing? Qing Tong hurried into the courtyard and was startled to see so many people in Jin Kui courtyard. Who are these people? It appears they are from the Crown Prince, and what is Lady Yi doing here? Your Highness, that girl is affiliated with Wu Li. Be cautious, Lady Yi quickly warned, fearing Qing Tong would discover her collusion with Zhao Qian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's eyes gleamed with a cruel glint as he gestured to his subordinates. Two men approached, blocking Qing Tong's path. Qing Tong's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a step, but upon noticing the door wide open, she realized Zhong Kui was clearly no longer inside, and her momentary fear dissipated. Chapter 200. Doubts regarding identity. Where is the young mistress? Qing Tong strode forward, ignoring the two men blocking her way, glaring intently at Lady Yi. Lady Yi, what are you doing here? Where is the young mistress? Lady Yi hardened her heart and turned to Zhao Qian, saying, If His Highness does not kill this girl, it may be difficult to locate Zhong Kui. Zhao Qian considered her words before signaling to his subordinates again. Without hesitation, one of them seized Qing Tong's shoulder. Let go of me, Qing Tong struggled. But her shoulder was nearly crushed in their grip, tears welling in her eyes. Where is the young mistress? Were they truly going to kill her now? You dare to be so bold? Who would dare harm the young mistress? Young Master Wu Li will not let you off. Qing Tong glared at Zhao Qian and Lady Yi, knowing that Wu Li's status as an alchemist was something even the Crown Prince must regard with caution. Kill you, and no one will know of this matter. Zhao Qian waved his hand, urging his men to act swiftly, without delay. Just as they prepared to strike, a figure entered leisurely from outside, clad in resplendent attire. With a face as striking as jade, his narrow eyes coldly surveyed the courtyard, and the previously smiling expression gradually turned icy. Behind him followed a young man in a blue robe, arms crossed and holding a long sword. His gaze dark and chilling, evoking an involuntary sense of suffocation. Upon seeing these two, Lady Ye's complexion paled, and she instinctively sought refuge behind Zhao Qian. Feng Emo and Xiao Shu Lu, why had they arrived? Weren't they supposed to be at the Handan Academy today? She had heard that Xiao Shu Lu was to face a formidable opponent known as Fan Yu, a new contractee of the Blood Phoenix, guaranteeing a fierce battle that would keep them occupied for some time. Unaware of the events unfolding at the Handan Academy, even Zhao Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. Young Master Emo, young Master Xiao. Upon seeing them, Qing Tong rushed toward them as if she had found salvation, breaking free from her captors. They have taken the young mistress. Qing Tong's eyes reddened, although young Master Wu Li was not present. Young Master Emo and young Master Xiao were equally capable of aiding the young mistress. Despite her dislike for Feng Emo, they were currently her only hope. Who has taken her? Xiao Shu Lu's voice was icy, and the murderous intent in his gaze caused Zhao Qian to involuntarily take a step back. Lady Yi must know. She just urged the Crown Prince to kill me to silence me. Qing Tong pointed accusingly at Lady Yi. Lady Yi took a step back, hastily shaking her head. Misunderstanding. This is surely a misunderstanding. I am Zhong Kui's aunt. How could I wish harm upon her? She has gone missing, and we are seeking to find her. Cunning as a fox, Zhao Qian was no fool. Hearing Lady Ye's words, he nodded. How could this prince capture a mere girl? Zhong Kui has gone missing, and Lady Yi is quite anxious. She has thus requested this prince's assistance in finding her. Qing Tong was momentarily stunned, urgently pleading with Feng Emo, young Master Emo, I am not lying. They truly intend to harm the young mistress. Feng Emo uttered not a word, disregarding Zhao Qian's esteemed status, and strode boldly into Zhong Kui's chamber, only to find it utterly deserted. However, the disarray of the bed suggested that someone had indeed intruded. And a surge of intense anger welled up within Feng Mo. He was not like Xiao Shu Lu, a naive young man untouched by the ways of women. He could immediately discern the intentions of the intruder. The thought of that foolish girl, bewildered and insulted, was intolerable. A chilling aura enveloped him, radiating a murderous intent that startled Zhao Qian, who momentarily froze. Just as he intended to offer an explanation, he recalled his own position as the crown prince of Zhao. There was no need to demean himself before a mere martial artist. Even if Feng Mo was a second-tier heavenly stage martial artist, he was still merely a third-tier summoner, with the formidable spirit beast. The flame dragon scale beast at his command, Zhao Qian's confidence surged. What does it matter to me that I did not see her upon entering? Zhao Qian retorted coldly as soon as the words left his lips. The shimmering blade of Shui Han suddenly appeared at his neck, the icy glint reflecting shock and fear in his eyes. How could this be possible? When did Xiao Shu Lu become so formidable? He was able to strike at me without a sound, and I had no inkling of it. Once more I ask you, where is she? The murderous glint flickered in Xiao Shu Lu's cold gaze. Each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Zhao Qian felt a chill run down his spine. He clenched his fists, yet still attempted to assert his princely authority. I have already stated, I do not know Xiao Shu Lu. Do you wish to provoke me? At that moment, Feng Mo emerged slowly, a faint smile gracing his handsome face as he approached Zhao Qian. We are not subjects of Zhao. Thus the crown prince's authority holds no sway over us. Zhao Qian's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, filled with indignation. You dare to show such disrespect to the crown prince of Zhao while within Zhao's borders? Is this not courting death? Feng Mo scoffed contemptuously, lowering his voice to deliver a chilling warning. If anything were to happen to Chong Kuei Zhao Qian, I swear by my life that you and indeed all of Zhao shall come to regret it. Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, observing the nonchalant expression on the face of the remarkably handsome youth, wondering how such callous words could escape those lips. Feng Mo, you seek death? Zhao Qian was incensed. A man of inherently volatile and cruel temperament, he could no longer contain himself, his spiritual energy surging violently as he summoned the flame dragon scale beast. Onlookers gasped in shock. The destructive power of the flame dragon scale beast was immense. Rarely seen within the city of Handan, where spirit beast battles typically took place outside its walls. Yet now the crown prince had unleashed his summoning beast, seemingly intent on engaging Feng Mo in combat. Countless spectators eagerly anticipated this clash, curious to witness the elusive Feng Mo finally take action. What level of power did he truly possess? Until now, no one had known his true identity. Meanwhile, not far away on a rooftop, Chong Kuei observed the unfolding scene, feeling a mix of astonishment and impatience. She had arrived too late. Feng Mo and Xiao Shu Lu had reached the chamber before her. However, Zhao Qian's actions offered her a convenient excuse. Her absence from the room could easily be construed as having been abducted. She had intended to create a diversion, feigning discovery, yet never expected Zhao Qian would engage Feng Mo in battle. Goodness, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Chong Kuei felt a surge of excitement, secretly hoping for Feng Mo to take action, yet also feeling a twinge of guilt since Feng Mo was risking conflict with Zhao Qian for her sake. What should I do now? Just watch? Blood Phoenix inquired, observing the commotion. Having spent ample time with Chong Kuei, he sensed her anxiety. No, Chong Kuei shook her head. Feng Mo is far too astute and knows me well. If I were to intervene now, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. She was cautious by nature and refused to take such risks. What do you intend to do then? Blood Phoenix pressed. Chong Kuei pondered, her gaze fixed on the unfolding situation. Let's observe Feng Mo's capabilities first. I trust he will not come to harm. Besides, he and Xiao Shu Lu have already decided to leave Zhao, so offending Zhao Qian is of little consequence. We shall wait and see, Chong Kuei concluded. My dear, he has incurred Zhao Qian's wrath for your sake. Do you truly wish to remain idle? Such ingratitude, Blood Phoenix huffed, initially expecting her to seek a way to intervene, only to find that she planned to watch the conflict unfold. I never said I wouldn't intervene, Chong Kuei replied innocently, crossing her arms without taking action. But think of it, this is a splendid opportunity to witness Feng Mo's prowess. Once he departs Zhao, such chances will be scarce. Blood Phoenix fell silent, realizing the girl had little sense of gratitude. Yet, he too was curious to see the extent of Feng Mo's abilities. Among all the individuals Chong Kuei had encountered, Feng Mo remained the most enigmatic, his identity, strength and motive shrouded in mystery. As they both observed the impending confrontation, the tension in the air thickened. Feng Mo's gaze turned icy, his intent to strike evident. For Chong Kuei, there was no need for concealment. Even Xiao Shu Lu grasped the Shui Han sword, knowing he would not stand idly by while Feng Mo acted. the lives of those present could be extinguished without a second thought. Zhao Qian felt a flicker of fear. Feng Mo was the very person Wei Qiho sought to ally with, and before Wei Qiho, he did not need to grovel. The strength of the guests at Chang's estate was formidable, and should a battle ensue, the outcome was uncertain. Yet as the crown prince, he could not afford to lose face. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but ultimately Zhao Qian resolved to press forward despite the danger. At that moment an unexpected figure appeared. Having passed through Chang's estate, the white-clad man noticed the open gate and entered. Surprised to find such a gathering, the nobleman exuded an air of unyielding pride and grace. Akin to a solitary pine upon a cliff, dignified and aloof. "What brings you here, esteemed Miss Chong Kuei?" he inquired. Zhao Qian paused, incredulous that even the distinguished Wei Qiho would be concerned about Chong Kuei's whereabouts. He had suffered a colossal setback, gaining nothing while attracting trouble he could not shake off. Where could she possibly be? Zhao Qian thought, utterly at a loss to not feign ignorance. "Zhao Qian," Feng Mo said coldly. Having reached his limit, each passing moment jeopardized Chong Kuei's safety. Under the scrutiny of several individuals, Zhao Qian stubbornly maintained, "I have said I do not know where she is. When I arrived, she was already gone. You should inquire with Madame Yi." He pointed the blame at Madame Yi, who hastily waved her hands. "I do not know either." Suddenly, Xiao Shu Lu stepped forward, the Shui Han sword aimed at Madame Ye's face. Though the blade remained sheathed, it emanated a chilling aura that instilled terror. "Speak quickly." While he typically refrained from harming the weak, should she dare to harm Chong Kuei, he would show no mercy. "Your Highness, save me. I truly do not know where she is. I had people watching her, and with the guards of Chang's estate vigilant, she could not possibly escape." Madame Yi collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, her makeup a smudged mess. Upon hearing her words, Feng Mo narrowed his eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. "You claim no one saw her leave?" "None, absolutely none. She was in her room, she never stepped outside." Madame Yi insisted, her voice shaky, fearing the sword pointed at her. "She never left." Feng Mo's gaze shifted toward Chong Kuei's chamber. Since the theft from Chang's treasury, the number of guards had increased exponentially. In truth, the additional guards were not there to protect the treasury but to safeguard Chong Kuei. Chang's estate, while ostensibly a merchant's household, was far from ordinary. Only they understood that it was not merely a typical family. The head of the family was formidable, daring to leave his only daughter unprotected. All those guards were not to be trifled with. It could be said that even the guards protecting the Zhao royal palace paled in comparison to the strength of those at Chang's estate. Under such heavy protection, how could Chong Kuei possibly have left her room? Even if she sprouted wings, those skilled guards would have noticed, unless— Feng Mo suddenly raised his head, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the entire vicinity of Jin Kui Garden, searching for something. The sharpness of his eye sent a shiver down Chong Kuei's spine from afar. Had he deduced something? At this point, had he begun to piece together the truth? Wei Qiho remained silent. But within his mind, he too had surely come to some understanding. The guards of the Chong residence were anything but ordinary. Chong Kuei wished to leave the room quietly and unnoticed, unless her prowess far surpassed that of those guards. Yet, at merely 9 years of age, what level of strength could a child possess? Unless she were a prodigious talent, she had remained inconspicuous until now. Even Feng Mo, who had been by her side for many years, had not sensed anything amiss. Chapter 204. Identity in question. Could a 9-year-old suddenly exhibit the potential of a genius? 9 years old, that innocent and naive little girl, could she truly be of such remarkable lineage? Both the Duke of Xinling and Feng Mo were engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. Being exceptionally astute individuals, they began to harbor doubts. However, Xiao Shulu and Zhao Qian were not so discerning and remained oblivious. "Child, it appears that your desire for freedom will be thwarted this time," Shui Huang chuckled, as they observed the unfolding events below. Although they had not detected the Duke's inner turmoil, they certainly noticed the changes in Feng Mo. Chong Kuei's identity had already aroused Feng Mo's suspicions. It seemed she could no longer maintain her disguise for long. What a nuisance! Chong Kuei pouted, wishing not to reveal her identity so soon. At her tender age, venturing out alone posed considerable challenges. The resources and influence of the Chong residence afforded her the luxury of training without worry. What she truly needed was to leave the Chong residence and face the world alone. A prospect fraught with troubles, which was quite vexing. That insufferable wretch deserved a lesson. "What do you plan to do?" Shui Huang inquired. Chong Kuei bit her finger and replied that she could only endure the indignity. With that, she quietly turned and climbed down from the rooftop, prompting Shui Huang to question, "Why endure such indignity? Why do you ask so many questions, always chattering?" Chong Kuei expressed her disdain. "Humph," Shui Huang huffed, choosing to remain silent, for this girl had never failed to surprise him. Whatever she did, Surely there was a reason behind it. Chong Kuei strode purposefully into the courtyard, where the majority had gone to the Jin Kuei garden. Leaving the Chong residence eerily quiet, she headed towards the guest quarters where Madame Yi resided. Shui Huang, realizing her intent to frame someone, thought, indeed, she is not a docile child. However, before she reached the guest quarters, footsteps echoed behind her. Chong Kuei paused, turning slowly to see Yi Lanjing approaching with a face full of sorrow and fury. As she walked closer, Chong Kuei had already changed into her usual attire. Nothing particularly noteworthy, yet she knew exactly how to provoke a woman like Yi Lanjing. What are you doing here? Yi Lanjing's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Did not the crown prince's plan, as mother mentioned, reach completion? Why is Chong Kuei here unharmed? This is my home after all. Why shouldn't I be here? It is you, dear sister, who should be preparing to move out in a few days, right? Sister Anai Chong is so favored in the palace. She will surely take good care of you, Chong Kuei replied with a beaming smile, warmly taking Yi Lanjing's hand. Yet upon hearing Yi Anai Chang's name, Yi Lanjing exploded with rage, her eyes reddening as she forcefully pushed Chong Kuei. Chapter 205. Identity in question. Chong Kuei found herself standing by the lake in the backyard when she was suddenly shoved, losing her balance and falling backward. Yet, she closed her eyes, feigning a lack of defense. Letting out a sharp scream as she fell, Sister Lanjing, please don't kill me. She exerted all her strength to ensure those nearby would hear her cry. With a splash, she plunged into the water, sending droplets soaring high, creating a dazzling display in the dim light. Damn, it's so cold. Yi Lanjing was momentarily stunned. This was not her intention. Though she harbored deep animosity towards Chong Kuei, she was not so foolish as to kill her here. Seeing Chong Kuei struggling in the water, Yi Lanjing instinctively rushed forward to pull her out. However, as she approached the lakeside and witnessed Chong Kuei thrashing about, an uncontrollable malicious thought flashed through her mind. It seems she cannot swim. What if I were just a moment too late? Yi Lanjing quickly glanced around the empty backyard. Today, Zhao Qian was due to arrive at the estate. She had previously conspired with her mother to divert the skilled guards surrounding the Jin Kuei garden, allowing Zhao Qian to enter and tarnish Chong Kuei's reputation. She was unaware of the events transpiring within the garden, but the absence of witnesses indicated that Madame Ye's plan was indeed unfolding. How unfortunate that Chong Kuei does not realize she is here. Humph, I initially intended to set a trap for her. How could I allow her to escape unscathed? If I cannot strip her of her innocence, then let her perish. A ruthless glimmer flashed in Yi Lanjing's eyes, akin to a venomous serpent unleashing its deadly toxin, wishing nothing more than for Chong Kuei to vanish without a trace. Yes, she must die. Let Chong Kuei cease to exist. Once she is gone in the shadows, no one will know it was I who eliminated her. Uncle Chong only had this one child. If she were to perish, once her mother married Uncle Chong, she would become the sole heiress of the Chong residence. Now, even her sister Yi Anai Chong was dead. Truly, the heavens had favored her. Such beauty as hers was indeed cherished by fate, bestowing upon her all the good fortune. As she thought this, Yi Lanjing, as if bewitched, approached the lakeside, seizing Chong Kuei and forcefully pushing her down into the water. Die, Chong Kuei. Do not blame me. In this world, there is only room for me, not for you. You have always obstructed my path. Yi Lanjing, in a frenzy, thought that if only Chong Kuei were out of the way, all luck would be hers. She intensified her grip, determined that Chong Kuei must die. She could not allow her to remain in this world. Having reached this point, she could not afford to show mercy. If she did not kill Chong Kuei, it would be her own demise. Why, Yi Lanjing, do not fear. There is nothing frightening about murder. You do it for yourself, and no one will ever know that Tio achieve her goal. She would stop at nothing. In the icy water, Chong Kuei's body was relentlessly forced down, deprived of even a moment to breathe. Chapter 206. The merchant Zhong Feng. Before Yi Lanjing made her move, Chong Kuei had already sensed her intentions. This woman, born of Madame Yi, was certainly no good. How could she be so foolish as to allow herself to be slaughtered by Yi Lanjing? However, the unfolding events exceeded her expectations, filling her with exhilaration. What had initially been a ploy to frame Yi Lanjing had now turned into an opportunity. She intended to leave her unable to defend herself, knowing that the Chong family would believe her. In due course, suspicion would naturally fall upon Madame Yi and her daughter, allowing her to clear her own name to some extent. Afterward, she could negotiate with Feng Mo, believing it would not lead to significant issues. Who would have thought that Yi Lanjing, with her lackluster intellect, would so willingly walk into her trap, not only playing along with her act but exceeding all expectations? Thus, she could not be blamed. From her pouch she retrieved a crystal-clear white bell, a twin bell gifted to her by Xiao Shulu. By shaking the bell, He would hear it no matter where he was and would rush to her aid. The twin bell was crafted from a rare creature known as the Qing Fu, which was born as a pair and would never be separated in life or death. Even when forcibly parted, they would find one another through their blood and reunite. Though Qing Fu were exceedingly precious, some alchemists had managed to capture them, using their blood to forge items for communication or magical artifacts. The twin bell, crafted from Qing Fu that had thrived in the mountains for centuries, was one of a pair. One resided with Xiao Shulu, and the other belonged to Chong Kuei. Xiao Shulu is certainly not to be trifled with. Chong Kuei seized the Shuangxing bell, vigorously shaking it during the brief moments of struggle. Xiao Shulu, you must hear this. If he fails to respond, she would have no choice but to take matters into her own hands and eliminate the reckless woman. Yi Lianshan in a frenzy. Yi Lianshan was oblivious to the sound of the bell. All she could see was Chong Kuei still fighting, prompting her to press her further down into the water. Die, die. Her malicious gaze fixated on the struggling Chong Kuei. Her eyes bulging as if they might pop out, her beautiful face marred by protruding veins, looking as ghastly as a demon. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed behind her, and just as it was about to reach its target, it veered off course. The water beside Chong Kuei was nearly cleaved in two, almost severing the flow. Yi Lianshan felt a chill in her ears, followed by something bloody dropping at her feet. Instinctively, she looked down, only to shriek in terror. It was indeed a human ear, bloodied and pale. The moment she laid eyes upon the severed ear, a sharp pain shot through her own, causing her to panic. The stones beneath her feet, slick from the water that Chong Kuei had splashed, caused her to lose her balance and tumble in as well as the water splashed onto Chong Kuei's face. Her hand, which clutched the Shuangxing bell, was suddenly grasped by someone. A surge of strength lifted her from the water, and she was quickly enveloped in a warm embrace. It was all too swift for Chong Kuei to process. She had just been ringing the bell, and the next moment she sensed the chilling aura of the water sword. Chapter 207. The magnate Zhongfeng Xiao Shulu, though outwardly so indifferent, surely your heart is not as frigid as it appears. The dagger was evident. Despite his apparent disdain for Chong Kuei, why did he rush to save her without a moment's hesitation when her life was at stake? Coughing up a few mouthfuls of water, Chong Kuei felt utterly wronged, nearly drowned by the wretched Yi Lianshan. The water was icy and penetrating, causing Chong Kuei to shiver violently. "Do not fear." A cold yet slightly warm voice resonated from above. Chong Kuei paused, lifting her head against the light to confirm it was indeed Xiao Shulu. Was he attempting to comfort her? How peculiar. She was not afraid, merely chilled to the bone. Nevertheless, such sentiments did not need to be voiced. Her purpose had been accomplished. "It hurts. Help me." Yi Lianshan struggled in the water, but fortunately, the lake was not deep. She tiptoed, and the water barely reached her chin. However, having lost an ear and soaked in frigid water, the pain was unbearable. "What are you doing? Why is my daughter in the water? Someone pull Lianshan up." Mrs. Yi was about to rush to the lake's edge when the water-cold sword suddenly appeared before her. Blocking her path, the blade shimmered with a chilling light, deterring anyone from meeting its glare. Yi was startled, retreating a step, and the others followed suit, unwilling to advance. Jin Kuei Garden was not far, and having heard Chong Kuei's cries earlier, only Xiao Shulu, possessing the Shuangxing bell, could swiftly ascertain Chong Kuei's location, thus arriving first. "Xiao, young master Xiao, what do you mean by this?" Mrs. Yi stammered. "Mother, help me. It hurts so much. My ear." Yi Lianshan cried out, clutching her bleeding ear. Only then did Yi notice the bloodstains on the ground and the severed ear, causing her vision to darken. How could this happen? "Mother, it's him." Yi Lianshan pointed at Xiao Shulu, tears streaming down her blood-soaked face. "He tried to kill me. Young Master Xiao, we have no grievances with you. Why such cruelty?" Mrs. Yi demanded angrily. Xiao Shulu lifted his gaze, his cold eyes scanning Yi first, causing her to shrink back, her fury extinguished in an instant. Then, his gaze turned to Yi Lianshan, who bit her lip and bowed her head. Unable to meet his eyes, she attempted to drown the young mistress. She deserved to die, Xiao Shulu stated coldly. Chong Kuei trembled in Xiao Shulu's embrace, a truth evident to all. Yi gasped in shock. Could Lianshan be so foolish as to attempt to kill Chong Kuei in the Zhong residence? When did this girl become so reckless? Yi Lianshan herself could not explain. Looking towards her mother for help, but upon realizing her mother was of no use, she quickly turned to Prince Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, along with Xinling Marquis and Feng Emo, had approached. However, at such a moment, Zhao Qian was solely concerned with his own safety. Indifferent to her plight, he glared at her fiercely. "You foolish woman, how dare you lay a hand on Chong Kuei? If she perishes, how will I obtain the wealth of the Zhong family and the alchemist Wu Li? What a wretched woman." Feng Emo crouched beside Xiao Shulu, gently grasping Chongkuei's small hand, asking softly, "Are you all right?" Chapter 208. The magnate Zhongfeng. He still needed to deal with those who dared to harm her. What was this nonsense about her being alone with Feng Mo? In such a perilous moment, was that not courting death? When Feng Mo reached out, Chongkuei subtly recoiled, leaving him momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with sadness. Since when did she come to despise him, and when did she become so estranged? Chongkuei, what manner of person are you? Xiao Shulu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. When someone approached, a figure clad in flowing white appeared before Chongkuei. It was Xinling Marquis, exuding an aura as graceful as a deity. Such a man was utterly irresistible, his esteemed reputation leaving no doubt about his intentions, and with Qing Tong present, it seemed there were no concerns. Realizing her reliance on him, an unfamiliar feeling surged within him, a strange sensation he had never experienced before. He had always found her detestable, yet he could not help but be swayed by her emotions. What was happening to him? Chongkuei glanced at Xinling Marquis. He was an outsider, having only met her once or twice, and thus they should not be so familiar. She nodded, and Xiao Shulu then stood. Entrusting her to Xinling Marquis, the Marquis pretended to lift her up, but Chongkuei shook her head, requesting Qing Tong to assist her on the other side. She was not yet so weak as to require such assistance. Xinling Marquis merely smiled, saying nothing, gently helping Chongkuei to depart. Sister Chongkuei, Zhao Qian intended to ingratiate himself but fell silent under Xinling Marquis' sharp gaze, daring not to utter a word. "You take care of yourself," he managed to stammer. Chongkuei ignored him, her head bowed, a fleeting smile gracing her face. Today had indeed been tumultuous. The drama between Wei Chiho and Yi Nikhang in the royal palace was still unfolding. And she believed that at this moment, Ping Yuanjun was undoubtedly embroiled in intense conflict. The foolishness of Yi Lianshan had provided her with an excellent excuse to expel the Yi family mother and daughter. Mrs.Yi certainly knew how to bear children. Both daughters seemed like jesters sent from the heavens with the subsequent events. There was no need for her to intervene. Others would naturally take care of them. "Young mistress, are you all right?" Qing Tong asked anxiously. Observing her downcast expression, "That I'm fine," Chongkuei replied softly. "Miss Chongkuei merely experienced a fright. I have some knowledge of medicine. Perhaps Wuli was the true alchemist. With him around, there was no need for anyone else." Chongkuei nodded, saying no more, and Xinling Marquis wisely kept silent as well. Upon arriving at Jinkuei Garden, Qing Tong expressed her gratitude to Xinling Marquis several times before assisting Chongkuei behind the screen to change out of her damp attire. The maid entered, igniting the warming stove to make the room more comfortable. Chapter 209. The magnate Zhongfeng. Perhaps too much had transpired today. The maid, feeling nervous, accidentally dropped the cover of the warming stove. As Xinling Marquis prepared to step outside, he heard the noise and walked over, bending down to retrieve the cover and hand it to the maid. "Be careful." "Thank you, Marquis," the maid replied, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. Not daring to meet his gaze. It was her first time being so close to the illustrious Xinling Marquis, and she had not anticipated his kindness. Truly, he was the most renowned young master among the 7 kingdoms. "Is there incense in the warming stove?" Xinling Marquis suddenly inquired. The special incense used by the young mistress was carefully guarded by Qing Tong, and no one else was permitted to handle it. After her fall into the water, she had been exposed to the cold and frightened. Ordinary incense would likely be ineffective. "I have a piece of tranquil and calming agarwood here. Let us use that." As he spoke, he produced a piece of dark agarwood, which any ordinary person could identify as an exceptional quality. The maid hesitated to use it haphazardly, even though it was offered by the Marquis. She needed to consult with Sister Qing Tong first. "No worries. You may leave now. I will explain everything once she emerges," he assured. "Yes." The maid, relieved, hurriedly exited. Xinling Marquis opened the warming stove's lid and placed the agarwood in the designated compartment for incense. Soon wisps of white smoke began to rise, filling the room with an indescribably delicate fragrance. "If it were you, you would not escape." A light laughter escaped his thin lips, after taking a hot bath and changing into clean clothes. Chongkuei sighed in relief as she walked from the bathing area to her room. Just as she settled down, a frown creased her brow. "Qing Tong," she called out, just as Qing Tong entered with a steaming cup of ginger soup. "What commands does the young master have? Has the incense been changed, and what fragrance has been lit today?" The keen insight of Zhongkuei will not allow her to overlook any subtle flaws. This incense is distinctly different from what she has been accustomed to. Although the previous scent was pleasant, it always felt somewhat peculiar. "It has indeed been replaced." Qing Tong placed the ginger soup in her hands, smiling as she said, "This is the agarwood left by Marquis Xinling, meant to calm the young master and dispel the cold. Marquis Xinling is truly a good person." He mentioned he would come to visit the young master in a couple of days. Qing Tong chattered on while Zhong Kuei had already risen and walked to the incense burner, lifting the lid to reveal a dark piece of agarwood. Half-burned, why would he leave behind a piece of agarwood to soothe her when there are various elixirs available? After she had rejected his offer for treatment, he left the agarwood behind. Although she couldn't pinpoint anything wrong, Zhong Kuei's intuition was always sharp, and she harbored a foreboding feeling with a swift motion. She poured out the entire bowl of ginger soup without tasting a single sip, extinguishing the agarwood. Young master, what are you doing? Qing Tong exclaimed, rushing over to cover the incense burner, preventing the rising heat and white smoke from harming her. She opened all the windows to let in some fresh air. It felt too stuffy. Zhong Kuei handed the bowl to Qing Tong and pushed open a window herself, allowing the outside breeze to flow in. Qing Tong watched her, utterly perplexed by her actions. The young master had always detested opening windows. Typically, everything was tightly shut unless there was a specific reason. For so many years, they had grown accustomed to it. Yet now, the young master actively requested that all the windows be opened for ventilation. Nevertheless, she complied with the young master's orders, opening every window, and gradually, the fresh air dispersed the lingering fragrance of the incense. I do not like other scents, henceforth do not change the incense at will, Zhong Kuei stated. Her back turned to Qing Tong. Qing Tong stood in stunned silence. When had the young master begun to care about such matters? She had previously been indifferent to everything. Indeed, Qing Tong thought, gazing at Zhong Kuei's silhouette, noticing perhaps due to her recent change of attire, the young master appeared significantly more slender than before, a detail she had failed to notice until now. This young master felt so unfamiliar, so distant that it evoked a sense of trepidation. How are things outside? Zhong Kuei inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, have there been any updates from the Handan Academy? Not a word. Zhong Kuei's curiosity piqued. It was strange that no news had surfaced given the multitude of events that had transpired. Indeed, none at all. Qing Tong shook her head. Perhaps I should send someone to inquire about it. Today has indeed been exhausting. It is time for a proper rest. Qing Tong attended to her sleep before going out to gather information regarding the Handan Academy. Nightfall swiftly descended, the inky sky resembling a dark curtain drawn by unseen hands. Devoid of any light, not even the moonbeams or starlight. The darkness of this night was palpable, with a cold wind whistling from afar, causing the open windows in the room to creak and groan. The maidservants quietly entered to close the windows, and though they moved cautiously, they still roused Zhong Kuei from her slumber. She remained silent, waiting for everyone to exit before slowly sitting up. She had been sleeping so deeply. She was not normally like this. Her vigilance seemed to have diminished significantly. Blood Phoenix. Zhong Kuei's brow furrowed even tighter. She had formed a bond with Blood Phoenix, allowing them to sense each other despite vast distances. Yet now, something was amiss. Zhong Kuei clenched her fists tightly. It must be that agarwood. Could it be that Marquis Xinling had already discerned her true identity? But how could that be? Where had she revealed any telltale signs? Since arriving in this world, it was the first time Zhong Kuei felt a twinge of panic, as if she were cast into an endless, boundless sea, adrift and unable to find anything to cling to. Blood Phoenix. She attempted to summon Blood Phoenix multiple times, but to no avail. With so many matters at hand, she dared not seek help. Everyone could act as they wished. Chapter 211. The Great Merchant. Zhongfeng. Initiating the summoning technique, the link with Blood Phoenix remained utterly silent. Zhong Kuei gradually settled herself, reminding herself to remain calm regardless of the circumstances. Only by maintaining her composure could she think clearly. The bond with Blood Phoenix could not be easily severed. This was a fundamental law of nature. If it could be easily broken, there would be no binding power between summoners and their summoned beasts. Marquis Xinling should not possess such power. He merely severed the connection between her and Blood Phoenix. Ultimately, it was merely a form of sorcery and could not genuinely harm their bond. Therefore, Blood Phoenix would not stray too far from Handan City. It would linger nearby, so she merely needed to venture outside to find it. Resolute in her decision, Zhong Kuei rose. It was late at night, and she should be safe stepping out for a short while. After all, she would not stray far, just taking a turn around the estate. Blood Phoenix would sense her absence and come seeking her. Cautiously, Zhong Kuei searched around the vicinity of the Zhong estate, attempting to emanate her spiritual energy in hopes that Blood Phoenix would pick up on it. After about half an hour, however, she remained empty-handed. Though it was the dead of night, Zhong Kuei had begun to sweat. Why could Blood Phoenix not be found? If she continued her search, dawn would soon break. Regardless of the reason, she would confront Marquis Xinling tomorrow, and the truth would inevitably come to light. What schemes could he be plotting? Regardless of what it was, disturbing the hornet's nest would surely exact a price on him. She quickly suppressed her energy, taking care to hide, her mind racing that so many skilled individuals had suddenly appeared. Who could they be? Was it Marquis Xinling? Had he drugged her and now hurried to assess the results? That could not be. Marquis Xinling's men would not be so brazen. They would dispatch shadow guards to stealthily abduct her from Jinkui courtyard. Zhong Feng. The thought of Marquis Xinling launching a surprise attack on her was even more terrifying. Zhong Kui held her breath, concealing herself in the shadows as those skilled individuals swiftly approached the side door. Leaving her no opportunity to escape, she observed discreetly. There were over 20 individuals in total, each cloaked in black, revealing only their piercing eyes that scrutinized every shift in the darkness. Among them was a figure she found somewhat familiar, tall and slender. Clad in conspicuous red, standing out amidst the group. It was my lord. There is no need to worry. The young master is merely a little unwell, nothing serious. She could hear Wu Li's voice clearly as they approached. Reporting to Zhong Feng about her condition, maintaining a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, yet imbued with a hint of respect. Chapter 212. The great merchant, Zhong Feng, he exhibited no such demeanor toward Wei Qiho or Marquis Xinling. Even before King Zhao, he maintained an air of aloofness, yet before Zhong Feng, he displayed this respect, indicating that in Wu Li's eyes, Zhong Feng was indeed a formidable individual to be regarded with such esteem by a prodigious alchemist from a young age spoke volumes of Zhong Feng's prowess. Was the heavens playing tricks on her? Just as she lost Blood Phoenix, they presented her with a reunion with her father when discovered. She would have no chance to flee had her previous streak of good fortune finally run its course. The group had now arrived at the side door, where individuals promptly emerged to greet them, all showing utmost deference. Zhong Kui observed Wu Li following a notably tall man, who stood out among the crowd, exuding an air of dominance without needing to show his face. That must be Zhong Feng. It cannot be. The young master often speaks highly of you. She has missed you dearly, Wu Li remarked. Anticipating their imminent reunion, Zhong Feng's voice suddenly softened considerably. This time when I take her away, we shall not part again. The young master has longed for this day, Wu Li added, a smile gracing his lips. Zhong Kui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who was longing for it? Today, under the pretext of the happenings at Handan Academy, Wu Li, you have done excellently, Zhong Feng praised. Had it not been for the tumult at Handan Academy keeping Wei Qiho and the Pingyuanjun preoccupied, they would not have entered so smoothly. Wu Li paused, then shook his head. My lord, the events at Handan Academy were not my doing though. Zhong Feng halted his steps. Then who was responsible? Currently, it remains unknown. But I have already dispatched people to investigate. This matter is quite suspicious, however. I suspect it is related to the newly emerged summoner, Fan Yu. Wu Li replied. Zhong Kui's heart tightened. Wu Li was indeed no fool. He lacked evidence, yet his intuition was equally sharp. None of those chosen by Zhong Feng were incompetent. She the new contractee of Blood Phoenix? Zhong Feng inquired. Indeed, Wu Li confirmed, this person is peculiar. She had previously shown intent to ally with Marquis Xinling, yet ultimately conspired with him. However what? Today at Handan Academy, she deliberately led King Zhao to uncover the scandal involving Wei Qiho and Lady Yi. It seems she did not genuinely ally with Wei Qiho but had ulterior motives. What could her motives be? Zhong Feng pondered as he stepped through the side door of the Zhong estate. Wu Li will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. There is no need for you to worry, my lord. That I have always held great confidence in your abilities throughout these many years. I am deeply grateful for your care of Kue'er. Zhong Feng raised his hand and patted Wu Li's shoulder, expressing his profound esteem. The unwavering belief in serving my lord is a conviction that Wu Li shall never alter in this lifetime. Zhong Feng let out a slight sigh and remarked, I know you will not disappoint Zhongli. Suddenly, Wu Li fell silent, as if enchanted and rendered immobile by some arcane force, unable to take a step forward. Chapter 213. The wealthy Zhongfeng. The crimson robe billowed slowly in the cold, desolate night, resembling a solitary standard standing amidst the battlefield, where corpses lay scattered, and the dead were wrapped in horsehide. Only that vibrant banner adorned the shattered, desolate realm, utterly forsaken by all. However, Zhongfeng paid no heed to his lapse. Striding forward with purpose while the 20 or so individuals trailing behind him instinctively spread out to secure the surroundings, Zhong Kui gazed at Wu Li in confusion, pondering what had transpired. It seemed she had overheard Zhongfeng mention a name, Zhongli, but she did not quite catch the details. Who was this Zhongli? Why did Wu Li exhibit such a profound loss of composure upon hearing this name? At that moment, Zhong Kui found herself too preoccupied to consider Wu Li's feelings. Her foremost concern was that Zhongfeng had already entered. She was left to contemplate her next course of action. This was dire. If Zhongfeng reached the Jin Kuei garden and discovered her absence, it would spell catastrophe. Casting a glance at Wooly, who remained lost in thought, Zhong Kuei decided she could not afford to linger. She stealthily scaled the wall into the Zhong residence, seeking an opportunity to access the Jin Kuei garden. Yet, as Zhongfeng entered, he headed directly for the Jin Kuei garden without the slightest intention of pausing. His yearning for his daughter evident, Zhong Kuei felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety as the distance to the garden shrank, and a profound darkness seemed to envelop her existence. The elite fighters, who had long been by Zhongfeng's side, operated with remarkable synergy, instinctively securing the perimeter of the Jin Kuei garden without the need for instructions. It appeared that her only option was to make a hasty exit. Once her identity was revealed, it would be impossible to conceal it from a superlative powerhouse like Zhongfeng. Watching Zhongfeng step through the garden's entrance, Zhong Kuei braced herself for the worst, preparing to flee. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the shadows. Upon hearing this voice, Zhongfeng's hurried footsteps came to a halt as he turned to regard a vividly clad figure approaching from the darkness. Young Master Feng Ma, so you have not taken your leave. Zhongfeng's face was shrouded beneath his cloak, casting a deep shadow that rendered his eyes sharp and predatory. Akin to a hunting eagle, Feng Ma's hair was loosely tied at his shoulders, and his outer robe hung carelessly over him, the ties loosely knotted, as the night breeze seemed poised to reveal his alabaster physique. Young Master Feng Ma, are you merely exchanging pleasantries? Zhongfeng remarked, glancing at the space behind him. Noting that Xiao Shulu had not accompanied him this time. This shall serve as my farewell to you, my lord. Feng Ma approached slowly, while Zhongfeng's concealed guards subtly encircled him. Vigilant of this Feng Ma was not oblivious to the tension. The skilled fighters had not concealed their presence, clearly wary of him. Yet, despite his awareness, he pressed on, stepping closer to Zhongfeng, who stood unwaveringly tall. The 20 or so guards, having withdrawn from various corners of the Zhong residence, swiftly surrounded Feng Ma. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the air were charged with anticipation. Zhong Kuei, concealed in the shadows, suddenly froze. Was this a fortuitous opportunity? With the elite fighters retreating from the Jin Kuei garden,